Score for a live broadcast at the Wall in Gurney Mills as Chicago takes on Philadelphia on Friday, November 28th. Pregame starts at 11 a.m. with Olin Kreutz, Mark Grody, and Big Cat Williams. Meet Super Bowl champ Dennis McKinnon at 12:30 p.m. Kickoff is at 2 p.m. Catch the game and enjoy $3 drafts and $5 well drinks all day. It's 670 The Score, live from the Wall in Gurney Mills, Friday, November 28th. Don't miss it.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Chicago, get ready. Real American Freestyle is hitting the mat. Saturday, November 29th, RAFO3 takes over the Wintrust Arena for a night of world-class freestyle wrestling. MMA legends, NCAA champions, Olympians all hit the mat for one night. See MMA stars like Chad Mendez, Michael Chandler, and Clay Guida. Chicago natives Austin O'Connor, Austin Gomez, and Kennedy Blades. And nationwide high school phenom, Bo Bassett, making his first professional debut. Be a part of the most electric night in wrestling. Tickets on sale at realamericanfreestyle.com or stream exclusively on Fox Nation.
The Bears stay in first place and move to 8-3 after beating the Steelers at Soldier Field. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour of the show brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Monday, new work week. It is the 24th of November. We are entering the week of Thanksgiving, and you are listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. Mully and Haugh live and local for you beginning at 5:30 all the way up until 10 a.m., and they'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. They've got the Pick Six at 6. The top 6 sports stories of the day will be tackled at that time. Olin Kreutz stops by at 7 a.m. Biggs time, Brad Biggs at 8, 9 o'clock, Clay Harbor. Those guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire. Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Don't forget, your calls and texts welcomed all morning long. 312-644-6767. 312-644-6767 as you're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. Your Bears are 8-3, still good for first place in the NFC North. The Bears beat the Steelers 31-28. Caleb Williams threw for 3 touchdowns. He was 19-35 for 239 yards. DJ Moore had 5 catches, 64 yards, and 2 touchdowns after catching just 1 pass over the previous 2 games. He caught a 5-yard TD in the first quarter, and then his 25-yard score early in the third. Colston Loveland had a touchdown catch as well. Kyle Monungai running for a score. Montez Sweat, 2 sacks. Nashawn Wright, another pick of a deep ball. The Steelers did pull within 3 when Mason Rudolph connected for a 3-yard touchdown pass with 6.5 minutes remaining to cap a 17-play drive. The Steelers had the ball in their midfield in the closing minutes when Jaquan Brisker tipped a 4th down pass at the line, sealing the Bears win. Aaron Rodgers did not play, was seen walking around the field and flipping off cameras prior to the start of the game. Left tackle Theo Benedict was inactive for this one. Remember, the Bears linebacking crew were all out. The Bears will be at the Eagles on Black Friday on Amazon. It's a 2 o'clock kickoff. Right now, the Eagles are -7. The total, 44.5. They're going to be in a bad mood The Eagles blew a 21-0 lead, losing to the Cowboys in the afternoon window yesterday, 24-21. And join the Score this Friday at the Wall in Gurnee. It's located at 6144 West Grand Avenue. The Olin Krutz, James Big Cat Williams, and Mark Grody hosting the pregame show from 11 to 2. And then immediately after, we'll have reaction on the postgame show after Chicago takes on Philadelphia the day after Thanksgiving. And it's all happening at the Wall in Gurnee starting at 11 a.m. this Friday. Some other Week 12 action to update you on. Sunday Night Football, the Bucs were crushed by the Rams 34-7. The Lions took care of the Giants 34-27, and the Packers down the Vikings 23-6. The Bulls, they sit at 9-7. They had back-to-back home games with the Heat and the Wizards. They split those games. The Saturday night game against the Wizards, the Bulls got out, escaping with a 121-120 win. The Vooch had 28-12. Josh Giddey 18, 12, and 11. Triple-double for him. Friday, the Bulls absolutely pounded by the Heat, 143-107. Heat had 8 players in double figures. They shot 44 free throws. And the Bulls lost a bunch of players to injuries in that game. Bulls at Pelicans tonight. It's a 6:45 pregame right here on the Score. Blackhawks 10-8-4. Blanked by the Avalanche last night at the UC 1-0. Crushed Friday night in Buffalo against the Sabres 9-3. Blackhawks will host the Wild on Wednesday. College football, Wisconsin beat number 21 Illini 27-10 under the lights in Madison. You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. Let's take you out to Soldier Field. Let's recap Bears-Steelers. The big news all week long was the status of Aaron Rodgers. About 90 minutes before kickoff, we learned officially that Aaron would not be playing. The left wrist wasn't good enough, or the doctors wouldn't clear him, or some combination of those two. The Bears would get the ball first and unfortunately go 3-and-out.
3rd down and 6 here for Chicago. First possession of the day. Williams operating from the gun. Williams will rifle. Popped up in the air. Nearly intercepted. 3-and-out for the Bears. Kyle Duggar got a piece.
Not the way you'd want things to go on a beautiful day for football over at Soldier Field. So Mason Rudolph and the Steelers would get the ball next. And then you-know-who came up with the first takeaway for the Bears on Sunday afternoon.
Shotgun on 2nd and short. Rudolph to throw it. Looking for a big play. Sideline. And it's intercepted.
On cue.
Deshaun Wright, but he was out of bounds.
I don't know. We got one ref saying he was inbounds.
So this is going to be a discussion.
They're giving it to him. Let's see. One hand up. Both feet down to the end. Possession.
Rolling on the field is an interception by the defense. First down, Chicago.
I think that's a catch. He's got possession there. He had... Ooh, this is going to be tight.
It is a clean pick for Deshaun Wright, who has been a revelation for this Bears defense. Gene Steratore joins us now. Gene, you watched this on every angle in slow motion.
Yeah, we sure did. Deshaun Wright, as you guys said, made a great play, great effort, and we're looking for possession. I think right there he's got enough possession. We see 1 foot, but we also do see a knee hit the ground as he falls, and we know that 1 knee equals 2 feet. Secure knee there before it goes out. Good job in replay. Good interception too, fellas.
Tremendous pick.
Tremendous pick. CBS with the descriptions. You heard that yesterday afternoon. Our thanks to them for the use of that audio. So Bears ball, and they would start moving it against that Steelers defense.
Extra offensive lineman Luke Newman is in there for Chicago. This is becoming more and more common. He's lining up at the fullback position.
That's a lot of weight coming downhill.
Oh, what a cut by Manungai, and he gets caught by the ankles. Big gain. Kyle Duggar helped make sure it wasn't bigger than 9.
This is a lead draw play where Caleb fakes the throw out to the outside and just hands it to the running back right behind. Big Newman rolling down the center of the field, and a great cut by Manungai to get a huge gain.
Take the handoff. Williams. The quick throw is on time to Burton. They built some nice chemistry. The rookie Luther Burden III out of Missouri, second-round pick. He's given Chicago another first down.
Joey Porter Jr. is going to blitz here, which leaves a free release into the backfield for Burden, and it's just a simple post route you're going to see. And it's Duggar who has to slide over the top of him, but Caleb puts the ball in a great spot over the middle. The Bears have a plus 23-point differential in the first quarter. Every other quarter, they're in the negatives, but they have success in this first quarter.
And the Bears would find success in the first quarter. Here is the first score of the ball game.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, they've run the fewest offensive plays per game, and they have the most plays on defense. Williams, a strike to DJ Moore. Touchdown, Chicago. The turnover turns into points. Moore throws the ball into the crowd.
Watch this little whip route from DJ Moore. It looks like he's going out. Nope. Skirts his way back inside. Caleb puts the ball perfectly on time. That is a quarterback and his receiver in sync. And DJ Moore has had some drop issues. No drop issues there.
Bears defense takes the ball away. Bears offense puts it in the end zone. 7-0 Bears at that point. Unfortunately, the Steelers would have a response.
Signed as a free agent last year by Chicago. First and goal for the Steelers. Rudolph swings it out. DK Metcalf turns it upfield, and he's in. Touchdown, Steelers. Tremendous answer by Pittsburgh.
Steelers answer, CBS with the descriptions. Thank you to them for that. Caleb Williams then would get the ball back. The Bears were buried deep in their own territory. And we also, another storyline was that T.J. Watt was chasing big brother J.J. Watt's all-time sack record.
Here's Williams in the pocket. Williams trying to get out of the pocket. He won't. Loses the ball, and the Steelers jump on top of it. It's a touchdown, and it's T.J. Watt.
I'm not sure what Caleb was trying to do there. Either tuck the ball away or throw it, one or the other. You can't just let it hang out there like that when you got a defender in your face wrapped all around you.
So Herbig on the recovery. Watt will get credit for the sack on the QB and the forced fumble.
I mean, if he's going to pass my record, that's one hell of a way to do it. With a strip sack causing a touchdown. Good for you, TJ.
He is now the Watt family all-time sacks leader.
Just like that, the Steelers on top of your Bears 14-7, and T.J. Watt passing big brother J.J. Watt, who was in the booth, as the all-time sacker amongst that family. So congratulations to the Watts. Next time around in the second quarter, the Bears would give the ball back to Pittsburgh yet again.
The Bears had gone 3 straight games without a giveaway. Swift. And it is really close.
Steelers are trying to claim it's their ball.
And Pittsburgh is pointing as if they've got it. The officials were locked in on the line to gain. Everybody celebrating for Pittsburgh.
First down, Pittsburgh. Timeout.
Let's see if we can see anything here. I mean, if you're a Bears fan, you're thinking forward progress. Come on. But when they don't rule forward progress, it makes it very tough to overturn.
So at the end of that run, the ball was taken away by Black.
Ball taken away somehow in the scrum. So the Steelers with the ball, but the Bears defense were able to stop the Steelers when they went for it on 4th down.
Hayward.
Man, he stalled right out of the gate there. I think that extra weight from Washington might have helped.
Steelers think they have the first down. The Bears disagree, and the officials agree with the Bears. On a 4th down push, they don't get there.
So a 4th down push, their version of the tush push does not work. Bears take the ball back, and then they would make the Steelers pay for not being able to convert on 4th down.
3rd and 5, 4 minutes to go, first half. Williams throws it, and it's caught for the touchdown. Loveland carries the defender with him for the score. Second of the day for Caleb Williams.
This is going to turn out to be a one-on-one matchup. Colson Loveland against Kyle Duggar, and he sets him up with a tiny little outside at the top of the route and then cuts it back across, and Caleb puts it right on his body, catches, falls into the end zone. Colston Loveland has really come on these last few weeks, and you can see the chemistry starting to grow.
You can see that chemistry starting to grow between Caleb Williams and Colston Loveland. 14-14 all at Soldier Field. Talked about that tush push a moment ago that the Bears would stop on fourth down. The Steelers would line up for a second tush push.
Ball is spotted at the 44, and they run it to Gainwell. Kenneth Gainwell, the speed, lunging to the pylon. Touchdown, Steelers. They expected the tush push. They get the electricity to the perimeter.
Mike Tomlin never goes for it on fourth down. He goes for it on fourth down in his own territory. Turns into an explosive touchdown. Wow. As a defender, you see that tush-push formation. You get up in there. It's fourth down. You know they never go for it.
After review, the runner was short of the line to gain. It will be Pittsburgh's ball, first down.
So the touchdown is taken off the board. The stumble here, the dive.
His left hand touched out of bounds before the ball crossed the line. Watch his left hand.
123.
Right there.
Yep. 123.
Steelers didn't get in on that run, but they would get in to the end zone to go up 7 points.
First and goal inside the 1. Pitch it to Warren. Nobody there. Warren, touchdown. The Steelers take the lead.
Out on the edge, Ben Skoranek is just going to run a little slant route, which brings his cornerback inside with him, leaving the edge completely free for Jaylen Warren.
Jaylen Warren with the touchdown. Bears trailing 21-14, but the Bears would have a chance to put some points on the board before halftime at Soldier Field.
Williams underneath, a lot of traffic. Burton creates after the catch. And Burton is dumped inside the 30. The clock is moving. 15 seconds left. Tackle made by Ramsey.
Spike it. Spike it. Get set. Make sure everybody's set.
The Bears get organized. And they clock it with 7 seconds on the clock. So it's Cairo Santos, 47-yard attempt. As long this year as 54. Scott Daly to snap it. Pulled by Taylor. Leaning in. The 47-yarder is good. And the Bears cut into the Steelers' lead as we hit the break. 21-17. Pittsburgh in front of the Bears.
Pittsburgh on top of Chicago there, 21-17. We get into halftime over at Soldier Field. In the second half, Montez Sweat got to Mason Rudolph.
So, new set of downs for Pittsburgh. Play action. Rudolph out of the pocket. This time he's not getting away. Montez Sweat gets home. Loss of 4 on the play.
Montez Sweat in a one-on-one with Darnell Washington, and it's just a very long time to ask your tight end to block one-on-one, no matter how big he is. And Montez Sweat keeps with the play, retraces his steps as Mason Rudolph tries to escape. Beautiful sack. Great job by Montez Sweat.
Great job by Montez Sweat. Bears would get the ball back, and a couple plays later, they would get into the end zone.
So this turns into a second down and 20. Oh, the rush is on. Williams does get rid of it to DeAndre Swift. Hit from behind and brought down at the 25. Keanu Benton making his way downfield, but it's a 14-yard catch and run for the Bears. Turns this into a third and manageable. Flags are down. Williams downfield. Open man. Touchdown. DJ Moore.
Offside. Defense number 33.
The Bears go back in front.
Decline. Result of the play. Touchdown.
Jack Sawyer was offsides. Chicago takes the lead.
Watch what Odunze does to Jalen. It's going to completely open up all this space right here. And DJ Moore is going to have nobody around him whatsoever. Wide open touchdown on the free play. Caleb Williams taking advantage. Great drive, despite a big penalty for the Chicago Bears.
Caleb Williams to DJ Moore for the second time. Bears on top 24-21. And before the end of the third quarter, Montez Sweat would strike again.
Rudolph looking. Rudolph is sacked.
Ball's out. Ball's out.
Ball is rolling around. Who's got it? Bears had a shot at it. Steelers then had a chance. Chicago's Montez Sweat, and the Bears secure it.
Intercepted by the defense. First down, Chicago.
Montez Sweat's first sack of the day came one-on-one on Darnell Washington, and so does his second. He gets around him quicker this time, gets to Mason Rudolph, knocks the ball out. Huge play for the Bears defense. Trevon Dexter, the big dancing bear, according to Montez Sweat, tried to dance with the ball there. Wasn't able to pick it up, but wow, massive play for the Chicago Bears. Takeaway specialists.
Sweat forces the fumble, recovers the fumble.
Big takeaway, second one for the Bears. So the Bears and Steelers after three quarters, Bears on top 24-21. We are going to recap the fourth quarter next right here on the Mully and Haugh pregame show. You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Black Friday prices and thousands in exclusive rebate savings are effective now at Grand Appliance on top brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Maytag, and more. Visit grandappliance.com or your local Grand showroom for details. That's Grand Appliance, appliance experts since 1930.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
Hey, Hawks fans, Wednesday, November the 26th, 7:30, the Hawks take on the Wild. And then this Friday, November the 28th, 7 o'clock, it's a divisional rivalry game against the Nashville Predators, sponsored by Modelo. You don't want to miss it because hockey is better together. Get your tickets and all the details now at blackhawks.com/groups. Enjoy special ticket rates with no additional service fees and more. That's blackhawks.com/groups.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun too. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. From kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new and pre-owned models, the latest incentives, and no inflated prices. During the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, Subaru and Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha will donate a combined $325 to the customer's choice of charities with every new Subaru purchased or leased. Take the short drive north to Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
At Busey Bank, we provide sound advice and vast resources that ensure a personalized approach to your legacy.
Busey Bank. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Spiegs. What if buying and servicing a luxury car was as effortless as driving one? At Genesis of Algonquin, it is. They've redesigned the experience around you. Need service? They'll pick up your vehicle and return it when service is complete. During the Genesis Signature Event, save up to $10,000 off select models, or qualified buyers get 0% financing. Complete the entire process online, from selection to financing. They also offer free delivery of your new Genesis directly to you. This is a new standard of luxury. Experience the difference at Genesis of Algonquin. Visit genesisofalgonquin.com.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
The Chef IQ Sense is a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat. The probe is inserted into your food and connected wirelessly to an app. Once you've selected your desired doneness, the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill, and even alerts you when to flip them. It's that simple. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense, now with so many upgrades at chefiq.com. Enter the code word SCORE for 15% off your order.
Losing my dad, a Chicago police officer, was the hardest thing my family ever faced. The holidays felt impossible, but then in walks Santa and Mrs. Claus, alongside the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation. They brought gifts, cheers, and the promises that my dad's sacrifice will never be forgotten. This December 6th and 7th, they'll visit 24 children. We know what that day means to those families. Help us keep that promise. Your generosity brings them a much-needed smile.
Learn more at cpdmemorial.org.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit atturo.com and find performance within reach.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Warning, the national debt is spiraling out of control. Trade wars are causing record volatility, and inflation could make a devastating comeback. Will you sit on the sidelines and wait, or will you take action today to help protect your hard-earned retirement savings? And what if you could do it tax and penalty-free? Find out more by requesting your free 2025 gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match on bonus silver if you qualify. Call 855-969-GOLD to learn more. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Welcome back to the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
The rookie Manungai in there. Shotgun for Williams. Handoff. Manungai. He's a hammer. Touchdown, Bears.
Don't even need the 4th down. Just follow that interior of the offensive line that has been together all year long and done such a great job. Look at this push from the guys in the middle. Tooney, Dahlman, Jackson. He doesn't even get touched before he crosses the goal line. Give credit to the big guys up front on the Bears offensive line.
3 straight games with a rushing touchdown for Manungai. From the gun, double clutch, touchdown, Fryer move. And that's a BB from Mason Rudolph. Steelers get the score. Long drive, they cap it off. 17 plays with a touchdown strike from Rudolph.
There's a lot of traffic, a lot of confusion amongst the Bears defenders. Look at all three just kind of standing together in a grouping, and Freiermuth slips behind him. That little bunch formation really put the Bears' communication in a tough spot.
That's how it sounded, CBS, the 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns. So it's 31-28. Bears still on top. And Jaquan Brisker ends up sealing the deal for your first-place Bears.
4th down, 28 seconds left. Steelers trying to get organized. Clock is ticking. They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through. Jaquan Brisker.
Watch how high Jaquan Brisker gets on this tip. He jumps way up in the air and gets a hand on it, levitates, and ends the game.
Jaquan Brisker levitating and helping the Bears to a 31-28 win over the Steelers. Bears 8-3, good for first place in the NFC North. You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. So the Bears will be at the Eagles on Black Friday. You'll catch it on Amazon. It's a 2 o'clock kick. The Eagles open as a 7-point favorite. Total 44.5, and the Eagles are not going to be too pleased in this game because they blew a 21-0 lead and fell to the Cowboys yesterday afternoon, 24-21. Week 12 of the NFL will wrap tonight. Panthers at the 49ers, and don't forget to join the Score Friday at the Wall in Gurnee, located at 6144 West Grand Avenue. Olin Kreutz, James Big Cat Williams, and Mark Grody hosting the pregame show. From there, 11 to 2, and then immediately after the game, it's the postgame show after Chicago takes on Philadelphia the day after Thanksgiving. All happening at the Wall in Gurnee, starting at 11 a.m. again this Friday. It is 5:30 on a Bears Victory Monday, and you're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
Well, you can't ignore the injury list. They still will have that offensive line. They still will have both running backs. And they still will have Caleb Williams. And that will be enough. It will be close. It will be fun. Bears 24, Steelers 23.
I also am taking the Bears, and I'm not sure why. I really thought after learning the linebacker news that I would reconsider this. But no, I'm going with the Bears. I'm going with a hard-fought game.
Shotgun on 2nd and short. Rudolph to throw it. Looking for a big play. Sideline. And it's intercepted.
On cue.
Deshaun Wright. Williams. A strike to DJ Moore. Touchdown, Chicago. The turnover turns into points. 3rd and 5. 4 minutes to go. First half. Williams throws it. And it's caught for the touchdown. Loveland carries a defender with him for the score. Turns this into a 3rd and manageable. Flats are down. Williams downfield. Open man. Touchdown. DJ Moore. Rudolph looking. Rudolph is sacked.
Ball's out.
Ball is rolling around. Who's got it? Bears had a shot at it. Steelers then had a chance. Chicago's Montez Sweat. And the Bears secure it. The rookie Manungai in there. Shotgun for Williams. Handoff. Manungai. He's a hammer. Touchdown, Bears. 4th down. 28 seconds left. Steelers trying to get organized. Clock is ticking. They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
Ben Johnson's been saying it all year long. Kevin Byard's been saying it all year long. These are not your same old Chicago Bears.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Welcome to a glorious Victory Monday. It is one of those days, Mr. David. It is a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips, and it was a phenomenal result in the end, given all of the excuses that were in place that the Bears didn't take advantage of. They instead went out and won a football game, and they did it with a very damaged defense with a lot of question marks about various players. It just seems sometimes like the injuries hit with surgical precision, and you have units that are down, and you can't believe that you don't have a starting linebacker able to go, and you don't have your secondary up to snuff. And guess what? It doesn't matter. They get the job done, and they manage to win yet another football game. We could talk all day about the quarterbacks they faced, but that was a victory and a glorious moment in their season.
Good morning, Mully. Yeah, it is another Victory
8
Monday. Yeah, second week in a row we come in here. The Bears are in first place, and they have nothing to apologize for. They won that game, and they beat a winning team for the first time this season. They have their second four-game winning streak this season, 8 of the last 9. It's a good football team. It's the evidence of coaching, and it is a team prepared for a playoff run now. They are in the final
2 more wins.
6 games of the season. But they are pursuing the playoffs, and that's not an unrealistic goal, and it isn't something that people should be surprised by. From J.J. Watt to Montez Sweat to Ben Johnson, they are all saying the same things about the Chicago Bears, is that this is not the same old Bears team that you're used to seeing find ways to lose. They are inventing ways to win.
Chicago guy made good. Mike Kafka tried to help his hometown. He tried to get his Giants over the Lions. They won on a field goal in overtime. The Packers beat the Vikings pretty easily, 23-6. So the Bears still sit atop the NFC North with the game on Friday. They play the Philadelphia Eagles at Philadelphia, a Philadelphia team that somehow managed to blow a 21-point lead and lose to the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah,
I thought I had that wrong.
That's a team that the Bears look at, and at one point on the schedule, you'd say, no chance. That's going to be a bleak Friday on Black Friday.
Oh, boy.
Now you don't know what to expect because of the way the Bears have been playing, the way they have. I think their defense persevered through all these injuries. They were as many as 6 backups were on the field at the same time.
Incredible.
In the second half of the game yesterday. Yep. And yes, that was the Pittsburgh Steelers without Aaron Rodgers, and no, Mason Rudolph doesn't threaten you in the same way. No. And the Steelers are still a winning football team. You have an offense that wasn't able to do what it wanted to do against the Bears defense full of backups. So the depth of this football team is coming through. They're doing the right things offensively well enough. You can't. There are always going to be mistakes in games that you regret, and Caleb Williams certainly had a couple of those on Sunday. But in the end, when he goes 19 for 35 and has the numbers that he has with 3 touchdowns,
yep, 3 touchdowns,
and we're talking about what he didn't do, that's a good sign because the standards remain high. And you continue to win as a football team. So yesterday was a very good day for the Bears.
You're down a starting offensive lineman. Your left tackle, Theo Benedict, out for the game. And Ozzie Trapillo, Mr. Hit the Wall in training camp, he ended up playing a good game. David, you look at it, there was 1 sack. It was the strip sack with the fumble that led to a touchdown in the end zone. That was the only sack that Caleb Williams took on the day. I think there was only 1 other QB hit. That was it. And you think about what that team is and how many good defensive linemen they have and how they come after the quarterback. I'll tell you what, it was a hell of a performance from the Bears' offensive line.
Yeah, it was, because you didn't really notice Ozzie Trapillo throughout the game. You really didn't. You didn't really find ways that he was overmatched, and you didn't find examples of him being on an island by himself. And that says a lot about a guy in his first NFL start on the side of the ball that he hadn't been playing since training camp. So I think you give him credit. It was a very good day for Bears rookies, really, because you look at Luther Burden contributed. Colston Loveland contributed. Kyle Monungai was the main focus of the running game for whatever reason on Sunday. And then Ozzie Trapillo comes through as well. So
Ruben Hippolyte's first start.
He got a chance. Yeah, he left the game and injured, and then the linebackers that did replace him DeMarco Jackson and Eamon D-Jack?
That's what the coach called him. I laughed at that.
We already got a nickname for a guy that's got one NFL start for the Bears.
Listen.
Practice squatter turned
guy had 15
Sunday
tackles.
hero.
15 tackles.
And the green dot. He wore the green dot.
He wore the green dot.
He called the helmet. He called the plays with the helmet. And then Eamon Ogbongbemiga was everywhere.
Wow, take a bow, Mr. David. That was beautiful.
He was everywhere, and he should take a bow because those linebackers, and we talked about last week, and I know it sounds kind of crazy to consider, but if you are going to lose a layer of your defense,
yes,
you were better off if you had to choose one, the linebacking core, because your job mainly is to clean up, is to make a tackle at the point of attack, and it's much easier. Nothing about playing defense in the NFL is easy, but it's much more manageable, I believe, if you have backup linebackers than if you have backup secondaries where you can get beat deep, your last line of defense, or if you're on the line of scrimmage and you get overwhelmed. So these guys did what they should do, but the plays were there for them to make. They just made them.
Montez Sweat got a game ball. Got a game ball. He had 2 sacks in that game, and now 7.5 for the year. All of a sudden, he's kind of moving up a little bit, and I thought, wow, he's really coming around. He's having a decent year. And then I saw that Myles Garrett is now, I think he's got 18 sacks.
Well, this year there's Myles Garrett and everybody else.
He had 3 in that game. They won that game. So you're kind of like,
And there's like 5 games to go.
Pity they couldn't get him.
For him, I believe.
Yeah. It's like he could break the record.
He likely will, and he's having one of those kind of historic seasons.
Yes, he is.
But Montez Sweat has been, since the bye week, as Ben Johnson said yesterday after the game, Montez Sweat has been a different pass rusher. And so whatever changed, and he talked about it. Yeah, they brought him to the podium, which I thought was a good idea, to give him that kind of platform and to let people hear from him that maybe aren't ordinarily used to hearing from him. He has maybe acclimated to Dennis Allen more, like he alluded to. He has also just gotten in a rhythm, and I think the pass rushers do that as well.
Sure.
But he has gotten back to the point where he's playing at the level that he played at when he came 2 years ago in the trade.
Yeah.
And that's a good sign for the Bears defensive front that needs him to be a multiplier when they're replacing so many people.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. They really needed him to have a good game, and he did. He did well. He got a couple of sacks. I thought it was extraordinary. He had a strip sack. The Bears scored off their takeaways, which was touchdowns off their takeaways, which was a big deal in that game. Mm-hmm. And if you want to include a 4th down stop, they scored on that too. So that was pretty good. But I would say that when you look at the entirety of his game, that strip sack was a huge play in it where he gets the quarterback, he gets the ball out, and Gervon Dexter tries to pick up the ball.
The dancing bear?
The dancing bear tries to pick up the ball. He's going to run it back, which would have been fun.
That would have been fun
to see an attempt.
But he couldn't do it.
But he couldn't pick it up. And then all you see is he is like pounding the air or the ground in such frustration. But behind him, Sweat is recovering the fumble he caused. So it was a huge play. At one point I thought that they got the ball back because I couldn't see Sweat because Dexter was so kind of animated in front of him.
The focus was on the disgust he was showing more than it was the play that Sweat was making.
It was hilarious.
Montez Sweat on that play was getting blocked, and then he made a one arm basically move. It was really an athletic play.
Unbelievable
You
play.
forget just how dominant and athletic and imposing he can be when he is in the kind of run that he's in right now.
Strip sack with the fumble recovery that we didn't get to see. And pretty extraordinary moment in that game. Really a big,
it really
big
was.
moment.
And, just like Caleb Williams in the end zone with T.J. Watt down his throat, Mason Rudolph, it's hard to hold a quarterback too responsible when somebody is coming down and whacking them in the hand and dislodging the ball from their grip. And that's just one of those things that's why these guys get paid what they get paid.
Yes, no question about
Both T.J. Watt and Montez Sweat highly paid to do what they did yesterday.
And who was your guy? Who was the guy that they signed to the practice squad that we talked about last week? You you brought out his name, Patrick Flowers or something. I forget his name. But he was the guy that portrayed Caleb in practice. He apparently did a pretty decent job because
they were ready for it.
Yeah, they were. They weren't over intimidated by the spin move, or and that's he couldn't get away from T.J. Watt on that. The one bad play in the end zone, but it was it made you wonder if
John Rhys Plumlee.
What was his name?
John Rhys Plumlee.
John Rhys.
Arhys Plumlee.
Okay.
And he was a former college running quarterback.
He must have done a good job.
Wide receiver, and he prepared them for
scout team.
The elusiveness of Caleb Williams.
That's a good signing.
And T.J. Watt's prepared for the elusiveness of every quarterback.
Yeah.
And they were ready for Caleb Williams to try to escape and tried to be Houdini, but he could not make T.J. Watt disappear.
No, that's too bad.
No.
But, I mean, it was a great moment for the two brothers, J.J. in the booth, and T.J. Becoming the greatest sacker in Watt family history.
In the family.
And that was really kind of a cute, wonderful moment, and I'm glad that it was just a moment, and it was wonderful to see J.J. cover his brother's loss for the first time in 5 games,
right.
covering that team.
No kidding.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I do know what you mean, because if he had won,
it would have been.
Would have started to.
I would have been upset.
Or not dread, but look at it a little closer. Like, oh, come on, CBS.
Yeah, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Can you keep the brothers separate?
Can you just wait till Thanksgiving for them to talk about how special of a bond they have?
Quit ruining my Sunday with the Watt
get
brothers.
that stuff out of here.
That's right.
But as it was, the way that he handled it, I thought was actually pretty funny.
It was funny.
Didn't have a problem with it, because I also think that J.J. Watt, to me, he is energetic. He was on point. He explained things really clearly and well. And I think he's very good at what he does.
I think he prepares for a broadcast like he used to prepare for a game.
I agree.
He seems like he really has done his homework and he knows what he's saying, and you feel pretty impressed by him up and down the line.
Yeah, and he gave the Bears a lot of credit yesterday that I think they have earned.
Yeah.
Because every week that you win a game like this, and I think more so yesterday, frankly, even without Rodgers, you beat the Steelers, you gain a level of respect that maybe didn't come after previous victories, because the teams that you beat previously weren't winning teams. They didn't have the stature of a Mike Tomlin coach team, and you weren't this late in a season. So here you are, 8-3. You are in first place, and you go back on the field, you win again to stay in first place, and that's impressive.
Yeah, and if there was any advice, it would probably be heartfelt to Mason Rudolph, and it would just be shave.
Yeah.
Get rid of that mustache.
What's his record with the mustache?
I don't know. But it's just a little too.
You know, when a quarterback makes that kind of bad decision with his facial hair, that you got a chance.
Yeah.
He might throw you the ball. He might make another bad decision throughout the course of the game.
He's a throwback guy. He from the 70s. I don't know what
Throw it back.
I don't know what he did for a living, but I have various theories.
Not a good look, right?
I was
not a good look
by the fullness of that mustache. Knock it off.
You were stunned by it?
I'm just joking.
Yeah.
But feel free to shave.
Not a good look. Steelers did not have too much going. I think the passing game that they brought to town, or they used with Mason Rudolph, was more horizontal than vertical. DK Metcalf, you saw the threat that he can be. I thought they ran the ball a little bit better than the Bears would have hoped.
Yeah.
David,
I honestly, on our text exchange with everyone, I said something early on which was like defense non-existent. It felt like there were just pockets of room all over the field, and it felt like they could run it all day, and mercifully they didn't. And mercifully the Bears seemed to improve a little bit at halftime. They came back and played a lot better on defense in the second half. So kudos to Dennis Allen, to all the coaches up there, and to the players for being able to adapt a little bit.
I think that Dennis Allen deserves a lot of credit because of the volume of players that he's had to get ready for action. And you look at the attrition.
Outrageous.
The biggest opponent Sunday wasn't necessarily the Steelers as it was attrition.
Yeah, I agree.
It was a battle that the Bears won, but it was because these guys, on short notice, were prepared for whatever challenge they faced. And I don't know. You'd have to look at it again to know for sure, but you feel like they did not come at Mason Rudolph with as many different types of blitzes as they typically do on a Sunday. They did not maybe try to confuse the quarterback because they did not want to confuse themselves.
The players. Yeah, I agree with you. I when you talk about attrition of schedule, it's a terrible but a very meaningful idea, and it happens. And aren't you a little concerned about Friday's game? I mean, we'll find out as the week goes on who's up and running and who isn't. Can they bring someone back? Is there not enough time? How will that go? But I think there is a genuine concern now that Tremaine Edmonds is put on IR. And, you don't know how long that injury lasts. He's got a groin injury. You don't know the severity of it.
It's at least going to be 4 weeks.
Minimum 4 weeks.
Ben Johnson was asked after the game.
I was told 4 to 6.
Yeah, I think groin injuries are likely 4 to 6 week injuries.
And that could
you also
be
don't know about
to the end of the season.
Yeah, and Tremaine Edmonds is somebody that we don't have a lot of experience in him coming back from an injury.
Right.
He could be a fast healer.
He could be a very fast
He could be
healer.
a slow healer.
And
I think 4 to 6 is conservative.
Fairly young. Yeah.
4 is maybe what they'll be pushing for because it will be something to play for. I believe, though, that Friday, you want to be smart in the way you approach this game.
Yes.
You're playing the defending Super Bowl champion.
Yes.
You're playing a team that's coming off a bad loss to the Cowboys that's going to be focused, one would think. And you're the Bears team that right now you're not conceding anything.
No.
But you also are going to be intelligent about what you're playing for in December.
Well,
and so if you don't want to rush anybody back, if somebody is
you're talking Jalen Johnson and Tyler Gordon, who were both practiced on Thursday, and there was this kind of hint, could they actually play in this game? And they did not. And that's a good idea. You want those guys back for good, not back for
I agree with
20
you,
plays,
but
whatever.
There's a growing belief that they're going to play on Friday.
And I'll tell you what, if they're ready to come back, that would be a huge boost to the Bears, no shadow of a doubt. But as we are talking about, if you don't play them on Friday, you pick up roughly, 10 days, almost 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Before you play the Packers, which would be a nice spot for them back. I'm not saying if they're ready to come back, bring them back. I just don't know how close they are to return.
I believe that too. I believe in the NFL, even though it's hard sometimes, or maybe I should say it's easy to justify taking your time and bringing guys back, especially with the Bears who have brought guys back maybe before they were ready,
yes.
or so it appears. You would be cautious. At the same time, there's an urgency, I think, that's created within Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson. They want to get back on the field.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
And watching this happen without them.
And listen, I understand that impulse and I understand how they feel, but that should have no bearing whatsoever on a medical decision.
That might have been this week.
I hope you're
in
right.
terms of the
I hope
context
you're right.
of the injury return, they might have been ready to go. There was some people in the building that thought that Sunday was the day to bring them back. Yesterday, they were ready, and they thought yesterday was the day to, okay, we'll wait one more week.
Well, they stole a week there because they won the game.
They won.
I don't know if they're going to be able to beat the Eagles
in
Philadelphia the same way that they beat a visiting Pittsburgh team.
I don't know either, but I'll say this again. It's the second Monday in a row we're coming in here and talking about what the Bears didn't have on defense, but what they did in Nashawn Wright, so impressive. That is one guy on this defense that I think deserves as much credit as anybody in that secondary. I know Byard is the glue, and Brisker had the deflection and all the things. Nashawn Wright, though,
let me ask
has
you
been a
question.
revelation.
Did that interception, that looked like a 50-50 ball,
yes.
and he went up with his left hand and pulled the ball in and got his feet in, and that was an incredible moment in the game. That's his 5th interception on the year. He had 1 in his career previously before coming to Chicago, and now he has a co-lead. But I'm wondering, David, do you believe that impacted the Steelers' passing game?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay.
I said that in the press box, and I believe it to be true. That was the first pass that Mason Rudolph threw.
And it felt like they didn't want him throwing any more of those.
Because
and it was
Arthur Smith saw that.
Yes.
And it wasn't a perfectly placed pass that it has to be. I'm sorry that Aaron Rodgers might have put it right where it needed to be. Mason Rudolph could not and did not.
They got shy about throwing the ball, either whatever you want to call it, down the field, up for grabs, whatever way you want to term it.
They were not throwing any more 50-50 balls. Everything was going to be 80-20 because everything became horizontal.
Seemed that way, didn't it?
And it was a dink and dunk Steeler
Yeah.
approach that didn't threaten the Bears in the way that a legitimate downfield passing game would have.
Incredibly impactful interception, in my opinion.
Nahshon Wright has been as valuable as any defensive back they have.
That's saying something.
And he has. Who saw that coming? When we talk about the evidence of coaching, it's not just exactly. Well, Matt, I know you're right. It's not just Ben Johnson we're talking about. It's these guys are showing growth and doing things you didn't think they could do. Every position group has one of those type of guys.
All right, we've got to get to the pick six. We're going to tear apart all the stories of the weekend. And of the game, let's be honest. And we'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh. It's Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Preflight Airport Parking.
Next time you fly out of Chicago O'Hare Airport, park with Preflight off-airport parking. Download the Preflight Parking app or visit preflightparking.com to book affordable garage parking 4 short miles from O'Hare Airport. Before your next flight, park with Preflight.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
For 75 years, one Chicago family has turned moments into heirlooms and clients into family.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of. But when my kids are waiting on great-grandkids, that's the future.
At Rasny Jewelers, that's more than tradition. It's a family promise. And that feeling extends far beyond the showroom because every diamond, every detail is hand-selected by the Rasny family.
It's a diamond that's been hand-picked by my daughter, who's a gemologist, myself. We're going to the source. We're eliminating all the middlemen.
When you come to Rasny to buy an engagement ring, you already know that the quality of the diamond is going to be far superior than anything you can find anywhere else.
Family-owned, Chicago-born, built on 75 years of trust. Rasny Jewelers, where your story becomes part of ours.
And that's what our customers are, part of the family.
Shop suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, or online at rasny.com.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The Bears stay in first place and move to 8-3 after beating the Steelers at Soldier Field. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. First place Bears after a victory over the Steelers at Soldier Field, 31-28. The Bears are 8-3. Caleb Williams had a nice afternoon overall. 3 touchdown passes, 2 of them to DJ Moore. Colston Loveland caught the other one. Kyle Monungai also finding the end zone. Jaquan Brisker tipped the 4th down pass at the end of the game, sealing the win for the Bears over the Steelers, who did not have Aaron Rodgers in this one. Bears-Eagles, Black Friday on Amazon. The kick's at 2. Eagles open up -7, total 44.5. Eagles are going to be not too pleased after blowing a 21-0 lead, falling to the Cowboys Sunday afternoon, 24-21. Sunday Night Football, the Rams run over the Bucs, 34-7. The Lions took care of the Giants, 34-27. The Packers down the Vikings at Lambeau, 23-6. Monday Night Football, Panthers at the 49ers. Tonight on The Score, it's a 6:45 pregame for the Bulls, who will be taking on the Pelicans. Blackhawks 10-8-4, lost a pair since we were last with you. Blanked by the Avalanche last night, 1-0. They skate at home against the Wild on Wednesday. This hour of the show is brought to you by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency, call the Plumbing Pros. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
What is your major takeaway from the Bears' 31-28 victory over the Steelers Sunday at Soldier Field? Can you believe they won despite their assortment of injuries? Do you credit the coaching staff or the players for that one?
Yeah, I think that there's plenty of credit to go around on that one, and I think that players play. So you've got to, players over plays is always the old adage. So you got to really respect what they managed to do, but man, were they coached up pretty solidly. You gotta feel very good about the coaching staff that the Bears have. And we've seen development throughout the year. The key to that game was that the offense put together 31 points. They needed every one of them. I mean, it was pretty extraordinary that they managed to take advantage of different situations with touchdowns. You know, it's nice if you have to settle for field goals. Well, at least they scored. But it is about getting the touchdowns. And on all those big plays, those big moments, they managed to score touchdowns. So that was really essential for that game. I think the coaching staff did a hell of a job, and that is really hard work. And we were talking on the pregame show. Pat and Olin were talking about when those injury news, when that comes down, and how many times they've seen a coach in the hallway being told that somebody is out, and the faces on the coach is like, what? You know, it's got to be horrific to find out. No, you got to start that guy and this guy and that guy, figure it out and figure how they're going to play well. That is really hard work, but I think it goes both ways. I think the players played and they did really good work. There were some great moments in that game for the Bears. There were a couple of bad moments, no shadow of a doubt. There were a few plays you want back. That's every game. But the majority of what they did in terms of taking advantage of everything that happened and scoring touchdowns, that was the key to that win.
I think you put it really well, Mully, as far as the players playing and the coaches coaching. Got to give a tip of the cap, or maybe there was a private game ball that we didn't get to see handed over to Dennis Allen. I mean, from the opening week to that game, are they down at least 6 starters on that side of the ball?
Yes.
And to get those guys ready in that amount of time and get them ready, and then you have another injury and another guy in the linebacking crew steps up. I mean, when did Tyreek Stevenson leave the game yesterday, right?
Second quarter.
Quarter. And all of a sudden, my guy, McLeod, is in there all afternoon trying to defend the pass. So I think Dennis Allen's got to take, and the coaching staff has to take a big attaboy. But at the end of the day, you're right, it is about the players. The major takeaway, though, and this was something we were harping on last week, and we were right to do it, is that instead of, and you brought it up, Mully, instead of settling for field goals, they found the end zone. And to your point, they needed to find the end zone because field goals on half of those touchdowns would not have been enough to capture the 8th win of the season.
Yeah, the biggest takeaway from yesterday, generally speaking, is that coaching matters in the NFL. And you're seeing that big picture-wise at the 8-3 record, and the reality that the Bears are going to have a positive season overall. When you began this year, I think we both had set the bar, Mully and I think Dustin even had higher expectations, but win more than you lose, and you feel very good about the direction of the Chicago Bears. Well, that's the minimum at this point. Now you're talking about playoffs, and that's a reasonable, realistic conversation. Coaching matters, big picture, the way that Ben Johnson has prepared this team week in and week out for every challenge. They are 6-1 in one-score games. That's evidence of great coaching. And then you see the little things. You see the linebackers like Agbagbamiga and DeMarco Jackson, and you see them step forward and make the kind of plays. They had 14 and 15 tackles respectively. You see the secondary down to backups and coming through with big plays. The Bears had starters out that had combined $76.3 million in average annual salary. That's how much they were missing yesterday, and it didn't matter against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Pittsburgh Steelers were without their starting quarterback. That mattered, but the Bears won that game more than the Steelers lost that game. And big picture, because they believed in Ben Johnson's ability to get this team through whatever obstacles are in their way. And that's a good football team right now, sitting at 8-3 in first place of the NFC North.
That's a rhetorical question. Okay. Is it not?
Do you believe the Steelers would have won that game if the guy whose voice you just heard there, Aaron Rodgers, was under center? What did you make of his arrival to Soldier Field, his walk on the sidelines, and flipping off cameras that were following him?
That was classless. It was unprofessional and a terrible look for a Hall of Fame quarterback. No excuse for Aaron Rodgers being that sophomoric and juvenile. Really. And I think he will regret that if he has any kind of regret. But that was a side story, a subplot. Overall, when the Steelers got the ball back with a minute 29 and they were at the 20-yard line and all they needed was a field goal, if you doubted that the Bears should have been happy to see Mason Rudolph all day long, that should have removed any doubt. If Aaron Rodgers were in that situation, minute 29, at the 20-yard line, needing a field goal to tie the game, how many times has he been in that situation before at Soldier Field and succeeded? The sigh of relief could have been a windy breeze off Lake Michigan. Everyone should have been so happy at that point. Yeah, heck yeah. Aaron Rodgers even compromised good and better than Mason Rudolph. Mully's exactly right. After that first interception, they put the restraints on Mason Rudolph. It was a horizontal passing game. He didn't threaten anybody down the field. He didn't really escape the rush. He was being very careful. Dink and doink, paying between the numbers. You missed Aaron Rodgers if you were a Steeler fan, and if you're trying to convince yourself it did make a difference, you're kidding yourself. The Bears benefited from Rodgers not playing. And they'll take that every day because it led to 8-3. And you should be happier about 8-3 than you should be about missing on the nemesis.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're probably right. If he was in that game, they probably lose. As a fan, I still would have loved to have had the opportunity. Even Montez Sweat said he would have liked the opportunity to go against that guy. And probably not the most classy thing to do. I couldn't believe the tweet about it from Dan Graziano, right? I mean, at first you had to look at it multiple times to make sure it wasn't false, right? Like that it wasn't like a burner account on Twitter. Like, really? I still do want to catch a picture. We were talking about this off air. There's been some famous bird flipping, if you will, at Soldier Field. Coach
the coach
makes top of the list. I've got an autographed picture of that in my collection of him walking off Soldier Field, flipping off whoever, the refs or the photographer.
Did you get him to sign that?
I did, yeah.
Wow.
I have a copy
Good
of
for
that.
you.
Yeah. Bigsy put out a really interesting tweet. The quarterbacks that the Bears have played in this 6-game stretch.
Yes.
Not exactly guys that are going to the Hall of Fame, right? Maybe Joe Flacco, the Hall of Fame bank, but not guys that you're going to remember 10 years from now. And that's okay, because you got to beat who's in front of you. Don't let this question and this conversation, Bears fans, not make you enjoy what happened yesterday at Soldier Field.
Yeah, no Joe Burrow, no Lamar Jackson. We know the names who they've avoided, and now no Aaron Rodgers. So it did aid the Bears, whether anyone wants to believe it or not. It was good that Aaron Rodgers didn't play. And I think that, who cares? If that's his last chance to play at Soldier Field and you won't see him again, who cares? Does anyone really care? I get how many people wanted to pay him back and they won the game. They are 8-3. That is unbelievable. You should be very pleased about that. It is a great win for the Bears, and it's not about payback. It's about the new team, the new organization. It's about Ben Johnson and moving forward and all the rest of it. And I thought that, him showing up and flipping off the cameras, the funniest thing about that tweet is that he said something like, Graziano said something like, he only did it with his right hand.
Because the other one was
he was compromised on the left hand. He couldn't flip off anyone. Hilarious.
That's a tough question.
That's a tough question. What did you make of Montez Sweat's 2-sack performance that included a strip sack that he eventually recovered? And now that he leads the team, 7.5 sacks in 11 games, do you believe he'll get a double figure in the final 6 games?
Yeah, he better. I think he should. I think when you get this kind of sack production, get to double figures. That's a bare minimum for a guy with the $100 million contract. So I hope that he does that. And, he played well. That was good. They needed that. They needed that strip sack. They needed him to recover it. So congratulations to him on producing and winning a game ball and being recognized by the team for what he's doing. He's a huge part of it.
I love that he showed up. I kind of thought that was the Montez Sweat game. You like to put like a game on each win, at least I do. That was the Montez Sweat game, and it was about damn time, right? He's been paid handsomely to be here. He's been getting a lot of grief, which he deserved for not getting to the quarterback often enough. But what, is this 5 games in a row with a sack, right? I think five in a row with a sack for Montez Sweat. Let's keep it going.
How many plays did he get?
Let's keep it going.
Remember, we always were looking at whether he had 60% or 45%. Oh, you're not giving. Why is he not?
Yeah, David, I can come up with that for you in just a minute. Give me 1 second. You go ahead and tell me what you thought of Montez Sweat.
I don't need you to look it up for me if that's what you're sort of like hinting at derisively.
I was trying to help.
I appreciate the help. I mean, you're like, David.
As you're flipping through the sheets that I printed for you, okay. Well, if we're going to play that game, then let's just play it all the way
I'm grateful
through.
for the sheets that I brought from Soldier Field, and you had printed out for me as well when I got here.
Wow.
Touche. Okay.
Montez Sweat played 54 snaps. There was a series in the first quarter where the second series of the game for the Steelers, he was on the sideline. And I'm sitting next to Ruthie Polinsky in the press box and Mark Grody, and I was like, why is he on the sideline? Why in the world is Montez Sweat not playing? It's the second series of the game. And I didn't understand it. Now I understand it. I think there's got to be some strategy there. I would love to know and have the Bears explain what they're thinking, because we know how much he makes, because we always talk about Montez Sweat in the context of how highly paid he is and how disappointing he's been. And I wonder if there's a plan in place to where he gets better as the game gets older, and they're wanting to keep him fresh for the second half. Your best edge rusher not being in the game on the second series says either he's hurt or you're planning something for later. And you know what? It was smart, because he is the guy that they need him to be, and he is the multiplier once again. And he has been very good since the bye week. And he talked post-game when they put him at the podium about adjusting to Dennis Allen's scheme, getting some new players together and playing for the first time. And when he said it, it made sense. So the Bears can only hope that he is this guy the rest of the season. And double-digit sacks, that should be a no-brainer when he only has 2.5 to go. He could get that Friday.
These are the questions I cannot answer, right?
That is the voice of Olin Kreutz. He'll be on with Mully and Haugh at 7 o'clock this morning. What's your take on the Bulls weekend, and what did you make of the Vooch's comments to our guy, Casey Johnson, as players celebrated around him?
Vooch, you guys saved your best for last. What changed in that fourth quarter?
We finally started playing, for 3 quarters, whatever. We were very soft, no resistance. Move, man. We gave no resistance. We gave no resistance. We didn't do anything that we talked about. Just play really soft. It was really bad. And then we played a little bit in the fourth. But, obviously we're happy we won, but it's, we can't keep doing this. It's not sustainable. We have to be better.
All right, cue the Queen. Another one bites the dust. Does he have a point about sustainability? Will this blow up in the Bulls' face?
He's got a great point about sustainability. He was the adult in the room. He's 35, and Montez Buzelis is 20 or 21.
Yeah.
And you could see the difference there, because Vooch is talking about a victory they really didn't earn necessarily. They beat a Wizards team. They came back. They were down double digits in the first half, and that was a survival more than it was a victory. And it was coming off a Friday night loss to the Heat. That was just embarrassing. Vooch had the right tone to set. Billy Donovan echoed that when he spoke about it after the game. The Bulls split over the weekend, but they don't feel good about that. I wouldn't, because that was the Wizards. And let's see. Oh, yeah. The Wizards are 1-15. So I think Vooch's tone is what the Bulls need to hear and follow. get serious. Play some defense. It's a sieve. It's like, okay, it's open season in the lane, in the paint, and I think he was right to do what he did. You saw a glimpse into his intensity, and that wasn't just at his locker for people that didn't realize. It was over the PA, on the floor, speaking to fans, and everybody seeing Vooch not having any of the nonsense.
But couldn't you enjoy it a little bit? Like it couldn't in the post. Here's my point, because of what you just said, David. On the court, in front of the fans, on CHN with our guy Casey Johnson, like that's the time to at least enjoy it. Is he correct? Is he accurate? Yes and yes. But like save that for inside the locker. Let it breathe a little bit. Enjoy the game, and then turn the page as you guys are exiting the United Center. That's all I'm saying. Like he could have enjoyed it a little bit more than he did. Is it sustainable? Of course it's not. No, that's not how it works. But this is why the Bulls will be kind of a just above or just under 500 type team. I mean, talk about what happened to them on Friday night. Oh my gosh, they gave up almost 150 again. 143. They had like 5 players. Everybody got hurt or fouled out. So not a great weekend for the Bulls.
Yeah, I loved it from Vooch. I loved it because it was like the Bulls had barely won this game, and Matas is kind of they're behind him. It was Smith was the other guy, right? And they're behind him, and he is deadly serious about what just happened, and they're kind of chanting, and he says, get away from, like, he doesn't want to be in the clown show. He has a serious message to say about the last couple games. And then he, like, come on, be happy. He walked away. He walked away from the interview, and KC had to kind of turn. Yeah. Because
that was a silence.
He didn't want the clown show going on behind him. And that is a guy who's very intense. And I totally disagree with you, Dustin. I think he had the absolute correct feeling. You've been in many games yourself when you were playing sports at a younger age. It doesn't matter if you survive, you're still totally peeved that it came to that against the team you know you're better than. And I completely understood what he was doing, and I thought it was good for everybody. I thought it was setting the right tone, and Billy in the postgame was phenomenal.
He backed him up.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what you have to have happen. You need, as you said, adults in the room, and it's not all fun and games. This is our livelihood, and that's a grown man with children who understands that. And some of the young guys might not, and they might just want to base it all on results. That's not a good way to do it. I thought it was a wonderful moment.
Bulls,
I really enjoyed
Pelicans tonight, 6:45. Do you see what happened with Derek Queen, our guy, last night? Was it last night, Brandon, where Derek Queen stole the ball with the
Derek Queen? Yes, it was Saturday. Derek Queen is just amazing right now.
He's a great player.
It was Saturday night, and they were trying to run out the clock, and he stole the ball and dunked it.
And players get mad about it. He's been playing awesome. He played well against Baby Joker, held his own against, Baby Joker. I mean, he's been phenomenal. He's probably going to be Baby Joker.
That's what they said. Joker even said he's kind of.
So why were you shaking your head, Brandon?
Because the Bulls could have had him, and that upset. We all wanted Derek Queen. We all saw it, and you could just see it already early.
But no, Essengate got in the game Saturday night.
Oh, whoop-de-doo.
3 minutes and 49 seconds.
An amazing bird as a pelican. All right, we've got to take a quick time out. We're going to be right back. We've got a lot to talk about with the Bears and with some college football. We'll get to it next. You're listening to the Pick 6 on 670 The Score.
Come on, be happy, man. The Bears win.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Auto Exchange of Highland Park. The season of Audi sales event is here at Auto Exchange Highland Park, Auto Exchange St. Charles. Shop our huge selection of Audi's best right now and get up to $5,000 off select Audi models. This isn't an event you want to miss. Shop AutoExchange.com.
Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. proud to be the official bank of the Fighting Illini. Member FDIC.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Listen up, Hawk fans. Wednesday, November 26th. That's in a couple days, 7:30 p.m. Hawks take on the Wild, highlighting a key showdown between Frank Nazar and Kaprizov. Wow. Then this Friday, November 28th at 7, it's a division rivalry game against the Predators, sponsored by Modelo. You don't want to miss this one because hockey's better together. Get your tickets and all the details now at blackhawks.com/groups. Enjoy special ticket rates with no additional service fees and more. That's blackhawks.com/groups.
Gulf Mills Chevrolet's ready to rumble, and they've got the deals to do it. They're kicking off with 1.9% financing on new Chevys, and you won't make a payment till next year. Score big with $8,600 off an SRP on new Chevy Silverados, 1500s, 2500s, 3500s. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is dealing on all of them. Prepare to save thousands on job-ready work trucks, dumps, plows, box trucks, cargo, stake beds, service utility vans, and much more are in stock. Job ready and ready to rumble at Chicagoland's work truck leader. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is paying top dollar for trade-ins, trucks, SUVs, workhorses. If it runs, they'll take it. Trade up, gear up, and get to work in a new Chevy truck today. 1.9%, $8,600 off new Silverados, and no payments till next year. Chicagoland's work truck leader on Greenwood and Gulf Road in Niles.
With approved credit on select models, off MSRP on select models, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Gulf Mills Chevrolet's ready to rumble, and they've got the deals to do it. They're kicking off with 1.9% financing on new Chevys, and you won't make a payment till next year. Score big with $8,600 off MSRP on new Chevy Silverados, 1500s, 2500s, 3500s. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is dealing on all of them. Prepare to save thousands on job-ready work trucks, dumps, plows, box trucks, cargo, stake beds, service utility vans, and much more are in stock. Job ready and ready to rumble at Chicagoland's work truck leader. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is paying top dollar for trade-ins, trucks, SUVs, workhorses. If it runs, they'll take it. Trade up, gear up, and get to work in a new Chevy truck today. 1.9%, $8,600 off new Silverados, and no payments till next year. Chicagoland's work truck leader on Greenwood and Gulf Road in Niles.
With approved credit on select models. Off MSRP on select models, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The division-leading Rams, Bears, and Patriots were among Sunday's biggest winners. However, New England faces significant injury concerns. The Ravens have won 5 straight to complete their ascent from worst to first in the AFC North. Patrick Mahomes is now a record 7-0 in overtime as the Chiefs held on versus Indy, and Dallas overcame a 21-0 deficit against Philadelphia. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
The Score Update Studio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
I'm not talking necessarily about a pick 6 or something like that.
That's the voice of Brad Biggs. Biggs time is 8 a.m. this morning on Mully and Haugh. So at 8-3, after another victory in a one-score game, are the Bears really a good team capable of winning a postseason game or a lucky team that's taken advantage of playing one backup quarterback after another and really hasn't beaten a team at its best? Can it be both?
Yeah, I think it can really be both. I know that sounds crazy, but I think that the one-score games are really something that builds confidence, and I think that it does sort of build you up to believe that you are able to do that. And I think we've seen them be able to come from behind and win games, and I think we've seen them be able to hold the team off and win games. Does it really matter if they can beat a team at their best, at its best? Hey, they haven't been at their best, and they've won. So I think that there's something about just this feeling that you can beat anybody that comes into a team as you are going through a season. And you do rely on that, and it does help you win games that are more difficult than they probably should be, or games that you're not in, whatever way you want to term it. You can do extraordinary things with self-belief and with confidence and with prior success. And it's sort of, it creates this sort of background to what you're doing. Would you prefer to be at your best and dominate people, etc.? Yeah, that's the ideal. But you're just starting out. This is a team that's learning how to win. You know, remember what happened last year and how they put together all those games and could not for their lives win at the end of a game. They were in games they just couldn't win, and they didn't know how to win. And I feel like it's turned, and they are a completely different team now. and they're learning how to win, and that is a very valuable lesson. And they, I don't know if I buy this battle-tested cry, but they are kind of battle-tested. They've been in close games, and they've managed to come out of them, and they've managed to survive. You want to see that happen against a good team. You want to see them play a really good team and be able to stand up and hold their own against a really good team. And that could happen for them. We don't know where they're going to end up or how good they might end up being, but I think there's a lot of self-belief with this group.
Listen, they've taken a step. They've taken a gigantic step from last year. Because last year they did the opposite of this. They lost so many one-score games. So they have made a step in the right direction. They are 8-3 right now. I am looking at a playoff bracket right now, courtesy of Yahoo Sports. So if I screw it up, I'm blaming them. The Bears and Packers would play each other in the opening round of the playoffs if it started right now. It'd be Eagles, 49ers, Bears, Packers, and Bucks, Seahawks. That would be the NFC playoff bracket with the Rams having the bye. Okay, they're the number one seed. I mean, can they beat the Packers? TBD, right? We're going to find out. They've got games coming up against them, but they are playing another really good team this week, coming up on Black Friday. The Eagles are, at least record-wise, a good team, but they're penalized, they're sloppy, they forgot how to run the ball. Are they tired? Is the couple-of-year playoff run that they've had finally affecting them? They can't seem to push the ball downfield through the vertical passing game, and it's going to be on the road. So you're going to find out about this Bears. You're going to find out a lot about this Bears team in the next couple of weeks. David, is it right? The Bears have the third toughest 6-game stretch of all teams in the NFL now.
Yeah.
So we're going to find out. We're going to find out quick.
I think we already know a lot about this Bears team. I think it's a well-coached football team. And I believe that, yes, Friday is a different level of test because of the opponent is a defending Super Bowl champion coming off a tough loss in their home building, and they're not going to go down lightly. This is a great challenge for a team that is developing its own identity and learning things, learning how to win games, learning how to persevere, testing its own depth. But both things can be true. They are not as deep as some teams on their schedule. But I also think you got to give them credit for beating teams or just winning games, even though it's against Spencer Rattler, Joe Flacco, Jackson Dart, J.J. McCarthy, Mason Rudolph. I don't think you have to apologize for anything because your own defense was compromised. Yesterday, they were missing $74 million in average annual salary on the defensive side of the ball. So everybody's got injuries in the NFL. That is the nature of the league. You've got to win the close games. The Bears are 6-1 in one-score games. That's coaching. And they also control. If I'm in that locker room today, I'm believing this, and I'm sending this message if I'm Ben Johnson. We control our own destiny here. We play the Eagles. You play the Packers twice. You play the Lions. In the NFC, you control your own destiny. You want to win the division, seize the opportunity. Go out and get it done. And now with 8-3, you're not looking at that as foolish. That's not a fool's errand. That's realistic. I don't know if it's going to happen. I think they have flaws, but they're finding ways to win. The quarterback's playing good enough, and we should all remember this. Caleb Williams was 19 for 35, 200 whatever yards, 3 touchdowns without a pick, and we're talking about how inaccurate he was, which is true, but the standards have been risen, have been elevated, and that's a good thing at Haugh Hall.
This will be a pick six. There's your ball game.
What did you make of Northwestern's bowl-clinching victory over Minnesota at Wrigley? Or did you focus more on Illinois falling to 3-7, Wisconsin on the road? How about Notre Dame hanging to 70 on all those broadcast majors at Syracuse?
How did that happen? How did Notre Dame get so good offensively? It was Syracuse. I think Notre Dame, did they run it up? I'm not sure. I didn't watch it that closely, but they needed that for style points, I guess, matter in the college football playoff. They've been taking a lot of heat about what they aren't and all of that. Jeremiah Love could be a Heisman finalist and nobody would blink. Illinois shocked me. I did not think they'd go into Wisconsin and get beaten that badly. I suppose that's college football, the nature of letdowns. But, yeah, congratulations. Go Cats, David Braun, and the Northwestern Wildcats go into Wrigley Field, finally win, finally break that Wrigley Field jinx or whatever it was. They were 0 for 7, and they win a game against Minnesota. They come back, they get a late field goal, and it was a shootout, and the wind was blowing out at Wrigley apparently, and good for Northwestern. That was probably the most dramatic win of our teams locally, and I don't know, Dustin, I don't think your USC-Oregon game lived up to expectations, but I'll take the Northwestern bowl-clinching victory over the row the boat Minnesota Golden Gophers.
You're right, David. USC, Oregon did not live up to the hype at all. I mean, I don't get the Trojans. I've never really been a fan as a Notre Dame fan. But, not a good game at all. That Northwestern-Minnesota game was absolutely fun to watch. Also, truth be told, we have some fun on the program. Dave and I, a little banter. But David did invite me to go to Wrigley Field on Saturday. I was unable to attend.
Wow.
So thank you, David. And then
boy, all you got to do is, beg a guy all week, and then he'll break down.
I got a text from him, and
he said
David
no.
tried to make it happen, and I couldn't pull the trigger. I was too busy on Saturday, and boy, watching it, I was like, oh gosh, I could be there right now. Notre Dame hanging 70. Also heard that over on our sister station WBBM. There was a pick 6 in that one. There's a block punt. I mean, Notre Dame was up 30 points instantly. Not a great weekend of college football from a viewing standpoint. Hanging around, Illinois looked terrible under the lights. Looked like they forgot how to tackle. But coming up this weekend, wow, look out. Okay, you got games on Friday and Saturday that are going to live up to the hype. You got Michigan hosting Ohio State. You got Texas A&M on Friday night. There is a lot of good football to be had coming up this weekend in college football.
Yeah, I ended up watching a lot more of that Notre Dame game than I planned to, but my brother is out of town, and I wanted to text him a couple things. They scored 35 points in the first quarter of that game. They were up 35-0. I mean, in a quarter. It was ridiculous. It was so insane. I get it. I get the broadcast majors are going to be calling the games. They're not going to be playing in them. Okay, that's very funny. But I think Jeremiah Love in that game did strike the Heisman pose.
Yeah,
at one
I love
point.
that.
Okay. Yeah, I always love that stuff. Jeremiah Love, wait for this. He gained 171 yards and scored 3 touchdowns. Wait for it. Here it comes. On 8 carries.
Oh, boy.
8 carries. It was like, boom, that guy just ran 65 yards for a touch. It was unbelievable. And when you see a team literally run over an opponent, you don't feel like they're really jacking up the score. They're trying to. They literally ran that guy 8 times, and he scored 3 touchdowns. I think he had a 35-yarder, a 48-yarder, and a 65-yarder. It was unbelievable. It was like a man among boys or an athlete among broadcast majors. If that's the way
So you watched that game closely, right?
I watched way too much of that game.
Can you explain, and I didn't have the volume up and I didn't see all of it, but what was Fran Brown, the Syracuse coach, thinking with the starter jacket choice on the sidelines? That was straight from the 90s.
Oh, he actually did very well. He talked to them after. He said that that's what they want. He handled it very well.
Okay.
But I don't know what that was about.
That was.
But hey,
did he lose a bet?
Sometimes
throwback uniforms.
You could probably get a Ouija board and contact a former Raiders owner and ask him why the members only jacket all those years. Sometimes you love a look and you stay with it.
He stayed with the look.
But that was ridiculous. I did not watch much of the Illinois game, and I did watch a little bit of the Cats, and I'm really happy for them. I'm happy that Chicago's Big Ten team made good. So I think it was great, especially to win there after losing there in such heartbreaking
6
fashion.
wins. They've got an opportunity to be 7-5 if they can beat Illinois this week. That'll be tough down in Champaign. That's another big game Saturday. And
I watched Ohio State, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And just because I thought that was a trap spot for them, that I cannot wait for that game. I am so looking forward to.
Are you giving Michigan a chance?
I am. I think it's Michigan's year, and I think that it's always tough to play in the big house, but I think Ohio State's the best team in the country.
We are carrying that game, by the way, here on the Score.
It's going to be so much
the
fun.
coverage starts.
10:30?
10:30 a.m. Saturday.
That's a very important game. It's cutting inside the clubhouse time, so we know that it's very important. Ohio State, Michigan, in the big house.
All right, we got the extra point next. We'll be right back. You're listening to Mully and Haugh on the Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on the Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of the All Access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Ain't he so purty? San Francisco's gunslinger returned with a bang last week, tossing 3 touchdowns in Arizona, facing a Carolina defense bottom 10 in pass EPAD. Look for the quarterback to unleash. I'm riding the over. Brock Purdy, 256.5 pass yards at a -115. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $150 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$150 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun too. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible boardings on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Can you evaluate Caleb Williams' performance? 3 touchdown passes and his 3rd highest passer rating of the season, but a bad fumble for a TD. Is he improving, in your opinion? Was his performance what won the game Sunday?
I think experience always improves young quarterbacks like Caleb Williams. So, yes, he did improve. It wasn't a step backward. It may not have been a giant leap forward, but it was a step in the right direction. Caleb Williams had his 3rd highest passer rating of the season, as the question points out, and there was still a lot of room to grow. There was still a lot of improvement to make. Nobody is denying that, but he did lead a winning offense, and he did have an offense that scored 31 points. If you score 31 points in the NFL, regardless of your numbers as a quarterback, regardless of the method you used to get into the end zone 4 times with a field goal, you're going to win more than you lose. And Caleb Williams is becoming a quarterback that is creating winning habits. And he needs to be more accurate. There's no question about that. He said that after the game. The most interesting thing yesterday about Caleb Williams to me was the body language post-game at the podium when I'm sitting there listening to him talk and seeing him walk in the room, and there wasn't the picture of a triumphant quarterback. It was it was somebody that thought he was satisfied with the victory, but somewhat disappointed in his personal performance. You want him to keep striving to be almost that perfect quarterback. You want him to keep understanding that there's room to grow there. But listen, he's a second-year quarterback who has started now 28 games in a row. Durability matters, showing up matters, and he will learn from that experience, and it's better to learn in a victory than it is in a loss.
Well, I agree with that. It's definitely better when it's a win. It feels a whole lot better. He did throw for 3 TD passes. Mm-hmm. He didn't have to use his legs as much as he did. So I would say he was even. I wanted to say step back. A couple things. We all obviously would agree that was awful what he did when he got sacked and lost the ball. Okay, maybe a safety you could have lived with. Maybe. Okay, maybe. But a touchdown, absolutely not. But just before that, I believe, it was either just before or just after that, he looked like he was trying to avoid contact. He came up a yard short when he could have easily gotten 1 more yard when he ran the ball and gotten a first down. He chose not to. On that double reverse, that trick play, he was kind of leading like a pulling guard. He pulls up. He didn't even want to get in the way of anybody.
Do you think that was the wrong decision in both cases?
Yes and yes. Yes and yes. I think it sends a bad message to the team.
It's your quarterback.
But then
he's not a pulling guard or a fullback.
Well, then you know what? Then he shouldn't have been out there leading it. Okay, he shouldn't have been out there leading it. Why was he?
Remember Jay Cutler?
Why was he out there?
I'll let you finish.
Well, how about when he took the unnecessary hit? And everybody was up in arms over the fact that, brutal play, unnecessary roughness. That's when you should have slid or gotten out of bounds when he took the hit.
I have a history lesson for Dustin, but I want to hear your answer.
Well, I honestly think it's pretty extraordinary that last week it was all this, hey, he takes care of the ball. Listen, say whatever you want about it, but I think the best thing he did was protect the football because he always protects the football. And that's kind of ringing in your ears a little bit because you're kind of going over, well, what exactly happened and how exactly he did take care of the ball, and he does do a great job of that. And then all of a sudden it's like, wow, where's the ball? Wow, how did he lose that ball? It was like the ball hit TJ's knee or it hit his knee as he was being flung. I mean, we have not seen that happen. And the sudden horror of them falling on the ball in the end zone, and they just scored 2 touchdowns in 46 seconds, and you literally thought, Rutrow, this is not their day. They're compromised on defense. What are they going to do? How are they coming back from falling behind in that fashion? And guess what? They came back from falling behind in that fashion. They managed to get a field goal at the end of the half, and then they came out in the second half, and you thought, oh no, Pittsburgh's got the ball, here it comes. And then the defense somehow shut them down, somehow got them 3 and out. That, I thought, was a huge turning point in the game. And then I honestly thought top to bottom, with the exception, obviously, of that one awful play, which doesn't count in your passer rating, I thought he did pretty well. I mean, did he, there was a pass to Luther Burden that just sailed way too high. Yeah, I mean, listen, it was not perfect.
That happens.
And there are times when he throws the ball where you're like, holy God, like he throws a fastball. I mean, his arm talent is unbelievable.
Yeah.
He can really throw the football. And I think that it's really difficult to get away from the fact that they won that game, despite all the injuries and everything else. And I think they won it because the guy did throw 3 touchdown passes. And I don't really have a problem with his game. It was shocking to see him fumble, but these are exceptions rather than the rule. He does take care of the football, and it's a huge point.
Dustin, I stopped wanting my quarterback to be a tough guy in 2011 when Jay Cutler made an interception tackle after he threw a pick, and he broke his thumb, and he was out for the remainder of the season. The Bears were 7-3 and lost 5 straight after that. After that, forget being a tough guy. If you're Caleb Williams, avoid the contact, stay on the field.
All right, we've got Olin Kreutz is going to join us next. We're going to bring in Olin, and we will talk with him next, get his take on everything that happened. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Bears win. They win their 4th in a row after taking down the Steelers at home, staying in first place and improving to an impressive 8-3.
They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through.
Stick around as all of our shows and team of Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they head back on the road to take on the Eagles the day after Thanksgiving. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's David Hoff, FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Because football's better when it's played and you bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So say you pick the Lions and maybe the Chiefs and maybe the Ravens on Thanksgiving Day. Boom, boom, boom. There's your parlay. You can pass the leg and grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/score and get started. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. From kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new and pre-owned models, the latest incentives, and no inflated prices. During the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, Subaru and Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha will donate a combined $325 to the customer's choice of charities with every new Subaru purchased or leased. Take the short drive north to Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Do you own a manufacturing facility? Energy typically represents the largest cost in running your business. Properly insulated systems installed and maintained by trained professionals represents one of the best investments a company can make. In many cases, proper mechanical insulation can provide an annual rate of return of more than 100%. Learn how to pay less in energy costs with proper mechanical insulation. For a list of Illinois regional insulation contractors, visit the Heat and Frost Insulators website at local17insulators.com.
A mix of sun and clouds throughout the day. We'll see a high of 53.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
The Bears stay in first place and move to 8-3 after beating the Steelers at Soldier Field. Keep it here as the score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. 3 touchdown passes from Caleb Williams. 2 of those to DJ Moore helped the Bears beat the Steelers 31-28. The Steelers had a chance late. Jaquan Brisker tipping a 4th down pass at the line, sealing the victory. 31-28 the final. Bears 8-3, good for first place in the NFC North. Short week. They're at the Eagles Friday. It's an Amazon Prime kickoff at 2. Eagles -7, total 44.5. We've got Olin Kreutz next to discuss. Packers took care of the Vikings 23-6. Lions 34-27 over the Giants. Monday Night Football tonight. Panthers at the 49ers. Tonight on The Score, it's the Bulls and the Pelicans. A 6:45 pregame. Blackhawks are 10-8-4. Lost both games since we last were with you. They host the Wild on Wednesday. This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards. And our segment with Olin Kreutz is sponsored by Busey Bank. Building business, growing wealth since 1868.
Olin Kreutz, Score football analyst.
Bias towards offensive line. By that I mean find you an excuse of why an offensive lineman missed the block or why their job is hard.
Chicago Bears legend, 6-time Pro Bowl center.
You talk about one of the greatest leaders I've ever been around. From football to the weight room to life. Now he's in radio and he has the same passion.
Olin Kreutz, every week with Mully and Haugh. He probably doesn't like you, but he loves to talk Bears with Mully and Haugh.
Oh, yes, indeed. Always a joy, like a Christmas morning, talking to the great Olin Kreutz. And we want to make sure we welcome everyone watching online through or on TV through CHSN, the fine folks at the Chicago Sports Network. And we are delighted to welcome in the former perennial Pro Bowl player. He is Olin Kreutz, and he joins us this morning on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Olin, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Sit here, week 12, 8-3. The Bears are already at the win total I had them at, so proving a lot of people, including me, wrong, sitting there in first place in the NFC North, finding a way to win a bunch of football games.
Pretty extraordinary that as you start breaking down the game from yesterday, you also start planning for what's going on Friday. I mean, what a quick week, what a quick turnaround it is. You look at a team like Philadelphia, and you're just like, how in the name of God did they lose to Dallas? They were up 21 to nothing in that game. And I wonder what that means for the future and for the game and who's in and who's out for the Bears. I just think it's such a quick turnaround. I barely have time to say Happy Thanksgiving.
Right, and it's like you're watching the Eagles. They go up big, and you think they're going to blow the Cowboys out, and then all of a sudden they lose, and it's like watching a Rocky movie when Rocky's fighting a Russian in the corner. They're telling Rocky, see, he does bleed, right? And that's what the Bears are believing, man. If the Cowboys can beat them, we beat the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Why not us? And that's been their motto all year, it looks like, right? Why not us? Why not us? Why can't we go win without 7 starters on defense? Why can't we have Gardner Johnson and DeMarco Jackson making plays on a critical 3rd and 2? I was watching that play, 3rd and 2 there late in the game. DeMarco Jackson one-on-one with Gainwell. He makes a tackle there for a 1-yard loss. He's celebrating with C.J. Gardner Johnson. Omen, I won't even try to say his last name, the linebacker for the Bears, runs over. He's celebrating. I'm thinking I didn't have that on my bingo card. Those 3 guys celebrating a play for the Chicago Bears to win a football game there at Soldier Field late in the year to keep them in playoff contention. It has been one hell of a year. And like you're saying now, Mully, quick turnaround to play the world champs, right? A team that just lost the game, obviously. They're without a few players, but so are the Chicago Bears. Who do the Chicago Bears have up this week? Who is playing? Does anybody come back? Really interesting week here for the Chicago Bears as they get ready to go on a national stage and try to prove to everybody they are legit contenders.
The Bears' collection of backups defensively were better than the Steelers' backup at quarterback, and that was obvious late in the game. And I think, Olin, you mentioned a couple of the names that guys that came through. I wonder, with so many new players and a new DeMarco Jackson wearing the green dot, calling defensive signals, and you have secondary kind of guys in and out. If you're Dennis Allen, how did that affect your approach with Mason Rudolph? You have not a young quarterback, he's a veteran backup, but he's a backup that you might be able to confuse, but you don't want to confuse your own players. Did you see a more simplistic approach defensively from Dennis Allen?
He was going in and out, David. I'm sure, as you saw, he was calling simplistic defenses so his team could line up, playing zone coverage, trying to give guys help. But then in critical situations, he'd go to man. And Nashawn Wright, one-on-one with DK Metcalf, another interception for this guy. What a year he's having. We talked about on the postgame show. He showed up in run defense, right? So did C.J. Gardner-Johnson, taking on tackles, fitting runs like he's a linebacker, leaving Nashawn Wright free to make plays. Nashawn Wright even draws a holding call down there. Nick McLeod, I know he had the pass interference before Montez Sweat sack fumble, but still coming up big, making plays. He was, late in the game, they're like 10 yards from field goal range. And I'm wondering, man, I wonder what Dennis Allen's going to do here, right? Because we all know in critical situations, he gets aggressive, right? He starts to bring blitzes. They're playing zone coverage back there, but tight. And Brisker knocks that pass down. I think, they had C.J. Gardner-Johnson pressured Mason Rudolph on one play, hit the running back into his lap. He threw a bad pass to his right. And then we all talked about Brisker's tip. But I tell you what, guys, funny thing about that Brisker tip, I watched it again this morning. Nashawn Wright sitting there for another interception. If he doesn't tip that, it's kind of crazy. I mean, he would have had one more pick. They're just sitting there at 6 yards. He knows, he understands how many yards the Steelers need to get into field goal range. And he figures out that DK Metcalf's going to sit there on a route, but, not for nothing, because Brisker levitates. I think that's the word J.J. Watt used, levitation. He levitated, and he tipped the ball. David, to your point, man, Dennis Allen rolling the dice there, man, at some points in that game with 7 backups, trusting those guys, coaching them up. Credit to Al Harris, right? Credit to the defensive staff over there at the Chicago Bears with all these backups of the guys. So important we hear about, right? OTAs are important. The meetings are important. Off season is important. Camp is important. Guys, some of these guys weren't even there, man. On the field, winning a critical game for the Chicago Bears late in the year. Yep. If Aaron Rodgers there, it does make a difference. But guess what, guys? If 7 of the Bears starters are there, that makes a difference also.
What did you see when you looked at Ozzie Trapillo on tape?
Very efficient. Played a very good game, man. I mean, really put himself in positions not to get beat. Again, we go back to backups, right? This isn't the backup left tackle, guys. This is the third string, right? Braxton Jones is the backup left tackle. Again, credit to Ryan Poles would hit that roster that he put together. Coming in there, guys, really contributing, making plays. Ozzie Trapillo took a lot of heat right after can't play left tackle. We're going to move him behind Darnell Wright. We'll move Theo Benedict over there. Braxton Jones. Oh, why did you draft another right tackle? Well, guess who's playing left tackle against Nick Herbig, Highsmith, and T.J. Watt? Ozzie Trapillo. And he's doing a nice job out there, putting himself in position to make plays. Very efficient, doing his job, doing the things that need to be done there at left tackle to help Chicago Bears win the football game.
How did you evaluate Caleb Williams, who threw 3 touchdowns? We know the numbers, the passer rating over 100, and yet he looked post-game like a guy who expected more.
Yeah, and I think he does expect more. I think he thinks he expects to be great. And I tell you what, with the arm talent he shows, like on DJ Moore's touchdown pass or the touchdown pass to Colston Loveland down there on 3rd and 5, those are really good footballs, man. Those are what Caleb is capable of, and or making a guy miss late in the game, making a blitz miss that I think the O-line didn't pick up there on 3rd and 6 on their last drive before the Steelers moved the ball down the field, spinning out, running and throwing the ball away, doing little things that you can tell when he throws the ball. I text somebody last night who knows quarterbacks, and I said, how many guys do you think has Caleb Williams' arm talent, right? Arm talent in the NFL. And he said, maybe only Patrick Mahomes, right? That's the kind of talent that Caleb Williams has out there. But like you guys know, the sack fumble, you were worried if that was coming with all the spinning out he was doing. Like him to know where he is on the field, right? Don't take that sack fumble. I think it was like 5 seconds. So Darnell Wright does an okay job there on T.J. Watt, right? There's the delay of game late in the game. And then, guys, there's what we talked about. They talked about last week. We didn't talk about. He went up on the podium and talked about the killer instinct, putting games away, right? And the Bears go up 31-21 on the Monungai's run after the Montez Sweat sack fumble where he beats Darnell Washington around the edge there. We want them to put the game away there. And the defense gives up a 17-play drive for a touchdown, and the Chicago Bears offense goes out 3 and out twice. So I'm sure, David, when he's not feeling good, he talked about it last week. We got to put these games away. Don't give the backup quarterback a chance to move them 9 yards away from field goal range. I'm sure those are the things that Chicago Bears, illegal formations, can't get lined up, delay of games, not putting this football team away that didn't have their Hall of Fame quarterback. Your defense gave you the chance there, right? Stop them once, forced Tomlin to punt with 2 minutes left, gave you the ball back. They want to put the game away. Obviously, Monungai does slip on one of those plays. I thought T.J. Watt did a nice job pointing out there was a hole there. The Soldier Field got him. He slipped there, but, there was a drive before that. They don't get the first down. They don't get a first down again. Kept giving the Steelers the ball back. Obviously, the defense, with all their backups, stands up for the Chicago Bears and ends that football game. But if you're asking me why I thought maybe he was frustrated at the podium at the end of the game, I'm thinking those are the reasons.
This segment with Olin Kreutz is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency, call the plumbing professionals, available 24/7 at 1-833 Plum 911. I had this wild thought as I was driving in. Maybe
not you.
No, me. Every once in a while they come to me. But I wondered, maybe this quick turnaround is a good thing because Vic Fangio doesn't have enough time to prepare for Ben Johnson. Is there enough time? Listen, these guys are professional coaches. They know what they're looking at before they see it. But with a guy like Vic, how do you prepare for what Ben Johnson calls and what, as you talked about, the arm talent of Caleb?
Vic Fangio versus Ben Johnson should be on pay-per-view, right? We should all be paying for this matchup. This is going to be awesome, man. These are two heavyweights. Ben Johnson, guys, came out in the third quarter. I don't think the Bears threw a pass. But the plays he came out with, the way he set up his offense, he went 12 personnel. He was challenging Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin, the defense corners for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Ben Johnson was so far ahead of them for that third quarter. The adjustments he made in the pass game, the way he wanted to attack the Steelers defense, they're doing a nice job stopping the run. Just the play calling was so fun to watch this morning from a former player's standpoint, watching Ben Johnson outcoach the Pittsburgh Steelers for most of the third and fourth quarter. They're moving his offense up and down the field, calling certain plays, getting the matchups that he wanted. Obviously, we know about Fangio and, Mully, not to rain on your parade, but if you don't think Fangio is ready, you don't know Vic Fangio. That guy is he's like Yoda up there in the booth, right? Calling plays, putting his guys in position. We know that the defensive lineman they traded for the guy from the Miami Dolphins. They got Jalen Carter in the middle. They got got guys, man, all over that defense.
Who's that guy? I don't think we know him here.
Right. It'll be a good fun matchup, right? Ryan Poles obviously had a good day yesterday, right? And he should. Tip of the cap to him with the guys he drafted and the guys he brought and put that team together, and they found a way to win a football game. And obviously the coach I just mentioned is the guy he hired. But keep it going here. Big matchup. We're all wondering if the Chicago Bears are real. If you go on the national spotlight, you go on the national stage, there's a lot of reasons, right, that people will say this team is a fraud, this team isn't good. For us guys who watch the film, we think they're pretty damn good. We think they got some good football players who make some good plays, and they say, well, you're only beating backup quarterbacks. And you guys talked about Brad Biggs and the tweet he put out and all these things going on. But that's a great thing about the NFL. You get a chance eventually to show if you're real or not. And if you're a Chicago Bears fan, or if you're an analyst like me, or you're a former player, or you're like you guys who do the morning show, how can you not be excited about this matchup after you gained 8 pounds on Thanksgiving Day?
Olin, I had the same kind of reaction to watching Ben Johnson call plays. I thought it was really textbook and very intelligent in the way that he kind of went about it. At the same time, I didn't realize, and I wondered if you did, throughout the course of that game, the Bears called 18 straight passes.
Yeah.
18 straight passes, and you didn't even feel like, wow, this is out of whack. Wow, this is different. I may be in the midst of it, you did, but can you appreciate a game plan when you call 18 straight passes?
And you know me, and it's a great question for a guy like me because I'm watching and thinking, run the damn ball, right? Like get the guys going downhill, but also the respect you have for the play caller, who is the head coach. You know what kind of play caller he is. You know what he's seen things. He came out to a 12 personnel, which for the listeners is 2 tight ends. Most listeners know that nowadays, but he went empty formation. I think you guys know this play. On the first play, he hit Roma Dunze for a pretty big game. Put Herbig and Watt in coverage, right? Because they were playing regular against the Bears regular, which is regular just 2 tight ends or fullback, and putting the big guys in coverage and attacking them that way. And you saw Nick Herbig from Honolulu, Hawaii, St. Louis High School in Honolulu, Hawaii, just to mention there.
A lot of great players
like,
out of there.
Almost like 2 palms up, looking at the defenders like, what the hell do you want me to do? Guard Roma Dunze in the slot, right? But those are the things that Ben Johnson sets up. And like you're talking about, David, I'm like, man, I'd like to see 1 or 2 runs from Monangai and Swift, but the trust in the quarterback coach. And, man, you guys remember after the penalty, he hits Luther Burden for the screen to Swift after another penalty, really just calling plays, matching up, doing a nice job. He did the same thing last week on a 3rd and 13 versus Minnesota Vikings, where he hit Burden for another screen, right? The wide receiver there screen. So really, really good job. Really good matchup. Really fun to watch. The Bears coach match wits with the other defense coordinator. And like Mully talked about this week, the pay-per-view event right? There should be they should be on billboards. And Vic Fangio versus Ben Johnson this week. Get that film, study it if you're a young coach. Two really good guys going against each other.
I'm curious about what Dennis Allen did different to open the second half. It was like the Bears weren't going to be able to stop that team, and all of a sudden they started stopping them in the second half of that game.
Yeah, I think they went in and just talked about the things the Steelers are trying to do to beat them, right? Like, look, we called this coverage, but make Mason Rudolph throw that 50-50 ball down the sideline, make it hard on him, right? They try to hit Roman Wilson, another St. Louis high school product in Honolulu, Hawaii. They tried to hit Roman Wilson down the sideline, right, on 50-50 balls. Nashawn Wright, I was worried about DK Metcalf, Mully. You remember I talked about it going into the game, right?
Yeah.
But Nashawn Wright matched up really well with him. I think they just talked about when inside the defensive staff just talked about, look, here's what they're doing. Here's what to expect. Here's how we'll play what we're calling it. Because they didn't call a lot of different defenses that they called in the first half, but they played it better. Right. And here's the run they're trying to attack us with. And it's really interesting to watch the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're not a real physical middle run football team. It's on the edges, throw the things out. And early on, they were hurting. The Bears were hurting themselves with missed tackles and getting from sideline to sideline and trying to stop the play. You guys remember DK Metcalf's touchdown, quick swing to the side, really tested the linebacker's ability to run side to side and make tackles. And they weren't doing that earlier, but I just think they went in the locker room and talked about what the Steelers are trying to do, how the Steelers are attacking them, really define for their players. Here's how I want you to play this defense, this coverage, how we want you to line up. Here's what we expect for them out of this personnel. Here's the plays they're running, just breaking it down for the young guys and all the backups they got in there. And they came out there and they executed, man. And it was really fun to watch out there. I talked about how I was going through my roster, and not only on defense, but also on special teams. Like, who is that guy making that play? And really felt like sometimes like a preseason game, trying to figure out who guys out there running around doing things. Austin Booker, right? Dominique Robinson, Deo is out. These guys are rushing the passer. I thought it was a mistake not to suit up Jonathan Ford, but the Bears continue to prove guys like me wrong this year and execute and win football games.
Olin, the perception will be that the Eagles lost to the Cowboys, so they're going to have heightened focus, and they're going to be ticked off, and it's a bad time to play the defending Super Bowl champions. Is that the reality when a team is coming off a loss, that they do have that kind of sharpened approach and edge to them, and should the Bears fear that?
Quite simply, yes. The world champ does. They don't like losing football games there in Philadelphia. And obviously, when you lose a game, everyone, sometimes it resets a team, gets them to focus in, gets you to realize what your real problems are. Like, a lot of times we talk about, we hear from former Bears coaches talking about what they think their problems are, and you're like, yeah, that's not your problems. But Philadelphia Eagles, now they've lost a game to the Dallas Cowboys after going up big, right? And okay, now we got to reset here, guys. We got to get our focus back in. Got to worry about the details and walk through. Make sure we're paying attention in meetings. The leaders there that that they have, they don't do all that winning because they don't have leaders in their locker room. They don't have good football coaches. Refocusing them in, get them into Mully's point, though, they only have a short week. But, the simple answer to your question, David, is yeah, it does refocus an older team that's used to winning. They don't like to lose. They want to get back going on the right track. They know they're going to be on national television. Everyone's been talking about their struggles on offense. Why can't they move the ball? Why aren't the Eagles as good as the Eagles are? By the way, they're still leading the division. By the way, they're still a good football team. But yes, first thought I had, it's funny you bring that up. The first thought I had when they lost that game last night was, damn it.
Right.
I think we all felt that way. It was disbelief. Thank you, Olin.
Thanks,
Great
Olin.
stuff as
Good
always.
stuff.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yep.
That is Olin Kreutz. Fantastic. Great to talk to Olin, and he will be on the broadcast Friday with Mark Grody and Big
Great
Cat.
show. Great pregame
No
show.
question.
Got a question. We've got a lot of questions, but people's reactions, 312-644-6767. Did the Steelers concede early?
It's a good question. We'll answer it for you next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Coming up at 10 with Rahimi Harris and Grody, we share our reaction to Bears Steelers on a football Monday. Score analyst James Big Cat Williams will break down the game at 12:25. Plus, the Athletics' Dan Wiederer shares his take on everything that went down at Soldier Field at 1.
Rahimi Harris and Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. They say defense wins championships, and that's true for your retirement plan, too. Inflation, taxes, and market volatility are like an aggressive pass rush. And if you're not prepared, you'll get sacked. Trajan Wealth builds your financial defense first, protecting what you've worked so hard for while designing an offensive strategy to grow your wealth responsibly. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors don't push products. They design custom plans that align with your risk tolerance, your goals, and your timeline. And as a veteran-led firm, CEO Jeff Jr. knows what it takes to achieve true financial independence. Don't wait. Call Trajan Wealth today at 630-320-2100. Again, 630-320-2100. Or visit TRAJANWealth.com. That's TRAJANWealth.com. One more time, TRAJANWealth.com. Strong defense, smart offense. That's the Trajan Wealth game plan. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Black Friday prices and thousands in exclusive rebate savings are in effect now at Grand Appliance on top brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Maytag, and more. Visit grandappliance.com or your local Grand showroom for the details. That's Grand Appliance, appliance expert since 1930.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Gulf Mills Chevrolet is ready to rumble, and they've got the deals to do it. They're kicking off with 1.9% financing on new Chevys, and you won't make a payment till next year. Score big with $8,600 off MSRP on new Chevy Silverados, 1500s, 2500s, 3500s. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is dealing on all of them. Prepare to save thousands on job-ready work trucks, dumps, plows, box trucks, cargo, stake beds, service utility vans, and much more are in stock. Job-ready and ready to rumble at Chicagoland's work truck leader. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is paying top dollar for trade-ins, trucks, SUVs, workhorses. If it runs, they'll take it. Trade up, gear up, and get to work in a new Chevy truck today. 1.9%, $8,600 off new Silverados, and no payments till next year. Chicagoland's work truck leader on Greenwood and Gulf Road in Niles.
With approved credit on select models, off MSRP on select models, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Oh, what a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
At Busey Bank, we build meaningful financial partnerships with our clients that span generations. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Shedeur Sanders became the first Cleveland quarterback to win his NFL starting debut since Eric Zeier did it back in 1995 under then head coach Bill Belichick. Afterwards, Sanders said, "A lot of people want to see me fail, and it ain't going to happen." It didn't happen yesterday, mainly because his defensive teammates sacked Vegas's Geno Smith 10 times. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Remy Martin VSOP wants to get you into one of 670 The Score's exclusive Football After Dark events. Look for the Remy Martin display at your local retailer and scan the code to enter for your chance to win a pair of passes to Football After Dark on December 2nd with Nashawn Wright or December 16th with Noah Sewell. Details at 670thescore.com. All brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume. Imported by Remy Martin Contro, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
It's the season to come together over your holiday favorites at Starbucks. Warm up with a creamy caramel brulee latte. Get festive with an iced gingerbread chai. Or share a velvety peppermint mocha. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
Rodgers wasn't going to play. What's the message to the team 2 hours before?
Nothing. We just keep playing. Yep. Doesn't matter who's out there.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. You, of course, are listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. And we should let you know that the Score is out and about. And if you are interested this Friday, and you should be, the Score will be at The Wall in Gurnee. That is 6144 West Grand Avenue. Olin Kreutz, James Big Cat Williams, and Mark Grody will host the pregame show there from 11 to 2, and then they'll have immediate reaction after the game on the postgame show after Chicago takes on Philadelphia the day after Thanksgiving. It's all happening at The Wall in Gurnee starting at 11 a.m. this Friday.
It's going to be a great opportunity for look ahead at the Eagles game. So, Mully, I think that there are a couple of decisions that were made that bear further examination. I'm wondering how they factored in. One is big picture, and we'll talk about the decision to sit Aaron Rodgers and what went into that.
Okay. In
game, though, while we were talking to Olin, it crossed my mind because we talked about the 18 straight passes by the Bears.
Yes.
And he mentioned, and we both kind of commonly agreed, Ben Johnson out-coached Mike Tomlin, which is, think about that for a moment.
Pretty good.
The Steelers have the ball. I know it's 4th and 9. There's 2 minutes and 1 second left.
Mm-hmm.
They're at their own 23-yard line, but they're down in a game.
Yes.
They choose to punt.
Yes.
They have all the timeouts. I get it. They choose to punt. Was that the right decision in retrospect? It didn't work out, but did you understand it at the time? Did you wonder at the time if they would go for it? Because I think a lot of offensive coordinators, a lot of head coaches would have gone for it there.
Yeah, but I think that would have ended the game. That would have put the whole game on one play. I thought about it as it was happening, and I thought, they probably believe they can get the ball back and they would have another opportunity.
They did.
And they did.
They did.
But if they had chosen to go for it there, that was then the play
That's
of
true.
the game.
I understand that. I guess I'm acknowledging that in real time, I thought they should have gone for it.
See, I thought, where was the ball at again?
It was 23.
You're giving up a field goal. I mean, you're ending the game, kind of. You're
ending the game.
I just think that it is. If you talk to enough football coaches over the years, everyone says the same thing, which is extend the game.
As long as you can. Now, that leads to the second big picture question. Would that decision have been different? Would a lot of decisions throughout the day have been different had Aaron Rodgers been the quarterback for the Steelers? And what went into their thinking in deciding on Saturday, as it turns out, not to play him against the Bears, Bears team that's going to have, they knew were going to be compromised defensively?
Listen, Aaron Rodgers shows up at the game and he walks the perimeter, and we know that he flipped off the camera. By that point, everybody knew that the Bears were going to have 3 linebackers out. Everybody knew that their defense was going to be compromised.
3 linebackers, 2 defensive backs.
And we should mention this. Our guy, Big Z, just being the news hound that he is, I find this really amusing. On Saturday morning, Brad started going through online all of the Bears roster and all this. Why would you do something like that if you were a beat writer covering the game? He was just going through it, thinking about different players, and he finds that that the linebacker Tremaine Edmunds is listed on injured reserve.
His photo was listed under a category of injured reserve.
So he took a photo of it.
Yes, he did.
So we have it, and he tweeted it out.
Yes, he did.
We'll find out at 3 o'clock. Well, guess what? At 3 o'clock, that is exactly what happened. And I feel so bad for whoever is working there that is trying to get ahead and trying to put something out.
That's exactly what happened.
But then
you described
Big Z
it
is
perfectly.
there hunting it down.
Big Z is online for whatever reason, looking through the roster. I'm sitting in right where you're sitting right now,
doing
inside the clubhouse.
Yes.
I get a text from Brad Biggs, and he shows me the fact that this is happening, and then he tweets out the photo, and we have the breaking news that Tremaine Edmunds is placed on injured reserve, or the Bears plan to do that. Now, we're talking about a difference of 5 hours, and you used the right word. It was amusing. Did it really break any? It broke the news before they wanted it out there.
It underscores how hard Big Z works. It really does.
No doubt about it.
And it's a great little piece of information.
It's amusing. It's very funny.
But the point is, at 3 o'clock on Saturday, if the Steelers weren't following Big Z, they found out that piece of information. And it made me wonder if they felt they didn't have to, and I'm going to use the term rush, Aaron Rodgers back. They talked, was it all gamesmanship all week that he wasn't really going to play, but he was pretending like he was going to play? Or did they look at the Bears and go through their guys that are in and out and realize, okay, they're not going to start their secondary. Those guys aren't back. Okay, they're down all 3 starting linebackers, and they're going to have. Did they feel that they could win the game without putting Rodgers
the Bears
at
with
risk?
Mason Rudolph? Well, that's possible.
And I'm not saying that's the decision they made.
I think you could also ask the question and not be wrong if you wondered if they waited until the last possible moment so not to create a distraction around their own team because Aaron Rodgers wanted to play so badly.
Right.
It might have been a difficult reality and awkward for everybody to know that he wasn't, because they string it along as long as they can to keep the focus on the possibility, to keep everybody's focus in the right direction, because they know how sensitive he is to getting information he doesn't like.
And he flipped off those cameras because they were looking at him, and maybe he wasn't too happy, and maybe who knows. But it seemed like an overreaction for a guy. But then he's Aaron Rodgers. He does weird stuff. He's inoculated for criticism, by the way, so you can't hurt him.
He's immune to that kind of behavior?
He's inoculated.
Yeah, okay. Whatever. But the decision to not play him, I do think, was probably big picture for the Steelers, because they did not want to risk further injury to a guy who, as we saw yesterday, they are a different team without.
Yeah.
They just are.
They are.
And the Bears took advantage of that. They don't have to apologize for anything. They're 8-3. They'll say thank you very much, Mason Rudolph, who is the latest in a long line of undistinguished quarterbacks the Bears have beaten.
And I mean, listen, we looked at the schedule at the beginning of the year, and they were going to have to go through this quarterback row. They were going to have to somehow deal
Lamar,
with
Burrow.
I mean, incredible.
Rodgers.
And they somehow avoided all of that, and it's
Darnold. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I mean,
they got rid of him.
They got JJ. He's legitimately their starting quarterback, but they did lose again yesterday. So I don't know, man.
Not looking so good.
I don't know that decision was made for that reason, but I think that if it was, then it's foolish on their part to feel that they can be semi-compromised and beat the Bears, because the Bears have managed to beat all these teams. They managed to win these games, all but Tyler Huntley. They've beaten
exactly, and Tyler Huntley, led that victory, and the Ravens really haven't lost since. They haven't lost since they're on a winning streak now.
He's doing one of those backup commercials. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's great. I love that. Yeah. I love those commercials. They're hilarious.
I know, but I feel bad that Mitch Trubisky is like his career now is jumping in and going through a drive-thru.
He's paid well to read lines. Let me ask you one more game question before we get back to the phone lines, okay?
Yeah.
Because I wondered, speaking of fourth downs, earlier series, just before the one I asked you about where the Steelers decided to punt with 2 minutes and 1 second, the Bears had the ball 4th and 2 at their own 40. Now they're protecting a 31-28 lead. It's Ben Johnson, Mr. Fourth Down, Mr. Aggressiveness, decides to punt, and you think that, well, okay, that's acceptable. But did you think for any moment there that the Bears might be going for it? 4th and 2 at the 40.
I mean, again, I think that the problem is they're only up 3 points, and they've got this punter they drafted in the 4th round. It ended up being a touchback, I believe. But they probably thought that they could put them in some difficult field position.
Well, they did. They put them at the 11, and that's the point. That was the one down to the 11. Okay. Now, the other punt. Now, the other punt you're talking about was with 1:36 left, which I could not believe it was not a coffin corner.
Yeah.
Torrey Taylor in the end zone.
I thought for sure that would be a better punt, but nonetheless.
Your guy.
Yeah, my guy. I wanted him. I wanted them to get him. I admit.
I know, but
I mean,
coffin corner, please.
Who is also my guy? If you think about the draft and who they avoided drafting, who just won a championship.
Who are you claiming now? Who are you claiming?
Who just won a championship? Huh? Didn't I want him drafted?
Jalen Carter?
I think that's the name.
This is your way to celebrate Jalen Carter?
No, I'm not bringing it up.
Mully, thankful for Jalen Carter. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Don't accuse me for look at this idiot wanted a punter. They needed a punter is what I said, and that guy seemed like a really special punter.
I know. I brought that on. I said he was your guy. I'm sorry.
I know.
He's had a good career. He had a good day, except for that one. He should have. The touchback was not what they needed.
What did you think of the unicorn yesterday? What did you think Darnell Wright had a particularly good game?
No.
I thought there were a couple of
no. It was not unicornish. No, because the unicorn got beat on the biggest play of the day and the worst play of Caleb Williams' career.
Hey, I call him the unicorn for a reason.
The reason yesterday was not applicable because T.J. Watt beat Darnell Wright.
Yes.
Now, it's a tough job.
He's a good player.
One-on-one
I got
at that spot in the field is not something I would have recommended either.
But at that spot on the field, you better make sure you're blocking the hell out of a guy.
Yes, and he didn't. And T.J. Watt turned Darnell Wright, unicorn, into a turnstile.
Yeah.
Unicorn became turnstile.
For play.
The Bears gave up a touchdown in the end zone that Caleb Williams should never have tried to extend the play. It was the worst decision he's probably made this year.
14 points in 46 seconds. You lose games like that.
They didn't lose it.
No.
Because Mason Rudolph was there to help.
See? There you go.
Sorry.
Yeah. Take a bow, Mr. David.
I'm just saying.
You were calling for him to play.
I'm not taking any bows.
They said, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Tomlin said in the postgame that David said we should play him.
No, I didn't mean it that way.
All right. 312-644-6767. Let's get to our guy, John. John's in Joliet. Hey, buddy. How are you?
Good morning, Mully and Haugh. Let me just say this. David, you were absolutely right. You were absolutely right. Victory was more important than beating Aaron Rodgers. But to know the fact that he was in that stadium, 62,500 just letting them hear it, and watching our Chicago Bears beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, I'll take that as a Bears fan. But nothing more gratifying than having Aaron Rodgers flip me off because of a poster I had up in the air of him. And if you want to see it, it's on TikTok and Instagram, JMAZ 1962. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, and let's go, baby. Let's beat Philadelphia.
Did he flip you off then, John? Yeah. He waved that bird.
I was standing by the tunnel where they were coming off the field, and I'm yelling, "You're a bum!" This and that, and he seen the picture, and he threw it up in the air, probably at all of us, but I'll take it. I'll take a middle finger from Aaron Rodgers.
That's nice. Did he use his left hand? Just out of curiosity.
No, he was holding up his right hand with his elbow.
Okay.
It was a right-handed flip-off. A little
You're the
more
best,
authoritative.
John.
Thanks, John.
John apparently went there with a picture of Aaron Rodgers in a wheelchair.
Uh-huh.
He was making like an old man, or that's what they were going to do to him joke, and Aaron responded with a little special signal he gives only to camera people.
We're number one.
Well, that's not quite it.
No, okay.
We'll be right back with your calls, Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Bears win. They win their fourth in a row after taking down the Steelers at home, staying in first place and improving to an impressive 8-3.
They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through.
Stick around as all of our shows and team of Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they head back on the road to take on the Eagles the day after Thanksgiving. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, Chicago, it's time to get your turkey. Visit Wild Fork Foods for the best turkey selection at great prices. Wild Fork has 15 turkey varieties to choose from. All levels, it's for all levels of cooks, whether you're looking for butter balls or all natural or organic, they have the bird for you. Raw, pre-cooked, cook in a bag, also options. Stop into Wild Fork. Make your Thanksgiving easy. Are you not a fan of turkey? Well, no problem. Wild Fork has plenty of beef, pork, lamb, and all the seafood options. Get what you want on your first stop at Wild Fork Foods or have it delivered.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
Getting engaged soon? Well, engagement ring shopping is harder and riskier than ever before. Diamond shape, diamond size, ring style, even the cut of a diamond can impact its value by 40 or 50%. So if you're not careful, you can really overpay. Listen, make it easy on yourself. Go to Rasny Jewelers. They'll teach you how to not make a mistake. These are the diamond experts for Chicagoland locations. Rasny Jewelers is family-owned. They're not another corporate chain. At Rasny, they respect you, they respect your budget, and they offer the personalized service that you deserve. They've been serving Chicagoland for 75 years. They know how to make the process stress-free. Their diamonds are the best out there, cut to perfection for maximum brilliance and symmetry, hand-picked with no middleman markups. The diamonds they reject are the ones you see online or at big chains claiming rock-bottom prices. A Rasny diamond is one she will be proud to wear, and you'll love the engagement ring settings at Rasny, both trendy and classic. So before you try and buy a diamond online or go to one of those corporate chains, visit any Rasny Jewelers location. Let them teach you how to buy smart. Rasny Jewelers in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and on Chicago's Gold Coast, online at rasny.com.
Getting health insurance that fits your budget isn't easy.
At Get Covered Illinois, we are here to help.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
A place where health insurers compete for your business. A website where you can compare multiple health plans and pricing in one place.
And where you can connect to financial help and free in-person assistance.
Because you deserve insurance. GetCoveredIllinois.gov. We're here to help.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Feast your eyes on great buy one, get one free buys during Jewel Osco's huge sale. Get everything from selected Oscar Mayer bacon and Jewel eggs to Starbucks coffee, Land O'Lakes butter, Fannie Mae candy, bakery pies, and so much more.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
It's time for the Chevy Drives Chicago Bears Rundown. Week 12, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, and the Bears were back at Soldier Field to take on Pittsburgh. The Bears struck first with a first quarter 5-yard TD strike to DJ Moore. But in the second quarter, Caleb Williams fumbled while being sacked in his own end zone, giving Pittsburgh an easy 7 points. By the end of the first half, it was a 21-17 Pittsburgh lead. In the second half, the Bears defense hung on after Caleb puts up 2 more TDs to give the Bears a 3-point lead. With 4th and 6 and time running out, Jaquan Brisker tips a Rudolph pass to turn the ball over on downs. Bears win 31-28. On the road or off-road, Chevy Silverado is built for tough performance. Now, during Chevy Red Tag, get 0% APR financing on a 26 Chevy Silverado 1500 pickup. Go to Chevy Drives Chicago for details. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Hey, it's Coach Wanstead. You know I love to win, and that's why I love Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. This place is a total package. A gaming floor with your favorite slots and table games, luxurious hotel rooms, and incredible restaurants. My go-to is the Copper Rock Steakhouse. Everyone is treated first class. Whether you want a weekend of gaming and entertainment or nonstop sports at the Sportsbook Bar, there's something for everyone to enjoy. Head to Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Like I said, the history here hasn't necessarily been that. Ben preaches us fighting in those close games, and it's just not the same old Bears.
Montez said it's not the same old Bears right now.
Yep.
Do you feel the idea of kind of turning the tide here?
Yeah, I mean, we're an 8-3 team in the National Football League, and so we feel good where we're at, but we do got to get better. And I would say, we don't feel like we're the same old Bears. We pull through for each other when it matters most, and so we got to keep getting better. Like I said, it starts with me on my side, and then we'll keep growing from there.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score. That, of course, the voices there of Montez Sweat, not the same old Bears, and Caleb Williams, not the same old Bears. Certainly a year makes a huge difference. Instead of losing 10 in a row, they're now 8-3. They have managed to win 8 of 9 games at this point. They have managed to do very well, 5 of 6. And everyone wants to talk about who are they playing, who are the quarterbacks they're playing. Who cares?
That's
who
fine.
They're playing,
I think
right?
everyone can pick their spots and understandably have a little bit of skepticism about the quality of the Bears' victory. But you've got to back up and remember, first year of Ben Johnson's regime, what were you hoping to do? You were hoping to turn things around. Finish the season with the arrow pointing up. The Bears have 8 victories. They're 1 victory away from what we both predicted them to be, 9-8.
Yeah.
And they are within 2 of the magical 10 threshold where you feel like you can win 10 games, you're in the playoffs. So here they are, ready to play the Eagles. And this is not the matchup that I think a lot of people envisioned. This is not going to be the maybe walkover that people thought the Eagles were facing on Black Friday.
They're favored by 7.
That shows you the kind of
the
doubt
fine
that
folks
still exists
in Las Vegas have looked at the Bears and who they've beaten. And again,
why do you think that is?
Because
what's the biggest reason
I'll tell
why?
you the biggest reason. Here's the biggest reason. Our guy Big Z tweeted this yesterday. Mason Rudolph, J.J. McCarthy, Jackson Dart, Joe Flacco, Tyler Huntley, Spencer Rattler. Now you're going to a Super Bowl winning quarterback in Jalen Hurts.
Struggling offense.
I guess, the receiver wants to yell at everyone. Whatever's going on there, we don't really care. What you get is the Bears playing a really good team, a defending champion with a really good quarterback, and finally a test. You won't sink your teeth into it because you'll be too full from the day before. But you can enjoy it.
You can
right?
enjoy it. Yes, you can. I think you can enjoy anticipating this matchup. We heard from Montez Sweat, and now we know that he had a game yesterday that we have been waiting to see. He was dominant. The strip sack fumble, 2 sacks. He's now got 7.5.
That's right.
Key matchup on Friday. All Johnson out. He's injured.
Yes.
He's been missing. He's
Big
not an
deal.
injured reserve, but if he doesn't play, that's a all-pro they're missing at right tackle. Montez Sweat could take advantage of the replacement, I think, Fred Johnson, and I don't think that there's any comparison in the quality of protection between those two guys. Johnson and Johnson, there's a big drop-off. So I think when you look at Montez Sweat's ability to look at this game as one to continue the progress we've seen since the bye week, that gives the Bears a little bit of hope.
Look, anybody in Chicago knows how good Vic Fangio is as a defensive coordinator. So you can talk all you want about the Bears overcoming the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Steel Curtain, and Mike Tomlin, and what a good coach he is. Listen, Ben Johnson now is going mano a mano against Vic Fangio, and as Olin Kreutz told us, should be on pay-per-view. That is the kind of matchup that you dream about in the NFL. And the Bears head coach is different level. He has been absolutely superb as a first-year head coach.
No doubt about it.
But his play calling will be tested.
It will be tested because the last time the Bears were this good, one of the biggest reasons why was Vic Fangio was calling the defenses back in 2018.
No shadow of a doubt.
Now they're this good again. Why? Because the evidence of coaching from the new guy, Ben Johnson. So Ben Johnson versus Vic Fangio, that is going to be one of the best matchups this season in terms of play caller versus play caller.
31 points yesterday. They are a team that can make all sorts of big-time plays, of explosive plays on offense, running plays, passing plays. They've really turned this thing around. And Caleb Williams, we've talked about it. Say what you want about him. I know a lot of people have their complaints. His arm strength is phenomenal.
It's elite.
It's very much elite.
It definitely is. And you're talking, you know how far the Bears have come in the first season under Ben Johnson when they score 31 points. Caleb Williams has a passer rating of over 100, and he's got 3 touchdowns. And there are complaints to be heard because people are not yet satisfied, and Caleb Williams did not sound satisfied post-game because they feel like they still left some yards on the field and points on the board.
And you want to see how the Bears do against a good team, well, make sure you're tuned in on Friday because we're going to find out. We're going to find out if they turn into a pumpkin or whatever
playoff preview
would possibly happen. Here's hoping.
Could be.
Bears still taking the North. They're in charge of the North. Pretty amazing to see. And we are going to bring in our guy, Brad Biggs. Biggs time next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Audi Exchange of Highland Park. The season of Audi sales event is here at Audi Exchange Highland Park. Audi Exchange St. Charles. Shop our huge selection of Audi's best, and right now get up to $5,000 off select new Audi models. This isn't an event you want to miss. Shop AudiExchange.com.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. From kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new and pre-owned models, the latest incentives, and no inflated prices. During the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, Subaru and Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha will donate a combined $325 to the customer's choice of charities with every new Subaru purchased or leased. Take the short drive north to Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun too. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey Chicago fans, Patrick Manley here. It's time to kick off your deck project with TimberTech, a real decking all-star. TimberTech is the #1 brand in premium decking. It delivers real wood looks without the hassle of costly maintenance, and it will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. Plus, with industry-leading warranties, you know your deck will perform at the top of its game season after season. Discover why TimberTech is Chicago's MVP of decking and railing. Order free samples at timbertech.com.
Hey, it's Spiegs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook here at 670 The Score. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Get it? I know you do. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, and then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. Wow, this sounds like fun for Thanksgiving. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Matt to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Gulf Mills Chevrolet's ready to rumble, and they've got the deals to do it. They're kicking off with 1.9% financing on new Chevys, and you won't make a payment till next year. Score big with $8,600 off an SRP on new Chevy Silverados. 1500s, 2500s, 3500s. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is dealing on all of them. Prepare to save thousands on job-ready work trucks, dumps, plows, box trucks, cargo, stake beds, service utility vans, and much more are in stock. Job ready and ready to rumble at Chicagoland's work truck leader. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is paying top dollar for trade-ins, trucks, SUVs, workhorses. If it runs, they'll take it. Trade up, gear up, and get to work in a new Chevy truck today. 1.9%, $8,600 off new Silverados, and no payments till next year. Chicagoland's work truck leader on Greenwood and Gulf Road in Niles.
With approved credit on select models, off MSRP on select models, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The Bears stay in first place and move to 8-3 after beating the Steelers at Soldier Field. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Down at least 5 starters on defense. The Bears get 3 touchdown passes from Caleb Williams. Beat the Steelers 31-28. It's now the 8-win Bears. They're 8-3 overall. It's good for first place in the NFC North. Brad Biggs about to join Mully and Haugh to recap it all next. Bears at the Eagles on Black Friday. You can see this one on Fox. Eagles -7, total 44.5. Sunday Night Football, Bucks crushed by the Rams 34-7. Monday Night Football, as Week 12 will wrap up, has the Panthers at the 49ers. We've got all 3 Thanksgiving Day games for you right here on 670 The Score. That coverage begins at 11 a.m. Tonight on The Score, it's 6:45 pregame. Bulls at the Pelicans. The Blackhawks will skate again on Wednesday at the UC, hosting the Wild. This hour brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. And the segment with our guy Brad Biggs is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the plumbing professionals. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs with Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Want to give a shout out, warm welcome to those of you watching on CHSN, the Chicago Sports Network. And we are delighted to welcome in our guy. Brad Biggs is the football man of the Chicago Tribune, a longtime contributor to the station and a valued friend. And he joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Biggs A.
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you're on it. You're on the big story. The Bears are, they're just a juggernaut. I don't know how else to say it. They don't need a linebacking core. They don't need all their secondary pieces. They can somehow manhandle Pittsburgh with a backup quarterback. Let's get that straight. But nonetheless, win yet another football game. 8-3 on the year, inching ever closer to the playoff picture in the NFL, buddy.
Yeah, after the fumble in the end zone, you're looking at that and you're saying, okay, how are they going to respond to this? And I thought they responded pretty well, and they were trailing at halftime, but just sort of the game flow made you feel like they were really in control. The Steelers had a terrible time generating any explosive plays on offense. You take out the fake tush push, which was a well-designed play that worked in a big way. They just couldn't get any chunk plays, and so the Bears were able to play the field position game, knowing that they could get up and down the field and ultimately win the ball game.
Brad, I love the stuff you unearth, and not just on Saturday mornings. I think what was yesterday's nugget that was the best was on ChicagoTribune.com on your 10 thoughts. DeMarco Jackson and Amen Agbagbaniga combined for 29 tackles. And it was the most two linebackers have combined for, or the first time the Bears have had two linebackers with 14 or more tackles since 2006 when Briggs and Urlacher won the game in the they are who we thought they were game and Dennis Green's rant. What do they do now if they get guys back? Do these guys continue to play because they played at such a high level? And how do you explain the fact that they played at such a high level?
Well, linebackers by nature are going to pile up tackles. Like that's their job. That's where they're at on the field. The way that the Steelers played this game, running the ball, and the high wire horizontal passing game from Mason Rudolph, it sort of put everything there in their laps to make the plays. And I think there's probably going to be a ton they'll see that needs to be corrected. Like you got to have somebody over the top on the fake tush push. There was a walk-in touchdown after that. There's plenty of stuff that's going to need to be corrected. Like these guys aren't going to take anyone's jobs here anytime soon, but it should be noted, and the Bears should celebrate it, that they're able to lose all the guys on the top line of the depth chart, plug some dudes in, and get productive football. And I thought it was really fascinating watching the game unfold because I had a conversation last week with Tyson Bagent. We were talking about running scout team cards in practice, okay? And he sort of steered the conversation to this idea that Ben Johnson and his staff do a remarkable job preparing backups to play, to be ready. And not him specifically, just overall. And as I'm watching the game yesterday, and they've got Jackson and Agbagbaniga at linebacker after Hippolyte had gone out. They got dudes missing in the secondary, and the left tackle situation popped up, and then what do you know, Jonah Jackson spends the second quarter in the locker room. I'm thinking, maybe Bagent's onto something here. Maybe they do have a way of keeping things so competitive for the reserves that they can step up and make plays when called upon.
It was really interesting because I think when you went into that game and with Aaron Rodgers there and walking the field and everything, and Brad, you were watching him and monitoring it, the decision not to play him, do you believe that was gamesmanship all week long? Do you believe they may have decided as they got closer to kickoff that the Bears were kind of in trouble and a little bit less than what you anticipated with all the injuries, and they could take advantage of giving the quarterback another week to get ready? How did you read the way they operated with Rodgers all week long?
Well, I think most teams try to keep their injury and health information kind of close to the vest. I don't think this was any sort of hey, maybe we can get by the Bears with Mason Rudolph and go on from there. Like they're locked in a dogfight. The Baltimore Ravens, since that meeting with the Bears in October, have indeed gotten off the mat. Right, Baltimore's 6-5 now. After the loss, the Steelers are 6-5. They don't have any wiggle room to play with. I think it's a situation where with a fresh fracture of that left wrist just a week ago, probably concerned about if he could brace himself, protect himself out there. So I just think it was Pittsburgh doing what was best for the player in that situation.
Brad, Montez Sweat had the kind of game that we have been waiting for, and at the same time, that's not even fair to maybe put it in those terms because he's been very good since the bye. And you had a good nugget, and I think he talked yesterday about how it took him some time, even though he's a veteran, to acclimate or reacclimate to a new system, and Dennis Allen came in here with a different scheme. Is it as simple as that? And is this the Montez Sweat that we're going to see the rest of the way, the one we saw yesterday dominate the game?
Yeah, I don't know if it's as simple as that. Certainly, there was a period of acclimation, and to be fair to Sweat, he felt that he was playing well earlier in the season, first 4 or 5 games, when the statistical production wouldn't jump out and tell you that. Like, maybe opportunities weren't there, and that sort of thing, but he didn't feel like he was playing poorly. You could look at it and say, my gosh, since the beginning of 2024, this guy's been in a heck of a slump, especially in consideration of his contract. But he's rolling now, and I talked to Jeremy Garrett, the defensive line coach, about it because, I said, hey, adjusting to the scheme is what you keep telling me, but I've had people tell me for years, when you talk about an easy position for a guy to step in right away and make an impact, whether it's a draft pick or a veteran new to a team, is edge rusher. Like, it's not that complicated. See the quarterback, hit the quarterback. Are there going to be a couple calls you got to know? Yeah, but let's not pretend that the playbook for a defensive end is going to be real complex to learn. And he said, while there was certainly some validity to that, but it's knowing where leverage is on every play, and can I go here or not? Is this the spot right here for me to take my shot? And so Garrett thought Sweat was maybe working through a little bit of that, and he also thinks that he's been putting in more work in terms of off-the-field practice and preparation.
When we talk about what they managed to achieve, how do we project that forward on Friday? I mean, it's a very quick turnaround. You had some injuries out of that game. You're already a team that is very injured, and I think the coach called them devastated by injury. How do you project going into Philadelphia? Vic Fangio is there. The Eagles just lost a bad loss, losing in Dallas. How do you project what happens on Friday? And it's a 7-point spread, as you pointed out from Joe.
Yeah, I think it's a little early in the week to kind of dive in and make a pick, but I'll tell you what, the Eagles, after just falling completely flat and blowing that lead in Dallas, I would imagine that coaching staff will have them on point on a short week, because they can't afford to lose any games and stay in the mix for one of these higher seeds, and it's a pivotal game here. The winner of this game would be in second position in the NFC. There's still so much football to play. Like, it's a little pointless to get in the weeds and talk about seeding and that type of thing, but a huge opportunity. Bears have been on a long stretch of playing teams with backup quarterbacks and journeyman fill-in types. Here's your step up in class, Jalen Hurts. He's got a $255 million contract. He's a former Super Bowl MVP. The challenge and the bar is raised for the Bears.
I'm curious to see how Ozzie Trapillo grades out at left tackle. I don't know the status of Theo Benedict moving forward, Brad, but the Bears, do they have a nice dilemma on their hands choosing between one or the other, or is there even a choice to be made if Benedict is healthy?
They put Benedict in there, and I think the consistent thing you heard from the Bears is he was making gains. He was improving. So I don't think that Trapillo going out there and playing one game is going to shift what you want to do depth chart wise. Because if that's the case, then maybe Theo hasn't been showing the consistent growth that they've talked about. And I think the one thing we've come to understand with the Bears and the offensive line is they have been pretty transparent and pretty real. And in a lot of cases, you feel like they're sharing publicly pretty much the same thing that they're saying to the players. So based on my experience to this point, hearing everything they've said, I don't think this is a dilemma for him. I think it's Theo's spot when he's back healthy. But I think that Ozzie accounted well for himself. I mean, that's a good pass rushing team that came in. The Bears had some stuff in place to help them out a little bit, but you would expect that for any younger player in that situation. And you didn't get done seeing the game at Soldier Field and say, oh man, like that drive just got blown up by the left tackle or things of that nature. Like he almost went unnoticed. And in a lot of ways, I think that's a good day for an offensive lineman, right?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
I'm curious, when we look at the Bears and the quarterbacks they've played, and you've gone over all this, how big a step in class is it going against Jalen Hurts? And do you think that that this will be a very difficult game from the perspective of trying to stop their running game more than their passing game?
Yeah, I think if the Eagles want to commit to the running game, it could be a very steep challenge for the Bears. Like, I think Saquon Barkley only had 22, 25 yards rushing yesterday in Dallas. Something has been amiss with that offense in Philadelphia pretty much all season.
Yeah.
Like you don't go more than 2-3 weeks without hearing about how many different people are upset. And at the beginning of the year, it was this private meeting with these 2 or 3 guys, and it's really, I think, a credit to Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman that they kind of keep the thing on the tracks with as much noise as you hear. The defense under Fangio has been fantastic, but yeah, they got a heck of a challenge with Hurts, with Barkley. A.J. Brown has had 2 games in his career against the Bears, and they were both big. Last meeting was at Soldier Field. I think he went for about $160, guys, and they were targeting him all day long. That was a different defense, many different players involved, but he's super capable. I'm a little curious about the status of Lane Johnson, the right tackle, who's been out with an ankle injury. I don't believe Philadelphia put him on IR. His status would be important to keep an eye on because that's one of the very elite. Him and Penei Sewell are at the top of the class in terms of right tackles in the National Football League.
All right, Brad, before I let you go, I'll let you explain what you were doing on a Saturday morning, surfing the web and finding the Bears placing Tremaine Edmonds on injured reserve before anybody else found it, 5 hours before they were comfortable announcing it, and the blowback, if you got any, about that report Saturday morning. Nice job, by the way.
Yeah, it's great work.
They didn't put him on IR. They put him on IR on their media website, and I'm assuming they did that. Well, I don't know when they did it sometime before I stumbled across it at like 9:45 Saturday morning when I was fixing to gather some statistics in terms of playing time with games lost to some guys with injuries, and I was just was going to start putting some numbers together, and so it's just kind of scrolling across the page, and I saw it, and I said, wait a minute. Tremaine Edmonds, does that say injured reserve? And so I refreshed the page. I'm like, this probably isn't right. I refreshed the page, and he was still there, so I snapped a little picture of it. And, Ben Johnson said yesterday, hopefully they will have him back before the end of the regular season, and that's probably going to be a narrow window, though, right?
Right.
With 3 more games to miss, and then you talk about trying to get him ramped up. Maybe they'll have some good news in Lake Forest later this week regarding not only Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon and a potential return to the 53 in action for them, but TJ Edwards, you would hope, would be close to a return as well.
Could Braxton Jones come back, Brad, or they haven't started the clock on him at all, right?
They could start the clock on him. I don't know if this is your week to start the clock because there's going to be one practice this week. It'll be on Wednesday.
Right.
I'm sure it'll be a little bit on the lighter side. They will have a walkthrough today, though, and a walkthrough on Tuesday as they get ready for a big trip to Philadelphia.
And if they do, will you let us know 5 hours before the Bears do?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay.
I'll try.
Good
You're
stuff,
the
Brad.
best. Thanks, Brad.
Have a great day, guys.
He just is the worker bee.
Yes, he
Just
is.
incredible stuff. Hey, we should remind everybody the game on Friday starts at 2, isn't it? A later start. I believe it starts later, 2:15. What are you
2
signaling?
o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2. I gave you fingers of 2. Yes, 2.
Yeah, it looked like
Peace
you
to
went
you too, Dustin.
4.
Peace and love.
Hard to tell.
Also found out
Peace
from
and
our
love.
buddy Lou Canellis that this game is also going to be broadcast locally on Fox. I thought this was an Amazon exclusive.
Thank you, Lou.
This is an Amazon. This is a global broadcast.
Global.
Worldwide.
You don't. That's global. You don't have to have Prime to get it. So all you got to do is figure out how to get on Amazon, and they'll let you watch it.
Or you can just turn on Fox 32.
Or Fox 32.
Or you can watch it locally
and watch
on
with
Fox.
Big Lou.
Yes.
I'm sure he's got a pregame, a postgame, a post-game, and then the wrap-up.
That's great. That's good. That's good information. All right. We'll be right back. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the score.
The Bears win. They win their 4th in a row after taking down the Steelers at home, staying in first place and improving to an impressive 8-3.
They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through.
Stick around as all of our shows and team of Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they head back on the road to take on the Eagles the day after Thanksgiving. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
All right, guys, it's getting to be crunch time. Holidays are here. It means now is the time to get your gifts together. And if you want to do that, everyone needs a little help. So find it at Flag and Anthem. Go to flagandanthem.com. They've got gifts that are Mully and Haugh approved. Their hero knit stretch flannel shirt, the perfect gift for yourself or a comfortable giving it to somebody else in your life that you want to look good. And made from soft and stretchy knit fabric, it's not just another typical fall flannel. It looks like a button-down, but it feels like a sweatshirt. Literally can't take this off because it's so comfortable. Also, add an essential stretch comfort tee or Henley with that, and boom, you've got the perfect pre-styled layered outfit to make getting dressed this holiday season a breeze. Better yet, get Flag and Anthem's best prices of the year now during the Black Friday week sale, up to 65% off site-wide, plus a new free gift with purchase every day now through Cyber Monday. So head on over to flagandanthem.com. Do it now. Shop for everyone on your list, even yourself, if you want to treat yourself to some nice clothing. Flag and Anthem, premium gifts without the premium price tag.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. You wouldn't walk into Soldier Field on game day without a playbook, so why would you approach retirement without a strategy? With Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors act like your offensive coordinator. They build a custom retirement game plan designed around your lifestyle, your values, and your risk tolerance. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Whether you need to roll over that old 401k, set up income planning, or navigate tax-smart investing, Trajan Wealth has you covered. And you can meet them face-to-face in Naperville, Orland Park, or Park Ridge, or virtually if that's easier. The consultation is complimentary. Call Trajan Wealth today at 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100. Or visit trajanwealth.com. Again, trajanwealth.com. One more time, trajanwealth.com. Game day's coming. Make sure your retirement is ready for kickoff. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Gulf Mills Chevrolet is ready to rumble, and they've got the deals to do it. They're kicking off with 1.9% financing on new Chevys, and you won't make a payment till next year. Score big with $8,600 off an SRP on new Chevy Silverados, 1500s, 2500s, 3500s. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is dealing on all of them. Prepare to save thousands on job-ready work trucks, dumps, plows, box trucks, cargo, stake beds, service utility vans, and much more are in stock. Job ready and ready to rumble at Chicagoland's work truck leader. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is paying top dollar for trade-ins, trucks, SUVs, workhorses. If it runs, they'll take it. Trade up, gear up, and get to work in a new Chevy truck today. 1.9%, $8,600 off new Silverados, and no payments till next year. Chicagoland's work truck leader on Greenwood and Gulf Road in Niles.
With approved credit on select models. Off MSRP on select models, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
At Busey Bank, we provide sound advice and vast resources that ensure a personalized approach to your legacy. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868, member FDIC.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Back in 1923, Yale coach Tad Jones said, "Gentlemen, you are now going to play football against Harvard. Never again in your whole life will you do anything so important." Not so this year. As the Ivy League makes its FCS playoff debut, champion Yale and runner-up Harvard will have shots, albeit long ones, at winning an NCAA championship. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
4th down, 28 seconds left. Steelers trying to get organized. Clock is ticking. They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through. Jaquan Brisker.
Watch how high Jaquan Brisker gets on this tip. He jumps way up in the air and gets a hand on it, levitates, and ends the game.
So I seen the lineman slide to my right, and I just knew I wouldn't be able to make it to the quarterback. So as soon as he let it go, I just got it up, got my hand up, tipped the ball, game over.
It's a neat trick, the ability to levitate.
Hell, it's helpful, especially if you're a defensive back. Wow.
Levitate. Okay.
They measure that at the combine?
I don't know. I don't know how you measure that.
I don't know.
That's a difficult one to measure. I mean, there's no way around it.
We did not. We have a resident Steeler fan walking in the studio here.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Kevin Cassidy with
Kevin
us.
Cassidy, Steeler fan. Oh, yeah. You got to admit. Okay. I told you what was going to happen. Yeah. You're right. The resident Steeler fan, Kevin Cassidy, did warn us that this version of his beloved team is, if I can quote you correctly, borderline putrid.
You get no credit for the win.
Yes, they play.
You get
so
no
they're
credit
not crediting
for the
this
victory.
one. All right, that's fair enough.
Does Mike Tomlin, does he lose some fans?
He's a donkey.
He's a donkey. That's what he said.
You outcoached a donkey.
Yeah, I coached a donkey.
God. Yeah, come sit down, Kevin. Come give us your perspective.
We need the Pittsburgh perspective on this.
This is the Capo de Tutti Capos. Kevin, press that button there. There it is. It's on for you.
I didn't realize we were actually on the air.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah. We are on the air.
This is live. This is very cathartic for me because as a Steeler fan,
let it out.
I sat there seething. And then I thought, why do I care? Because no one else cares. Tomlin doesn't care. The Rooneys don't care. I mean,
Two questions for you.
Mason Rudolph doesn't care. All he could do was stand there and look around and wait to get hit.
Were you okay with the punt with 2 minutes and 1 second to go? And
my soul had been robbed of me at that point.
How did everyone get so many terrible towels into Soldier Field yesterday?
Yeah, they paid big money to be there.
Yeah.
To be horribly disappointed. It was a beautiful day. And the Bears scored a lot of points, as predicted. And the Bears' second and third team basically dominated a team that was, in theory, in first place.
I know you probably were expecting a borderline putrid performance, and you got one, I guess.
I did.
Did you expect anything differently, or would you have expected anything differently had Aaron Rodgers played?
Yes, for sure. Mason Rudolph is just not up to the standard. He's just not. You can just
the standard is the standard.
It used to be. It was when Roethlisberger was there.
Okay.
But since then, I just want you to think about Kenny Pickens, Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, Mason Rudolph, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, who's next? Is George Blanda coming out of the grave to play for us?
We did the pregame show yesterday, and we talked to a guy who does Morning Drive in Pittsburgh, and we told him, hey, we have friends who are Steelers fans who claim that Tomlin has gone off the ledge, and they're hoping that he gets traded to the Giants or whatever might happen. They've had enough of it. And he said, you wouldn't believe how many phone calls we get after every game, win or lose, that are anti-Mike Tomlin, which is impossible for someone from Chicago to understand given how well they have done over the years.
The Bears haven't won a playoff game in 15 years, and Mike Tomlin hasn't had a losing season in that span.
But you and people I know from Pittsburgh like you
sound fed up.
They are absolutely
fed up,
and he confirmed it.
Yeah, because ultimately you don't want to live in purgatory or this middle ground where you're just good enough to eke into the playoffs. It's like the Bulls. You get in, you get in the playoff game, you get drilled by 50, and then you go home again, you draft 21st, and you start all over again. It's like Groundhog Day. It's maddening. It really is. And Tomlin's stuck with like Matt Canada, who couldn't coach his way out of a bag for 2.5 years. They wasted the end of Roethlisberger's career. I could go on and on and on. So yes, the fact that they've had success over the years, 6 Super Bowls, they made the playoffs. On paper, it looks really good until you live it week in and week out, and you go, we need to start over. We just do.
You are speaking to the wrong crowd. People in Chicago have lived it.
Then you know what? They trade for Mike Tomlin and rue the day.
No, they're not getting rid of Ben Johnson. Not now.
Yeah.
Not now.
How about Ben Johnson?
Any other year,
now you figured that out. You're in a great place. You're ascending.
Yeah.
If your quarterback can actually find some accuracy at some point, then I think you've got a real long-term opportunity here. You definitely have the right coach.
Yes,
for sure. And I love Dennis Allen as a defensive coordinator. When I was in New Orleans, he was a great DC under Sean Payton. He should have never been elevated. He's in the right spot. So you've got pieces in place. But and Caleb had a lot of wide open receivers. I mean, the Steelers' secondary is trash. And when he put the ball on them, they scored.
That is spoken like a true fan.
that is.
I'm here for you. I'm here for you.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm so verklempt. I just walked in here. I didn't even see the red light on.
I guess the good news of Pittsburgh is the Penguins are off to a good start. So.
Yeah, I don't care about hockey at all. Don't care about hockey. I don't care about hockey. We don't really have a baseball team anymore. The baseball team is like a double-A team. All we have is the Steelers, and this is what we have. And that's it. I'm out.
Kevin, they still have a winning record.
Oh, please. So they're going to get drilled by Baltimore twice. They'll probably lose to Shedeur Sanders. And I'll literally have to suffer that indignity as well. All right. I'm out.
All right. That's Kevin
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, Kevin.
All right. Well done.
That is the boss of bosses.
Senior Vice President, Market Manager for Odyssey, and resident Steeler.
Yes.
Fan?
Well,
I mean, we were actually on the air.
Isn't that how a fan sounds? Honestly,
yes.
Isn't that exactly?
Especially the morning after a loss.
Exactly right.
A game that the Steelers probably felt they could win.
But we've had that conversation several times.
Yes, I know.
He has been anti-Steelers for a while.
We both have a ton of respect for Mike Tomlin and wonder why Steelers fans don't appreciate him a little bit more, but we heard a little bit why there's a lot of Tomlin fatigue around Pittsburgh.
But they're spoiled by their success. They've won. They've had three coaches?
Three coaches since 1969,
and they've all won Super Bowls.
Yes,
and it's difficult for a franchise that has won one Super Bowl to relate with that.
That 11 games into a 10 years ready to anoint Ben Johnson, the best coach ever.
Listen,
Tom Thayer on Bears Radio said that Ben Johnson could be or already is the best coach the Bears have ever had.
And he played for.
There's context to that. There's an explanation for that.
Yeah.
And he's talking about, he's looking ahead, but everybody respects Tom Thayer.
I would just caution Tom to be careful because
you tell him.
I believe George Halas coached the team he founded, and his relations are in charge. Just make sure you buy nice gifts for the Christmas party, Tom.
Yes.
And I love Tom.
We all love Tom.
Yeah.
But I think the point being that there's a lot of satisfaction with the direction the Bears are headed under Ben Johnson. In Pittsburgh, there's a lot of unrest. And how would you describe Kevin Cassidy's state of mind this morning?
Oh, I think he's annoyed.
Agitated?
Pretty agitated.
There's a lot of agitation surrounding the Pittsburgh Steelers.
See, David, I think that, when the year began and Ben Johnson was named the third best play caller in a survey that the Athletic did, I thought that was insane. He wasn't even, he had been a play caller. He'd never been a head coach. How could you compare him to guys like I believe Kyle Shanahan finished first and McVay second. Maybe that would be reversed now.
It would be, I think.
But it's really interesting that Ben Johnson got so much love when we talked about guys like Sean Payton and guys that are great football coaches. And you thought it was like, don't you have to wait a little bit? Well, guess what? I think that Ben Johnson, despite going back to Detroit and they got clobbered in that game, he has been excellent.
Did you see how much they miss him in Detroit?
Oh, huge! And they barely beat the New York Football Giants.
What we saw, they needed overtime to do it.
They needed overtime.
What we have seen in Chicago is that Ben Johnson gradually has become that guy. Second game of the season against the Lions in that environment.
Yes.
Maybe he wasn't ready to. I don't say he wasn't ready for it. It was premature to judge him and the progress at that time.
Yep.
They learned a lesson that day, and I think they have been a different team since that day, certainly since the bye week. And Ben Johnson called a game yesterday that included 18 straight passes, and we're still talking about the brilliance of the game plan.
He could do anything. I think that guy, number one, I think he's a really bright guy. He's a smart guy. We know he's capable of building an app and he can do mathematics and he's just a very bright individual. But I think when you get to watch the difference between him on the sideline, the way that he's following the game, him in the locker room, the way he's pumping everybody up after a win, him at the podium, the answers that he gives you and the seriousness of it, it reminds me a little bit of like a Theo news conference where you are listening to a guy and he's talking about something and you are like, wow, this is the smartest guy in the room.
It's an excellent comparison because in Chicago, everything is about, context, and we talk about all the sports here certainly, and we see executives and coaches and we evaluate them based on how they handle perception. There's reality and then there's perception. I'm not sure that there's been somebody who has been as impressive in that role since Theo Epstein. In terms of, you talk about the early progress made by Ben Johnson and the impression he's left.
And he's just starting out.
Yes.
I mean, this is his first year as a head coach, and we're already talking about him like this. Imagine when you get through a couple, 3 years, and the guy now has a better understanding of what he's doing.
How will he evolve? How will he change? Will it be for the worse or for the better? Will he suffer fools in a different way than he does now? All these things are questions that are unanswered, but I think what you're getting onto, and I think it's a great point, we see Ben Johnson adapt to whatever situation he's in. When he's in the locker room after a big win in front of the team and he's that locker room Ben, he's the good, better, best Ben.
Yes.
And he can lead a chant with the best of them. Then he takes a deep breath, he walks down the hallway, he gets in front of the assembled media, and he can diagnose and tell you exactly what happened. And he can also be the serious, intense guy that isn't going to let one victory go to his head. And get too carried away with it.
And
he's
Kevin,
professional at all times.
Kevin's absolutely right about Dennis Allen, too. He is in a really good spot. I mean, he has been dealing with so many injuries. He's yet to have the team he thought he was going to coach.
Dennis Allen's been much better than I expected. I don't mean that derisively. I don't
Not
mean that
at all.
But I think when you have a situation, they didn't work together before. It was a recommendation by, I think, Dan Campbell.
That's right, Dan Campbell.
And so this is an arranged marriage. Often they don't work. We know that. There have been two coordinators in the NFL fired in the last 24 hours. Chip Kelly in Vegas, and this morning the Giants fired their defensive coordinator. It doesn't always go this well. And it has in Chicago, and that's a credit to, I think, Ben Johnson understanding what he needed, and what he needed was a head coach / defense.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis Allen takes half of the ball away from Ben Johnson. And Ben Johnson can concentrate on what his specialty is, which is not only being the head coach of the Bears, but being the play caller, being the guy that does all the game planning. That's heavy lifting.
He lets Ben be Ben. And I think that is being the guy that focuses on the game plan, works with the quarterback, and lets Sunday kind of come to him. And you see the results. And so this is going really well right now for the Bears.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not long after a year in which they had to hire an offensive coordinator to make their team better. They hired the wrong guy. They fired the guy. The head coach got fired. I mean, you just think about everything they went through a year ago and the stability that has taken place over that change, and all of the stuff we talk about, throwing all these stuff at the guys, at the young quarterback, and now kind of working your way through it. Whatever else happens, however else this season goes, I feel like this has been a very successful start to this era, and who knows where it ends.
So far, so good.
Yes.
Absolutely correct, though.
All right. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on the Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for Revolution Brewing Anti-Hero IPA, my favorite. It's from Revolution Brewing, and it's your game day hero, bringing you a bold hop bomb with unwavering quality. Canned fresh every Monday, enjoyed nicely any night you want. Any day you want. Bold citrus, floral, and pine aromas, flavor notes of grapefruit and orange marmalade. Yes, you can't beat it. Anti-Hero IPA has commanded the title of #1 selling IPA in Illinois for 11 years. Taste it. You'll know why. Show your hometown pride with an Anti-Hero IPA. Proudly brewed only in Chicago by Revolution Brewing. For more information, visit revbrew.com.
just in time for the holidays. Chevy Red Tag is out at your local Chevy dealer, and you can save big with 0% APR financing on all Chevy Silverado 1500 models. It doesn't get any lower than zero. Go to Chevy Drives Chicago for details, and together, let's drive.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun too. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
This segment is brought to you by NutsOnClark.com. Nuts on Clark, Chicago's original popcorn. Serving Chicago for over 45 years. Order holiday gifts for your friends, your family, events, corporations from NutsOnClark.com. A 3-generation woman-owned, family-run Chicago business.
Hey, it's Coach Wanstead. When I need a perfect getaway, I hit the Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. My wife and I love the first-class treatment they give you. The staff, from the valet to the dealers, are absolutely incredible. The hotel rooms are first class, the live entertainment is next level, and the food is out of this world. Whether you're playing your favorite table games or just watching the games at the sports book bar, it's always a guaranteed win. Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment and sports escape. Tell them Coach Wanstead sent you.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at Hellsberg.com.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I've got good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with the monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I personally recommend them. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or go to advancedhair.com.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Officer? Could I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There's been some frustration for you this season. How good did this one work?
Huh? Who's been frustrated?
Just, I mean, maybe not producing as much as maybe it's been frustration. Maybe not as much production as how good this game.
It felt good. I mean, it's always feel good to touch the box. So, and especially twice, it felt amazing.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score. That is DJ Moore, Bears wide receiver. You got to love DJ Moore, first of all.
Yeah,
but
great personality.
Asked about his frustration, and his answer
frustration.
Is, who's frustrated?
He's smiling all the time.
Yeah, where'd you get that?
Two things about DJ Moore. Number one,
Yeah.
you happy he got into the end zone twice.
Absolutely.
Secondly, he wore the sweetest Blackhawk black jersey to the game yesterday. It was really good look. Really good for DJ Moore.
The practice jersey?
No, the game jersey, the iconic
the
black
new
jerseys.
black
the new,
one?
yeah, the ones they
Okay.
unveiled
Yeah.
last week. Did you?
I love that black practice jersey. That's been there a long time.
Classic.
Yeah.
It's classic.
Yeah.
How about the play where I think the Steelers were offside and they threw it down? It was an interception, and DJ Moore stopped running, and then he forced a fumble on he tackled the guy. I wondered that I was a little bit like miffed at that point. Like, why don't you just finish the play? He stopped running the route, and then the interception was obvious, and then it was kind of those confusing in between things. But like, those are situations where you'd want to go up and get the ball. After that, he caught 2 touchdowns, so he redeemed himself.
Yeah, I think he's an excellent football player, and I think he's a sure-handed player. And they actually said on the broadcast, he's had some drops.
They did say that.
And I was kind of like, maybe there were 2 passes. One was probably behind it. Like,
well, coming off a week before,
watch him though.
He body caught it though.
You watch him genuinely speaking, and he is an excellent receiver. It bothered me that that's the new scouting report. You watch your mouth. You and JJ.
I think you're a little defensive for DJ, friend of the program.
I know.
Said,
DJ is a great
long-time
friend of the
contributor.
program.
Yeah,
yes.
I get that, and I understand that.
I miss him.
I do too.
Okay,
I miss
Glad
DJ.
We got that out. Let's just say it. It was great. We had a Bears player,
a healthy Bears player. It was great. We had a Bears player who played.
Oh, wow. What are you going to do? It's neither here nor there. I liked seeing him catch a couple touchdowns. I think it was really good for Caleb Williams to understand how good a weapon he is.
No doubt. To remember
yes,
how good of a weapon
yes.
he can be. You want to squeeze in a phone call?
Yeah, let's get a phone call. I'm sorry. We'll get to one right now. We'll bring on Brian is on the road. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys. I'm glad that you played that frustration cut just then, because it's not just the Bears, but it seems like every game I'm watching this season, I'm yelling at the TV for the defense to tackle somebody. When did the NFL become the National Flag League? It seems like they're grasping at the waist and looking for the flag and not wrapping guys up.
It's an interesting comment because yesterday in particular, with the new linebacking core there were missed tackles. There were guys that were taking bad angles. There were people running up and just missing an opportunity to take someone to the ground. And frankly, there was points in that game, early in that game, where I thought, oh boy, they can't, the defense doesn't exist.
I get what you're saying. I also identify what the caller's saying about the refereeing yesterday. The officiating at one point took so long to tell us what was going on, to make the call on the field. I'm like, what in the world is going on here? The delay was several minutes, and the officiating at different points leaves a lot to be desired.
Well, it'll be different next year when they call the balls and strikes differently.
Wrong sport.
Hold on a second. It's coming.
It might be.
It's gonna happen. We got Clay Harbor in the house. We're gonna bring him in. We'll get a chance to talk to Clay about what he saw in the game. How about a great catch by a tight end in that game? I thought Colson Loveland, that touchdown, that I've been wanting to see passes to tight ends down in the red zone.
And then him holding on to the other one that he bobbled.
Yes.
Great hands by the young man.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
How did he catch that
I
ball?
don't know.
Ball pops up and then he double catches it. That was a great moment for him. All right. Clay will join us next. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
It's game night, Bulls fans.
To the rack, and he throws it down with a windmill right-handed slam. Tonight, the Bulls are on the road to take on the Pelicans. Pre-game at 6:45, tip-off at 7 on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. Bulls win! What a ball game! See red, Chicago.
The premier name in bridal and engagement rings here in the Chicagoland area is Rasny Jewelers. If you're ring shopping, Rasny Jewelers is your destination for exceptional quality, far from the big corporate chains, the diamond wholesalers, and the online sites that are pushing mass-produced diamonds and settings. With Rasny Jewelers, you'll own a natural diamond that has inherent value, a diamond that's been hand-picked for maximum brilliance with no middleman markups, and a diamond she will be proud to wear. Guys, she's going to look at that ring every day for the rest of her life. Make the right decision. Rasny Jewelers is a name you can trust. They're local, they're family-owned, they've spent 7 decades building an amazing reputation, and you're going to love the Rasny Jewelers price. The value, absolutely incredible. Don't make a mistake and end up with a poorly cut diamond. Rasny diamonds are the top in quality, cut, and sparkle in every shape and every size. And relax. At other places, it's a salesperson making a transaction. At Rasny Jewelers, it's the start of a relationship. Their team will guide you every step of the way, sharing their expertise so you feel confident in your choice. Rasny Jewelers, Chicagoland's local jeweler in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and on Chicago's Gold Coast. Online at rasny.com.
Comparing health insurance plans is never easy. That's why we're here to help.
GetCoveredIllinois.gov lets you compare multiple plans and prices in one place.
At GetCoveredIllinois.gov.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Black Friday prices and thousands in exclusive rebate savings are effective now at Grand Appliance on top brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Maytag, and more. Visit GrandAppliance.com or your local Grand showroom for the details. That's Grand Appliance, appliance expert since 1930.
Every soda next to Mr. Pibb got something to say. The classics reminisce about the glory days. The doctor's giving a dissertation. The prebiotic bubbles giving TED Talks. Then there's Mr. Pibb. Sweet cherry up front, bold fizz on the follow. No pitch, no promises, just bold cherry bringing the flavor. Some sodas talk big. Mr. Pibb backs it up.
Bold kick of cherry.
Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
Hey Chicago fans, Patrick Manley here. It's time to kick off your deck project with TimberTech, a real decking all-star. TimberTech is the #1 brand in premium decking. It delivers real wood looks without the hassle of costly maintenance, and it will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. Plus, with industry-leading warranties, you know your deck will perform at the top of its game season after season. Discover why TimberTech is Chicago's MVP of decking and railing. Order free samples at timbertech.com.
Hey, it's Spiegs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook here at 670 The Score. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Get it? I know you do. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, and then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. Wow, this sounds like fun for Thanksgiving. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass pass the leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Matt to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Gulf Mills Chevrolet's ready to rumble, and they've got the deals to do it. They're kicking off with 1.9% financing on new Chevys, and you won't make a payment till next year. Score big with $8,600 off an SRP on new Chevy Silverados, 1500s, 2500s, 3500s. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is dealing on all of them. Prepare to save thousands on job-ready work trucks, dumps, plows, box trucks, cargos, stake beds, service utility vans, and much more are in stock. Job ready and ready to rumble at Chicagoland's work truck leader. Gulf Mills Chevrolet is paying top dollar for trade-ins, trucks, SUVs, workhorses. If it runs, they'll take it. Trade up, gear up, and get to work in a new Chevy truck today. 1.9%, $8,600 off new Silverados, and no payments till next year. Chicagoland's work truck leader on Greenwood and Gulf Road in Niles.
With approved credit on select models, off MSRP on select models, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Adam, what are you thankful for?
Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of Mom's pumpkin pie.
I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
The Bears stay in first place and move to 8-3 after beating the Steelers at Soldier Field. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. DJ Moore on the receiving end of two Caleb Williams touchdown passes, helping the Bears beat the Steelers 31-28. The Bears will have the Eagles next. That's going to be on Friday. You can catch it on Fox. The Eagles open up as a 7-point favorite. Total 44.5. The Bears are 8-3. Good enough for first place in the NFC North. Week 12 of the NFL wraps tonight. Panthers at the 49ers. The Bulls, they're on the Score tonight down in New Orleans, taking on the Pelicans. It's a 6:45 pregame. The Blackhawks will be back on the ice Wednesday, taking on the Wild, who come in from Minnesota. This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles in our segment with Clay Harbor, brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on those dental implants today.
What times? I actually saw a clock over. Time for
Clay Harbor.
Handle it with poise and class, befitting a veteran.
Football analyst for Chicago Sports Network. Former NFL player.
Not a quarterback. I'm a tight end, but I've watched a lot of tape. I've been in meeting rooms with Tom Brady. I've been in meeting rooms with Drew Brees. I've been in meeting rooms with Michael Vick. Quarterbacks know what they can do and what they can't do, and I know what a quarterback can and can't do, and when you're supposed to expect them to be able to be successful.
Clay Harbor with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to Clay Harbor, and he joins us now in studio. And Clay, yet another win for the Bears, this time with a compromised defense, this time without their linebacking core, with plenty of secondary cornerbacks in particular out, and the Bears nonetheless managed to beat a winning team, albeit with no Aaron Rodgers. He didn't play with his the broken bone in his left wrist, which they say he will play with, but it was just too quick a turnaround. So they get Mason Rudolph, and they get a victory.
Let's not forget, Mason Rudolph and his history with the Pittsburgh Steelers before yesterday was 8-4-1 as a starting quarterback. I'm not saying he's as good as Aaron Rodgers was, but the same people that want to say, the Bears beat the Steelers without Aaron Rodgers are the same people that aren't saying the Bears didn't have Jalen Johnson, Tyreek Stevenson, Kyler Gordon, Tremaine Edmonds, T.J. Edwards, Noah Sewell, Ruben Hiplight, Dio Dangbo, and Shamar Turner.
That's true. And you combine those salaries of the main guys that you mentioned. They're not necessarily the backups. And you're talking about an average annual expenditure of $74 million in salary the Bears were without defensively. How about DeMarco Jackson and Eamon Agbagbaniga combining for 29 tackles? The last time two linebackers for the Bears had 14 or more tackles in the same game, Lance Briggs and Brian Urlacher in 2006.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I read Biggsy's 10 thoughts too today, David. That was a great little nugget.
Wasn't it? Yeah, I know.
I go, no
That's nuts.
stinking way. You have Briggs and Urlacher, and then Agbagbaniga and DeMarco Jackson, excuse me. Haven't seen the All-22, but I went back and rewatched the tape, and I wanted to see, what are these guys doing? Are they actually shedding blocks, filling gaps? And they were. They looked like a starting group of linebackers, and it was very impressive, sideline to sideline. Look, Agbagbaniga has been injured all year. He just gets elevated. Yep. He's talking about he's a little bit upset because he wasn't going to play. They're putting a rookie in before him. Yes. He thinks he has some skins on the wall, and he came out and showed it. And then DeMario Jackson was the Conference Player of the Year back at Appalachian State, a guy that hasn't had a ton of success. I think he has like 72 career tackles, I read. Then he has 14 career tackles. These guys were shedding blocks, filling gaps, and they did an excellent job. It wasn't just fluke tackles or they're getting in on a pile, something like that. They played very well. The only question I have there is why didn't the Steelers take advantage of these guys in the passing game? And obviously maybe with Aaron Rodgers, you do that more.
That's a good question.
That was something that I don't think they're successful
with their tight ends.
Well, we talked about this idea that they threw one 50-50 ball in the game, and Deshaun Wright made Shawnee, let's call him.
Shawnee, Nahshon Wright.
Yeah, Nahshon made that interception, and it was almost like they stopped trying to go down the field with the ball in any way. It's almost like they went to this kind of, we're just going to dump the ball here. You just take the underneath pass. Don't worry about getting the ball down the field. I thought initially, the beginning part of that game, that the Bears defense was unable to tackle. I really thought there were just these huge chunks of open yards that they were getting every time they carried the ball or every time they completed a short pass. And I just was, the defense is kind of non-existent here. And then somehow when the second half started, it was like something clicked in and they had a 3-and-out. I really thought that was going to be a blowout type loss based on the first part of the game.
I thought the same exact thing, and that was a heck of a play from Nahshon Wright. I mean, that interception to get the knee down.
Yep.
I mean, it's going to be tough to take. Well, I mean, we can talk about this later, but when Jalen Johnson comes back, you got Tyreek Stevenson healthy. Are you taking Nahshon Wright, the league leader in interceptions, off the field?
No,
I mean, it's another conversation.
I don't think you can.
Tyreek, much better against the run, but what's a cornerback's main job?
Stop the pass and intercept.
Stop the pass and intercept the ball, and that's what Nahshon Wright does. So I think he's earned himself the starting job and earned himself a conversation with Ryan Poles at the end of the season about bringing this guy back for a guy that was on the practice squad last year. That's very impressive. But I thought the same exact thing from the start of the game. They started out running the ball, and the second half, I thought the Bears did a much better job. And when you look at the box score, it says the Bears gave up 186 rushing yards, 5.2 yards per carry. But let's take out the reverse tush-push where they kind of caught him off guard there.
What a play.
Yeah, that was quite a play.
The rest of the game, you got 35 carries for 131 yards, a lot of yards, but that's only 3.7 yards per carry with 3 backup linebackers in there. So I thought, I mean, that just goes to tell you how well those two guys played. And then you also saw C.J. Gardner-Johnson stepping up in there and making some big plays as well. Those guys played physical. They stopped the run besides, obviously, the tush-push. And really impressive, and I think they showed that they're guys that are serviceable.
So your area of expertise, tight ends, the Bears got great performance out of Colston Loveland, who on his touchdown reception, really ran a nice route and made a great catch. And then later in the game, Clay, he made a terrific catch, bobbling the ball after he was hit, and he didn't let go of it. I think he's almost become maybe just a recency bias prisoner of yesterday, but the most sure-handed receiver the Bears have, because he's a guy that doesn't have the history of drops. Target him more often.
Yeah, to me, he's probably, I might say something crazy, but he's my favorite Bears weapon right now. Obviously, 4 catches, 50 yards, and a touchdown. But you see this on back-to-back plays when you watch the game. He catches an out route for like 12 yards, but you see when they put a linebacker on him, he was way too fast for this linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
And then the safety, Kyle Duggar, he's got good position on him. He presses him outside, and when you have an in-breaking route, that takes a lot of trust and confidence in yourself, because you know you got to cross the face of this safety. Trust his athletic ability. He stems him outside to create that space. And if you see the ball that Caleb throws, it's inches from being tipped. So him creating that space, those 2 yards, pressing outside, having the confidence that he can cross his safety space with his athleticism, that he has a big body to make that play, that was so impressive. He does it. Caleb puts it on him, makes a catch, touchdown. This kid is 21 years old. I know we've said that before.
Yeah.
David was in his mom's basement when he was 21. This guy's catching touchdowns, and Kyle Duggar, and winning games for the Bears. So the ceiling is so high for him when Caleb starts becoming more efficient. Obviously, Caleb had a solid game. He missed a lot of open passes, and he wasn't as accurate early on. I think he can get better at that. But when he starts to improve there, and the best part is he has 3 touchdowns, over 100 rating, but he can get much better. So that shows you the ceiling of this team.
This is a weird fact, but Tyler Warren has 3 touchdown catches. Despite all everything he's done this year. Now, Colson Loveland has 3 touchdown catches. And I thought his touchdown catch, where the ball was delivered, he turns, and it's like he turns his head and he reaches out and snags the ball. That was like a really impressive catch. To be able to just grab that ball. It was almost like the ball was getting by him because it was such a quick delivery. Caleb has a rifle of an arm. I mean, he really can throw the hell out of it with his fastball. And I just was really impressed by that touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, that was an insane play. For me, Caleb, the number one thing I think he's improved on so much, and this starts with Ben Johnson, but I don't know if you guys heard his comments after the game. He's like, I wrote in my notebook to stay positive, not only for myself, but for my teammates. This guy is becoming a leader, mentally tough, strong. When he gets sacked, ragdolled in the end zone, gives up a touchdown. Bears, they're spiraling. You're getting blown out right there. Yes. He bounces back.
That's a good point.
So, just a quick memory, short memory. Do you remember this guy last year? I don't know. I'm not going to mention his name, but the Bears had this player. He would get sacked. He would lay on the field for like 5 seconds like a dead body. Then he would go to the sidelines, and he'd have his head back leaning on the bench like he just can't believe he's here and this is happening to him. Yeah. And now you're looking at this guy writing notes saying he's going to keep his team positive.
That was rookie Caleb you're describing.
Rookie Caleb versus this Caleb. I don't know who that guy was last year. It is not the same guy this year.
The same guy. The guy this year has been coached. The guy this year has grown up and matured and understands the definition, I think, of leadership in a way that maybe he was incapable of as a rookie. That's a really good observation, because I think that is a big difference in this team. And you look at his ability to bounce back. The question, Clay, is I think when you look at his accuracy issues that he keeps on pointing out that he needs to improve, how does that happen? Is that just footwork? Is that more poise? Is that just experience? Because that's been the most surprising element of something that you expected and he's not yet delivered.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with footwork, timing. It's just missing some throws. Early in the game, you had the DJ Moore pass that was behind him. You had the play to Luther Burden that he threw a little bit high. His off-target throws were one of the worst percentage of the year. I have the number somewhere, but I think that's something that he will continue to improve on. And I think the under center stuff has really helped him and will continue to help him. You look at last year, he was under center 15% of the time.
Yeah.
This year, over double, 35% of the time. And what that does is it makes your timing better. Instead of catching the ball in the shotgun, taking a 3-step drop or a quick hitch and throwing, now you're doing the play action and you're forced to be more on rhythm, snap your head back. And I think he will continue to get better at that. And the footwork, the rhythm, the timing with the receivers, because there's a receiver part of this too. When the timing it up in these routes, and I think the Bears are getting better at that. I thought the whole receiving core ran better routes this week than they have. You can actually see when they're coming in and out of their breaks, when they're sticking their foot in the ground, even on zone. Like, you don't run these routes all the time to win man-to-man when you're giving a head nod. You're letting the quarterback know where you're going. And I think that there's been a little bit of a disconnect there, but you're starting to see improvement there. And I think Caleb, we know he can make a lot of these throws. And the fact that they're still winning, he throws 3 touchdowns when he's missing some of them, I think it's actually a better sign because you're seeing him bounce back from a lot of these misses.
The touchdown they scored in the end zone, the ball that he, as you say, ragdoll, that was a good word for it. That is exactly what it looked like. And the ball goes, and then they get a touchdown. That's 2 touchdowns in 46 seconds. You were sitting there watching that like, ruh-roh, this is not going to work out. This is going to be a lopsided game. And then to compose himself, to come back and to play the way he did the rest of the game and wind up with 3 touchdowns. The fact that it was obviously takeaway touchdown. They had a 4th down stop, which was like a takeaway touchdown. That was what really impressed me about the game. That takes a lot, and maybe it helps being at home, I don't know, but that didn't get away from them. When that looked like it was going to get away from them, and then they came back and they get a field goal before the half, and then when they came out in the second half and actually stopped them, that's when I believed, they're in this game now. They're going to win this game. It was hard to believe that defense could improve as much as they did at halftime.
No, it was crazy. And I know a lot's been said. You heard J.J. Watt on the broadcast say that the Bears, their only quarter that they're actually winning is the first quarter. They're plus 23. But when you take a little bit further look into it, the Bears are good at making second half adjustments. And to me, that's something that shows that you have a good coach, right? Ben Johnson, in the second half, his passing EPA per drop back, we know he's a big EPA guy. That's what Ben Johnson said was the thing that's most important in winning football games. Goes from 18th in the first half to 8th in the second. So that's a relative jump. That's a halftime adjustment. And then the rushing success rate, which is kind of an EPA for rushing, jumps from 16 in the first half to 1st in the second half. That was per ESPN. So you're seeing that they are making adjustments at halftime. Yeah, the score differential, there's been the one big game they gave up to the Lions, but they are coming out in the second half. You can see a noticeable switch in the game plan depending on what that defense is doing to you. When you go in at halftime, you don't have much time. Here's what's happening. The coach will bring you in. They go, all right, guys, here's what they're doing against 12 personnel. They're lining up to us in base. So now we're going to run 2 tight ends. We're going to utilize our passing game here. When we run West formation, which is like 2 tight ends on the right and 2 receivers on the left, we love the alignment they're giving us. So now we're going to run our outside zone that way. We think we can get an extra man here. And it has to happen so quick. And being a coach isn't just calling the right plays, right? I've been in a lot of systems. The plays are pretty much the same. I mean, they have the same plays. Nobody's coming up with some new play that nobody's seen before. It's putting your players in the correct position to have success, which I think they've been doing. And it's making the adjustments when a team gives you something you're not used to. And I think that's something you're seeing Ben Johnson doing. And obviously there's a motivation factor to this. And I think that all starts at Ben Johnson, the leadership, the motivation. It trickled down to Caleb. We just talked about that, which trickles down to the rest of the team. And that's why you got these guys on the practice squad. You have a ball boy and a towel boy and an athletic trainer on defense this week. And they all step up like it's nobody's business and have a good game.
I think one of the more remarkable things going on offensively, statistically and otherwise, is the way they have reduced their sack total. And what that does is keeps them out of really bad situations and down and distance, but also it keeps Caleb off the ground, and everything hinges on that. And I don't know whether it's because they have improved talent whether it's just improved scheme or whatever the case is, Clay. But how would you break down why they are so much better at protecting the quarterback this year than they were a year ago when they gave up 68 sacks?
Yeah, it's been fascinating to see that. And I think the first thing is, yes, Caleb has gotten better. Like, he's evading some of these sacks. He's getting the ball out quicker. He's playing better on time. But he's also able, you'll see, to check him into better protections. Drew Dahlman is getting him into better protections. And when you look at the Steelers, they were the number one pass rush win rate team in the league. Right now, according to ESPN stats, the Bears are the number one pass block win rate team in the entire NFL. That's 2.5 seconds of holding a block. Number one. Second to none. The Bears, the number one pass block win rate team in the league. They're giving up the fourth least amount of sacks per game. And I think Dan Rochar is a big proponent of that. What he's been able to do. And obviously, you bring in Ozzie Trapillo. You're a little worried. He's a right tackle. Can he play left? Yeah, it doesn't hurt. He's playing next to Joe Thuney, who's a Hall of Fame left guard. But he had an excellent game. Gave up one pressure all game. And just trying to watch a TV copy and go back and look at it again, I go, they must have done a ton of chips, tight ends, running backs. He held his own. They threw him some chips, and Ben's not putting him in any terrible situations, but he did a great job. And I remember watching him in training camp, David, telling you before our show on the CHSN, like, this guy's good. He can play, and he is so fundamentally sound. Obviously, he's got some things to clean up, but his technique has improved a lot. He's a fighter. And if he gets another chance to go at this, I think you start having a conversation. Do you want your second-round pick moving forward to play at left tackle?
See that is the thing that you got to remember about him is, again, you are right. He had a good game, and that was a very difficult spot because we saw him fail at that spot. And I did at the time think that Theo Benedict, that it was Braxton Jones against Ozzie Trapillo for the starting left tackle, and that wasn't a very good battle, and they just kind of created a player to see if they could push the guy, and then he won the job. And he's an undrafted guy, and he's just a guy, you don't expect that to be a guy who's a left tackle. But when Trapillo came in, I was thinking to myself, that's a really high draft pick. And they knew they needed help on the left side, and they knew they had a guy on the right side that was probably going to start for another 7 or 8 years. So why did they draft him? And I'm not overwhelmed by him for that reason.
Yes.
He knew he was a swing tackle. I would imagine Dan Rochar was working with him throughout this thing. It wasn't the first time that he had to line up there if he's a swing guy. They didn't bring back Braxton Jones. They didn't rush to get him back on the field or see what they had with him. I thought it wasn't a stunner that he played as well as he did just because of the draft profile.
And something I think's been helping him, too, is those tight end snaps. I mean, it takes a special player to play tight end, David. Let me tell you.
Oh, my God. Only you would link his progress to his time at tight end.
His motion moments.
Well, you're motioning. You have to play both sides of the line of scrimmage. You're blocking on the left. You're blocking on the right. Pass blocking, run blocking. You know who had the best game yesterday, I might add? Probably Ryan Poles. I mean, when you look at the rookie class, Loveland, 4 catches, 49 yards, a touchdown. Luther Burden, 3 for 46. Kyle Monungai, which for the first time had more snaps and more carries than DeAndre Swift, which I think is interesting. I don't know if we read a lot into that. Hippolyte, it goes out. But Ozzie Trapillo comes up and plays a heck of a game, too. So you're looking at these 3 big-time draft picks. They all played. So Ryan Poles, you got to give him a little bit of his flowers.
It's a good day
for having a good roster there.
All right, we got to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back with Clay Harbor and continue talking about the Bears. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Bears fans are reacting on the Score to the first-place Bears' huge victory over the Steelers.
Hey, Chris. Give Ben Johnson a new nickname. I'm calling him Bronze Johnson. I want to see a statue of this man outside of the new Soldier Field.
Hey, John.
Hey, guys. I just want to give kudos to the coaching staff. We're winning games that we normally would have lost.
Willie's on the north side.
Monungai is an incredible running back. I love watching this guy run.
Keep it here for more reaction to the Bears' huge victory over the Steelers, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This is David Haugh for Wayfair. Don't look now, but it's already holiday season, so start getting your home space ready. New cookware, better sheets, holiday decorations, everything you need. And Black Friday is the perfect time to score big. Everything is on sale during Black Friday at the Wayfair store in Wilmette. Yes, shop Black Friday special sale at Wayfair. The can't miss Black Friday deal all month long. Styles you can't find anywhere else. No cookie cutter stuff. 70% off during Wayfair's Black Friday sale. Shop at the Wayfair store. You take the small stuff home and you get the big stuff shipped to you fast and easy, just in time for the holidays. Let Wayfair be your go-to destination for everything home. Wayfair's new loyalty program offers you 5% back on every item across Wayfair's family of brands, free shipping, members-only sales, and much more. Terms apply, but there's a huge selection of home goods ranging from appliances and area rugs to beds and wall art. Everything you need. Wayfair makes it easy and fast with free shipping, even on the big stuff. So don't miss out. Black Friday deals up to 70% off the Wayfair store in Wilmette at Edens Plaza. The sale ends December 7th. That's the Wayfair store in Wilmette's Edens Plaza.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you lock in each group parlay with your own funds. Because football, it's better when played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their own build. So you might like the Lions. Maybe you like the Chiefs. Maybe you like the Ravens. Maybe you like Jahmyr Gibbs. Maybe you like Mahomes. All the overs, all the possibilities. Look at the Thanksgiving schedule and lock it in. Grab your crew, start your build, and get in on all of the action. And do it with Pass the Leg on FanDuel. Visit FanDuel.com/score and get started. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Save time every time for a great haircut. Just download the Great Clips app or check in online at greatclips.com. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Estwing, your go-to tools for tough jobs. Trusted around the world for unmatched comfort and durability. These USA-made hammers are built to last. For a century, Estwing has supported American workers, delivering reliable tools to get the job done right. Experience the power of American craftsmanship with Estwing's brand new titanium hammer. This new 14-ounce titanium hammer offers our superior shock reduction grip and all-steel face. Choose the tools the pros use. Estwing, made in the USA for 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Allstate knows your home means everything to you, and you'll do anything to protect it. But not just with any protection. You want insurance that'll be there for you and your family when you need it most. And that's what Allstate's been doing for over 60 years. So check Allstate first for home insurance you can rely on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. You can imagine how these suits at ESPN reflexively rolled their eyes at a Carolina-San Francisco prime-timer. But this is an unexpectedly crucial matchup. Bryce Young is coming off of his best game, and a win here would be huge for the Panthers' division crown hopes. Meantime, Christian McCaffrey faces his former team for the first time. I do like the Niners 27-24. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Let's start talking in the NFC with the Bears. They have won 7 of their last 8. They lead the NFC North by a game, yet they're currently 3rd in line among the favorites to win the division. I'm going to ask you guys, where do the Bears finish when it's all said and done? 1st, 2nd, 3rd?
I'm going first. I'm
really?
just
going first,
I love it. So you know what? Why not? Why not, America? Why not finish first, huh? It doesn't have to be Detroit or Green Bay. All the people, that's what they want. I'm telling you right now, I believe in the Bears.
Their defense is beat up. I'm not sure they have enough on that side of the ball. Caleb has much watched TV. I think they finished 2nd.
I think go ahead, Gronk.
I don't see them finishing first, but I see them making the playoffs as a wild card. Caleb is still finding his ways, and their schedule gets really tough from here on out.
I think they finished 2nd. They've won so many close games. I don't know if you can keep that up, especially how we said to beat up.
You know what? You're right. They're 2nd.
Chicago Bears, up until this point, have had the easiest strength of schedule in the league in terms of win percentage. They have the most difficult down the stretch. We're going to see if all of these things that Ben Johnson have turned around show up down the stretch.
Oh, yes, indeed. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score. We've got Clay Harbor here in studio, and you just heard from the fine folks at Fox, and then you heard from CBS. Nobody really believing that the Bears are going to win the division.
Mixed bag.
Well, what's extraordinary to me is we look at the standings right now. The Bears still lead the North, and the Detroit Lions would not make the playoffs if the playoffs ended today, which is unbelievable because Dustin, of course, is Lion Boy, and he's going to have to chew on that one. His Super
Dustin's
Bowl
Lion
pick.
Boy, but Clay loves Dan Campbell because he used to be his position coach.
Lion Boy.
I do love Dan Campbell, man, but I just don't think he's an offensive coordinator.
Oh, Score has learned.
I'm sorry, man. So you're telling me the same guy that comes in talking about biting kneecaps is now the analytical offensive coordinator for the football team?
That's true. I mean, that's a big pivot.
They miss Ben Johnson.
They miss Ben Johnson, and Ben Johnson picked the right team.
Apparently he did. I still think the Lions, I mean, Jared Goff, with their talent, I mean, you got to think that they're going to figure it out.
But let's back up for a second. I mean, it's a fun conversation where the Bears rank. In your power rankings this week, they'll probably be, move up to 8 or 7 or whatever.
1.
You had, yeah, right. You had them 10. But they are a playoff caliber team 11 games into Ben Johnson's first season, and they're talking about the postseason, and that's great. They don't have to win the Super Bowl this year. They don't have to get to the NFC Championship game this year. They're not like the Eagles, where if you don't do those things, it's a big disappointment. Expectations are everything. Right now, the Bears are exceeding theirs.
Yeah, the Bears, I mean, they're at the blackjack table. They won a couple big hands. Now they're playing with house money.
Right.
Nobody's picking the Bears to do these things. When you hear these national reporters talking about, yeah, we don't expect them to do that. They beat Mason Rudolph. They lost to Tyler Huntley. They played against Joe Flacco, Spencer Rattler, and now they got Jalen Hurts. They got Jared Goff. They got Jordan Love coming up as the quarterbacks they're playing with. I understand that. But you can only play the teams that are on your schedule.
Let's slow down. They'll totally be playing against Kyle Allen or whoever the hell the backup is.
Right.
That's yet to reveal itself, but it's been that kind of a year, right?
Well, the breaks have gone their way in many ways in terms of as far as that's concerned, and they've taken advantage of it too. All right, Clay, so you are a former Eagle. They drafted you in 2010 in the 4th round. 3 years later, they drafted 4th overall Lane Johnson. Not sure if he's going to play on Friday, but given your experience lining up next to him for a couple seasons and just knowing what you know about his value to this team, how much should we watch that this week, and how important is he to that offense?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, Lane is a guy that just defies age. He's a guy that moves players, and he's extremely intelligent. In my opinion, Penny Sewell, but he's 1A, 1B, the best right tackle in the game of football. And their running game has really struggled. Saquon Barkley had 15 yards. I mean, you look at their run game compared to last year. I mean, it's unbelievable. In yards per game this year, they're 24th. Yards per carry this year, 26th, after being top 5 in both. Red zone, they're 12th. Third down, they're not even doing well, even though they have the tush push, 17th. 3rd and 3 or less, 27th. This team, the offense is just not good. They're 25th in the NFL in points per game. The defense had a rough outing, obviously, against Dak Prescott. He threw for almost 500 yards, 473, but a lot of turnovers. I mean, there was a special team turnover. But the Eagles are a team that finds a way to win football games, and they never lose 2 in a row. That's why they're the defending world champions. It's going to be a tough ask this week, but this is not the same offense, the same Eagles that you're seeing from the past. Jalen Hurts is struggling a lot against zone coverage. I would imagine Dennis Allen comes up with a big zone scheme to throw at Jalen Hurts. Obviously, you got to stop the run game. You can't count out Saquon, but they have not been able to run the ball at all. And there's a lot of dissension in that locker room when you talk about A.J. Brown. And a lot of these players aren't happy. They don't think that Hurts is going over the middle enough or targeting them enough. So I think this is more of a winnable game than people give the Bears credit for.
I do think, though, that if there's one thing that kind of was worrisome about the Bears with their deficient defense to start that game, it has to be third down efficiency. The Steelers went 8 of 14, which is 57.1%. The Bears have kept that number about 33% over the course of the year. That's one of those hidden statistics the Bears have been excellent at. And, they haven't played necessarily great defense, but they've been very good on third down. I think part of that was all the changes. You saw the Steelers getting 7-8 yards on first down, and they were able to convert fairly easily, which is one thing the Bears have done very well this year.
Yeah, turnovers and third down efficiency. Those are 2 big plays. Yes, when you put the points per game, the yards per game.
Yes.
But the money down is something the Bears have been doing very good at. And I think we got to give Montez Sweat a shout out there, too. I mean, you look at the last few games that this guy's played. I mean, 6.5 sacks. He's got the 4th fumble, recovers his own fumble. And I'm as much of a Montez Sweat, I owe him a bigger apology probably than anyone, David. I've been pretty critical of him for what I think he should have been. And yes, in some of these plays, he's going and gets a tight end. You should probably beat the tight end, but he's really stepped up, and you are starting to feel his presence, and he's becoming a guy that you got to account for. When I turn on the Montez Sweat tape, I've told you, I'm looking at this guy, and I'm probably thinking, we're not chipping him. I think our offensive tackles could probably handle this guy. Not a guy like Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons. You walk into a game, and you're like, okay. Even TJ Watt, okay, we're going to have some extra eyes and hands on him. But he's stepped up, and he's been playing extremely well, and he's a bigger reason for this newest 4-game winning streak is anybody.
I agree, and I think another guy that had a very strong game yesterday, he was an honorary captain, kid from Pittsburgh, Jaquan Brisker. He has one of the bigger plays of the game. You know, the Steelers were, I think, in Bears territory, about 15 yards away from getting into field goal range.
Yes.
29 seconds left. It was fourth down, and he tips the ball.
Yes.
Now, maybe Nahshon Wright would have picked it off because he was in good position. But Jaquan Brisker stepping forward and having that big of a day when they needed him to step up with a lot of the injuries, that was a big moment for him as well.
I thought kind of what you're saying, Clay. I thought that Montez Sweat was playing so much better, and he's got 7.5 sacks all of a sudden, and wow, he's going to be over 10 sacks. And he had 2 sacks in that game, and then I see Myles Garrett had 3 sacks, and he's at 18, and you just kind of like, yeah, no, you wish you had that guy. That's the guy everybody would want. And didn't they talk to them when they called Cleveland?
I think they talked to Cleveland. They talked to Cincinnati. They talked to Vegas.
I mean, it'd be nothing wrong with getting a guy like that. It would really change your fortunes.
You could definitely change your complexion of your season.
Myles Garrett, pretty good score has learned.
Unbelievable. I mean, the most sacks in a player's first 11 games of a season since they became an official sack in 1982. Reggie White, 1987, had 19. Myles Garrett, 2025, 18. I mean, this is historic stuff we're seeing here. The single-season sack record is 22.5.
Yeah, he's going to break it.
He's going to break it
for
easily.
a losing team on a team that has nothing. It's
They have
unbelievable.
Shedeur Sanders.
And the Bears got to play
do.
him still. Yeah, Shedeur had a decent game, man.
It was 11 for 20.
He was the first
I know he made
Browns
some plays.
quarterback.
He
Did
made
you
some
read
plays,
that
yes.
number? First Browns quarterback in like 25 players to win as a rookie, to win his first start as a rookie. God bless him.
He had some big plays. There's no doubt about it.
And Dad was there.
Yeah, happy for that.
Yeah.
It was a nice moment.
Yeah,
nice
that was good for him, and I think that's obviously a winnable game for the Bears. But you got to account for Myles Garrett. He's a guy that can change a game for you. But just to go back, the Montez Sweat the last 6 games, 21 tackles, 8 TFLs, 6.5 sacks, 3 passes defended, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. Like that's an incredible 6-game span. He's going to need to keep this going. Obviously, with the defenders that you got out, hopefully you'll start to get some of these guys back. You know, I think maybe with a short week, you hold them out again because then you'll have 9-10 games.
Really?
I mean, it obviously
What
depends
if
on how
Kyler
close
Gordon and
they are.
Jalen Johnson are ready to go? They're ready to go, and they were ready to go on Sunday. But still, do you think they would be cautious with them?
Yeah, guess what, David? They were also ready to go earlier this season.
That's right.
And then they
21
lasted
plays,
a couple
22
snaps.
plays,
And you have a chance to get an extra 10 days of recovery, 10 days of treatment, 10 days of reps.
You're looking big picture, and you think the Bears may have a flaw in the system in terms of when players return, right?
There's something going on there. There's a trend. If there's one player that comes back and gets re-injured, okay, I chalked that up. T.J. Edwards, it was just a mishap with his hamstring. You see Jalen Johnson come in for 28 plays. He's gone. Kyler Gordon comes in for a game. Now he's out again. Something's going on there, and there's similar injuries. So with that being said, if you bring these guys back and it happens again, you know how much fire you're going to be under, how much scrutiny you're going to be under? I think this is a winnable game. You've had some players step up. You see what Nahshon Wright just did. I'm not sure what Tyreek Stevenson's designation will be right now after the game. But I still think with the guys you have now, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, not that he's made Kyler Gordon expendable, but he's made him able to take an extra game off.
Our guy Brad Biggs wrote that Joe Fortenbaugh gave him the Westgate Sportsbook made the Eagles a 7-point favorite on Friday's game. 7 points is a lot when you're talking about point spreads in the NFL. And here are the Eagles coming off a shocking loss, a really bad performance by them after being up 21-0. Is there what are your thoughts on the Bears in this game? You don't have to pick it, but are you comfortable with them in this game, or is this going to be ugly?
I mean, I would, if I had to pick it, I'd probably pick the Eagles. But I think, any given Sunday, I think the Bears have a puncher's chance against this team. This isn't last year's Eagles. This isn't a team where you have to go in there and worry about Devontae and A.J. Brown going deep and then Dallas Goedert over the middle and this big offensive line just mauling you. Like I said, Saquon Barkley since the bye week, the last 3 games in Philly, 58 carries, 165 yards, no touchdowns, 2.7 yards per carry the last 3 games.
He's no longer jumping over people backward.
It takes a toll on you for the amount of he literally carried.
But is he still the leading husher?
Oh boy.
He literally carried the Eagles to a Super Bowl. And it takes a toll on your legs. And I feel like 2.8 yards per carry the last 3 games with a team that is trying to do everything they can to get you the ball. Kevin Patullo, the offensive coordinator over there, is under so much fire. I'd like to, after I leave, I might tune in to the Odyssey station out there in Philly and listen to WIP just to see what the sports talk is this morning.
If you picked the Bears, would you be welcome back at the Eagles reunions?
Oh yeah, I'd be welcome back there, man. They do a good job of taking care of their old players. Howie's still the GM that drafted me, Howie Roseman. He's still over there running the show. Whenever I go out there for training camp, he always comes and says what's up. Really nice guy.
You've done some work for WIP, haven't you?
Yeah, I hosted the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know, I did 6 hours of radio for the Super Bowl over there, and that was great. But Brandon Graham, a guy from my draft class, is back on that roster.
Oh my gosh.
I'm waking up with back pain. I'm coming in here, can barely sit in my chair last week, talking to you guys, and Brandon Graham's still out there sacking quarterbacks.
Clay, you're the best. Thank you, buddy.
Great
we
stuff. See you
appreciate
tonight,
it.
5:30, Big Pro Football Show, CHSN.
Yes,
and
sir.
We will be on with our colleagues. I believe we have Layla and Marshall and Mark Grody also in attendance. We'll chat with them next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Coming up on Spiegel and Holmes this afternoon, the incredible season continues for your Chicago Bears. Let's discuss. It's me and Anthony Herron today and tomorrow in Thanksgiving week. Kurt Warner joins us and Chris Emma with updated audio from the locker room as well. Let's hang out and enjoy what this season has become. Spiegel and Holmes this afternoon on 670 The Score.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Gear up for epic football games under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. It's amazing. Dive into the 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in the luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and the private cabanas. Private cabanas. That's where it's at. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
This is David Haugh for Revolution Brewing. Anti-Hero IPA from Revolution Brewing is your game day hero, bringing you a bold hop bomb with unwavering quality. Canned fresh every Monday. Bold citrus, floral, and pine aromas, flavor notes of grapefruit and orange marmalade, delicious, crisp, refreshing. Anti-Hero IPA has commanded the title of #1 selling IPA in Illinois for 11 years. Show your hometown pride with an Anti-Hero IPA, proudly brewed only in Chicago by Revolution Brewing. For more information, visit revbrew.com.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at Hellsberg.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Now we're in a transition a little bit. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 to The Score. We are broadcasting live from The Score's Hyundai Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Jacob Stutz for getting us up and twitching this morning, and thanks to everyone for calling, texting, emailing.
Mosov, thank you for listening on this Monday.
And thanks to our executive producer. He's Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
And then with Ja, he's a funny guy. He has a lot to say all the time, especially for a guy who rarely takes accountability. But you know what? That's for another day.
Wow, that was some
Klay Thompson,
pretty powerful information there from Klay Thompson.
Enough for me to say no way to Ja. Stay away from those rumors, Marshall Harris.
Yeah, tell Marshall to back off. And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for that wonderful, beautiful piece of audio.
A win is crazy. It's amazing, you know, off of 1 week of practice, you know what I mean? Just 1 week of practice. So imagine, you know, what a full offseason look like. It get dangerous. But it's just a 1 week of practice, so I'm just truly thankful, you know, that everything happened.
Pretty good stuff all the way around.
Yeah.
Shedeur makes his debut and is the first, Browns quarterback to win of 170,000.
11 for 20, 200 and some
Eric
yards.
Zier in 1995.
Yeah,
to
it's
win
a
his
long
debut,
time.
yes.
That's right. It's Eric Zier. Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't. And he's Marshall Harris. Marshall Harris right here. There he is.
17 straight starts, debuts in the Browns uniform.
Ledler's right there.
Good morning.
And I hear rumors that Mark Grote's in there.
The great man is here. Yes.
I made it all the way from Soldier Field back to our downtown Chicago studios after a great vibe at Soldier Field and in the Bears locker room yesterday. And it's an 8-3. How was talking about an 8-3 team for 4 hours today, Mully?
Oh, it was a great vibe, if I may say. And It was 4.5 hours, but he was
4.5 Who's counting, Grody?
Yeah.
What about the pregame show? Does that count? Does Dustin's
Yes, it
show
does.
count?
5 hours.
There it is. Guys, I was
I
laughing.
was levitating over the wind. Sorry, Layla.
I'm levitating.
No, you can, Dustin. I'm happy to hear you were levitating. I was just laughing because, of course, John and Joliet, who I'm pretty sure his license plate is "What About Danks," and I'm not making this up. Of course, he was the guy who gets flipped off by Aaron Rodgers.
That was hilarious.
That was funny.
And even if it wasn't, he's a heck of a storyteller.
He definitely
he
is.
was great.
He's a regular every
Good
Monday
man.
morning. So, yeah, great to see you, Mark Grody.
Yeah, look, one of my favorite parts of covering Bears games is sitting one seat down from David Haugh, and we whisper back and forth. Occasionally we make little jokes, but we share insight with one another, and then we go our separate ways, and then we meet back up in the press box, and Dave's up there just typing away. He's up there typing away, getting his story together. I'm getting my audio together. That's the way it works for Haugh and I out at Soldier Field. But it was awesome out there. I was a little worried early, Haugh, with all the terrible towels
Yeah,
in the
there's a lot
stands.
of
It's like all of a sudden it's like, whoa.
Yeah,
it looked like 3/4 of the stadium. I'm exaggerating, but it just felt like that. The towels were out, but they went home unhappy. They had to tuck their towels back. They looked so sad, the Steelers fans walking out of Soldier Field with
They
their
went home
towels.
with their towels tucked between their legs.
They did, Mully. They did, and even
well
walking.
played.
Like I walked to Soldier Field from the South Loop, and like there was this parade of Steelers fans in terrible towels. So I didn't have a good feeling early, but it all worked out.
So how are you handling all of the glorious Victory Monday stuff?
We have a question for the people, for everybody, for the gente, if you will, the people.
The gente.
Do you accept that the Bears are good? So that becomes the question. Do you accept it? Because I think people still kind of don't sometimes. We also have to talk about how injuries told the tale of this game, no matter what you do. We have a giveaway that I want to steal the tickets for, so more on that coming up on our show.
What?
We're asking the question, who deserves more credit, the front office or the coaching staff, for being able to win that game? Mark will take us inside the locker room at 11:25. We'll take your calls at 10:45, everybody. 312-644-6767, 1045. 5 on it is at noon. Anthony Herron is on with Matt Spiegel today, so James Big Cat Williams joins us at 12:25. We are looking forward to that conversation. Dan Wiederer of the Take the North podcast and The Athletic is at 1 o'clock.
Have a great show.
All right, guys.
Weedsy. Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
It's that time of year again. Hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
Welcome to Coffee House. How are you today?
Hi, great, thanks. May I get a sea salt caramel latte with almond milk, extra caramel, extra shot, iced,
Gross.
and to go, please. Did you get all that?
No, I was just ringing you up for all the extras. Can you repeat your order, please?
Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna go.
Stop paying extra for extras. Get fancy coffee without the fancy coffee price at Quick Trip. Raise your coffee bar.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
When it comes to cancer, expertise matters. Loyola Medicine offers leading-edge treatments and a team dedicated to your whole health. From prevention to advanced therapies, we're here for every step. Discover more at loyolamedicine.org/cancer.
The Bears stay in first place and move to 8-3 after beating the Steelers at Soldier Field. Keep it here as the score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, 10-2 on 670 The.
It is time to make our predictions for the Bears and Steelers.
The Bears' top 3 linebackers will not be involved in Sunday's contest, already being ruled out. I think the Bears are going to lose this game.
Wow.
27-24.
27-24, the Steelers will beat the
Oh,
Bears.
not me. 28-24 Bears. I don't know why. I really can't explain
Bears
it.
are winning 24-21. The Steelers are going down. Aaron Rodgers' body will be in a body bag by the end of the game.
I think it's going to be a 24-20 Bears win because I am a little drunk on the Bears Kool-Aid right now.
Madden growing up? Madden? Yeah. Occasionally. I always like taking the bad teams and take the franchise mode and try to build them up from there.
Rudolph to throw it. Looking for a big play. Sideline. And it's intercepted. On cue. Deshaun Wright. Williams. A strike to DJ Moore. Touchdown. Chicago. The turnover turns into points.
Outstanding.
Williams trying to get out of the pocket. He won't. Loses the ball, and the Steelers jump on top of it. It's a touchdown, and it's T.J. Watt.
Oh, no.
Williams throws it, and it's caught for the touchdown. Loveland carries the defender with him for the score. Second of the day for Caleb Williams. Ball is spotted at the 44, and they run it to Gainwell. Kenneth Gainwell, the speed, lunging to the pylon. Williams downfield, open man, touchdown, DJ Moore. Rudolph looking, Rudolph is sacked. Ball's out. Ball is rolling around, who's got it? Bears secure it. Handoff, Here's a hammer. Touchdown, Bears.
Finish him.
Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through. The Chicago Bears, one of the biggest surprises in the NFL this season, will move to 8-3. 83. Not the same old Bears.
Good, better, bad. Good, better, bad. Never let it rest. Never let it rest. Good gets better. Good gets better. And it better gets better. It better gets better. Bears on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
That's right. It's not the same old Bears. It's not this decade's Bears. It's not most of last decade's Bears. I don't even know how to call the 2000s outside of the Super Bowl teams Bears. So that's the point here. This isn't your Bears. It's not your older sister's Bears. It's not even your judgmental older cousin's Bears. No. That cousin has his house paid off already, and you're like, what the heck? No. This is a different Bears team. We all have to accept it. We live in it. And the fact that the Bears are 8-3, what a record for 670 The Score. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody here on 670 The Score. You can call us later on the show, 1045. We'll take your calls, 312-644-6767. You can text us at that number as well. Accept it. I know that this is not the sexiest quarterback roster the Bears have faced the last few weeks, but they still have to win the games that are on the schedule. And you know what good teams do? Good teams take advantage of other teams' weaknesses. And then it turns into some wins. And then next thing you know, they're 8-3. This is playing with house money time. And to have that record on November 24th, I take it. Mark Grody, Marshall Harris, your thoughts. I'll go with the gentleman in the black, Mark Grody.
Oh, I thank you.
Because he breathed in first.
It's pretty.
He did breathe hard.
It's pretty simple.
He was ready.
I did. You were looking at me, so I was like, "Oh, I better get a big deep breath here."
You're fine.
Yeah.
Was it a gasp or was it a preparation?
It was an unexpected preparation because usually Marshall jumps right in. So I was like, "Oh boy,
I know,
I
figured-
better get my breath here."
I figure we can mix it up.
Absolutely
go
hard
so I can come back at you.
Look, the Bears are
what she
the Bears
said.
are good. The Bears are good, and I was not saying this a couple of weeks ago. I don't even know if I was convinced last week. As I said last week, the Bears are winners. The Bears did beat a good team yesterday. Yes, they did. Yes, the Aaron Rodgers factor, you could add that in, but we could add in stuff every single week if we would like, and every team in the NFL who faces teams with injured players can go through this exercise. The Bears are good, and some of it is it's about time to open our eyes and look at the rest of the NFL and discuss exactly where the fear like what are we afraid of? And Lord knows I've had my bouts with fear when it comes to the Bears. There's no doubt about it. But I no longer am fearful of Detroit. I don't feel the fear factor from Green Bay. Lord knows Minnesota is long gone, and J.J. McCarthy has issues at the moment.
Tim Jenkins posted on Twitter, he's like, what's going on with J.J. McCarthy? And when our quarterback guru doesn't know, woo.
Yes. Yeah, no, it feels really bad for him. Like, I don't think that he is like just going to call him a bust, but he's just missing badly right now. He's in a horrible slump that needs to be figured out. But we'll let Charch take care of that in Minnesota for the rest of the week. But there's not, like, even as of right now, I'm probably not picking the Bears to beat Philadelphia. But even they don't have the same power that they had last year. And I'm just saying that because of what happened yesterday. In general, they've been a little bit uneven. This defense, excellent. Offense has had some issues with them. Marshall, you brought it up backstage. The Rams, they're for real. There's no doubt about it. But the fear around the NFL it's not there for me right now. So the Bears are good. Yes, they are.
Why would you be scared if you haven't faced any monsters? That's what I would say. Listen.
Do you know how many people are scared of monsters that they don't know what a monster
all
is?
The time.
Hey, I'm not
all
saying,
the time.
I think Philadelphia and the Rams are probably better than the Bears. That's a different story. Like, better, but not like there's no way you could possibly
I was just going off of
beat Philadelphia.
What you were saying about fear itself. I'll put it like this.
Okay.
There are 19 teams in the NFL that have above 500 records. The Bears are one of them. That leaves 18 other teams. It's kind of amazing that even though the majority of teams in the NFL have a winning record, 19 out of 32, and again, the Bears are one of them, that even though 18 of the other 31 teams have a winning record, the Bears have only faced 3 of them. That's what's crazy about this. They faced the Steelers, who they beat. They faced the Lions, who they lost to. They faced the Ravens, who, by the way, now have a winning record. And that's it. And that's crazy. I'm sorry, the Lions. I don't know why I left out the Lions. They faced the Lions as well.
We've all tried to eliminate that game at one point or another
yes.
in talking about the Bears season.
But so it's amazing that they've only faced less than a handful of those teams. They have just one win to show for it. So when you ask, are the Bears good? I'll say this. They're good enough right now. And in the NFL, that's all that matters.
So they're not good, they're good enough? I mean, I want to be clear. Is that your caveat? I'm not trying to get you.
They're good enough right now, and that's all that matters.
It's an interesting distinction, though. Not good, good enough.
Yeah, well, like the Ravens, a few games ago, people were like trying to bury them. They're now the leaders in the AFC North.
Does that surprise you, though, that they're rising up? Did you really think they were going to stay buried?
That doesn't surprise me. People were trying to bury the Chiefs, who, by the way, if the playoffs started today at 6-5, still wouldn't be in the playoffs. And neither would the Steelers now that the Bears got that win.
But if I was in the AFC, if we're talking the AFC, that team still would scare me, the Chiefs.
Of course. Even yesterday, the argument can be made, I wanted to see Aaron Rodgers. We talked about all the storylines, but unfortunately, injuries took care of that, as it tends to do this time of year.
And so that's my point, Layla, is that there's injuries to all these teams that we're talking about.
And as I was going to say, is as much as people have to accept the Chiefs' record this season, and you can explain it in a bunch of different ways, you also have to expect the Bears' record this season, and you can explain that in a bunch of different ways. But at the end of the day, the job is you're going to have to beat your opponent, and you're going to have to take advantage of what you see. As a fan, do you want to see Aaron Rodgers be the one who goes down on Sunday? Absolutely, I do. I wanted to see that because here he is flipping everybody off. He's walking all around. He's doing his little ceremonious walk around at Soldier Field. One of our listeners may have enticed him to be flipped off. Credit to you, John and Joliet. But in the meantime, you still have to accept the fact that other teams are game planning the same way. If Caleb Williams went down, you don't think that the Packers in 2 weeks would be excited, for example? So you have to face it on the flip side of this, too. Luck is a lot of times what happens when preparation meets opportunity. And that's why I think at the end of the day, this is still preparation-based. They still had to actually go out there and play the game on the schedule. And to be talking about this in this way at 8-3, I take it.
Right, and you can't, like at some point, and I led the way on the Bears having bad wins and being skeptical of their wins.
So what changed?
But at some point in the time, when you keep winning these games, you have to allow for legitimacy. You have to respect them. You have to admit they're winners. And then they finally did what we've been wanting them to do, and that is to beat a winning team. The Steelers were 6-4 coming into this game. That's a winning. You and I both picked the Steelers to win the game, did we not? We both picked that to happen.
That was based on the injuries. I was wrong.
Right. So, and it was easy to think about that and just because they're the Steelers, and that's a hell of a defense, and the names scare you more than the activity.
Well, Aaron Rodgers too.
Well, the Aaron Rodgers factor as well.
I mean, we talked about DK Metcalf, and the Bears were able to really neutralize him. Yeah, I think that was a big part of this. I respect the hell out of DK Metcalf, and they tried to neutralize him. And even with 3 backup linebackers, he still only gets 22 yards.
Yep.
They weren't throwing the ball down the field because Nashawn Wright instills the type of fear that you were talking about in quarterbacks, apparently.
That let him know from jump, quite literally, because what happened after that? Mike Tomlin and the Steelers made adjustments, and they said, Mason Rudolph, you're not going to throw anything that's over 10 yards in the air.
I like that play on words from jump, because he literally just jumped up and took the ball away.
But then on the flip side, I do think, for everybody who says this isn't a complete game, you're right, it's not a complete game. The Steelers still rattled off a 17-play drive. They rattled off a 95-yard drive. When I saw that they were pinned on the 5-yard line, I was like, sweet. And then they just marched down the field, and they were able to get in rhythm. Caleb Williams got sack fumble. I don't know how they ended up scoring it because they said only 1 sack yesterday. But Caleb Williams gets chased down by the two people you absolutely expected in J.J. Watt and then what we saw in Nick Herbig. He fumbles in the end zone, probably one of the worst plays of his career. But we talk about all of this differently because the team ends up helping out. Everybody ends up picking up where somebody else leaves off enough to be able to come away with that 31-28 win.
There were holes in the Bears defense for sure, but man, the plays, you mentioned the Nashawn Wright intercept. That was the degree of difficulty. I loved watching that. That was like a man's play right there. Big guy going up against big guy, and Nashawn comes down with it. I thought that was beautiful. Brisker, the fourth down deflection plate, and Montez Sweat was right on time all day. The guy should have probably had 3 sacks. So you had all that. And then, you got your stars making plays, or the guys that should be making plays. And then, hello, DeMarco Jackson. Thank you for your 15 tackles. Hello, Amen Ogbog Bamiga. Thank you for your 14 tackles in the game. So playmaking was real out there. And here we are. We're going to be talking about this week. The fact that the Bears, it's not out of the realm of possibility that the cavalry is on its way, that you could get Jalen Johnson back, that you could get Kyler Gordon back this week. So it's getting interesting.
Our segment on Rahimi Harrison-Grody is we talk about the Bears on a football Monday here on 670 The Score. Of course, brought to you by Plumbers 911. Presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. It's also brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. It's a lot about understanding that while the team may have not been able to come together fully in the domination that you wanted to see, they still did the thing that is very hard to do in the league. They are also injured, and they outlasted a team that was also dealing with significant injuries. So much of that is November and December football at this time of year.
I give a lot of credit to Dennis Allen and finding a way to make the patchwork defense work and turning really the quarterback. When you talk about Mason Rudolph, this guy could not throw the ball down the field, but also it just limited what they could do because the linebackers were exposed for a bit, right?
No doubt.
And it seemed like the adjustments that were made at halftime really came into play. And then it became, when it's back and forth and the Steelers have the lead, you can do a lot of different things. But once the Bears are ahead, now you got to come back. And to come back, you do have to be able to throw the football down the field. And they never crossed that bridge and to a point where you felt like Rudolph was going to be able to lead them back.
I don't know, man. I take a look at what I just said with those punishing drives that the Steelers were able to put together. And the fact that the Bears were able to address another objective successfully in being able to convert red zone and end zone opportunities, goal-to-goal opportunities into touchdowns and not field goals, which is how they ended up winning this game. Like, they were able to answer with some objectives that they wanted to achieve as well. And to do that while only rushing for 99 yards as a team in the game.
Yeah, Bears put together a really nice drive of their own in the second quarter. The 11-play, 70-yard drive ending in the Colston Loveland, that touchdown.
Tutty.
Yeah, he had a tutty. There was a 22-yard throw to Rome along the way. So they put together another nice long drive on the day as an answer to the Pittsburgh Steelers. But, yeah, I mean, so many things. And you're right, Marshall. Like, there were times where it looked pretty scary it looked like the Steelers were going to benefit heavily from all the backups on the field for the Bears. But what I was going to say is I know the Montez Sweat strip sack, that's the play. But low-key, the sack he had in the name of adjustments, the sack that he had on the first drive of the third quarter to stop the Steelers right there.
Middle eight.
That might have been low-key the biggest sack of the day for Montez Sweat.
Well, there was also the one where his arms encircled Mason Rudolph and he grabbed at his hips because you see what he's doing. You see he's trying to be legal in how he hits the quarterback and does his darndest and tries to grab at his hips, but his hands don't catch and then he just misses it. And he thought it was going to be chaotic on the other side. And wasn't that gain negated by a penalty? It was illegal formation, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
So that was one, that was frustrating.
As much as we talk about what's going on with this defense and the fact that they were able to kind of patch it together, it's who you don't have to talk about because we didn't hear much about him that shocked me to my core. Ozzie Trapillo's out there at
It's
left
Zapillo.
tackle.
Yeah.
Well, it's Trapillo to me now.
It's Zapillo.
People aren't going to be mess up his name for long if he keeps doing stuff like this.
I don't think it's Zapillo, guys. I don't know.
We got to talk to Emma. Actually, we're going to have Emma on tomorrow, maybe. So we'll learn them.
Ozzie Trapillo's play in this game opened my eyes to what this team can be, because if bodies are falling like flies, like mosquitoes against the zapper, and you're able to continue to put up 30-plus points, that's how I said they had to win these games coming up. And right now, they're doing the thing.
Anybody called Lance Briggs lately? Because I'm pretty sure I was about to tweet at Lance Briggs and be like, yo, there's 7 minutes left in this game. How quickly can you get to Soldier Field?
Get those double nickels out there. Let's go.
Ruben Hippolyte gets lost in that first quarter with the shoulder injury. We don't even get to see him. It was bad. Name a Bears linebacker.
Hey, Layla, guess who was there yesterday? Number 50, Mike Singletary was in the house.
Saw that.
The jokes were running like crazy in the press. Hey, could Mike Singletary suit up for this game?
I think he could give you. I think on the scale
that's
of
exactly what they sounded like.
If age is how many plays you can still give, I bet he can give at least one. Like Doug Buffone said, I got one in me. Yeah, absolutely. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. It is a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. We broadcast from the Scores Hyundai Studios live, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And when we have breaking news on The Score, it's brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. It's Marshall Harris, Mark Grody, and me, Layla Rahimi. Our producers are Ray Diaz, Robbie Triano, Brandon Fryer will help out today as well. Our video team is Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis. You can catch us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. We're on YouTube at 670 The Score, and you can text and call us. 312-644-6767. Everybody chiming in. We'll read some of the texts. We'll take your calls in 20 minutes as we continue to ask the question, do you accept it now at 8-3? Are the Bears finally good to you? We'll talk more about it next.
The Bears win. They win their 4th in a row after taking down the Steelers at home, staying in first place and improving to an impressive 8-3.
They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through.
Stick around as all of our shows and team of Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they head back on the road to take on the Eagles the day after Thanksgiving. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Audi Exchange Highland Park. The season of Audi sales event is here at Audi Exchange Highland Park and Audi Exchange St. Charles. Shop our huge selection of Audi's best, and right now get up to $5,000 off select new Audi models. This isn't an event you want to miss. Shop AudiExchange.com.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for Good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Save time every time for a great haircut. Just download the Great Clips app or check in online at greatclips.com. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Joe?
I started a woodworking business. I was able to build beautiful furniture, but had no handle on the business side of things, so quickly fell behind in my taxes. 1 year of being behind in taxes quickly turned into 5 years. I ended up owing almost $37,000.
Then Joe found Tax Relief Advocates.
I would hear ads for Tax Relief Advocates. One day it just clicked. This is my exact situation that I'm in. So I wrote down the number and called from the car when I got home that day. TRA saved me 99% of what I owed the IRS, and that brought a huge sense of relief.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Joe did and called TRA for a consultation.
I'm really happy that I made that call, and I finally felt like I could breathe again.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-513-5321. 800-513-5321. That's 800-513-5321.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Cleveland rookie Shedeur Sanders picked up his first NFL win in a 24-10 rout of the Raiders, and Shedeur showed real promise. But the real star of the game, the Browns' defense. And now here's the real question. The better Shedeur plays, does he actually become trade bait? With 2 first-round picks coming and a likely shot at a top quarterback, the Browns may soon have a valuable asset on their hands. I'm Maggie Gray.
Listen to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Really proud of the guys. Thought they did a phenomenal job just responding. I knew we were decimated in certain areas, and yet it's easy the easy thing is to say, woe is me, and our guys didn't do that. They just stepped up and kept battling through. Can't say enough good things about the linebackers that stepped up in that game. It was great to get number 8, and they'll enjoy it here tonight, and tomorrow we'll be in the building on a short week and ready for the next game.
Yeah, Ben Johnson was right, because who was left on the Bears linebacking core? My goodness, decimated is actually the right word there, because they were reduced to a fraction of what they normally operate with. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. And I like to describe this a lot of times if I'm trying to figure out highlights, with a producer, if you're trying to figure out what's the best way to go about talking about a game. And I always ask the question, well, how would you describe it to your friend if they didn't see the Bears game? So it's, oh yeah, Aaron Rodgers didn't play. The Bears had like 2 healthy dudes on the defense, and they just ended up scoring enough touchdowns. And Caleb Williams, even though he fumbled in the end zone, it was okay. They withstood the Steelers and won 31-28. It's something along those lines. And that's where this starts, is the injuries were such a factor in this game. We joked about calling out Mike Singletary to see if he had a play in him, but for the Bears to be able to get this done defensively, despite having those massive drives that the Steelers put together that we talked about, there's a lot of credit that goes to Dennis Allen, but even more to the pass rush, who was the most healthy unit on the defense, who actually stepped up, especially in that second half.
We called them out. We said, hey, by the way, that fully healthy unit, not the secondary, not the linebacking core, the one with the guy with the highest paid contract on the defense, yeah, he needs to go ahead and go to work. And Montez Sweat did not disappoint. And honestly, he has not disappointed since the bye week. He has come on slowly, as Ben Johnson talked about, and been kind of more of a presence week by week. And it kind of makes you wonder, can he keep this up through the rest of the season? Because if he's given multiple sacks and pressures and everything else, the Bears might be cooking with something more than just a little Crisco.
Well, how much has he come on, sir? Let's tell you. Since the week 5 bye, Montez Sweat has 6.5 sacks. So he's got 7.5 total. 3 forced fumbles, 4 passes defensed, and 8 tackles for a loss. And I think you also know it when you see it. For example, when the pocket is super well formed, you're like, oh man, that's good pass pro for them. That's happened too many times, we know. I felt like the pass rush was not there in the first half. But then when you start to see it break down and collapse, and it's doing more of that in the center than it previously did before as well. And that's thanks in part to Grady Jarrett. Just if you can't get home, at least try to just mess up the shape of the pass pro.
I remember when things were at their worst for Montez Sweat, and he was not getting sacks, and I spoke to him. I think I was like the only person to speak to him after a game in the locker room. I don't know if you guys remember this, and I brought the audio here, but he said 2 things to me. He said, number one, the media is not helping. Remember that? He was
I do remember that.
And I was like, okay, like I'm part of that. There's no doubt about it.
He was also surprised that we were reacting this way.
Yes, and
we knew this life. He was new to it.
Exactly. I mean, it is crazy because when he comes in, when he's dropped into the locker room 2 years ago, we're all obsessing over the Tez effect. We're all talking to him, and he's like laughing, and we're all having a good time.
Because he's doing stuff.
Because he was doing stuff. And then he goes through a bad year last year, and he learned what it's all about to be playing in a gigantic market, and the criticisms that were coming your way, he clearly was reading them. But the concrete thing, the real thing that he said to me that day was, give us some time here. He was sort of pleading with me, saying that this is a new defense, that it's a new coordinator, there's new players, and it was almost like the expression in his face was, come on, like this will click. And I don't know if I believed it. I don't know if you guys believed it. I took his word, but here we are, and there's been this crescendo since, and now he's looking dominant again.
Well, that's it, is we've been on the other side of this knowing that hasn't typically been the case. The only other comp I can think of recently was Ryan Poles, who, as we know, paid people more than the market said that they were worth. That's the only time where I feel like overpay comes into play, is when you know based on a relative value and what the offers are from other teams. That's when it comes in baseball, when like everybody wants to pay so much money, it's not overpaying because it's the same rate.
Did it feel like overpaying at the time though, Layla?
But that's it. Yes, yeah. With I'm saying with Robert Quinn. So like Ryan pays Robert Quinn more than any other team was willing to pay him. That's usually what happens. That's how you end up here. But significantly
you got
more.
Your money's worth though.
But not in that first year. Don't you remember? And he even talked about not wanting to show his face. And then it's the next year where he's able to threaten for that Bears record and ultimately, reach that goal. But it was the next year. And so for Montez Sweat to come on immediately and then show signs of the entire defense regressing, like here we are talking about Tremaine Edmonds and questioning why the Bears wanted to pay all that money to him. That whole defense just made other people look bad. Even the people they wanted to fit in that system, it made them look bad.
Looks pretty good right now, though. Right? Tremaine Edmonds looks pretty good right now.
Going back
Sweat
to what
looks pretty good right now.
Montez Sweat said to you, that's kind of where my stance was. That's why like, people are like, oh, you think they're going 7-10? I was like, yeah, because I think it's going to take time.
And frankly,
I think it's going to take time, and I think we gave him grace in saying, yeah, okay, I hear you. I understand that, but the back half of the season better look a lot different than what the first, month of the season looks like.
they're still not getting the production they paid for. They're still the 10th, in the league as of August when it came to how much money they're giving to the defensive line.
I think they're getting what they paid for out of Montez Sweat, though.
But overall, that's the point. They're still not getting what they paid for overall. Montez Sweat is, though, doing his part.
I would say part of that, though, Layla, is the fact that they have been so unhealthy. They're having to do so much patchwork. Starts with the secondary at the back, and then working your way to the front. Now that we know what's going on with the linebacking core, they have not been whole this whole season. And so that's why I'm like, okay, Dennis, if you can just find a way to hold the opponent to less points than what your offense is scoring, that's just a dub because you're not whole. And I know we're getting to the part of the season where a lot of teams can say that, but I think the Bears are doing a better job than most of those other teams working with what they have, and what they have is being much less than what they thought they'd ever have.
Yeah, there's no doubt. You said it, we always talk about the offensive adjustments throughout the year as a whole, and we've seen them with the offensive line. We have seen them with the running game, and now I got to imagine, although Dennis Allen gets up there and he's cool, calm, collected with us, and he pushes off any sort of excuses, he's got to be going crazy during the week. At one point yesterday, he was without 7 starters on his defense.
Is that a lot?
That's a lot. So he's got to be going crazy. And to get the production that he got out of, again, guys like DeMarco Jackson and Amen Ogbongbemiga.
I think it's Obong. OGB typically is the G is silent in the first part.
Okay.
I got to look that.
Okay.
Yeah,
typically.
it's Ogbongbemiga.
Amen.
Obong.
Ogbongbemiga?
No,
take the G out.
Yeah,
the first
Obong.
That's the middle part.
So go O and then Bong.
Okay.
Ogbongbemiga. Because typically...
Obong. Long O at the beginning.
So typically the G, if it's between an O and a B in those names, is typically silent. But it depends on the individual.
What have I told you about correcting me on names on the air, Layla? What have I told you about that?
I didn't write it down. I have failed at the assignment.
Aben Ogbongbemiga.
Oh, nobody knows. You know what it is? It's Zapillo.
Ogbongbemiga.
It's Zapillo.
Amen Ogbongbemiga.
You know what we need here?
Ogbongbemiga.
Was there a point? I'm challenging
bong.
our producers right now. Was there a point in the game yesterday where the announcers said the name? Because that's usually the trust spot.
There were several, but we'll have to find the actual example of it.
Okay,
I remember hearing it, but can I spit it out to you and tell you the proper way at this time?
Yeah.
I cannot at this time.
Oh.
Also, going back to the Dennis Allen point, did you see the video of them hugging after the game? So Jaquan Brisker levitates to get that deflection.
We're levitating a lot today.
And then Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen are just embracing and slow circle. That was a relief hug if I've ever seen one.
Yeah,
why say jump when you can say levitate, Mark?
I love it.
Dua Lipa has a song.
It's a whole song. She's levitating, man. Life is good for Dua Lipa.
Also, speaking of that, so there was the hug between Dennis Allen and Ben Johnson after the game, and then there was also Jaquan Brisker doing his own play-by-play call of the video of him blocking the pass.
That's awesome.
62205 from Pittsburgh, all caps, because he is.
Oh, yeah.
Great team win. I love this team. I love the fans. All we can do is go up. Chicago, we lit. Fire emoji and then bow and arrow emojis.
Little tease for you for our world-famous Inside the Locker Room segment later on. Jaquan Brisker will break down that sick deflection he had, and Pittsburgh will come up as well during that particular
Why do you
segment.
say Pittsburgh will come up as well in that particular octave drop?
I don't know.
What did you guys think of that play too? Because that was pretty I don't know that I can say the word on the air. I feel like there's some cojones involved there when it came to that play, because Dennis Allen had Jaquan Brisker at the line of scrimmage on that crucial 4th down, and that could have easily gone the other way and had been burned, but that was the right call. Rolls Jaquan Brisker up like that, and then he's able to get the lift he needed to make that happen.
Honestly, Layla, when I watched that play, all I was thinking about was the fake tush push I was like, anything can happen on this play. I hope it's not as bad as that fake tush push. That was in my mind from the moment that happened for the rest of the game.
That fake tush push pretty much is the tape that any pro tush push team can show the NFL competition committee and be like, oh, this isn't a football play? Oh, it's not always the same outcome. Look at this.
What do you think the Eagles thought of that? Let's see some of that tush push.
I'm worried they might want to run it on Friday.
They just might. I thought, did the announcer say, because I haven't watched the TV copy yet, did they say that Grady Jarrett got a paw up on that play?
I think, well...
Because I thought it was Grady Jarrett at first.
The replay was Jaquan. There was another play where Grady Jarrett got up, and then wasn't there another play where Dominique Robinson got up? Because, somebody whose number was a 0, and I couldn't see if it was 50 or 90, got up, and then somebody's helmet was in, a Steelers helmet was in another guy's stomach. And I was like, good effort. Good effort.
I saw, and I wasn't clear on it, and so I saw Grady Jarrett. Before we talked to Brisker, I saw Grady Jarrett in the locker room. I was like, did you deflect that ball? And he's kind of like, well, I don't know. He goes, if you could find out I did, let me know. I said, I'll do some digging. And
that means he doesn't know.
No, that means he knows it wasn't him.
Yeah,
but he was like, hey, if you want to give me credit, man, he's like,
trying to get me stats so I can get this money.
He was like, by the time you get out of the locker room, you let me know if I deflected it. And I couldn't let him know that because it was Brisker.
Yeah,
so.
Well, I think that's diplomacy in action.
So. Yeah, absolutely.
That's a businessman's way of answering. That is professional, is what we call
Right, he's
that.
not going to give it away to me. He's not going to be like, no, it wasn't me. He's like, you go ahead, Mr. Reporter, you go find out. And if you have some good news for me, let me know.
You know what that is? It's a man who knows how to make money. Had those stats, my friend.
It's a veteran who's been around for a decade.
That's a brilliant move. Keep listening for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Guns N' Roses perform live at Credit One Union Amphitheater in Tinley Park on July 29th. It is provided by Live Nation. And they put on a good show still. Tickets go on sale Friday, December 5th at 10 a.m. livenation.com. I see the phone lines are lit up. Let's do it next. We're taking your calls on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score, 312-644-6767. Call us, text us. We'll do it all next.
Amen. Ogbong Mamigo with It's game night, Bulls fans.
To the rack, and he throws it down with a windmill right-handed slam. Tonight, the Bulls are on the road to take on the Pelicans. Pre-game at 6:45, tip-off at 7 on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. Bulls win! What a ball game! See red, Chicago.
Chicago, get ready. Real American Freestyle is hitting the mat. Saturday, November 29th, RAFO3 takes over the Wintrust Arena for a night of world-class freestyle wrestling. MMA legends, NCAA champions, Olympians all hit the mat for one night. See MMA stars like Chad Mendez, Michael Chandler, and Clay Guida. Chicago natives Austin O'Connor, Austin Gomez, and Kennedy Blades. And nationwide high school phenom, Bo Bassett, making his first professional debut. Be a part of the most electric night in wrestling. Tickets on sale at realamericanfreestyle.com or stream exclusively on Fox Nation.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on the team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up, you get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. Like can't wash the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dog car. And Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or kohls.com for details.
Hey, Hawk fans! Wednesday, November 26th at 7:30 p.m., the Hawks take on the Minnesota Wild, highlighting a key showdown between Frank Nazar and Kirill Kaprizov. Then this Friday, November 28th at 7 p.m., it's a division rivalry game against the Nashville Predators, sponsored by Modelo. You won't want to miss it, because hockey is better together. Get your tickets and all the details now at blackhawks.com/groups. Enjoy special ticket rates with no additional service fees and more. That's blackhawks.com/groups.
You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need advanced hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced team. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one in Chicago can offer anything like the Advanced FUE, offered by the world-class team at Advanced Hair. It starts with your free consultation. Call 872-217-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 872-217-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The Rahimi Harrison Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Fourth down, 28 seconds left. Steelers trying to get organized. Clock is ticking. They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through. Jaquan Brisker.
Yeah, credit to Jaquan Brisker. That must have been a pretty meaningful game for him, given that he went to Penn State, as we mentioned, from Pittsburgh. This is Jaquan's week. You're just going to go face everybody in Pennsylvania. First is Pittsburgh, then it's going to be Philly.
I love the way Jaquan Brisker's playing, because if you remember a year ago, he wasn't playing. And not only was he not playing, but there was so much doubt about what he was going to be able to do going forward. Not just, will you be back this season, but what does this mean, the fact that you were out this long? But the way he's played, the joy that he's carried himself with, I know you witnessed this in person when you talked to him, during the week and after games, he feels like a guy who has refound himself, and obviously in a very lucrative situation because it's a contract year.
I was just thinking about that, like as we get towards that kind of stuff, like the decision the Bears are going to have to make on Jaquan Brisker is going to be a complicated one.
This is the hard part for the front office, because
Big
their
time.
guys, they're going to want to pay, at like Kyler Gordon, for example, and that's what should happen. So this is where the cap starts to get hairy.
Those are Poles' first two draft picks.
Those are his babies.
They are his babies, but both injury prone.
Yes.
So do you pay these guys?
But
One of them's getting, well, obviously Kyler has been paid.
But in the meantime, I like that he's gotten, Squeaky Wheel's gotten the grease. He said, let me cook, and he's been cooking.
He has been. Kyler paid, Brisker, we'll see, but that's a conversation for later.
It is. I bet I know just the podcast, I think, to have it on.
By the way, I think we're having one half of TTN at 11?
1 o'clock.
Oh, what? Where is my brain?
What? Where were you backstage?
Where is my brain?
Well,
I can't. I got a surprise for Weeder at 1 o'clock. Layla, carry on.
Well, let's go to the phones. 312-644-6767. And to Tony and Jolie A. You're on with Rahimi Harrison Grody.
Hey, Layla, Marshall. Grody!
What's up?
What a game, man. What a game. Another victory Monday. Absolutely awesome. I'm going to answer the question. Dan Wright, the Bears are good, and they're good for the intangible fact that we got a coach that has established a winning culture that is literally transferred down to our practice squad. When you have guys that are stepping up, I mean, Trapillo against Watt, and I didn't hear Trapillo's name once, so you know the dude had a solid game. That right interception, it was one of the best interceptions. We had a bunch of fans here watching at my house, and we rewound that 3 times to just watch it. What a play. I don't think the dude does that if it's last year's team and we're mediocre. I think that's the biggest thing. And, Layla, I got to say one thing, kid. You were talking like Rocky all last Thursday. Bring him on, let's go, sweep the wrist. Me and Marshall were like, hey, let's just get out of here with the win. And I tell you, I would have loved to seen you come through with that, Layla, and I would have been calling saying, congratulations, kid, you took down the champ. But we can sit here today, we're 8-3. Sounds a heck of a lot better than 7-4. We're rolling. Let's go, Frank from Oak Park.
You're right, Tony. That's who we're going to next. Hi, Frank. You're on with Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
Well, my answering of the question would be probably good or good enough, but it's through sort of the lens of all my Bears trauma from the decades. Now, I wanted Rodgers to be playing. All we got was him on the sideline, that Cal Lizard, and those adorable videos of him whipping the bird to network B-roll personnel inside Soldier Field.
Adorable.
I really wanted to beat him so I could bring in mentions of the end of different Dracula films. By the way, the Jack Palance version from the 70s is a hidden treasure. But I had my own monsters to deal with Sunday, even in an exciting victory. I'm looking at this game, and I see a rookie backup at left tackle, and they have to slide in a third-day draft pick at right guard when Jackson gets hurt. Despite this, the Bears still ran an effective offense. Background here. My hellish scenario for backup O-lineman goes back to Wani's era. At Detroit, he had to plug in a stiff named Evan Pilgrim at guard in-game due to an injury to his starter. The next play, he throws a lookout block at a Lions D lineman, and Eric Kramer gets a back injury that ends his Bears career. Kudos to this O-line room. I think they have a group of 8 guys where the floor is not a turnstile. And if you know Bears history, that's really rare. On defense, the same story of pleasant depth chart surprises. For that Steelers game, the Bears' starting linebackers were guys who did nothing but special teams since the preseason. And hey, Nashawn Wright has 5 picks, and he was a street free agent before the Bears picked him up. Let's give kudos to Allen and his position coaches for holding that side of the ball together with wire and masking tape. I don't think Lovey or Vic Fangio would have done a better job with that many starters out. But let's hope a few of these number ones heal by Friday. The Eagles have the ability to vaporize both smoke and mirrors.
It's true, Frank. You're so right. Thanks for calling in as usual. Frank didn't toss to the next caller, so now we have to do it.
I'll say this. Frank's on to something there, and the depth thing, which I know we're going to get into a little bit at the top of the hour, in as far as how we get there. But if you just go back through this draft class specifically, you're going to be surprised at how influential the members of this draft class were in that Bears win on Sunday.
The 2025 draft
Yes.
class. Yeah, I think that's important to point out as well. And frankly, That is a big piece of what we want to talk about in our 11 o'clock segment. For now, we're still taking your calls, 312-644-6767. We have Vince and Gurney. You're on with Rahimi Harrison-Grody on The Score.
Hey, y'all. Thank you for taking my call. Shout out to Frank from Oak Park. Every time he talks, it sounds like poetry, and then it kind of throws my mind off. But shout out to him, So I had a quick question. How do you guys think the Bears are managing the two running back set between DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai? I find myself wanting to see more of Kyle Monangai runs, and sometimes it just doesn't happen if they have DeAndre Swift in there for his own weapon and his own purposes. But I just wonder how they're doing with that. And then as an extension of that, do you guys like Ben Johnson's play calling on third down? I see that sometimes it'll be 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 3, perfect Kyle Monangai run situation, and they're doing some bomb down the field that Caleb throws. So I'm just curious on how you guys think he's handling just the play calling from, certain situations versus the totality of the situation. They're winning games, but sometimes it seems like they have to win in spite of some of the play calling. It'll be a simple little run play to get you what you need. Instead, we're asking Caleb to run around and make some great play when it doesn't necessarily need to happen that way. So just curious on what you guys think about something like that.
Well, Vince, I like that you brought it up because I think that Ben Johnson is not an offensive caller where you're going to know 3rd and 3 is a passing down or to him 3rd and 2 is a running down. I feel like that's part of his creation of the offense is because he follows the concept of make the same things look different and the different things look the same. So if the formation may indicate run, he wants to pass. So that's something where I feel like you're putting defenders in conflict, and that adds to that third down concept.
And the Bears are actually 8th in the league right now on third down at 42%. The team that they will go up against this week, incidentally, and I'm just looking at this and did not know it, the Eagles are 27th in the league on third down.
Their offense is broken.
I mean, that's a thing with the Eagles. We'll get into that.
I did not think losing Kellen Moore would be so catastrophic for them. I also want to answer his other question. I think they're still dealing with an injury with DeAndre Swift. I think that that's something they'll probably have to manage the entire season. And because of that, I feel like we saw him really, take a back seat to Kyle Monangai when it came to the amount of carries and who was going to be the featured back. But man, Drew Dahlman especially had a good game yesterday. I mean, they were opening up some big lanes, both in the passing game and in the running game through the middle.
I'm not going to be one to criticize the play calling of Ben Johnson because he's got them as one of the best offenses in the entire NFL. But I think it shows how far we've come that a guy who's giving you 26 points a game in the offense, you're questioning his play calling. I think that's a great thing for Bears fans.
In the name of that caller being from Gurney, I want to tell you this, that the Score this Friday will be at the Wall in Gurney, located at 6144 West Grand Avenue. All includes James Big Cat Williams and myself, Mark Rohde. We'll host our pregame show there from 11 to 2 and then have immediate reaction on the postgame show after Chicago takes on Philadelphia the day after Thanksgiving. Catch the game on the biggest of screens while enjoying all the MVP comforts of a Marcus Theater. There will be drink specials as well. It's all happening at the Wall in Gurney starting at 11 a.m. this Friday.
And one quick note on that, it is at Gurney Mills Mall. Just specifically, we must note Gurney Mills Mall. Everyone knows.
Let's go shopping, everybody.
Yeah, Vince and Gurney, come on out to the Wall. It should be a really fun time for sure. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score on this Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by BC Bank and Great Clips. We have to figure out the credit pie. We're so used to talking about the blame pie. So who deserves more credit for the Bears using their depth? Is it the coaching staff or is it the front office and Ryan Poles? There's no wrong answers and everybody wins. Step into this world with us next.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, Then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. And when everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it is played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. This is also a good way to make sure that everybody does their work in the group project. Can't pass it off. Everybody's got to have their own leg. So grab your crew, start your build, get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Leila, Leila, to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 and up and present in Illinois, opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Feels so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Unlike Mr. Pibb, in a classroom of sodas, most stay quiet. They take notes on sweetness. They whisper about bubbles. One in the front row keeps bragging about its doctorate. Then there's Mr. Pibb. In the back, feet on the desk, sweet cherry for a second, then a bold outburst. The kind of flavor that gets attention. Some sodas raise their hand. Mr. Pibb runs the room.
Bold kick of cherry. Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The holidays are fast approaching. Have you thought about corporate gifts for your best customers and clients? If you're in charge of selecting the gifts your company sends out, listen up. This year, really wow your customers with a gift from Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. Hi, I'm Layla Rahimi, and I want you to know that Second City Prime Steak and Seafood is based right here in Chicagoland and only source the top 2% of USDA prime steak. This isn't the same steak you find in the warehouse clubs or grocery chains. This is the best of the best. Filet mignon, Japanese and Australian Wagyu, bone-in ribeye, and more. When you call Second City Prime, you will work directly with the owners, Chris and Susie. They will work within your budget per gift and craft the perfect package that will arrive on your client's doorsteps. They ship nationwide and will include a personal handwritten note with each gift. This year, make a mouth-watering impression with your holiday gifts and support a local business at the same time. Contact owners Chris and Susie at secondcityprime.com. That's second, SECOND, cityprime.com.
Some clouds around, but still plenty of sun today, a high of 53.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy the lowest prices of the year on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These Vapo-Cool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapo-Cool drops. Use as directed.
The Bears stay in first place and move to 8-3 after beating the Steelers at Soldier Field. Keep it here as the score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
In terms of training camp, I thought Coach did a great job setting up training camp in terms of increasing the competition, the physicality. Felt like you could start seeing our identity take shape, even though we know that will really solidify itself as we get into the regular season. The staff did a wonderful job developing some players, putting them really ahead of the developmental curve and in place to compete for starting positions, backup roles, and making the 53.
That was Ryan Poles. This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score on this Football Monday. A Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. And we've talked all about the injuries that really were the biggest story in this game, whether it was the injury to Aaron Rodgers that caused him not to play, or finding out randomly that Tremaine Edmonds was placed on injured reserve over the weekend, which was a surprise to a lot of people. There were the injuries to the entire linebacking core. Then there were more injuries to the linebacking core during the game. Then, oh, by the way, left tackle Theo Benedette is out, and Ozzie Trapillo, who we had seen primarily on the right side and used as an extra blocker, was now being asked to play left tackle. So when you consider it all, it was pivotal that so many people had to step up for the Bears in this game, which begs the question, who deserves more credit for the Bears' depth and the win that ensued? Is it the coaching staff for Sunday, or is it Ryan Poles? What say you, Mars Hall Harris?
Well, look, I got to give credit where credit is due. And when you look at what the Bears were able to do from a depth standpoint, where even though guys were going down, the next guy literally was the next man up and stepped in and did a good enough job for them to get a win. And so that is me tipping my hat to the general manager, Ryan Poles, which I didn't think I was going to be doing at this point in the season. But listen, when you get that far down the depth chart, it's one thing. But it's another thing to look at, and again, I don't know what the balance is when we talk about who's responsible for this past draft. But when you see Kyle Monangai, 7th-round pick from this year, score a touchdown. When you see 6th-round pick Luke Newman step in and play 22 snaps, including filling in for Jackson when he goes down with injury.
Hello, Newman.
When you see Ruben Hippolyte getting the start, no, he didn't last long, but he was out there, right? When you see Ozzie Trapillo play every single snap at left tackle and nary hear his name, Luther Burden making catches, Colston Loveland scoring touchdowns. Those are all picks from this year's draft. You can't ignore that they're having an impact, and the conversation around them is way different now than, say, before the bye week.
Excuse me, Mike was not on. And you add in like guys that they've picked, like Theo Benedette. Like, I understand he wasn't playing, but that's a solid pickup. The backups, DeMarco Jackson and Ogbongbemiga as well. Like, the depth, you can't not look at this roster right now and give a little bit of credit to Ryan Poles as much as we all were on him previously. There's no doubt about that. He drafts the players, he brings the players in, and you actually have a coaching staff which seems to be able to develop that talent as well. That's a big deal.
Well, and I think there's a couple different pieces that go in it. Number one is that I think that Matt Eberflus definitely had a hand in who he wanted, and that conversation happened with Ryan Poles.
What's that?
In previous years. So even though they didn't get the 3 technique that Eberflus wanted, there were other ways that you saw this come together. And I feel the same way when it comes to Ryan Poles answering requests from guys like Dennis Allen and Ben Johnson. I say that because how many times have we heard Dennis Allen specifically talk about traits in players that he really likes or the history that he has with somebody like a Deshaun Wright, like a C.D. Gardner-Johnson. It feels like Dennis Allen has had a big input and influence when it comes to the front office saying that. Now, that might sound like I'm giving a lot of credit to the coaching staff more so than the front office. But here's the thing. Front office could come back and say, nope, that's not the type of player we like to sign. And there could be more pushback there. So in agreement, to even be in agreement on it is a really good thing because I think a lot of people in those situations might push back. But when you see how people are being utilized, especially as we've joked, quote, off the street, end quote, there has been such success. Dennis Allen knows how to use Deshaun Wright in his defense. And credit to the front office for saying, we'll get you that guy. Dennis Allen knew how to use C.D. Gardner-Johnson. And so I feel like the front office is able to also help fill in the gaps like with Abong-Bamiga, who we mentioned, or with Jackson, who we mentioned, those two combining for 29 tackles. They're working in concert, and the respect is there. And I think the biggest difference, too, is we don't talk about how much a good coaching staff can really affect your win-loss. It sounds so silly, and you think it's such a basic concept. But last year's coaching staff with those same players, they don't pull off what happened yesterday with that win. Ozzie Trapillo, one pressure, no sacks, no quarterback hits, and an 88.4 pass protection effectiveness grade. Go play Sunday. I know it's going to be tough. I know you're facing one of the best opponents in the league at one of the toughest places to play. But you at least did your first game good. My goodness, what a shot in the arm that would be for this Bears team if it works out well.
When we're talking about the draft, that's one thing, right? But I think there's clear evidence that Dennis Allen has had all of his influence on these guys that they brought in. Because if you look at it, whether it's DeMarco Jackson, who was the guy with the green dot yesterday, or whether it is C.D. Gardner-Johnson, these are guys who played with Dennis Allen before. He knows them in and out. And I think the most important lesson, I guess, to take away from this is, in my opinion, Ryan Poles is evolving and learning and understanding where he did come up short before he got his contract extension. And he is now deferring to the experts, the coaches who know what they can and cannot do with certain players. And it's remarkable that they're not only doing what they're doing right now defensively with all these backups and everything, but they're not, like, as of right now, none of their 2025 draft picks that play on defense can play a football game right now. None of them. Not Zay Frazier, not Shamar Turner, and of course Ruben Hippolyte had to leave the game yesterday, so not him either. So I think that says a lot about where they are as a team.
I have an instant question for both of you.
Oh, here we go.
Instant question now.
I'm doing this.
I do. I know it's one game by Trapillo at left tackle.
Oh, I know where we're going here.
Where he comported himself well. Will there be a competition for the left tackle spot for the Chicago Bears heading into next year? Will Trapillo, let's just say this, will he be a starter in some way, shape, or form on the Chicago Bears next year? A second rounder versus an undrafted guy in Theo Benedette. Are we doing this all over again next year in training camp?
Unless your name is Drew Dahlman or Joe Tooney, then there better be.
Competition?
Yes.
You're set with Darnell Wright, correct?
Yeah,
I'm
set with Darnell Wright. I don't feel like he had his best game yesterday, and I feel like there have been so many games this season where he's been great, and then there's been a couple where they've been a real clunker. So that happens when you're facing guys like Max Crosby and J.J. Watt.
Yeah,
that's why I don't view him as clunkers,
T.J. Watt.
though.
I'm sorry. J.J.'s just a part of my life, man. I feel like I grew up watching that dude
He
play.
did the game yesterday, too. So.
Yes, and he got to see his brother pass the family record. And did you hear him shout out his uncle? Oh, you probably did.
I heard about it. It made its way to the press box. Yes.
115 sacks is not anything to snuff out. So, yeah, he's doing a good job. I think there probably will be an open competition.
It's interesting, isn't it?
There should be.
Yeah.
And frankly, if nothing else, for the fact that I didn't hear a false start penalty yesterday.
Falsies.
Iron sharpens iron.
I like Theo Benedette. I think it's great that he is getting his due. And I feel like it's a great thing that the Bears don't have an ego about this to the point where they're going to say, this isn't our draft pick. He's undrafted free agent. But at least he has earned the right to put himself in the position to try to earn the spot. But this is one of the most important positions on the damn team.
Yeah.
It had better, if there's any question you have, this had better be a competition.
And we're not even talking about Braxton Jones, who probably won't even be around.
Karanamagaji, anyone?
Karanamagaji.
So that's my point.
But he's hurt too. You know, they're both on IR, aren't they?
But he'll be here next year. There's no doubt about it. So he'll be part of something.
Here's what I know. What I know is you can't have enough cornerbacks and you can't have enough offensive linemen because they're going to get hurt. That's what I've learned watching football my whole life. And I think with the way passing offenses work, you're always going to need another defensive back. Guess who's got a surplus as soon as those guys come out?
Oh, yeah.
And now, because Ozzie Trapillo, as you said, comported himself the way that he did, Theo Benedette, whichever one of those guys you want, and I think it's going to be Theo Benedette, becomes this auxiliary piece that you can now use, plug and play. And that is a great thing for a team trying to build the depth that you need to get, first of all, through an NFL season, but also have a little something if you need to make a trade to get a big-time playmaker down the road.
I have an instant question for you.
Okay.
Yes. On
Go ahead.
Rahimi Harrison
Yes.
Brody on 670 The Score. Our segment brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Should Ozzie Trapillo have gotten the opportunity earlier? Do you think that rookiness, do you think that because he was young and this is his first year in the league, do you think that had something to do with him not getting this opportunity sooner?
I trust Dan Rochar like I trust Ben Johnson at this point because they needed some time. They got the time. They put it together, and they look like a competent, I would say, above average offensive line. Not just in the middle where they paid everybody, but also on the left and the right tackle spots. And I think if they saw that Trapillo wasn't ready, why rush it?
It was shocking and disappointing how quickly Trapillo was taken out of the left tackle competition during training camp. It's very upsetting. When they put Benedict in, I mean, look, I'm on record. I said it. I thought it was a pawn. I thought it was just, we're bringing this undrafted guy in to motivate everybody because we ain't getting anything out of Braxton Jones. We're getting nothing out of Trapillo right now. So I thought that was, okay, this puts this guy in no man's land because you have your right tackle, hopefully for the next 5 to 7 years or so. That's where Trapillo plays best. They made it sound like he couldn't play left tackle. So my answer is, Layla, it's again a case of trust the coaching staff. The development was perfect leading up. They didn't rush it. They told us, I don't know if I believed it along the way, but they told us, oh yeah, he's working hard. We're hoping to get him in soon. I was like, oh, we'll see, because it felt like a disaster in training camp. And now all of a sudden here we are talking about, is Trapillo the future of this offensive line?
This segment is sponsored by Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. The best part about this is Ryan Poles told us from day one, oh, yeah, he could play left tackle. He could play left tackle. And they're like, we don't think he could play left tackle.
Right.
That's it. I feel like there's still that part of this front office where they're like, we can mold this guy. Tape doesn't matter. It's all about traits and relative athletic score. And if you read the article, by the way, in The Athletic that talked about how Ruben Hippolyte became a 4th-round pick, relative athletic score plays a part. Ryan Pace loves it to the point where I think people need to ask him every time, do you love him or do you just love his relative athletic score? Do you like him or do you like the idea of him? Do you miss him or do you miss the idea of him? You feel me? It's that ingrained in this staff. So that's where I say there are too many times where they've leaned on that over the years and it didn't turn out well. I have to also then ask, was it a double failure because of front office choice and coaching staff? Because I think this coaching staff kind of does the opposite. They're going to find out ways to make these players fit.
I think the ultimate part of this, though, is that Ryan Poles was, as far as I could tell, right about Ozzie Trapillo, because I saw him play left tackle against one of the most feared fronts in all of football and hold his own. So I think it was just a matter of development. It's going to take some time, and maybe more time than they thought it would take if you go back to training camp and what you saw as far as the 3-man weave between Braxton Jones and Karanamagaji. You could start naming names, right?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of guys that were out there. And then Theo Benedict is like this 4th dark horse comes in and takes the spot from those 3 guys. It's amazing. It's remarkable. But I think Ryan Poles was right, so I'll give him his due on this Monday at least.
If Trapillo plays again this week against the Eagles and there's not a lot of issues, like, then are we talking about this year?
Yeah.
Like, between Benedict and Trapillo in terms of a competition? Could Benedette take a seat, or are we getting carried away?
The lack of pre-snap talk, that what we've talked about every single week about the pre-snap penalties.
Benedette's made a lot of mistakes.
Starts,
yeah,
I think that in and of itself puts him right there in the running. I would not be shocked if that happened, and I wouldn't be like disappointed. I'd be like, all right, if that's the dude that's not making mistakes, let him go out there and play.
Well, and it would be ideal. And I remember when we were all having the debate on who should start at left tackle at the beginning of the year, one of the things was, how can you look at Braxton Jones, a former fifth-rounder, who slid right in his rookie year and became a starter? A lot of people assumed, hey, man, if you could do that, then Trapillo, no doubt about it, he's going to be a starter. So
but it didn't work well.
It didn't.
And
you're right.
And every time we talked about Braxton Jones, it was with the qualifier for fifth-round pick. And I don't like doing it because I like him as a person. I think he's really great to talk to. I see why they want to work with him. You know, that's the hard part, too. Such an agreeable person.
Braxton?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. One of the most agreeable guys in the locker room.
Yes, and you totally understand why people want to give him a shot. And, of course, it's not the personality contest on the field. This is not the National Personality League. You know, I used to say when Eberflus was coach, it's not the National Talking League. But when it comes to getting the opportunities, you know, I think every front office wants to say, we discovered this guy. You know, they want to have that diamond in the rough that they think they've unearthed. But sometimes you just have to go with the obvious people, too, and the obvious needs, and that will help you. Like, nobody's ever complaining about the front offices that don't do that and just get the guys they want, because they got the guys they wanted.
That's the goal, right? Just get the guys you want by any means necessary. Go out, and that I thought they took a big step. I thought they took a big step this past offseason because they went out and they made a trade and got a guy they wanted out of Kansas City, and he has become the rock of that offensive line. They went out and got the guy from Atlanta on both sides of the ball. And I think this going forward is going to be their path to success. Just go get who you need, get the best players available, mold them into what you need them to be, and then you can worry about who plays where later. But get talent in-house. I think this is as talented a roster that they've had in-house. Mind you, they're still, for the most part, unhealthy in a long time. Mark, when was the last time they had a roster this talented?
2018.
I think that's the last time I trusted a defensive coordinator as much as I do, yeah.
Defensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Fangio. Coming at you next week, by the way.
Somebody could be walking down the street, and Vic Fangio would find a way to make that person a linebacker.
Oh, yeah, man. He's a badass. Yeah, we'll be talking about him a lot this week.
4 days.
Yeah, because he's...
Short week.
He's running that Eagles defense.
Yeah, and Ben Johnson is the only one who thinks that having the extra day is the advantage because he's so used to coaching for Thanksgiving.
I thought that was a great point, which I didn't even think about when he said it. But I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. You get an extra day compared to what you're used to at this time of year.
But your entire staff does it. Like, your staff wasn't all from the Lions. That's what makes it funny, too. But give Ben Johnson an extra day, and I like what could happen. Our segment brought to you by Plumbers 911.
Did you just pick
emergency?
the Bears?
Call the plumbing professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM. 911. This is a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. And next, it is time for America's favorite segment. And by America, I mean the three of us in this room. Inside the Locker Room, the premier football locker room show on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. You see what I did there?
I do.
The Bears win. They win their fourth in a row after taking down the Steelers at home, staying in first place and improving to an impressive 8-3.
They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through.
Stick around as all of our shows and team of Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they head back on the road to take on the Eagles the day after Thanksgiving. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Pre-Flight Airport Parking.
Next time you fly out of Chicago O'Hare Airport, park with Pre-Flight off-airport parking. Download the Pre-Flight Parking app or visit preflightparking.com to book affordable garage parking 4 short miles from O'Hare Airport. Before your next flight, park with Pre-Flight.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Save time every time for a great haircut. Just download the Great Clips app or check in online at greatclips.com. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911. Where they do it right the first time.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Stuck in a job that just isn't getting it done? Maybe it's time to go for IT. Whether you're just starting out, switching careers, or a military veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you launch a rewarding career in IT in months. No prior experience needed. Why spend years getting a traditional degree when your future in IT can start right now? Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Your most powerful upgrade? Your career. Go for it. Go for IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
What a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Despite multiple deep playoff runs and Super Bowl appearances, the 49ers' first-round draft pick misfires can be brutal. Trey Lance flopped, and now Brandon Ayuk looks like the next big warning sign. Reports say he's played his last game in San Francisco after missed meetings, stalled rehab, and voided guarantees in his contract. Kyle Shanahan admitted he's never seen a situation like this. I'm Maggie Gray.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Foot.
The premier
Locker room.
show in Chicago. Inside the
Locker room.
You know it. You may know shows by other names that kind of sound like this. Maybe they have the same music. Maybe they're on different days. And maybe they have the words inside the... But I'm pretty sure we're the only ones who remixed it like this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not inside the clubhouse. It's not hit and run. It's not inside the hit and run. It's inside the locker room here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. And Mark Grody gets to take us inside the Bears locker room where he gets to chat with some of the Bears. We love to talk about it either when you're in the locker room at Hallis Hall or when you get to go to Soldier Field. So take us inside.
Thank
here on
you.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
There we are, high atop Soldier Field in the press box. The clock hits zeros, writing a bunch of notes. We all move to the big elevator in the hallway. We all pack on the elevator, and we go down to the basement of Soldier Field. We walk to the locker room. We all check in, face IDs,
I'm
the
tired.
whole thing. I want to give the full description of how this happens for reporters. It's a lot, you know what I'm saying? We wait in line, we all get ID'd, we get into the locker room. I march up to Jaquan Brisker, who made the play at the end of the game, deflects Kyle Rudolph to essentially end the game, more like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And there was Jaquan Brisker to break down that sick play at the end.
So I seen the lineman slide to my right, and I just knew I wouldn't be able to make it to the quarterback. So as soon as he let it go, I just got it up, got my hand up, tipped the ball, game over.
What's the feeling once you know you got a hand out?
Yeah, I mean, it was great, sealing the deal, finishing the game out, especially against Pittsburgh, where I'm from. So it was nice.
You were feeling a little extra juice out there because the Pittsburgh factor. You see those towels out there, the whole thing.
I mean, a little juice because it's Pittsburgh, but I feel like the towels was kind of like it was. I mean, they traveled well. I was surprised by that, but it was okay. Didn't hurt them too much.
You've had some frustrating moments team-wise being on this team, and you've expressed that, the losing. How good does it feel to be standing here talking about an 8-3 team?
It feels great. We're on a 3-game winning streak. We're sitting at 8-3. I've never been 8-3 here, and so it's amazing. And we're not done yet. And to be honest, we haven't even played a complete game, offense, defense, and special teams. So I got so much things to work on.
That's just yet to come?
Yeah, for sure.
It's my favorite part at the end, because he's right. Because we're always dancing around it. The Bears have not had a lot of games this year where you're like, oh, dominant victory. And he just said it. They have not had a game this year where they could look at it and just be completely satisfied, yet they're 8-3 and getting better.
I think the best thing about it is Brisker understands that they have not reached their potential.
Yeah.
Because he's been on bad teams for so long. He's like, okay, this is winning, but we're still not great. We're not healthy, but we're just finding ways to win. And he knows reinforcements are coming, right?
By the way, can you imagine that guy, Brisker, in the playoffs, man?
Crazed man.
It's going
Crazed
to be
man.
on with Brisker.
Yeah, I think also because of how the secondary has been well distributed when it comes to who gets to come up on a blitz look, who gets to be the guy with the matchup, say like Nashawn Wright, for example. Almost by default, because Tyreek Stevenson went down, you're seeing who's going to be the one trusted to travel with the team's best receiver. You're seeing all these matchups take place where I feel like everybody has a chance where they feel like they can eat.
Which is nice. Everybody should eat. Guess who was eating yesterday? That would be DJ Moore. Don't call him by his real name. DJ Moore, 5 catches for 64 yards, had 2 TDs, had a moment. DJ had a moment in the third quarter, called for taunting, which just really felt like a bad moment at the time.
When they said that it was the ball got thrown at the defender, I feel like he tossed it and he looked at him, but I did not think that was actual taunting.
We'll get to that because he catches the the 25-yarder after that made it 24-21 Bears, which was like the ultimate redemption one can have. And Layla, just for you, I started with the taunting with DJ Moore, mostly because I usually get funny answers or interesting answers out of DJ Moore when I ask like the hard questions to him. Here's DJ.
So are you admitting taunting? Did you taunt?
I pleaded fifth.
But you got him back, right, with the touchdown?
Yeah, it was all set up for that. You know what I'm saying? I had to back it up some.
And you chucked that thing into the upper deck?
That was the first one was the upper deck. The second one, I just was like, okay. Oh, if I already got one, I might as well just go for two.
There's been some frustration this season. How good did this one?
Huh? Who's been frustrated?
Just maybe not producing as much as maybe not frustration, maybe not as much production as you look at this game.
It felt good. I mean, it's always feel good to touch the box. So, and especially twice, it felt amazing.
Matt Zahn almost took on a what? He almost joined a very select club that right now only contains myself and Dan Wiederer. That was great.
Were you guys together when you got the what?
No, I don't think. Oh, man.
You might have been.
We might have been. Yeah. No, I think there were separate occasions. I don't think Wiederer was in. When I got my what, I don't think Wiederer was part of that. The other one, though, was with the assembled media in the media room.
So whether you're pleased or you're frustrated, you're going to get some type of answer.
Or gratified. Gratification does not work with DJ.
Yeah, I just don't.
Sorry,
there are certain people who, you know, it may come off that to them as like you're putting words in their mouth or like trying to ascribe a feeling to them. So that's why I think like DJ probably came back and said what he said then. That's not this interview. That's a separate one.
Of course, what I've learned about DJ Moore is, and I've done this too, the same thing that Matt was doing, because we always assume with DJ that if he's not getting the ball as much, or if he's not putting up like early in the season when Rome's getting all the targets, right? We're all like, oh, but DJ must be unhappy. And I've posed that to him before, like, I don't remember exactly how I worded it, but like, you're not getting yours. And I really believe he is one of those guys who, of course, he wants his. Of course, he wants a 1,000-yard season. He's almost pleading with us, like, yo, I don't care. I remember when he got, I would say, snubbed for a Pro Bowl, and what he was saying was, hey, guys, maybe I need to be the loud, receiver out here, like doing dances, and like he literally said stuff like that. So it's just not in him to be like that, as much as we project that on him.
Well, and also, if anybody ever questioned his onto or his desire to help the team, how many times do you find yourself game in and game out saying, "Wow, what a good block that was by DJ Moore"? For me, that's been crucial this year. Like, if he doesn't block the way he does, I don't know that they move the ball as well as they have.
I have a question for you guys. Do you feel like we're done with the DJ Moore in the backfield portion of the program?
No.
Because he had 0 carries this week. He had 1 carry last week. He had 0 carries 3 weeks ago.
Wait, did he have 1 carry last week?
1 for 3 yards.
That was the 3 yard on third. That was a third and 3, a little toss to DJ Moore. So to me, that says, of course, no, you will still see stuff like that from Ben Johnson to DJ Moore.
Well, and we saw Luther Burden do it instead during the game.
He had a 15-yard run, yeah.
So that was a reverse.
He's just changing it up a little bit, Marshall.
I feel like that is something where I feel like you're always going to have the question of, oh, why didn't this person get this in a Ben Johnson game? Because there are so many different people who get featured game in and game out.
No, I'm just saying there's been a number of snaps where he was in the backfield. That number has gone down dramatically.
It has, but if you ask the question, are we done with that? The answer to me is no.
Done with it as him being
like
part
a feature,
of the featured
he's not
rotational
get,
back.
He's not going to get.
Back.
I'll say this: he's probably not going to have games anymore where he's get 5 to 6 carries, maybe 2 to 3, something like that.
The most he's gotten is 3 all year.
Especially as because when that was happening, that was when the run game was non-existent, and now it's promising, I think, is the best way to describe what the Bears' run game has been. All right. We're going to... What? We're going to hear from Amen right now, but do I understand that we have a definitive pronunciation?
I think a pronunciation that backs up what Layla and Marshall were saying in our first hour.
Oh, so no. They told me long O. I said Og. So
okay,
yeah.
well, this is... So Tim
I got the
Sinclair,
auger.
back in August, the PA announcer for the Bulls, who does a lot of work around this city,
And
pronouncing
Illini football.
and Illini football. There's a lot of work saying players' names around this city.
Yeah.
And back in August during training camp,
He's
on
got to
his-
get it right.
On his TikTok account, he broke down how to pronounce Amen's name properly.
First name's easy, Amen, as opposed to Amen. It's Amen. The last name is really pronounced just how it's written, except you got to know where to put the right emphasis. So it's Agbangbamiga. Yeah, it's a mouthful, a lot of letters in there, but as long as you get the right emphasis on the correct syllable, you'll be good to go. It's Amen Agbangbamiga.
Amen Ogbong Bamiga.
Has there ever been a more useful TikTok for us than Tim Sinclair?
That is thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. Love you.
You could say he's insurance for name pronunciation.
Love you. Love your work. That said, let's take you back into the locker room for Amen Ogbong Bamiga. I will say, I have to admit, was not part of this particular scrum, so you got to choose your own adventure sometimes in the locker room. So, Robbie Triano, the pressure is on you, sir, to deliver me something good.
This one meant a lot. Going into the week, I didn't get many reps. I'm not, as a competitor, that bothered me, because I know what I'm capable of. Sometimes you just got to believe in yourself. Just keep believing in yourself. That's what I did. I stayed locked in and, just gave it my all. Always staying prepared. I know how the game goes. Anything can happen. And I prepared like I was a starter this week. But again, I didn't get no reps. So it's just a blessing. Shout out to everyone that stuck by me and my rehab process.
I love that. My God. I mean, this first time I'm hearing that, I love it because I love it when I learn how much players care. And that shows it all right there from Amen.
The bounce back from adversity is something that we chart in sports, no matter what the sport, no matter what the level, really. And to get to the highest level, where we know NFL stands for not for long, and to understand what these players go through with this level of competition just within their own squad to get to the front line where he ended up on Sunday. I think that's what I appreciate about the way he's talking about it there.
We just don't think about those people on a team enough. The guys who they're maybe the ones who would be considered the capable backup if they didn't, or the next man up on the depth chart, the second in line, if they weren't the ones who had an injury. And to be set back so long and to be on injured reserve so long and to not know why your body's not maybe responding on the pace that it should, to be able to get the opportunity and then be able to come away with the combined amount, as we said, of 29 tackles. He's in double-digit tackles. That's incredible for that unit. He's second in tackles to DeMarco Jackson. Jackson had 15 and Amen had 14. And to be able to put that together and come away with a close win, too, where the defense can say, we kept our team in the game. What a feeling that must be for him.
That he was able to prove that he can do it at this level. I think that's, to your point, Layla, there's all these guys. Like, I'll give you a couple other guys on the roster who I talk to every once in a while that we don't bring up that much, but Elijah Hicks, he's kind of like that. And he's got like they appreciate every minute that they're in that locker room, that they're on the field. Josh Blackwell is another one like that. Like, good guys that are just grinding and seemingly trying to, and successfully doing this, proving that they belong, right? I mean, that's anybody that's on special teams or that is a backup player in the NFL. So when they get a chance to shine like this, I loved hearing that emotion. That was terrific. Good job, Robbie.
Shout out to
You're
Nick
welcome.
McLeod, who played 57 of the 72 snaps as well once Stevenson went down. I mean, listen, they gave up maybe more than they wanted to defensively, but guys played and they stepped up in roles to help secure a win.
And how about when McLeod has the 27-yard PI penalty? There's Montez Sweat to pick him up, because that is the sequence on which you get the strip sack fumble, and it's all good. Like, the complimentary football was going down yesterday at Soldier Field.
Yeah, a phrase uttered by a previous coaching staff, but executed by the players with the current one.
Yes.
Which kind of goes back to our statements from the previous segment. This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score. For all the talk we've had about a lot of Bears stepping up, what about the ones who were healthy? And I don't know, how about the guy under center who had to make some big-time adjustments from half number 1 to half number 2? Caleb Williams. We check in on his performance against the Steelers next on Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
They play a Philadelphia team that somehow managed to blow a 21-point lead and lose to the Dallas Cowboys.
1 point on the schedule, you'd say, no chance. That's going to be a bleak Friday on Black Friday.
Oh, boy.
Now you don't know what to expect because of the way the Bears have been played. They were as many as 6 backups were on the field at the same time.
Incredible.
In the second half of the game.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're taking the Panthers plus 7.5 tonight against San Francisco. They've quietly been very good to this point in the season. They've won their last 3 games on the road, and they're 8-3 in their last 11 against the number with Bryce Young, a quarterback. They're taking on a Niners defense that has been underwhelming thus far, so we like the Panthers to keep it close and cover the number at 7 and a hook. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Remy Martin VSOP wants to get you into one of 670 The Score's exclusive Football After Dark events. Look for the Remy Martin display at your local retailer and scan the code to enter for your chance to win a pair of passes to Football After Dark on December 2nd with Nishan Wright or December 16th with Noah Sewell. Details at 670thescore.com. All brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume. Imported by Remy Martin Contro, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $150 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$150 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I've got good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions
that come with the monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have. But what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I personally recommend them. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or go to advancedhair.com.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We're talking to play-by-play man Kevin Harlan. You're the best when it comes to play-by-play of life.
We're sending Marshall Harris to D.C. to run on the field.
Come on, Marshall. Bring it home, baby. We're ready for you.
The Rahimi, Harris, and Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
Here's Williams. In the pocket. Williams trying to get out of the pocket. He won't. Loses the ball, and the Steelers jump on top of it. It's a touchdown. And it's T.J. Watt. I'm not sure what Caleb was trying to do there. Either tuck the ball away or throw it. One or the other.
Yeah, that wasn't great. The instance where Caleb Williams was backed up into his own end zone trying to throw the ball away, and not only did that not happen, but shake and bake for the Pittsburgh defense. T.J. Watt and Nate Herbig were able to take him down. So that's what happened, resulted in a Steelers touchdown in the Bears winning the game, though, 31-28. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. And we examined Caleb Williams' performance, 19 of 35 for 239 yards, 3 touchdowns. Now, it's only ruled as 1 sack, and that's kind of what I found interesting. The one from T.J. Watt was outright. So, for whatever reason, it seems like the NFL has ruled that was a fumble return for a touchdown, not an official sack. And that's what I was kind of scrolling through here trying to see. Maybe I'm the only one who cares about this.
Wait, say it again.
Well, the Watt family should care about it.
You're saying it's not ruled a sack? What'd you say?
Yeah, because he only got 1 sack in the game according to the box scores.
Yeah, but that was in the end zone, right?
No, there was another one. There was the T.J. Watt sack earlier where that's when T.J. got the record over J.J., and that was discussed.
No, I thought that was in the end zone.
So did I.
Yeah, it was in the end zone. I'm not crazy. It was in the end zone. There was only 1 sack, and that's what it was.
Because if you looked at the game log, it was said differently in 2 different versions of the game.
Trust me,
he would have 0 sacks.
Sack. No, there was 1 sack. It did count as a sack. That's why I got confused. Which it's definitely a sack. Anytime you cause a fumble from the quarterback in the pocket, it's a sack.
Right, I didn't understand.
It's just called a strip sack. It's a type of sack.
Right.
No, that I agree with.
Okay.
But it's just you know how sometimes when you're scoring at home or they log it, for example, there will be X amount of sacks in the game, but then the team is only credited, the individuals are only credited with a certain amount, so that might not add up to the team sack.
There was only 1 sack of Caleb Williams in the game, period.
But regardless of how you score it, not only was it not good, it was probably one of the worst plays I've seen him make in his career so far.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that. You could throw some of maybe the early interceptions into that, where it's just a really bad ball. You shouldn't have thrown that, and it was way too easy for the. It almost looks like the defender is a receiver, one of the Neil O'Donnell in the Super Bowl type interceptions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So no, I thought that was a bad play, but the way he bounced back is what I loved about what he did in this game. This man was under 50% in the first half of the game at 10 for 21, and the way he came back in the second half to go 9 for 14 and to put up, more drives and another touchdown to come back. I thought the game was over once they went down 14-7. I'm going to be very honest. At that point, I was like, I don't know how the Bears are going to stop what the Steelers are doing on offense. And it's something that's become so familiar. It's like, if they're not going to take the shots down the field, are the Bears going to have chances to take the ball away? Both these defenses are similar in that they both love to take the ball away. And at that point, with the strip sack and the touch, like an immediate touchdown, not a drive that leads to a touchdown. No. It's a touchdown. I was like, yeah, this is a bad day for the Bears.
That's how it was. It was like watching something where you were like, oh no, safety. Oh no, even worse than a safety.
Oh yeah, it elevated quickly. I was like, this is not the time, Caleb, to not be Houdini, to not be Dua Lipa. You need to do your thing. Of all the times for him to not know what he was doing, because he has been so competent in that area of being elusive and getting away and making decisions. And I get it. The pressure's different. When your foot's on that line, man, it does feel different. So hopefully that is one of those learning moments for Caleb Williams. Gotta go. Must make a decision in the crunch right there, and he did not.
Well, and credit to the Steelers for hiring somebody to practice with their practice squad.
Yes.
And the players who knew how to use that spin move. Because if you notice on that sack, TJ had his arm pinned. And you've got to think that that's because they practiced for this during the week. Like, that's game preparation, because he tried to spin out of it, and then we saw what happened. That did not work. Do not pass go. And that's when I was like, oh, God, a safety. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Touchdown. What?
And boom goes the dynamite.
Oh, my
John
God.
Reese Plumlee is no Caleb Williams, though. That's the guy that they hired to be the stand-in, if you will.
But if you can practice it enough to where you can teach your body as a defender to be able to counter it, that's what matters. And I feel like that's what happened in that case.
He manhandled Caleb.
And let's go back to even what happened prior to that. This was, I feel like, a sequence of unfortunate events. Because you had back-to-back offensive holding penalties. There was one on the kickoff return, and then there was Darnell Wright. So then you're at 1st and 20, and then Chase throws the ball out of bounds, and then we see what happened with the being backed up into the end zone. Brutal.
There were... So I'll go through my other notes on the bad Caleb stuff. Obviously the strip sack. He had some overthrows in the second quarter. Overthrow to Odunze, which could have been picked off. He had an overthrow to Burden in the second quarter, which could have been picked off. And then the delay of game sucked in the fourth quarter. I mean, you got to go, got to get a playoff. I know they got 11 back when they went to Colston Loveland, but that ultimately ended up in a punt. The good, obviously the touchdown throw, the touchdown throw to DJ Moore with the 24-yarder was sick. Like, all the velocity, all the zip, all the accuracy, terrific on that. Colston Loveland as well. And then I mentioned it earlier. I mean, he was the engineer of another long Bears drive, 11 plays, 70 yards with the Loveland TD ending it, and featuring a 22-yard throw to Roma Dunze along the way. So that's the good and the bad, the way I saw it, or just a little sketch of it.
I thought overall it was a positive performance for Caleb Williams. Number one, they got the win. Number two, 3 touchdowns, and the fact that I feel like he has a better command of like what's supposed to go on as far as standard operating procedure. Now it's just that fine line of executing. And too often we watch him make a throw and we're like, it was right there. And he sails it, or it's just a little bit behind the receiver. And, the receivers, good on them. They've caught some of these balls that were not put in the window where you catch it and go off with it, but they're able to bring it in. But I would just like to see him be a tad more accurate, or just consistently accurate.
Yeah, he said in postgame, Caleb Williams said, I missed on some routes and some throws that I normally hit, and we're trying to figure out if you actually normally hit them.
I think that's the question, right, Mark? We're watching him, and when he's describing, like, I normally hit those, it's like, do you normally hit them? It's like your completion percentage for the season tells me otherwise. I know it's up from last year, but it leaves a lot to be desired.
Well, I mean, look, the conversation in back-to-back weeks with color commentators, starting with Troy Aikman, was even to the point where you're completing passes, but you're not putting the ball in the right place and allowing your receivers to make plays. So that's a work in progress thing, and it's funny because it goes back to our conversation about how much effort you're going to put into developing a player right now versus it's winning time.
Yeah, and this is a work in progress, and I feel like at least in the second half there were some adjustments made that worked to that effect and that we saw. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody, it is time for 5 on It, and we have a programming note to pass along, by the way. Tonight, the Bulls are in New Orleans to take on the Pelicans. Marshall loves this game.
I do not love this game. We'll discuss why tomorrow.
Pre-game coverage starts at 6:45. Tip-off is at 7 on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. Our 5 questions that we want to ask with you next.
Bears fans are reacting on The Score to the first-place Bears' huge victory over the Steelers.
Hey, Chris. Give Ben Johnson a new nickname. I'm calling him Bronze Johnson. I want to see a statue of this man outside of the new Soldier Field.
Hey, John.
Hey, guys, I just want to give kudos to the coaching staff. We're winning games that we normally would have lost.
Willie's on the north side.
Manungai is an incredible running back. I love watching this guy run.
Keep it here for more reaction to the Bears' huge victory over the Steelers, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So if you're very confident about, say, I don't know, throwing 4 touchdown passes for Caleb Williams, for example, like that's happened in a game before, the Bears actually scoring 4 touchdowns like they did against the Steelers. This is your time. Grab your crew, start your build, and then get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Layla to get started. LEILA. FanDuel, play your game. 21 and up in President, Illinois, opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Officer, can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hellsberg Gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at Hellsberg.com.
At Rasny Jewelers, it's the same family for 75 years.
Stan Rasny, CEO at Rasny Jewelers.
To be owned and operated by the same continuous family for 75 years is something that is very powerful and unique.
Daughter and third generation owner Christine agrees.
Rasny Jewelers is truly a family business. You can be in any one of the 4 locations and typically always find a Rasny somewhere in the building.
Indeed. In an industry that's been taken over by corporate stores and online retailers, it's refreshing to know there are still local family jewelers who are still providing exceptional quality, personalized attention, and true expertise.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of. When my kids are waiting on great grandkids of the same family, we're a family business developing the future with the next generation.
Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicagoland locations, suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, and online at rasny.com.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Bears stay in first place and move to 8-3 after beating the Steelers at Soldier Field. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Embarrassing.
It's time for 5 on Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody, bringing you 5 topics on their minds today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Number 1.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips, and it is a Victory Monday, so we ask this question. Who is the MVP of the Bears' 31-28 win over the Steelers?
Give me the sweat. Give me Montez. Give me the effect.
Bring it.
Marshall Harris, I gotta interrupt and ask you
sing it.
If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube right
you can
now.
See that from here?
I could see a sticker is on your forehead, sir. Marshall Harris, what is this sticker on your forehead?
I
is
have
it a
been
bear?
awarded a bear.
Bears.
A bear.
I have Bears stickers. I awarded one to Layla earlier when it was being considered, her meatballiness was being considered, and I just gave one to Marshall because he deserved a bear.
What was the meatball thing that I did?
When we were talking about how you were just like, bring it on, I don't care, I want to beat Aaron Rodgers.
I did.
So you deserved a bear for that, and I was behind. So
Instead, he was cheering like a soccer dad on the sideline.
These are my Bears stickers, thanks
He
to
is
Layla.
the age of a soccer dad, so I could see that.
But we don't know if he's really married.
Yo,
Who are we talking about?
Aaron Rodgers.
That's right. He's got the...
Doug is real.
Doug
is not real.
That's Marshall's friend, Doug.
Doug is also not married.
Wait,
He's very
who's your
attractive. The ladies love Doug.
All right, let's get on track here. Let's go. Let's get on
You're the one
track.
taking us off track.
Well, and I'm getting us back on track.
It's really hard to take you seriously with that
Ray
sticker
got
on
us
your
off
forehead.
track
I
with the
did.
sticker.
I'm sorry.
That's
I
you.
just saw the sticker on your forehead, Marshall. I had to know. I'm sorry.
You put a sticker on his head.
I did not put a sticker on his head. I put the sticker in front of him. He put the sticker on his head. Ray then derailed 5.
It's for me. I said this on Sunday in a little video that I like to do after the game to organize my thoughts. I said I love that the unlikely yet likely stars showed up, and it was Montez Sweat and DJ Moore. So since Marshall picked Montez, I will pick DJ Moore. DJ Moore, that 25-yard touchdown was sick.
All right. Since you picked DJ Moore and you picked Montez Sweat, which were terrific selections by both of you, how about a little love for DeMarco Jackson, ladies and gentlemen? This guy steps in with 15 tackles and looked terrific out there with the shiny green dot on his helmet, which means he had to be the one to relay Dennis Allen's plays to the rest of the defense and get guys adjusted. That's a lot of assignment right there. He was able to pull that off while bringing guys down 15 times.
We've had a lot of good discussion on the text line, and I believe it was Dodger Boy who said, what can Deshaun Wright do to get a game ball? Because the last 2 weeks, you could argue he deserved it. So I would like to shout out, thanks to Dodger Boy, the Deshaun Wright discussion.
I thought that's who Grody was taking.
I was thinking about it. I gave him a lot of love earlier for that really high degree of difficulty interception over DK Metcalf. So he gets an honor. You know what? I'm going to give that man a Bears sticker. Now, actually, when you go see him, when is your event with
December
Deshaun?
2nd.
Will you bring a bear to Deshaun Wright that night?
But then I have to explain it and everything.
It's not that hard to explain. Is it?
Grody makes a good point.
It's actually very
I
convoluted.
think you will see him before I will. You need to present him with a bear.
I actually don't know if I'm going to be at the I'm at the Hall Wednesday. I don't know. No,
I
I'm
don't
here.
know.
I'm here. I'm here. So
Number 2.
Who is the most valuable Bears defender at this point in the season?
Can
Is
I
it-
double down?
That's it. Is it cheating to say Montez Sweat because he's getting paid $98 million and because he does things and then the game is different because he does the things?
It's not cheating because, look, we're specifically asking at this point in the season, and he has really ramped things up, wouldn't you say, in terms of his defense?
I will again reiterate this lovely stat that I found coming off the bye. Since the Week 5 bye, Montez Sweat has 6.5 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, 4 passes defensed, and 8 tackles for loss. And when you're creating havoc at your respective position on the line, that allows others to do other things. Like, for example, more pocket penetration in the middle, thanks to guys like Grady Jarrett. Maybe you get a hand up, thanks to like a guy like Jaquan Brisker. When that happens, you will see other effects happen at the same time. Montez.
I thought about Montez, but if we're talking about for the whole season, like from start to finish, I think the most consistent player has been the guy in the back. I think the guy that is tied for the lead now because his teammates like, you can't be all there by yourself. Kevin Byard's my guy. He's been my guy. He's going to be my guy. And I think Kevin Byard is having somewhat of a renaissance season at the age of 32 because he has been unfreaking believable.
Didn't he also deliver a baby?
He did deliver a baby, his own.
I mean, Kevin Byard, what can't you do?
the answer is Deshaun Wright. It was funny in the locker room yesterday. There were what we learned was there is and has been a competition going on between Deshaun Wright and Kevin Byard. So when we spoke to Byard, he was like, "Oh yeah, man, he caught me." Those two both have 5 interceptions right now, and I am prone to choosing one of those guys over Montez Sweat only because the Bears have been so dependent upon intercepting the football, forcing fumbles, forcing turnovers, takeaways, if you will. That has been why the Bears are where they are defensively and why the Bears have won some games. So if we are to believe in that part of the Bears defense, then I got to go with one of the interceptors. And since Byard's been chosen, I will go with my guy, Deshaun Wright.
Number 3.
This is 5 on it with Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. 2 weeks ago, Bears special teams coordinator Richard Hightower vowed that he and the players in his unit would put an end to their run of poor performances, saying this to reporters at Haugh.
I will bust my ass, and they will too, all right, to get it cleaned up.
On a scale of 1 to 10 on the confidence meter, trademark, how do you rate Chicago's special teams today?
The trademark for the confidence meter? I didn't know we were there.
We filed it.
You didn't see that?
Who decided
I
to
pointed
trademark
it out in our meeting.
I filed the paperwork.
Okay.
Confidence meter.
Look, it's got the little TM. That makes it
Patent pending.
official. It's bulletproof after that.
If you guys say so, I'm with you.
My The confidence meter is still hovering around a 5. Like, it's probably a 6.5 after yesterday because the knuckleball kickoff was cool. But the best way to make your special teams unit look good is to not have to kick as many field goals, so then you don't have to have as many blocked points to head. So I feel like that was a little bit better. But also, guys, credit Tory Taylor, man. He did his best to try to nail the Steelers inside of, say, that punt that goes to the 5. Like, he did his darndest to try to make that happen. And I feel like he has had some really quality and appreciated punts the past 2 weeks. So he's the reason that I'm not at a 5. It's Tory Taylor.
I'm going to go 7.5.
Woo, this guy.
They look better. They look consistent. I haven't really thought much about them. I guess you're right. When they score touchdowns, you don't think about them as much.
You don't have to. Cairo Santos, go out there and kick that extra point.
So I'll say 7.5. That is subject to change. Hence, it's a meter, and the meter goes up and down.
Volatility,
But
right?
like, as a family, didn't you ask yourself, oh, man, Tory Taylor, if you're really this and that, can you do something? And then that happened. I was like, oh, that's a good one.
Well, there's that, and Devin Duvernay last week. Like, if we're talking about, like, since Hightower actually said that was prior to last week when they were awful, Duvernay essentially won the game for you last week. And I think one of the ways to measure, and you guys have indicated without saying it, one of the ways to measure special teams, especially on coverage and returns and all that kind of stuff, nothing bad happened.
Right.
Right?
That's what I'm looking at.
That's where you want to keep it clean. Everybody in their lanes, everybody making tackles, you lock up, you don't let the guy pass the 35. That's what was going down. 6.8. 6.8 is where I am with special teams.
Very specific.
Right, and it was like, what, 4.7 probably a few weeks ago. So, like you said, man, that little needle bouncing around, but right now it's at 6.8 for me.
And the counter was a good call, too, with Duvernay, Good old-fashioned counter never hurt anybody.
Yes, Duvie.
Number 4.
What was your biggest takeaway from Week 12 around the NFL?
Ladies and gentlemen, not the weekend, because it's Monday.
That's what I was thinking, too.
I would like to present Jameis Winston, who was trusted enough to do the Giants team huddle breakdown before they almost beat the Lions. Yeah, you heard me, Robbie. That was pretty good out of the Giants. And Jameis Winston was, as we know, is a humorous fellow. But I also bring this up because Ray and I like to say the phrase, we're outside. Robbie, I think you've said it a couple times. Our friend Russ Dorsey, we like to refer to doing social things as outside. And some people are like,
let me ignore context. If you're outside but you're inside, then you're not outside. I'm only going to take one word from what you said.
So here's Jameis Winston.
We outside, but we inside. Come on. We outside, but we inside. Come on. To pull a win. Come on. We gotta be desperate for greatness. Desperate for greatness. Come on. How bad do we want it? Let's find out. Here we go. Family on 3. 1, 2, 3. Family.
Thank you, Jameis, for explaining the concept of being outside, even when you're not outside.
Who is the comp for this guy in any sport? A guy who was number 1 overall pick, right? Once upon a time ago, right? And this guy, so he is essentially, he bombed, right? And now every time he plays or is in a locker room, he is beloved, and we get great quotes from him, and he's like just this thing in the NFL. Like, talk about recovery.
I have the comp.
Yeah, who's the comp?
He's Ryan Fitzpatrick. When there is 1 or 2 games a year where Jameis Winston will play like the greatest quarterback in all of football, and then there's weeks he's absolutely garbage. And being the person who had to watch him all day yesterday, he was magic. He would throw a ball in the air, it was a clear pickoff, and then a ball would be taken, go down. And he's also caught a touchdown, which was unbelievable. Stiff arming, he's unbelievable.
I have a better comp.
Yeah, please, because I'm trying to figure this out. Like, it's wild, isn't it? Like, he's about as popular as anybody, but he's not that good. You know what I mean? He's a backup.
I'm going to go with Andrew Wiggins, also a former number 1 overall
that's good.
pick.
That's really good.
But a guy who can help you.
Yes.
But he's had some bad moments. But ultimately, he did end up with a title. And I could see this guy being someone's backup quarterback on a title team.
Just use at one point his cadence involved the phrase, what I need. I lost it.
I love that. Also,
I was thinking about Bartolo Colon went through my brain for some reason,
Yeah,
but that was
nobody's
because
as vocal.
Yeah, Yeah, like popular guy who everybody just has. We've all agreed to love Jameis Winston. Isn't that what it is? Like we've all sort of agreed he's a character. He's interesting. We know he failed badly relative to where he was picked, but he's been given a second chance in life.
Well, he got the mic at Super Bowl Media Day. He's asking people where they think he's going to play next year.
But also to answer this question, biggest takeaway, don't sleep on Shador. Shador might help some people do some things in Cleveland. They told me he wasn't ever going to start. Oh, one guy said that, Ryan Porth. And not only did he start.
Not Ryan Poles, not Ryan Pace. Our program director, Ryan Porth.
Yes. He became the first, after 17 straight NFL debuts by a starting quarterback for the Browns to not win the game, he won his starting debut. I want you to think about that. 1995, Eric Zier out of the University of Georgia was the last one to win their starting quarterback debut for the Cleveland Browns. Seems like times are changing. You don't even have to be good. Just be competent. And that dude on defense will take care of the rest. You know what I'm talking about, right? That dude on defense for the Browns.
Myles Garrett.
You've heard of him?
Did you see the video of him just like being so kind to somebody asking for his jersey? And the guy's like, I'm a nobody. And he's like, no, you're not. You're in the league. And I was like, I love you.
He's a gentle giant, except for when he's between the lines. And he ain't gentle no more.
I learned yesterday that the Philadelphia Eagles are not as scary as I thought they were. And maybe they just sat back, relaxed, and thought that Dallas was just going to not do anything in that game after Philadelphia gets the big lead. You tell me what it was.
I actually kind of
I'll tell you tomorrow because we don't have time.
You thought what?
I kind of thought that the Eagles were like, oh, have you seen that defense?
You think so? You think it was just like,
we're up 21-0.
Let's coast a little bit.
Cozy.
They're like, we got to get ready for the Bears, man. Let's relax. Yeah. Let's take it down a notch. Let's downshift.
See, that's the fanfic that Robbie was talking about right there. What Mark Grody just said.
What, that the Eagles aren't as good as I think they are?
No, they were worried about the Bears.
Oh, well, yeah.
We'll tease this for tomorrow, but the logic that Marshall Harris has makes my brain explode. But
No,
we'll get into it later.
He's 100% correct. I will not be here tomorrow.
100% is very generous.
I'm telling you, dude. It's unless you've been there. Yeah.
He'll learn tomorrow.
And there's a former Bears player that's backing up the Marshall Harris theory. So you'll hear it all tomorrow.
Because he's right.
Everyone's a fool.
You fool!
By the way, really quick, just I'll rattle off the comps that I'm seeing on the text line for Jameis Winston. Ozzie Guillen, Rich Hill, Wiggins is good, Billy Hamilton, Gardner Minshew. Question?
But Ozzie Guillen got Rookie of the Year, didn't he? So, did Jameis get any?
And Ozzie was always a popular player with the White Sox as well. And started all of his life with the White Sox.
Number 5.
Why was Chip Kelly the highest paid coordinator in the NFL? And who should be?
I asked this question because how in the damn hell does Chip Kelly, who came from the college game, and yes, I know Ohio State had a hell of a season, and kudos to them on the win, and I do feel like that was a good job for him. But still, you go from college to the NFL and you become the highest paid coordinator. And the only thing I can think of is the benevolence of Pete Carroll, who just really wanted to do right by his guys like he did with Geno Smith, bring him over in Las Vegas. But come on, Chip Kelly's NFL resume isn't great. And you should have paid him somewhere in the middle when it came to that part of his job and then the successful part of his college career. Should be Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio, and I'm sorry that it's Eagles week and I'm saying this, but when you consider that you bring up Vic Fangio's name and you know exactly what the opposing defense is going to try to do to you, that says it enough. Vic is a brilliant coordinator. We know because we reap the benefits of his work here. So it's Vic Fangio for me, hands down. There's nobody who can wreck a modern offense like that man.
I'm trying to figure out how much he was getting paid.
Fangio?
Chip Kelly. Fangio gets paid $4.5 million a year.
Good. Laugh all the way to the damn bank, Vic. You deserve it.
$6 million? $6 million for Chip Kelly.
They don't have state income tax in Nevada either.
Ooh. Smart decision for the financials for Chip Kelly then.
So who do you think should be the highest?
Who's your is this defense or offensive?
I was fine with
matter?
Chip Kelly. It's like you're worth whatever somebody's willing to pay you.
I'm totally on the Vic Fangio. I've been a fan of his since I covered Vic Fangio in 2018 and saw it in front of my eyes backstage in the locker room, the way Vic Fangio works, what he does, how blunt he is about everything, and just how terrific. Look, he's not a good – he failed as a head coach, and then got right back into being a terrific elite defensive coordinator.
I'll also say this, and he's a local guy, and I know his team didn't do great to start the season, but Todd Monken probably also deserves an honorable mention in
I thought
this.
about Todd.
Yeah, so those would be my two that I can name off the top of my head, because a lot of the people who you would have named are coaching in the NFL right now.
That means stop talking.
That's exactly what that means.
Yeah, that's
okay. That's why I'm not
We
saying
call
it.
that back timing.
Yeah.
That
Ding,
worked
ding,
out well.
ding,
And the
ding.
reason we want to get to our break on time is because of who's next. No better person to talk about a lot of these topics with, especially the Bears offensive line, than James Big Cat Williams. The former Bears offensive tackle joins us next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
Ding, ding.
Ding, ding.
Coming up on Spiegel and Holmes this afternoon, the incredible season continues for your Chicago Bears. Let's discuss. It's me and Anthony Herron today and tomorrow in Thanksgiving week. Kurt Warner joins us and Chris Emma with updated audio from the locker room as well. Let's hang out and enjoy what this season has become. Spiegel and Holmes this afternoon on 670 The Score.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Audi Exchange Highland Park. The season of Audi sales event is here at Audi Exchange Highland Park and Audi Exchange St. Charles. Shop our huge selection of Audi's best, and right now get up to $5,000 off select new Audi models. This isn't an event you want to miss. Shop AudiExchange.com.
Insulation around a commercial or manufacturing building's heating and cooling system is a vital resource that protects a facility from energy loss and physical damage. It saves energy immediately and pays for itself fast. It's a game changer. For more than 100 years, the energy conservation specialists of Heat and Frost Insulators have worked on the front line, building a safer, healthier, greener, and more efficient world. For a list of Illinois regional insulation contractors, visit the Heat and Frost Insulators website at local17insulators.com.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me. But I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Save time every time for a great haircut. Just download the Great Clips app or check in online at greatclips.com. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening, because health is a long game and it's yours to win. Now, here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi? Learn more at depend.com.
It's never too early for Lowe's Black Friday deals. Snag some of our biggest savings of the season right now, like 25% off select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees. And get yourself free select DeWalt, Cobalt, or Craftsman tools when you buy a select battery or combo kit before the Black Friday rush. Because everyone loves free stuff, right? Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Down 21-0, the Dallas Cowboys were on the brink of disaster against the Eagles. They came back to win 24-21, and now they're 5-5-1 with at least a chance to make the playoffs. They might have to win 5 of their last 6 to reach a postseason. But the way they're playing now, especially with that revamped defense, they have to at least feel they have a shot, and that is something. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Rahimi Harrison Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on 670 The Score.
Injury, and it is a linebacker, Bamiga, former Los Angeles Charger. Man, they're going to start calling Brian Urlacher or Big Cat to come out here soon. These linebackers, they are getting deep into this.
Well, it's always nice to get a shout out, even when it may be a little misplaced. But we love having him on. James Big Cat Williams, the former Bears offensive lineman. You can also catch him occasionally on our football pregame and postgame show. Bears offensive tackle from 1991 to 2002. Joining us on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa app today. James, how are you?
I'm good. How are you all today?
We're good. What did you think? Did you hear about that shout out that you got on the air yesterday? And if so, what did you think?
Yeah, I got a couple text messages about it, and I was a little confused. I was like, they're talking about linebackers and bringing Urlacher, and I was like, how in the world did I fall into that category? I never played linebacker in my life. So, it was a little confusing, but hey, you take those things and run with them. At least people are still speaking your name.
If you didn't play on the offensive line, what position, if size and all that didn't matter, like say you could play any position on the field and it was an offensive lineman like you did, what would you have played?
Well, I came into the league as a defensive lineman. So,
oh, yeah, that's true.
I mean, yeah, that was always the first choice. The defensive lineman, the glamour, the glitz, the glory.
You were a defensive end, man. They wanted you to get the quarterback in 1991.
Yeah, man. Hey, I thought that's where my career path was leading, and then one day I came down and my game plan book was no longer blue. It was now white.
Oh, wow.
I was a little confused about it. And, found out that I had been moved to offense. So, I left my defensive meeting and went to an offensive meeting and started listening to the gibberish that they were speaking because I had no idea what was going on.
That's hilarious.
That is hilarious. Big Cat, I'm just really curious right now about how you feel about this 8-3 first place Bears team and what you think their potential is this season. Forget about down the road, but just like right here, right now.
I mean, I don't think a lot of people expected them to be where they are right now. They did not expect the Bears to be an 8-3 team, after 12 games and the ceiling being so high. The things that they've done, the way that they've put things together the way that they made their corrections during the bye week to come back after the bye week and be so much more efficient, especially across the offensive line as far as, run blocking and the schemes that they were doing, and just the guys being able to communicate and work together. You knew you had the skill position. You knew wide receiver, you were good there. You were good at tight end. You were hoping that you were good enough at running back. You knew the young quarterback was going to be a work in progress. But to see all these things come together on the offensive side has been great. And then you look at a defense that, even with all the injuries, they haven't skipped a beat. There are definitely places where you can improve assignment-wise, personnel-wise, but with what they've had, they've gotten the most out of it. And to be at 8-3, you have to tip your cap to them.
Well, I also want to ask you, James, when it comes to what you've seen out of people filling in the gaps. We had a big conversation earlier, and this time of year especially, what it's like having been in the league, to be able to not only fill in with capable backups, and sometimes the backups of the backups, and sometimes it's the backup of the backup of the backup, to be able to win the way they're winning. How do you think that shows the quality of not just the coaching staff, but how the team has been able to put this together in a way that might have them a little bit ahead of where a lot of people thought?
Well, I think, listening to the post-game show yesterday, Olin brought up a good point. You have to give Ryan Poles a lot of credit. There were a lot of question marks, and there were a lot of people that we had questions about. And now you're starting to see these guys fill in roles where they're needed, when they're needed, and they're doing a good job at it. I was listening to you guys talk about, MVPs for right now. For the last game, I'd have to give the MVPs to that entire linebacker unit. A group of backups, a group of special teams players that come in and do what they did against the Steelers, to be sound in their run fits, to be able to move sideline to sideline an entire game. I mean, these are the things that young backups are waiting for. This is the opportunity that they wait for and that they look forward to, and, just hope that they can take advantage of that opportunity. And I think those guys went out there and did a hell of a job, yesterday.
Big Cat, you talked about the fact that we weren't really expecting the Bears to win this year in the year 2025. And to me, it's eerily similar to what you were part of a team in 2001. Like, for instance, the Bears were 5-12 last year. The 2001 Bears in the year 2000 were 5-11. And then you guys dominate the 2001 season, go to the playoffs, all that kind of stuff. So I want to ask you what it's like to be on a team like that when you were a player on a team that is expected to do nothing. What's it like in that locker room? What's it like on the daily to be on a team like that? The surprising team in the NFL.
Well, it's always an interesting aspect because as a team, you're as players, you're taught to block out all the outside noise. So, you hear people's predictions and what they think you're going to be able to do. But as the season rolls along, as a player, you start to realize that, something's changed. The points in time where we weren't able to catch a break or where things didn't go our way and we weren't able to bounce back from those things were kind of disappearing. And in the locker room, it gives you a sense of, okay, back in the past, things would go wrong and we just knew things were going to go downhill. But now we have a chance. Things can go wrong. We can make up plays here and there, or we have players that can do certain things to get us over the hump. And you start to believe in that. And that's part of, being a winning team, is knowing that you don't want to make mistakes, but if you do make a mistake, you have the talent, you have the players, you have the coaches to offset that, to get yourself back into a game. You look at the Pittsburgh game, you look at the safety, and immediately, I guarantee you that 99% of the people watching the game were like, "Oh, it's over. It's another Bears loss. Bad things are going to happen from here on out." But you watch them turn it around, be able to put points on the board, be able to get their own turnovers and put points on the board. So these things kind of in a locker room, they start to fester. And the more guys start to believe, the more, the more upbeat they are, the more up-tempo they are. And I think you're seeing that from the starters to the backups now.
We are talking to James Big Cat Williams, the Bear from 1991 to 2002. And we were giving Ozzie Trapillo a lot of credit yesterday. Big Cat, when it came to just how he was called upon to play left tackle. We know he was a right tackle in college, of course. What did you think of just how he was able to hold down that left side to a point where I don't know if I think that there's a really tough decision that could be made here if he continues performances like the one he had on Sunday?
Well, I think when you look at a guy like Ozzie, to be thrown in there against a front like the Steelers, having to deal with Watt, having to deal with Herbig, going into that game, you knew there were a lot of questions. You were wondering how Ben Johnson was going to, was he going to put a tight end on that side to slow down the rush a little bit more? Were they going to send backs to Chip on Ozzie's side? And they did some of that stuff, but there were a lot of times when he was over there one-on-one and he handled his business. It's a good situation to be in. You look at anytime you have a game where your offensive line is not being talked about a lot, especially with going up against, like I said, Watt, Herbert, Hayward, all these guys that can cause so much destruction up front. And the line pretty much shut them down. You go back and you look at that the run for a touchdown, 2 yards to go from the goal line. And the Bears literally, their double teams were literally taking guys into the end zone. You watch Komet gets Watt off his feet. And, that's not an easy thing to do.
No.
But, I could have ran up in that hole. When you have guys moving people off the ball like that, down in their three-point stance, down along the goal line, knuckles are red, and they're ready to fire off the ball, and they get it done, that is something that vibrates through the whole sideline. Everybody feels that. Everybody understands what went into that, a play like that. So, when you see these guys working together and you understand the work that they've put in the last several weeks, it's fun to watch right now.
I know you mentioned Big Cat talking about the post-game show. I thought that there was a really good point made by our friend Patrick Manley when it came to Montez Sweat getting the matchup against Washington, the tight end who checked in, they said that day at 309 pounds, pretty incredible. But still, he's able to win his one-on-one battles because it wasn't your typical lineman versus lineman matchup. What did you think of Pittsburgh doing that and then the Bears being able to take advantage?
Well, I think if you have Rodgers in there, it's a little different because you have a guy that's going to get rid of the ball quick. But when you're asking a tight end to block Sweat for multiple seconds, it's not going to go well on, for the offense as a whole. Any defensive end that I've known feels as though it's disrespectful if you're going to put a tight end or a back on them solo and expect, them to get a good block or to hold a good block for a long period of time. It's just not going to happen. These defensive ends, bigger, stronger, faster, and, usually a lot more aggressive. And, what he has done over the last couple of weeks as far as his production, it's just been off the charts. It's what they needed. Sweat needed to be able to turn it up. He's a high-paid guy, and you want to see him be out there and produce, and that's what he's done for the last couple of weeks.
James Big Cat Williams, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your work, whether it's with us, whether it's just online. I know you coaching the kids too, so thanks for taking the time.
Thanks, Big Cat.
Thanks, guys. You all take it easy. Have a good day.
And we'll see you on Friday, right, Mark?
Yeah, I was just going to say to Mr. Big Cat that, yes, we will be this Friday at the Wall and Gurney located at 6144 West Grand Avenue. Yes, Olin Kreutz, James Big Cat Williams, and myself will host our pregame show there from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., then have immediate reaction on the postgame show after Chicago takes on Philadelphia the day after Thanksgiving. Catch the game on the biggest of screens while enjoying all the MVP comforts of a Marcus Theater. There will be drink specials as well. It's all happening at the Wall in Gurney Hills Mall, actually, starting at 11 a.m. this Friday. Cannot wait to see James Big Cat Williams and, of course, Olin Kreutz.
What position are you going to play on the line?
I mean,
because Olin's got center, James can be tackle.
You really think that Olin Kreutz would allow me to do the charade of pretending to be an offensive lineman after he eviscerated Matt Spiegel
you're not snapping the ball.
Yeah,
though.
so
No,
you would
I don't wanna-
theoretically play right tackle in this.
I don't want to be critiqued by Olin as an offensive lineman. So, I mean, if Olin wants me to play a part and be an offensive lineman, I will, but I think that might insult his sensibilities. If I come in, all tough and say, yeah, I'm part of this offensive line, like two classic Bears, two of the sturdiest offensive linemen the Bears have ever had in their history. Me saying that
I think you're sturdy too.
Well, I just don't know that I stack up in that regard. Sorry.
I've been called sturdy.
What's up, Olin?
I'm not sure how to take that as a compliment.
Sturdy.
Like
Sturdy?
only when you're a line person in the NFL is sturdy a compliment.
I think
No, I mean you got a strong base.
Yeah, right. Do you want to be sturdy? You know what? I would imagine.
Sometimes sturdy comes to you. You have no choice.
I
in the
got chicken
matter.
legs. I'm not sturdy.
So, Marshall, if a random person
I
on the
kinda
street
do
called
too.
you sturdy, is that a compliment or is that a diss?
No, I'd be like, are you blind? I've got chicken legs, like I just said. I'm not sturdy.
I love the idea of a random person coming up to Marshall and saying it, and then Marshall replying to random person with a retort, "Are you blind?"
Yeah.
You seen these chicken legs, man? I skip leg day.
I do not skip leg day.
I don't
just
exactly
Good
have
point.
hulking
Yeah, he does.
legs, so I can't talk. So, yeah.
Okay, they
I was
come and
skipping
go.
like that. Him and Doug.
Yeah, Doug. Who's your other friend? You got Doug and Kirk. Is it Kirk?
No, this is Carl week.
Carl.
This is Philly Carl's
Oh,
week.
so Philly Carl? Will you be watching the game with Philly Carl?
No,
Carl is technically from Jersey, but he's an Eagles fan.
I'm not going to watch the game live.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'll be in your stomping grounds normal. We've talked about this several times.
He's got to watch the kids.
Oh, that's right. You're going to be down in Bloom
Supporting
Normal,
the
the home of
kids.
Illinois
Trick
State.
a lot of kids.
Stop by Illinois
Kids.
State. I'll give you a bunch of names of people who will take you out and do the town. It'll be great. I know
They'll
I know
all be on
townies.
break because it's Thanksgiving weekend.
Oh God.
That's when you get the town back. That's how this goes, don't you know?
Yeah, that's right. It's perfect because in Bloomington Normal, it's true. That's when all the oldies come out. Like the kids are gone, and now the oldies can have the pub back.
See,
you're an oldie, but a goodie. You're a goodie.
I'm a classic
Goody.
man.
and then Marshall will retort, "Are you blind?"
You're a classic. I like that. I'm going to use that for myself.
Speaking of retorts,
Instead of saying I'm old, I'm a classic.
I like it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Do you have a retort?
No,
no,
retort
I
is
have-
let's go to break.
I have
That's my
other
retort.
I have other people's retorts. Silly, it's
Oh.
meatball machine time next.
Meatball machine. You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Chicago, get ready. Real American Freestyle is hitting the mat. Saturday, November 29th, RAFO3 takes over the Wintrust Arena for a night of world-class freestyle wrestling. MMA legends, NCAA champions, Olympians all hit the mat for one night. See MMA stars like Chad Mendez, Michael Chandler, and Clay Guida. Chicago natives Austin O'Connor, Austin Gomez, and Kennedy Blades. And nationwide high school phenom, Bo Bassett, making his first professional debut. Be a part of the most electric night in wrestling. Tickets on sale at realamericanfreestyle.com or stream exclusively on Fox Nation.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Just in time for the holidays, Chevy Red Tag is out at your local Chevy dealer, and you can save big with 0% APR financing on brand new Chevy Equinox. It doesn't get any lower than 0. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details. And together, let's drive.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Hey guys, check out this meatball machine.
Let's check out the meatball machine after a Bears win over the Steelers.
So the great thing about the meatball machine, you can send it whenever, during the game, before the game, in the middle of the game, after the game. Anytime that you want, just go to the Odyssey app, go to 670 The Score, and you can leave a voicemail and the meatballs. And these first meatballs, they happened when the Bears were not exactly winning.
Oh my God, Caleb. Just get rid of the
ball. I'm starting to wonder how this offense might look if we had, I don't know, Joe Burrow or even Russell Wilson at this point.
Remember how Ben Johnson said he doesn't like the tush push during the preseason because he prefers explosives? How about the end of that first half?
All right, Bears, one more quarter. Layla, you nailed the Montez Sweat call. We needed a big game from him. Come on, Bears, one more quarter, baby. Let's go.
And this is when things started, the tide started to turn.
Burbank, California. The Bears are it's 3rd and goal. Caleb Williams gets a snap, hands off to Monangai.
Let's go, baby! Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Yeah, boy! Let's go, Bears. 8-3, first place. I don't want to hear nothing else about anything. We on our way. I said it. I don't want to hear no one say anything about a weak schedule. We just be the winning team. Next time somebody say something to you about that, tell them I said to shut your up.
Bears win a close one. We got a short work week, and the dryer just finished my clothes. Now I can put warm socks on. Go Bears.
8-3 Bears. 8-3 Bears. We're still in first place. 2 more wins, and we're in the playoffs. 8-3 Bears. We're ahead of schedule. Bears, Bears, Bears.
Bear down, baby. We live in the know. 8-3. 83.
Hey, Meatball Machine. How refreshing is it for a coaching staff to make adjustments at halftime? It's like a elevation. Mind blown! Mob.
Hey, 2 things I'm going to say about those Steeler fans. They travel well, and they are prepared. I mean, they got all those towels they can use to dry their tears with. And one thing I'm going to say on a serious note, hey, Rodgers, I hope that hurt. I hope it hurt a lot. Bears.
Hey, the Bears did it again. They didn't defecate, which is a good thing. Huh, Marshall, right? They didn't defecate themselves today.
Aaron Rodgers is ducking the Bears, just like Spiegs is ducking Marshall in that Tecmo Bowl matchup that they've been plotting for a year or so.
Meatball Machine shouting out Marshall. Good for you, Marshall.
He's winning. He won the Meatball Machine today. Congratulations, Marshall Harris.
They made good points. Yeah, they did not soil themselves. Is that better, Mark, if I say soil instead of
No, I mean,
other words?
it's your thing now. Like, I don't want to stop you. I'm the
well,
last
yeah,
person.
I'm pretty sure
thing is your thing now.
Yeah.
But like your body should do that at some point, you know.
Yeah, get more fiber in your diet,
Yeah,
guys.
like that's not good either. Just on yourself is bad.
As my grandmother says, roughage keeps it moving. Eat you an apple or
Whoa,
so.
what the?
Keep it moving.
That's hilarious.
I like the in the known. I like
The in the know is good. The in the know is good.
Oh, and we are not done. We got 3 more meatballs.
Oh.
Meatball. Your Bears are 8-3. Layla, Grody, Marshall, Bears.
So Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson is such a great combination. It's like Hooters and Chuck E. Cheese. We are just lucky to maybe witness greatness.
And last but not least, Brody, what were you doing last night?
Television?
Yeah, what were you doing?
I was on Fox 32 last night.
Oh, and Kevin, he was a fan. He saw.
Oh.
Just saw Grody on Fox, and sorry, somebody's got to tell this guy, you got to ditch the White Sox with the suit, man. Like, that's just not cool.
Those weren't white socks.
You wore white socks last night?
No, they were like tan or sandalwood.
It's a foul, man.
No,
It's
they
a
were
foul.
not white socks.
What color were the shoes?
I do have to tell you, I was in a.
Why do you hate the White Sox?
I got to tell you guys. I got to tell you something. So
we ain't taking that.
This does.
And that was the Twitch mob earlier in the 11 o'clock hour.
This does have a little bit of a story too, because I was in a time crunch, like at Soldier Field, walk back home, get dressed up, whatever I got to do to get ready for TV before I walk to Fox 32. I was out of clean dress socks, which meant I had to go to the backup socks, which were big, thick wool socks. And they were tan, but I guess maybe they showed up as white on the TV. And I did notice the suit that I have does when I cross my legs, they go up way high. So I might have to retailor this suit.
Yeah, that's why Robbie wears fun socks. Because he knows they're going to show when he puts
I
one
thought
leg
those
up.
socks. See, the socks I'm
What
wearing
color
now
were the
are kind of
pants and
fun.
what color
Yeah.
were the shoes? Are my question.
The
Dark
shoes
and
were like
dark.
the standard guy brown shoes that everybody wears now, basically. So
And the
they look.
pants?
The pants are blue. It's a dark
Navy.
blue. It's a dark blue suit,
that's
navy.
that's a
When
tough
can you wear
combo.
white socks then? Like, no one's wearing white pants. Like, I feel like your socks have to match your
No,
pants
you wear
somewhat.
white socks when you're wearing not suits.
Also, typically when guys
sandalwood.
wear a light colored pant like that, like a white pant, not necessarily tan, but white, they usually wear ankle socks, no-show
Yeah.
socks.
No doubt.
That's
no doubt.
true.
So
Brody,
I was,
That's when you
were
show off the
adorable, though.
ankles.
I was
You
adorable.
look spiffy and handsome. Kevin is a mean man.
I know, it's okay.
And whoever played that
I-
meatball is mean.
It's okay. I actually was a little bit critical of my socks. I hadn't thought of the white socks
We have a
portion
question.
of that.
Why do you hate the
Grody,
White Sox?
Yeah, well,
does
because
the
they keep losing 100 games, Layla.
does the underwear also fall into that same sock category? Do you have?
Oh no,
Mitch Rosen wants to know.
I was commando last night on
What?
the show. Yeah, yeah, I'm out of clean underwear too. So yeah.
What?
Ask and you shall receive. Ask and you shall receive.
I like to bring something cringy to the show at least once a program, just for your reaction.
But-
Layla's is pretty
staring
good
down
too.
your
Suit,
mailbag.
because suit material's
I
not
know.
comfortable
I
without
know.
anything.
I
The
know.
buffer.
Glad you didn't soil
I'm
yourself.
telling you, we're going to the cleaners
Guys,
today.
at any given time, especially in the winter, I have on 3 shirts. I have on layers upon layers. I get cold. I can't do this 1 layer mess. And I said, no.
How about Herb Howard's suit though, man? He basically
he
basically
looked
had a
better
bear
than you.
suit.
I'm just gonna tell you, he looked better than
But
you.
I didn't look bad.
No, but he looked better than you.
Herb's a sharp dresser.
No, he is. He was wearing that at the game too, so he didn't even change. Somebody said we looked like Secret Service for Tina and Lou because we were the bookends standing in the picture, and both of us are relatively tall. So hilarious comments as usual.
I heard you're 6 feet, Grady.
Yeah. Doctor finally had my physical this week. They always give me 5'11". I'll be damned if she didn't give me 6 feet tall. I think she knew I wanted it.
Platforms in the doctor's office
Heyo.
will do wonders.
Yeah.
I love staring down your mailbag.
No, you know what? Listen here. I had on shoes that gave me at least 1.5 inches of height the last time I was at the doctor, and I had to suck it up and step on that scale with my thick Ugg boots on, the ones with the heels
Oh,
that nobody
yeah.
wears anymore, but I still like them. And did they give me the extra 100th of an inch? No.
But we're men. We need the height.
I do too.
No, you're fine.
I carry a step stool everywhere. It's so frustrating.
You're just a baby.
I'm not, actually. I'm sturdy, which is why it's a problem.
Wheezy.
Yeah, he's next. TTN.
Yes.
The Bears win. They win their 4th in a row after taking down the Steelers at home. Staying in first place and improving to an impressive 8-3.
They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through.
Stick around as all of our shows and team of Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they head back on the road to take on the Eagles the day after Thanksgiving. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, and then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. And when everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So say I think that maybe Caleb Williams is going to throw for 2 touchdowns in the game on Friday against the Eagles. And then maybe Marshall's like, oh yeah, Layla, well, I think that the Bears are going to hit the over on the points. Then we can do it together, and that's how you pass the leg. Grab your crew, start your build, get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 and up and present in Illinois. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's Zach Zaidman. The season of performance is here at McGrath Acura of Westmont, where precision meets excitement this holiday season. Hurry in and make every drive feel like a celebration. Lease a 2025 Acura ADX front-wheel drive for $209 a month for 36 months. But don't wait. The season of performance event ends January 5th. Visit McGrath Acura of Westmont on Ogden Avenue today.
When you do the math, you choose McGrath.
Welcome to Quick Trip.
Yeah, I just need to pay for gas on... Wait, is that a full kitchen in a gas station in Chicago?
That's QT Kitchens.
You're telling me I've been eating the same boring burgers when I could have been... Are those subs?
Made to order. The breakfast sandwiches are pretty life-changing, too.
My entire life has been a lie. And what is that heavenly smell?
That's our fresh brewed coffee.
I can't even process this. Next, you'll tell me your bathrooms are clean.
Spotless, actually.
I need a moment. And one of those hot dogs. And a donut. And definitely pizza. You guys really are.
QT. More than a gas station.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is gonna be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
Getting engaged soon? Engagement ring shopping is harder and riskier than ever before. Diamond shape, diamond size, ring style, even the cut of a diamond can affect its value by 40 or 50%. Listen, make it easy on yourself. Go to Rasny Jewelers. They'll teach you how not to make a mistake. They are the diamond experts, and they got 4 Chicagoland locations. Rasny Jewelers is family owned. They've been serving Chicagoland for 75 years, so they know how to make the process stress-free. Their diamonds are the best out there. A Rasny diamond is one she will be proud to wear. So before you try and buy a diamond online or go to one of these corporate chains, visit any Rasny Jewelers location. Let them teach you how to buy smart. Rasny Jewelers, Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and on Chicago's Gold Coast. Online at rasny.com.
For over 40 years, Northern Illinois Food Bank has been empowering neighbors with the food they need to thrive. This is our purpose. At Northern Illinois Food Bank, we're hungry for purpose. Are you? Visit solvehungertoday.org to donate now. Northern Illinois Food Bank. Neighbors empowered.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy the lowest prices of the year on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
The Bears stay in first place and move to 8-3 after beating the Steelers at Soldier Field. Keep it here as the Score team breaks down the game. Plus, we'll have your reaction too, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the plumbing professionals, available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
Dan Wiederer, Bears reporter and senior writer for The Athletic.
You're going to be relying on a lot of young players, guys that have to materialize into who they thought they were.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
On-air contributor for 670 The Score.
We'll mention this mainly because Dan Wiederer said we would mention this nugget.
Host of the Take the North podcast.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Dan Wiederer.
Thanks, Coach. We'll go first to Dan Wiederer.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Wheezy.
Wheezy. We love talking to Dan Wiederer on this Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. He is the senior writer at The Athletic covering the Bears. He is the co-host of the Take the North podcast, TTN, alongside our own Mark Grody. He joins us via the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa app today. And Dan is on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score from Hallis Hall. Hi, Dan.
Hi, guys. How are you?
I'm great, and I'm so anxious to hear what kind of insights Ben Johnson will give us because it's my favorite day of the week on Mondays. He is very much straightforward with what he actually saw on the tape as opposed to coaches who say, I got to check the tape and never really let you know what they saw on the tape. So I'm good, Dan, but I do have a question. Are we in, Take the North mode? Like, where are we with the podcast name and what we're doing right now? Because it's 2 weeks in a row now where I look at the NFC North standings and one team is alone at the top, and it's the Chicago Bears.
Right, and it's a very thin margin that they have there to stay atop the NFC North. But they've positioned themselves to play a lot of very meaningful football here down the stretch of the season, and they've got this 6-game stretch to finish the year against a bunch of quality opponents that will let us know how good they really are. They're going to have to get through Green Bay twice. They're going to have to go play the Lions in Week 18. And so it all sets up for the Bears to prove who they think they are. Let's go see. Let's go find out how good this team really is, how good they can be in the future, and what they can do to squeeze the most out of 2025.
Well, if I may, Dan, and it's great to talk to you as always, I'd like to take things a step further in that regard, just picking up where Marshall left off. And there was, as we were gathered around Kevin Byard in the locker room yesterday, I don't think you were part of this particular scrum, but I believe it was David Schuster who asked a question. I have to give a little bit of background here. There's a word, and we talked about this last week with Dan. There's a word, there's a C word that Dan will not use. The C word.
Don't cuss on air.
The C word, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not even Tuesday.
I understand.
Sorry.
But as we gathered there in the locker room, I'd like to play some audio for you right now, Dan, and I would like your instant reaction. So here is David Schuster, I believe, in the locker room asking a question to Kevin Byard.
You guys are winning all these close games. That means something.
Culture. You know what I mean? We've been faced with a lot of adversity all year, whether it's injuries, close games, just a lot of different scenarios. And I think we're able just to fight through that and not really get down on the sidelines, not getting too high, not getting too low. So like I said, just proud of this group, man, because like I said, the other side of it last year was not pretty.
Well, Dan, he used the C word. Where are we on the C word?
Yeah, we are where we've always been. We require 9 victories in the standings to be able to say that word ourselves. So, Grody, that could come as early as Saturday. Really, Friday night in our post-game pod, we may be talking about that word if the Bears are able to get there. But it does, this stems, guys, from so many years that we were out here at Hallis Hall listening to leaders of various forms in this organization talk about how proud they were of the method of losing that the Bears did. And the culture was always great. And, we lost with grace and all these other things. And we just decided that we weren't going to use that word until the Bears had established themselves as a winning team. To be a winning team, you've got to finish above 500. The Bears are going to finish above 500. I'm confident of that. And so we're going to get to that stage that we can unlock that word again. And Grody, I've got some ideas. We can't say these out loud on the air here because you and I have to spitball them a little bit, but I've got some ideas for that long-awaited C-word podcast.
Oh, my God. I think we should put Boy George into it. Boy George and the culture.
It's on my list.
Are you serious? That is hilarious. We just became a team.
Now, hold on here. There's two different, I'm always told this. It's so true. There's different audiences. Like, it really is the case where sometimes people be like, wow, you guys are really good on this podcast if there was only a show that you did. And I'm serious. That's how audience behavior is. So thanks to everybody who finds us wherever. But let's just look at this. When do you think that this is going to be the time, Dan Wiederer, to use the culture word that you refuse to say? Because, first of all, Kevin Byard delivered a whole baby. And you still aren't even letting him use that word. So kudos to Kevin Byard. There's the Eagles on Friday. There's the Packers on the 7th of December.
Yeah.
That's the game that's being flexed.
You want a target date for this 9th
That's
win, right?
at Packers. Then there's home v. Browns on 12/14.
Shador looks dangerous.
Okay, so we respect the talent on the team because they're professionals too in the league. Then we have home against the Packers. That's TBD. That's so we don't know what date that is, but that's that week between the 14th and the 28th. Then we have the 28th. That's the Sunday night football game against the 49ers. And then the Lions game that's TBD. So if you had to guess, Dan Weeder, how many weeks are we looking at before you can use that word again?
Let's go to Lambeau Field. Let's do it in Lambeau Field. That would be an appropriate place to unlock that word, wouldn't it? With a road win over the Green Bay Packers. Let's put it there, and then that's when we'll start there.
Do you just take both fists out and look up at the sky and yell culture?
This is something Grody and I will spitball, and then you guys will have to wait with bated breath to see what we come up with. I mean, look, I think we're all in agreement that this surge that the Bears have been on has been truly impressive. I understand that their strength of victory is not great. I understand that they have a negative point differential for the season. They still have a very flawed football team, but they're ahead of schedule here. And this season was about establishing direction. It was about creating sort of a belief and a mindset that you could be better than you've been for a long time. I think they're well on their way to that. And now it's just this proving ground here over the last 6 games to really establish who they really are in this NFL within this season. And we'll see which direction they take it. But I'll take that road game in Green Bay as my pick.
Dan, we've been talking about blame pie for years here because there's always enough blame to go around. Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about credit pie and who gets the credit. Yeah. How much credit are you giving to Ryan Poles after seeing what a bunch of Ryan Poles guys, backups, did in helping to get that win against the Steelers? I mean, I had to tip my cap and say, you obviously gave them good enough players to get by with, and that's what they did on Sunday.
Ben Johnson this morning was very complimentary of the makeup of this roster in terms of a group that doesn't blink. He credited the leaders of this team. It starts with the captains, you guys like, the aforementioned Kevin Byard, Joe Thuney on that list, Grady Jarrett, among the guys who have been really good at getting this team to reset. That's another parallel to 2018. I thought that 2018 team was phenomenal at putting the previous game's result aside immediately and then finding the focus to channel their efforts into the puzzle that they had to put together for the next week's opponent. This team has been great at doing that, no matter what circumstances they've been in. And it's a credit, as Ben said this morning, to the leaders that have been established in that locker room, which then, sort of links up with your question about the makeup of the roster that Ryan Poles put together. And so you got to give him credit for the group that he's had here, the depth that he assembled that allowed them to survive a game like yesterday. And so, again, this is a group effort here. I think that there's been just a collective vision that's come together within this season that's pretty impressive to see. And then that you ultimately want to test the sustainability of that, and then you want to see how high you can take it, not only this season, but in seasons to come, so that this isn't just another one of these Bear seasons where you feel good for 4 months and then you have 5 years of frustration beyond it.
Let's talk a little bit about what might be coming back to the Bears here very soon. And first, I guess I want your opinion on if you think Kyler Gordon and or Jalen Johnson will play in the Black Friday game at Philadelphia. And let's just say everybody, like Tyreek Stevenson, is healthy. I don't know if there was an update on him at all today. How do you handle that situation with Deshaun Wright and Tyreek Stevenson and Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon? Do you is everybody going to get their playing time, and who do you start at the corners?
And C.J. Gardner-Johnson,
and
right?
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, thank you.
Somebody's losing reps here soon.
Yeah.
I do think that I don't want to say it's a break for the coaching staff, but it feels like Tyreek Stevenson, particularly in a short week with a hip injury that's been bugging him and obviously was bothering him yesterday to the point where he had to leave the football game.
Yeah.
That might open the door for not having to worry about this on the outside, where then it's just Jalen Johnson and Deshaun Wright. It's impossible to cut too deeply into Deshaun Wright's playing time. He's tied with Kevin Byard for the NFL lead in interceptions right now. And as Ben Johnson mentioned this morning, he's also been really, really good in the run game as well. And so a guy that's had such a success story within this season has to continue to be on the football field for you. His interception yesterday was an absolute jump start to that day to get that takeaway and then turn it into a touchdown. I don't know what you do with the nickel. And I think CJ Gardner-Johnson's versatility allows you to maybe mix him in some dime packages to play him at safety when certain calls allow for it. They're going to have to get creative. I think that's something that Dennis Allen's willing to do. It's a good problem to have, but it is still a problem, Grody, and it's a problem for a first-time head coach to understand that you're going to have to deal with probably some hurt feelings somewhere from somebody who's not playing as much as they want to be. And it's a tough bridge that the Bears are going to have to cross here, but it's one you're willing to cross because it means you've got a lot of good football players that are worth having on the field.
No, Dan, I completely agree because there are times where a team has the hot hand, especially they have a year where they have a nose for the ball like this. And that's exactly where I'd put Nahshon Wright. Like, he is one of those ball hawks right now who is just, to use a baseball term, seeing the ball well. He's able to time it the way he does, and the receiver experience that came into play on how he can high point the ball. Some of the Bears' best defensive stops, as you know, have unfortunately been via the takeaway because that's all they've had. Yesterday was also a decent example in that the Steelers put together some serious drives. So I would think that turnovers have to come into play here as far as that consideration.
Yeah, and when you've had the ball production that Nahshon Wright has had, you want to keep that in play as much as possible. He's a guy that really since the spring has, he's got a background with Al Harris. He knows what's being taught on the back end of that defense. He's responded to what Dennis Allen's asked of him, and he's had a remarkable season. It's not inconceivable that if it continues for Nahshon Wright and the Bears make the playoffs, that he could be getting Pro Bowl consideration here in the next month, which is an amazing story, really right? Amazing. It's an amazing story. And so a credit to him for putting together the season he's had and for continuing to succeed even amid, all of the things that have come his way, which we've discussed in previous weeks as well.
Our segment with Dan Weeder is sponsored by Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Dan, I'm looking forward, and I see all the possibilities that we kind of laid out at the beginning of this segment. But at the same time, I'm thinking where I wasn't necessarily sure this was the case before, but now I'm pretty dead set on it, that Caleb Williams is going to be the key going forward. I thought they were going to need to score a lot of points to win some of these games. We saw that on Sunday. And I feel like he's not as far away as maybe I thought he was from doing well enough in Ben Johnson's offense to be able to get them to 30-plus points a game in some of these contests coming up.
I think what was remarkable about Sunday, Marshall, was that you sort of left the press box and headed down to the locker room with this feeling like the Bears offense didn't play all that well against the Steelers. They didn't run it real well. They obviously had the one very costly turnover, a bunch of 3-and-outs that left you feeling a little bit uncomfortable. And they scored 31 points. I mean, 31 points used to be a fantasy land for Bears offenses. There were years where that was just a dream way off in the distance that, oh man, wouldn't it be great if they could ever get to 31 points? And I don't think they played all that well Sunday, and they got to 31 points. And it's a testament to what Ben Johnson has done here, putting this offense together in a way where it can be productive week after week after week, even when they don't have their A-plus stuff. And so down the stretch, that's going to have to be the key as well. I will point out that Caleb Williams' completion percentage now has dipped below 60. He is now among qualifying leaders in the NFL last. He's behind Cam Ward and Trevor Lawrence with a completion percentage, I think, now of 59.2. That's got to get better if the Bears are going to compete against these better teams and try to make noise in the postseason. And so that's a focal point, I think, for this Bears coaching staff, is to get their quarterback to get more of these throws hit. And there was a handful of examples yesterday where there were open receivers and he just missed on throws he doesn't normally miss. And then in some weeks he's missing on throws where he does regularly miss. You just got to stop missing so much. And then all of a sudden, maybe we can talk about a 40-point game, every once in a while as well.
Quick follow-up to that is that essentially what Ben Johnson was saying after reviewing the tape of Caleb? Like, what did he think of Caleb's performance?
Yeah, he's still in the early stages of reviewing that, but I think that there's some encouragement, Grody, of just like feeling like there's still a lot more there, and you get 31 points and you still feel like you haven't squeezed the potential out of the tube yet. You feel really good as a coaching staff for what you can get unlocked. But, little by little, Caleb's got all these areas he's got to work on. The one thing that's impressed me, he's now gone 25 consecutive starts, guys, without multiple turnovers in a game. And so when you're taking care of the football, it keeps you in position to win games. Obviously, they've won a bunch with go-ahead scores late in the game. Yesterday, they didn't need that last-minute score to survive. But, man, like it's a real luxury that despite a quarterback that doesn't have everything ironed out, that he can take care of the football as well as he has for almost his entire career since the third start of his career.
This segment with Dan Weeder is being sponsored by Plumbers 911 Plumbing Emergency. Call the plumbing professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
Dan, thanks as always for coming on. I'm looking forward to when you and Mark do your next Take the North podcast.
Thanks,
It
Dan.
will be on Black Friday. Happy Thanksgiving to you guys. Enjoy this week. It should be a fun week. And what a cool game Friday we get on a big stage.
It's gonna be great.
Amazing.
Thanks,
yeah,
Dan.
I feel a lot better about it now. That's Dan Weeder, senior writer at The Athletic, covering the Bears. He hosts Take the North with Mark Rohde. And now it is time to give something away. Caller 6 to our score contest line, 312-540-0670. We'll receive a pair of tickets to see Guns N' Roses perform live at Credit Union One Amphitheater in Tinley Park on July 29th. It is powered by Live Nation. And yeah, we're giving them away before the tickets go on sale. Tickets go on sale on Friday, December 5th at 10 a.m. LiveNation.com. There was something that was brought up in postgame yesterday, and we've got to talk about it. This is not the same old Bears, and looking forward to Black Friday against the Philadelphia Eagles in Philly is just one of many examples. So we will examine next on a Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank of Great Clips, right here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Black Friday prices and thousands in exclusive rebate savings are now in effect now at Grand Appliance on top brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Maytag, and more. Visit grandappliance.com or your local Grand showroom for details. That's Grand Appliance, appliance expert since 1930.
Within the cities we call home, Busey Bank is more than a name. It's a commitment to your dreams. With Busey, trusted guidance is tailored to empower you every step of the way. Whether it's seamlessly managing your finances or planning for your future, Busey is dedicated to your financial success. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
Cars for Kids, the easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
This is Andrew Burloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Hard to believe Matthew Stafford was shopping around for a new team during the offseason, but he stayed with the Rams, and now he's the MVP frontrunner. Last night, he threw 3 more touchdowns to help L.A. blow out Tampa Bay. The Rams are currently the #1 seed in the NFC and the Vegas favorite to win the Super Bowl. Credit Stafford for putting the offseason drama behind him and giving himself a chance to win his 2nd ring. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The Chicago Bears, one of the biggest surprises in the NFL this season, will move to 8-3. Victory formation for Chicago.
Not the same old Bears. Ben Johnson's been saying it all year long. Kevin Byard's been saying it all year long. These are not your same old Chicago Bears.
I mean, they can say it, but it's another thing to prove it, which is exactly what is happening. The Bears at 8-3. Have we played the 83 drop enough today? I feel like we haven't. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. 83. There it is on 670 The Score. The Bears are what? 83. Okay. I feel like now it's more right with the world. And that was one of the discussions after the game was this is not the same old Bears. And while I feel like that is the case, I don't know that I'm there yet, but I do feel like this is a team that we are talking about very much in a different fashion. And you know who actually called this first? Marshall Harris, Mark Grody.
Who's that?
Old Grady Jarrett.
Old Grady Jarrett.
I shouldn't do that to him. He's still in his mid-30s. It's not very fair.
And old does not necessarily mean old. So
yeah,
old. It's just names that
just
sound
us
like.
Yeah.
Yeah. In his case, I guess he is relatively old because relative to the rest of the NFL.
He's
32 years old. It'd be different if he's in his
he's
mid-30s.
not even in his mid-30s.
Yeah, he's
in his early 30s.
I would say when a player's been in the league for a decade, they're old.
You know what happens? You know how I justify it? Is when NIR rest becomes part of your practice and weekly regimen.
That's fair.
Hey, Kevin Byard is old by our standards, and he leads the league in interceptions. So the value is real.
It's so true. But Kevin Byard, I feel like, has embodied that mindset. This is not the same old Bears, but I feel like Grady Jarrett was the one who said it first. We talked about Montez Sweat discussing the pass rush earlier in the season and really the criticism they were getting. I think it was appropriate at the time, but to be able to back it up now with what we're seeing with results, like, oh, just wait, this is going to happen. that's kind of proving the point. And Grady Jarrett said that too. I don't know why people are acting like this, and it's because that's the same old Bears. This is not.
Not only is it not the same old Bears, I love the contrast of people talking about it like they had to live it versus the people who did live it the last couple of years. Grady Jarrett wasn't here last year to see it all go just horribly wrong.
You don't know about this life.
Yeah, and so that's like a real thing. And I think a lot of people, when certain people talk about the Bears as year oneers, let's call them, it doesn't hit. But like a guy like Montez Sweat, he's seen things. A guy like Jalen Johnson, whew.
Jalen Johnson's the one where if we had that conversation at the beginning of the offseason, he's like, call me when it's different. Like I've been there.
He's played in a playoff game for the Bears. Like that's ridiculous almost that there's guys on this roster still who were here the last time they were in the playoffs.
That is amazing. By the way, a bonus inside the locker room that I would like to share with you guys.
Oh, I like bonuses.
Right at this very moment, because you're talking about Grady Jarrett and like being here. He's pretty happy because he wasn't exactly on great teams towards the end of his run in the ATL. So listen to Grady Jarrett on this. You've probably been in the circumstances before where you have a short week like this leading up to the next game. Do you got to turn the page a lot faster than you normally would have, and what goes into all that?
Yes, sir, without a doubt. We got to turn the page fast, get ready to prepare, and get ready to go up to Philly and try to get another win. And, that's what we do. It's part of the NFL. Everybody got to deal with it some way, so it's our turn. And so we're going to go do what we got to do, and we're excited for the challenge. Oh man, it feel good. It feel good, but we can't rest on this. But I can say this, it's been a minute since your boy won 8. So but that don't mean that the work is done. The work is just getting started. But I think all this go back to the work we put in the off season up to this point, and just the grind, the belief, the effort guys put in and day out. It's not nothing that happened overnight, and I think we hungry for more.
It's been a minute since the Bears have won 8 too.
We focus on right now, and I'm super excited to be a part of it, and want to keep making it better, and we just want to keep doing what we got to do to stack these wins.
See, it's that part of it for me, like the him appreciating the 8-win mark. He knows.
Even as a 32-year-old, it's like, actually, especially as a 32-year-old, right? Like, he's not here to prove anything to anybody. It's winning time and make a little money along the way, but it's about, like, that's where he is in his career. So he's not just playing out the time with the Bears. He wants winning.
But his experience has also been, I know a team that's going to get it right when I see it. And my experience has been, I don't know that feeling.
Well, it's weird because he says it's been a while, but he was on the Falcons last year, right? Where they won 8 games. So like that's what makes it hilarious.
When did they get that 8th win, though?
Wait, did they win exactly 8?
They went 8-9, yeah. So that's what's funny. But let me just say, after I say that, he hasn't been to the playoffs since like 2017 or
That's
something.
probably his reference point. Then.
Yeah,
like getting back into and hopefully the Bears will.
And so, yeah, it's been
Bears
a minute.
go to the playoffs, Marshall? They're going to the playoffs, yeah.
In this NFC, hell yeah.
We got 2 days together.
Okay, so you're in. You're saying they're going to the playoffs.
I don't think that's a stretch.
I feel like it's the Rams and them. And maybe the Eagles, depending on how they perform this next month.
Wait. You're saying those are your guaranteed locks today, or those 3 teams?
The Rams? Oh, I meant like the Rams. When I say them, I mean the rest of the NFC.
They're
like
the only
the Rams
team
are the ones
way.
who have set themselves apart. Other than that,
Oh, you're saying these are the teams that I know are a lot better than the Bears. It's just the Rams.
yeah, I feel like if I were to describe the NFC right now, it's like the Rams and then the rest of the NFC, and it's going to get figured out. So yeah, I'm confident that the Bears can make the playoffs.
See,
for
I look
sure.
at it more as tiers, and like on tier 1, it's the Rams by themselves.
Yeah.
Then on tier 2, it's the Eagles,
Agree.
it's the Seahawks, it's the Lions, even though technically they're not in it right now. And then on the next tier, it's the 49ers and the Buccaneers and the Bears.
But we've had this conversation. We'll continue to have the
Tier
conversation.
2.
But in this is the newness of having the conversation like this now.
Exactly.
And for Grady Jarrett to be like, yeah, we knew what was going to happen. The point is we didn't. We thought it was going to be the same old Bears because after that horrible loss to the Lions, it felt like it, which is when a lot of this started to get discussed.
It's because we weren't living in the known, apparently.
Oh, God.
Grody wasn't ready for that.
No.
Our friend Chris Immo was part of the post game, and I believe it was his question to Caleb Williams yesterday, wasn't it, that talked about same old Bears?
Oh, was it? I was not in the Caleb.
Well,
I had to do extended locker room work
Well,
yesterday.
guess what? Here you go.
Oh, sick.
Montez said it's not the same old Bears right now.
Yep.
Do you feel that? Do you feel the idea of kind of turning the tide here?
Yeah, I mean, we're an 8-3 team in the National Football League, and so we feel good where we're at, but we do got to get better. And I would say, we don't feel like we're the same old Bears. We pull through for each other when it matters most, and so we got to keep getting better. Like I said, it starts with me on my side, and then we'll keep growing from there.
Pull through when it matters most, and he's thinking directly from when they did not pull through when it mattered most a year ago. And those are the Bears he's comparing this year's Bears to, because those are the only other Bears he's known is the ones from last year that lost 10 in a row.
Do you remember him kind of leaning on the bench as same old Bears set in?
Body language. Isn't it too bad that Caleb Williams, who's only been here for a year and a half, has to answer for same old Bears? He does, though, because he was part of a Bears team that lost 10 in a row last year.
As somebody who is both tasked with not having the same old Bears and as somebody who understood the previous reputation of same old Bears, I feel like he's actually got a very good understanding
Yeah,
of
he does.
it.
That's a question really for Cole Kmet, for Kyler Gordon, for Jaquan Brisker.
See, I disagree, because I think all you needed to do was be here last year to understand what same old Bears was.
Oh, man.
No, because...
But that's historic stuff, man.
Hold on, but listen, what is it? 2 out of the last 3 years, they've lost 10 games in a row, right?
They have had 2 10-game losing streaks in the last 3 years, yes.
Yeah, so whether you were a part of last year's 10-game losing streak or the one prior, it's been all losing. There's been no winning.
I know.
For anybody here except for Cole Kmet.
It's like, Caleb, you get it now? After last year when he came in, he's like, why not us, man?
Yeah.
I'm not. What's there to be afraid
Not
of?
only does he get it, his dad gets it too.
Do you get it now, Caleb?
Well, and also he's the one who has, of all of us, he's the one who has the most opportunity to change that outcome.
Yeah,
that's
he does.
the difference, is that he can do something about this. Like, hey, we're here to do something different here. And that's what I feel like the players were getting at too. Apparently, you may have heard of him. Dan Wiederer, who was just on with us, asked Ben Johnson today about the buy-in from the players.
And you don't win 8 and 9 in this league without a significant level of buy-in from the players. What do you sense players are responding to that's created this surge of success?
Well, I think we got the right type of guys, and that's, Ryan's really done a great job with constructing the roster that way. But the veteran leadership is outstanding. Kevin Byard, Joe Tooney, Grady, probably have 10 or 12 guys that I really lean into on a weekly basis just to get a pulse of the team, and they do a really good job of keeping the main thing in the locker room. As a coaching staff, we always try to have the right messaging for whatever that week entails, and the path to victory to team building, things of that nature. And I think it's come along really well done, but it's really those veterans that I just can't sing their praises enough. They lead the charge there in terms of how that locker room responds each and every week, and being able to hit that reset button. And, we've had some success, and yet we go right back to work come Wednesday of last week, or this week it'll be Monday. It's a quick turnaround, and so we got to maintain that high level of focus so that we don't falter whatsoever.
I don't think that this Friday is the best measurement of this declarative statement.
Wait. Why is this Friday not the best measure of this declarative statement? What's wrong with this Friday?
You and I you're going to get into it with Robbie tomorrow.
I think it is a measuring stick, and I love a good measuring stick, especially where they are when you're feeling really good about yourselves. 8 of the last 9 you've won. Let's find out how good it really is.
Well, check this out, Layla. Not only can he have that discussion with Robbie, we know what we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to do a re-predicting of the rest of the Bears' schedule. You know, the exercise that we all failingly go through.
I didn't fail.
You didn't fail. That we go through the beginning of the season. We get a schedule and we go through it. Tomorrow's show, we're going to do, they've got obviously at Philadelphia, at Green Bay, home against Cleveland, home against the Packers, at San Francisco, home against Detroit. We will give you our definitive records for the rest of the season.
How definitive
tomorrow.
are they?
As opposed
Until
to
somebody
our
gets hurt.
previous definitive records.
I haven't decided yet. I have not gone through it. I'm going to sit down. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the thing today. I do this every once in a while. After I get out of here, I'm going to go to the Starbucks down the block.
Oh, not even home. You're going to go out.
No, because if I go home, then my couch becomes too tempting.
And Dave is out here bothering you, wanting
Dave
attention.
is out here
Dave
bugging
just
me.
sits on his notebooks, his spotting
Dave.
sheets.
Exactly. Dave does not help the situation when I work at home at all.
Dave is like, oh, an opportunity for me to be the center of your attention.
Right, just
Don't mind if I do.
how is all these papers I have in front of me comfortable for you, Dave the cat? Why is that comfortable?
You raised him to need you that way. You spoiled him, and that's why he needs your affection.
Well, he's an only cat with a single father.
No, I know a lot of cats who mind their own business.
Yeah,
he learned from watching you.
Yeah,
I learned it from you,
cat dad.
No, that's
Are
very
you
true.
gonna predict how many more times we're gonna have victory chicken?
It's all part of it. So we will have definitive records for you tomorrow on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
They're not definitive.
You
We
read
had
that
to
while I
revise
eat.
them.
Oh.
Okay, first of all, look at this. Look at this graphic, this
yeah.
poster. It's on that thick nice paper that Rinaldi's put together. The Bears are 8-3. Today we eat victory chicken. And then there's a trophy, and it is of a chicken holding a football. And it's like a jacked chicken. This is a very in shape, swole chicken, and his hand is up.
Swole chicken.
In victory. And yes, we did get Rinaldi's jumbo chicken tenders and all the sauces. I can't wait for Anthony Herron to enjoy some victory chicken because he's in today on the afternoon show.
So he'll be here in time.
I
Unless
am.
I get back out
He will
there.
be here
man.
in time, but thanks to our friends at Rinaldi's West Loop and Rinaldi's Lincoln Park. You can visit both of those locations. And of course, this is the best time to go because it's Prime United Center season. Free shuttles are available from Rinaldi's to the United Center for the Bulls and Hawks games, as well as concerts. I've taken it. It works. It's fun.
As have I.
They're great for private parties and catering. And of course, you can also try Nico Horner's Pizza. You know, the one that he put all the work into. Jalapeno infused pepperoni, pineapple, light cheese, hot honey, and a little well done. Now everybody says it's good.
No, the hot honey's great.
A portion of the proceeds from Nico Horner Pizzas will be donated to BIG Baseball Academy.
And if you go to my Instagram right now, which is Mark _Grody,
Oh my
I think is what
goodness.
we're working with these days.
How many E's on the end?
Yeah. No, don't fall for the double E's. I've been hacked so many times, ladies and gentlemen. Mark _Grody. I'm wearing a tan jacket, like a sandalwood, on my profile, just so you know it's the right one. You can see my partners, Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris, dishing up. You could see the spread, and you could see the excitement in the faces of my two very nice-looking partners.
And coming up next, we have a special announcement here. Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on the score.
The Bears win. They win their fourth in a row after taking down the Steelers at home, staying in first place and improving to an impressive 8-3.
They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through.
Stick around as all of our shows and team of Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they head back on the road to take on the Eagles the day after Thanksgiving. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Chicago, get ready. Real American Freestyle is hitting the mat. Saturday, November 29th, RAF03 takes over the Wintrust Arena for a night of world-class freestyle wrestling. MMA legends, NCAA champions, Olympians all hit the mat for one night. See MMA stars like Chad Mendez, Michael Chandler, and Clay Guida. Chicago natives Austin O'Connor, Austin Gomez, and Kennedy Blades. And nationwide high school phenom, Bo Bassett, making his first professional debut. Be a part of the most electric night in wrestling. Tickets on sale at realamericanfreestyle.com or stream exclusively on Fox Nation.
Hey, Chicago, it's time to get your turkey. Visit Wild Fork Foods for the best turkey selection at great prices. Wild Fork has 15 turkey varieties to choose from. Whether you are looking for butterballs, all natural or organic, they have the bird for you. Raw, pre-cook, and cook in a bag are also options. Not a fan of turkey? Wild Fork has plenty of beef, pork, lamb, and seafood options. Get what you want on your first stop at Wild Fork Foods, or have it delivered.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sportsbook at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's that time of year again. Hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Listen to Rahimi Harrison Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
As always, we thank you for joining us here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score on this Football Monday. Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. And we have an announcement that we want to make. Robbie Triano, the time is yours.
Yeah, so for the people of Chicago, I came here to The Score, August of 2023. I've loved my time here, was part-time, worked my way up to being here with you guys, building the show with you. And Wednesday is my last day being a part of the show, being part of the Score, and living in the great city of Chicago. I was just so tired of writing all this stuff down for Grody that I just said, I got to get out of here.
Wow.
No, over the summer, I got a job in TV working with Marquee. That was something I kind of wanted to do to get into TV. I got a job opportunity with, we'll talk about that in a second, but I will be heading to the city of New York, and I will be joining our good friend Danny Parkins on First Things First as a producer. So I love this place. I love all of you. I love building the show. Wednesday's my last day. I'm going to miss this place so goddamn much.
We have loved working with you, Robbie. I'm just very happy that now when you created a wonderful open for Danny Parkins, that was also very funny, that said in the line, before he abandoned us, that you two can be together again.
No. I did do that.
You know what, Robbie?
But he abandoned you only for a small amount of time, and now he's bringing you back into the fold. No, kidding aside, it's been wonderful to work with you. You've done great work both here and at Marquee. So I know that you're going to continue to produce, I think, great talk topics and quality production when it comes to just painting the picture for people watching and or listening. I think that it's going to be a great role for you. That I know for sure.
I appreciate that.
Robbie, it pains me to see you go. I feel like we just started working together because we didn't start working together that long ago. But anytime somebody can do bigger and better for themselves, I'm happy about that. I'm happy that we, the four of us, Ray Diaz, Mark Grody, Layla Rahimi, and myself, could be a part of your journey, and that you don't forget about us, even though you're going to be in that big city with all those people. I hope you remember the little people, man. That's really what it's about. And I hope that you continue to affect others as you have affected us in a positive way.
I'm still going to be texting you, and we're still going to be combating about every sports thing. And just wait till tomorrow, everybody. It's fireworks will be had.
Fireworks? You two are going to start your relationship. What are you talking about?
I will just, first of all, congratulations. I mean, if you're not going to work in Chicago, New York's probably the place that you want to go. So congratulations to you. I know you'll be working with Danny, but you earned it, man. You earned it. You worked your way up here, and now you're on to even bigger and better. I'll miss you because, you and I get each other. You were Bob Tree from the second that you walked in here. I appreciate your humor.
Yeah, you're the one who made that nickname.
I did. I did make that nickname for you. So it's been a joy and a pleasure. And you said that, that you're turning away a little bit because I make you write stuff down all the time, and I appreciate everything that you have written. It's so people who know, there's a job open now. Get your resumes to me to write stuff down.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it the Chris Kindle market? Is that what caused you to leave?
That was kind of
it. Was it the idea of you wearing a Santa hat with elf ears and then holding the mittens and the hot chocolate and writing at the same time? That's what did it.
Absolutely.
I don't usually do this, but what I did for you is during one of the breaks, I went upstairs to the supply closet, which only I know on this show, apparently, the supply closet.
Never heard of it.
I got you a
Worked here 5 years.
brand new legal pad with a fresh Sharpie and a brand new pen that you can take to New York with you and write stuff down for Danny or whomever has the power on that show. Danny's third ranked on that show, right?
I'm going to he's about fourth, actually.
Fourth, I was going to say, Danny doesn't have the same power.
I'll need a lot of advice from everyone here about how to handle Danny, for sure.
No, you're awesome, man. Congratulations, and we're
Appreciate it.
Seriously going to miss you.
Robbie, you have a nose for news. There's no doubt about that. You've been fantastic just to have fun with, and also work with, of course. And
slap around every once in a while.
But we do have a good time, and Robbie's a big reason why, and we're thrilled for you that you get this job.
Robbie's the reason I'm in radio. He's a great influence to me. He wakes me up every single day.
That's my sweet baby boy right there.
It 100% was the Chris Kindle market that did us in.
Yeah, it is.
He's like, that's it. I'm going to find my dad again.
Yes, and I will put a Bears sticker on this brand new legal pad for you as well. That is what I'm doing as we
You're
speak.
just giving out all the stickers.
Yeah, well, that's what they're there for, right, Layla? You could order me more, right?
Yeah, I got to find them.
Thank you.
Well, I'll have more to say on Wednesday, but Layla, this is our last show working together because you are going on vacation, as we do, because it's Thanksgiving week. And I would just say you're smart and hilarious, and I absolutely loved working with you. And I'm really going to miss this show. Like, building it with you guys was awesome and so awesome, and I will have more to say, but thank you guys for everything, and I feel bad that I've taken everybody's time. And there's going to be less Detroit takes, so that's good for everybody as well.
It sure is.
But what about your side team?
Oh, I'm going to miss the Cubs. How could I forget? I'm going to miss Josh Giddey more than everyone. Like, I think, like, you guys are cool, but Josh Giddey is amazing.
He's like the Scarecrow. I will miss you most of all, Scarecrow. Isn't that the one that Dorothy said that she was going to miss most of all? I felt bad for the Tin. I think there was a Family Guy episode where the Tin Man's like, what the hell? What the hell is that all about?
Well, Robbie Triano, we're really glad you brought up Josh Giddey's name because he is your guy.
Oh, God.
He is your boy. He is your man's. And we know Grody got you some supply closet gifts. But that's not all, Robbie Triano. That's not all.
Fresh.
Unbox this bag for us.
Oh, my God. What do we have here? Oh, my God. Josh Giddey jersey, baby. Yes!
That, sir, is not just any Josh Giddey jersey. That is the official Josh Giddey authentic jersey, and it is a home white because you'll always have a home in Chicago, my brother.
Which bad, no expense, Mr. Triano.
I mean, I think I'm gonna stay now. I'm staying now. Sorry, Danny. Suck it, Danny.
Take that, Fox Sports.
We're not getting you any more stuff, so you should go ahead and go.
You guys are the best. I love this place. I love the score. Long live the score.
And I'm gonna do something that my mom always does when giving gifts. Now, Robbie, there is a card there for you to read. You don't have to read it on the air, but there is a card, so don't just discard the card.
Read all the little excerpts that we wrote, maybe.
Absolutely. Bear down, everybody.
Yeah,
appreciate y'all.
Bears.
Congratulations, Robbie. We were going to miss you. And thanks for doing this on the show that I'm on this week. So I'm sorry that got kicked up a couple days. Also, if you've noticed, Mark has made like 9,500 references to Robbie leaving. So now you know what those are about.
Right. If you heard like non sequitur, I tried to do it sequitur. I tried to keep it within the path of the conversation.
Did I fail?
No, you mean the one where you're just like, why don't you just go
to New York?
Why don't you just get out of here and go to New York?
Yeah, you said, who am I going to root in the Giants-Lions game?
I did say, are you a little conflicted over Giants-Lions? Nobody was catching on, though. These two are like, shut up!
I couldn't stop laughing. You were like, Robbie, why don't you just go to another
New York.
city?
Just get the hell out of here.
So
Sweet baby boy.
If you wondered what that was, well, Mark Grody found out about 48 hours ago, and he just couldn't keep it to himself.
Yeah. So if you have a secret, don't tell me.
Wow.
That's it.
Ding, ding.
I'm just kidding.
847. Danny is the type of guy who will come back now, leaving his friend stranded out there in New York.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, Danny will take off for whatever the next gig is.
Crap! Now who's
He'll come
got to
back to
write?
the score.
Who's got to write stuff down now?
Well, this is why the job is open. You could look. I gave you my Instagram, Mark_Grody. You could find me. Like, get your resumes in. Do you have what it takes to write stuff down for me during the course? It could be pressure filled. You could be 2 or 3 things, and I'll come at you. I'll be write that down. So I don't know. I don't know if anybody's capable.
Well, that's
Wolford?
that's a buzzkill. Grody.
Yes.
I shouldn't have asked that question. This is Robbie's time.
Well,
Robbie, we've loved working with you.
Love you guys, too.
And we're going to need you to talk to Kevin Wildes about his Drake May MVP take.
It's on the doorstep of destiny.
Coming up next, we transition. Anthony Herron and Matt Spiegel are in the house, so we'll do that next here on The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
More and more Toyota customers are finding out the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at the all-new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. Plus, Toyota on Edens offers extended service hours, including Saturdays and Uber pickup and drop-off. And every Saturday, all Toyota oil changes are just $29.95. See why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Welcome to Quick Trip.
Yeah, I just need to pay for gas on... Wait, is that a full kitchen in a gas station in Chicago?
That's QT Kitchens.
You're telling me I've been eating the same boring burgers when I could have been... Are those subs?
Made to order. The breakfast sandwiches are pretty life-changing, too.
My entire life has been a lie. And what is that heavenly smell?
That's our fresh brewed coffee.
I can't even process this. Next, you'll tell me your bathrooms are clean.
Spotless, actually.
I need a moment. And one of those hot dogs. And a donut. And definitely pizza. You guys really are.
QT. More than a gas station.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So if you want to parlay for Thanksgiving Day, maybe you like the Lions and the Chiefs. Maybe you like the over for Jared Goff and Patrick Mahomes. Grab your crew, start your build, get in on all of the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/score and get started. FanDuel.com/SCORE. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or older and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Black Friday football. Philadelphia versus Chicago, 2 p.m. Leave the leftovers in the fridge and watch the game at Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. Ice cold beer, legendary food. Old Republic is an official Miller Lite Bears headquarters off Randall Road and Route 20 in Elgin.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Well, Robbie, this has been a wonderful show. I'm glad I got to hang out with you for one of your last shows. Robbie Triano off to work on First Things First with a guy you may have heard of, Danny Parkins. We wish him well. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score, giving way to to Anthony Herron and Matt Spiegel. Sorry, it's been a while, Spiegs.
It just ain't right. Danny just like picking producers off one by one. Who's next?
Especially in a time of giving and Thanksgiving.
Well, we're giving. No, but we're giving Robbie to him.
Well, we're giving, and Parkins typically takes.
Period. That's how Danny celebrates the holidays. He's like, what do you have for me?
I mean, to be fair, Brody did last week want to know where all his gifts were. Randomly, right? Even though we had been giving him a lot of gifts.
There's one.
Yeah, there's another actually.
There's
the bears
another.
that I gave you to give.
You did give me bears.
Stamp? Are those bears stickers?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
So you can put them one on one. You know, it's like the helmets, like the Ohio State Buckeyes helmets that have all the Buckeyes.
Oh my
on
gosh,
them.
you could put them on the
Yes!
headphones.
How many?
That didn't hurt my ear at all.
Marshall, you got one on your phone, but I think putting them on the headphones, like how many bears you actually get, and they climb up the headphones.
That's great.
As
Layla's
Grody
got
gives
one.
you more bears.
Since Layla made the purchase for me, she gets the first
stop
bear.
it. They're like, I don't know how much I can get next time. And also, we want to. I want to thank people first, Ray, before we give it. But Matt Spiegel, can you do the honors?
I can't. I don't see it. I don't see it. Don't
I
have
thought
it
you knew it
anymore.
by heart.
It's not like I just know it off the top of my noggin. I'm not that good.
You want the top
You're
of the hour
listening
mention?
to WSCR Chicago,
I don't believe he hasn't memorized it.
BMX HD2 Chicago. Is that right?
Yeah, but see, it can't have an "is that right" in there.
Gotta
Like,
have
we
more
gotta.
definitive tone, a
It
definitive
can't have
tone.
a pause. That's why I was waiting because I don't have it.
They didn't teach you that at Emerson.
An Odyssey station.
Yeah,
in
well,
certain
We're
circumstances.
mostly there, and yet not in
I think
full.
this is good enough.
I don't know.
I think this
Live
is
on the
barely
Odyssey app and
legal.
the
We are the
iHeartRadio app.
score.
Listening to Sports Radio 670 The Score, WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Let me say the score barely legal is not something I thought I'd be thinking about today.
Maybe I said that on purpose.
The ratings might climb.
Thanks.
It's the first time Speaks has heard it, so that would explain why he hasn't memorized it after what?
Thank you,
the
Andy.
first or
He's
second
always-
show he's done here.
Yeah, that's exactly
He's
right.
always the guy to say it. Thank you to Ray Diaz. Thanks, Robbie. We are going to miss you. Congratulations.
Love y'all.
Thanks to Tyler Farringul, who helped us out. Thanks to Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis, James Big Cat Williams for coming on, and Dan Wiederer. Our transition is brought to you by Old Republic Kitchen and Bar, ice cold beer, legendary food.
I'm super excited to talk about this 8-3 Bears team with Anthony Herron all day today. We'll have Kurt Warner on the show, Chris Emma with fresh locker room audio at 5 o'clock. But let me say that Matt from Rinaldi's has brought Victory Chicken today. And not only are their chicken tenders exquisite, but this flyer right here, and I hope that people can see it, it shows an advance in the creative concept of Victory Chicken, advancement from Rinaldi's. I don't think anyone has ever been committed to the bit, and quite like Matt from Rinaldi's is today. It's exquisite. The chicken, the muscular football chicken on his own pedestal, celebrating. And this is how the entire town is treating things like this. When I told Matt that we thought he absolutely crushed it, Rinaldi's is the best, as you know, he said good, better, best. That's what he said.
Nice. Wow.
That's the mantra behind the Rinaldi's restaurant group. Rinaldi's in the West Loop, Rinaldi's in Lincoln Park. You should go there before all of your United Center activities because they've got a free shuttle and the food is great.
Taking that shuttle many, many times.
Right?
For many different events.
Big Ant, don't you wish you had taken the time to join us in the studio today?
I do. I'm missing the Rinaldi's Victory Chicken, especially having the signage there available, the muscular chicken on a pedestal. I mean, who else has a muscular chicken on a pedestal but 670 The Score?
I mean, look at this chicken's calves.
Yeah,
This is the opposite of chicken leg.
That chicken,
sturdy.
He works out.
Are they
That chicken
Lawrence
works out.
Home level calves?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, and I have to
Where's
tell you,
Lawrence?
I have
But
to
hold
tell
on,
you
hold
about.
on. That's a muscular golden chicken in a football uniform. That's AI, right? This is our future at work, right here,
I don't think
isn't
it's
it?
AI.
The thigh pads.
You don't think so?
Now.
AI, make me a muscular chicken football trophy. It's
brilliant.
You don't think that's what that is?
It's a very
It's
well
gotta
done
be
You're
AI.
flyer.
probably right. to be
And I
honest.
got to talk to you about my time in the crowd at the
Yes.
Iowa game.
Layla just got back from heaven, by the way. I don't know if anyone knew that.
It
but
was
she
not
was just
heaven.
in heaven.
It was
for a
not
couple
for
of
the
days.
first 3 quarters. It was offensive hell. I was cracking up. So my friend went to Iowa. I'd been to a couple of games before, but it had been a while. The last time I had gone was like 2018. So I was like, yeah, I like going to Iowa City. It's a fun time.
It's very
so
fun.
It is. So we sat in the crowd, and they just couldn't do anything ants offensively. And when I mean could not,
Iowa
I mean
football couldn't do anything offensively?
I know it might shock people, and I'm like, how in the hell was this team even ranked as I'm watching them struggle against Michigan State, who actually put together a decent body of work given their record and a trick play, I might add. They faked a punt. And I'm like, that Ben Johnson's getting to everybody. and then at some point, like through the 3 quarters of just absolutely putrid football, where the only offensive drive that was close resulted in a missed field goal because their touchdown was scored off of special teams play.
Mm-hmm.
There was somebody pleading with the team to throw the ball. In the crowd, he's like, just throw the ball. A kid is crying. Like, this poor kid is just crying. The dad is consoling him. This guy behind me just keeps naming football things.
Were they running
He's
the
like,
wing tee?
Philly special, fake punt. Like, he's just like naming stuff to hopefully get them to listen to him or
That's him
something.
trying to help the offensive coordinator. Here's an idea.
He's like, reverse, just
The triple
reverse.
option.
So the desperation level is high. And then it's senior night. right? So all these poor seniors have to sit through this. And the drum major, Brandon, who is pretty awesome, got honored. And this guy in front of me goes, "You're the highlight, Brandon." There was lots of booing. Like at one point, they just absolutely, like they ran trips right once. And like the quarterback had somebody open on the right side, but just didn't see him at all. And everybody's like, "Oh my God, you only ran this formation once."
Wow.
Like the booing was pretty incredible. And then my friend's like, "Watch, it's going to be like Caleb Williams. They're going to drive down the field and win." I was like, "Okay, Anita." And then
They did.
she was right.
How about that?
world
Did,
changed.
did you take part in the wave, in the fan wave at the end of the first quarter? Everybody turns around and waves to the Children's Hospital.
I did. That was the highlight besides Brandon the drum
That's
major.
one of the most beautiful things in sports.
In life.
It really is.
I
And you
mean,
can see the kids
It's
wave back.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's emotional to even think
It's
about.
it's absolutely an exquisite thing.
And
in
they do
life.
a lot to honor kids during the game and just
They should
honor
try
those.
playing better football. to
Yes,
honor
but
the
they do a really nice
This
job
is
with
a
honoring people
7
during the
and
game.
4 football team.
Wait.
May I remind everyone
They-
listening and disparaging the Hawkeyes?
They're what?
at the
Anthony,
moment?
Anthony,
7
they
and
needed
4.
to remind everybody while they were doing this. And can you explain to me whatever that defense was,
No.
where they decided that they were
We
going to try
can't.
to rush the passer,
I-
but then leave other people wide open?
I'd like to congratulate the Iowa fans for this content, but they're 7 and 4, and it's not as good as the 8 and 3 Chicago Bears.
That's
No,
right.
no.
There we go.
They're not as good.
And those
Redirect.
Iowa
Redirect.
Hawkeyes might want to try a forward pass or two
That's
while
right.
they're at it.
Call me Dustin Bufflin because I just did a redirect. That's
All
exactly
right, all right, Spiegel. I'm gonna hit you up right now for the
Okay.
for the Bears game. Who was your MVP of the defense yesterday? That's not Montez Sweat.
DeMarco Jackson.
Okay,
Let me
now
say,
you're talking.
I love
Oh, you had to narrow that down.
every once in a while we get a reminder of who these people are. DeMarco Jackson, you're like, man, who the hell's this dude? He's got the green dot. Good luck, everybody. That dude was a finalist for Mr. Football in the state of South Carolina as a high school senior. He's first team all Sun Belt twice at Appalachian State. He was the Sun Belt Defensive Player of the Year as a senior. Point is, that dude's been kicking ass at football his entire freaking life. So just because somebody's a backup in the NFL and you're like, who's this guy? That is a dude who's been kicking ass his whole life, and he has been in the NFL now for 4 years, three of them right down in New Orleans. He has withstood what it takes to stay in the NFL. So when he gets his chance, I mean, good for him, but we shouldn't be surprised. Sometimes there are dudes like this on the roster who are the best player they've ever been around every step of the way until they get here. You know?
And have you seen his neck, by the way?
It's enormous.
I mean, he's got LB neck is what he has. I mean, if you just look at between the face and the shoulders, it's just one straight line. It just goes directly down from the ears to the shoulder blades. That is just all neck. He's got linebacker neck for days. And
Linebacker neck.
He does, but it's like
what was it? 15 tackles. in the
15
game?
tackles. Biggs had the nugget today that Jackson and Amen combined for the most tackles for any Bears linebacker duo since Briggs and Urlacher on the Monday night in Arizona when Dennis Green went, "They are who we thought they were."
Yeah.
That this pair combined for the most tackles of any Bears linebacker pair since that game.
That's amazing because the combination platter is 29 for those two. I thought Urlacher, well, he did. Urlacher had like 22 tackles in that game.
And
so what
Briggs
I'm
had
thinking
15 or something.
Yeah. So wow, that is a pretty spectacular statistic. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Amen Ogbongbemiga.
Thank you.
Same. We've been working on it all
And
day
also
today.
with you.
Yeah. There's all these guys in the NFL that are like that, Spiegel. It's such a great point. Like every player you see on special teams is like that.
Yes!
We've seen Josh Blackwell is like that in the Bears locker room. Elijah Hicks is like that in the Bears locker room. And these are younger guys, but there's so many guys whose stories we truly don't know because they don't usually get to play their regular position.
I'm thrilled to learn about DeMarco Jackson today.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that he had 73 total defensive snaps in 2 years in the NFL coming into this year. And yesterday, he had 72 snaps on defense.
Wow.
That tells you like where he is and the familiarity, obviously, with Dennis Allen's system having played in New Orleans. It all makes sense when you start adding up the guys, not necessarily the draft picks from this year, but just the other guys who contributed in yesterday's win. It all makes sense because it's like Dennis Allen is doing his thing, whether it's C.D. Gardner-Johnson, whoever you want to throw in there. Guys are showing up when they need them desperately to.
Yeah, and I know like you've been hot for them as an organization to do something they appear to be doing. right now, right?
It's finally showing. And for years now with previous regimes and even with the early stages of this regime, for including like the 4 years of Ryan Poles, where's the development? Where are the young guys that are showing up here and getting better at football? Who are the guys that look like they're going to achieve some degree of star status that didn't exist before they became a member of your squad? It's one thing to go out and pay somebody who's already a stud and bring them in. That's a part of the formula to build a champion, but you need homegrown talent as well. You need people who come here and then are better at football because they're here.
And this coaching
that just
staff
wasn't showing up enough.
Yeah, this coaching staff seems to be doing it. People can credit Poles if they want. I will credit the coaching staff.
That's how I feel, because I know Ryan Poles did this for Matt Eberflus too. I know that there were certain players that it was pretty clear who Eberflus wanted. It's one thing to have them. It's another thing to know how to utilize them and put them in a chance to succeed. Choosing who the mic was going to be.
Yeah. Knowing who that's going to be. How
do you do that when you've got three dudes who haven't played much? You know, that kind of situation. Or knowing that you are willing to take enough risk to roll C.D. Gardner-Johnson up for a blitz.
You know, we talked about it so much in the offseason, and I know I've said a version of it in many weeks, but it's a good opportunity to say it again. They found a superstar as a head coach, man. They just did. And then he hired a badass staff to go with it. And the way that they go about it, like they all meet early in the week, they're like, well, how do you think the week's going to go? All right, let's figure it out. And then later in the week, they're like, okay, well, here's how it went and what do we do here? And look what they are prepared to do and make adjustments to do on a game day. It's unbelievable.
But it doesn't have to be all or nothing as it relates to Ryan Poles either, because he signed Tremaine Edmonds before Ben Johnson ever got here. So Ben Johnson coming here and putting a situation in place where he's now got a defensive coordinator who can make that adjustment for Tremaine Edmonds. You're not the Mike anymore. You're the Will, and now you're playing maybe the best football of your career, but certainly the best football of your time with the Chicago Bears. That is a Ryan Poles acquisition. So Ben Johnson being a star as a coach does not have to be mutually exclusive from Ryan Poles putting talent together on the roster. They make each other better.
I agree, but can it be 80-20?
70-30? Depends on how we want to look at this.
75-25?
I'm looking forward to having that conversation with you during the show.
I'll see you later. I'll see you later, Anthony.
But to answer the question that Groats asked a moment ago, though, as far as the defensive MVP who was not Montez Sweat, I'll go with Nashawn Wright. And to me, there was a combination of how Nashawn Wright showed up in this game, because the early pick, and I heard Layla talking about it earlier too, just kind of the way that set the tone for things in game, where they decided, we got DK Metcalf while he's still healthy before he got all banged up. Let's try the deep shot. Let's pick up the chunk play. Let's test this Bears secondary. Testing a guy who's already one of the leaders in the National Football League in interceptions. So they try to go up top, and Nashawn Wright is able to out-leap DK Metcalf with the ball, high-pointed, get a little guagi.
Thank you.
To go up
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. You're waxing rhapsodic. I'm like, just say guagi, man. It's so much more efficient.
You got it.
This is what we do.
So they go up and test him, and he snatches the ball away. Almost had another one later in the game, and it was probably the most.
Go up and get it, guys.
That's right. Matt Miller knows.
Spiegel just went to harass Marshall like he's a defensive back. It was incredible.
This is why Ben Johnson
in his pocket.
This is why Ben Johnson doesn't believe in 50-50 balls. See, kids? That was a 50-50 ball right there.
Yeah,
there was a
more
few
like
of them,
100
right?
to 0.
You got me thinking about that. He doesn't. He wants 70-30 balls or 80-20. But seriously, how open were those wide receivers, even the ones that Caleb missed? Like, they were wide freaking
It
open.
was schemed up. That's the problem.
All day long.
And so you wonder, okay, just how much meat was left on the bone? You know how people eat their chicken wings different? And, like, some people eat a little chicken wing, and they're like, wow, you left a lot of meat on that bone. And other people are like, I don't like that part. I want the gristle gone.
Yeah. Well, here's how you get the gristle gone. If you evolve into the player that Matthew Stafford is, because that dude's a Hall of Famer.
Bingo.
And
you watched that game last night?
Yeah, I did. So Sean McVay schemes guys open.
Yes.
He's brilliant. But then the 2 touchdown passes to Devontae Adams were perfect balls. Devontae was like half step beyond his man, and Stafford dropped both of them in a bucket. That's how you get all the gristle and the meat off the bone.
I don't know if Caleb will ever get there.
I don't know that either.
But he may not have to for them to take advantage of situations, this year being one of those situations.
Well, I mean, and that's how he did it with the 14-yard and 17-yard completions to Rome. Like, go get him out of the gate, you know? And we didn't even talk about this. I'm sure you guys will, but Ben Johnson called 18 straight pass plays.
Right.
I'm like, what do you do? Or he's just like, what happened? I blacked out. Ooh, that was crazy. I was on quite the bender
Did you even
there.
notice? Did you even notice?
I did notice because I was like, at some point I was like, why aren't they running the ball more? But I didn't put two and two together because I'll write down plays.
Hey, man.
But you know how sometimes we're writing down the observation of what we see before or after a snap. It's not necessarily we're logging each play.
Yeah, it's funny. Well, I've been thinking about my process a lot. I do log each play, which is a weird thing to do. I don't know if it actually serves my process or not. But I will say that I didn't even notice because I trust him. We've seen him have an 18-play drive where he runs it 15 times.
Right.
Like whatever the hell the game demands, whatever the defense demands, whatever the situation needs, I trust that dude that he's just trying to do intuitively what he thinks is right, either run or pass. He can do both.
He can. The only time I've really questioned it is recently when there have been a couple times to put teams away where all they had to do is move the chains, whether it's Giants or whether it was this past game. And I think the same opportunity in the Vikings. It's okay to just run the ball and put the ball on the ground in order to, neutralize it.
Yeah,
you don't necessarily
every
have
once
to
in a while.
pass.
Every once in a while, there's a play like that. But in terms of game flow, I feel like he's got an unbelievable feel.
Looking at the full scope of the Bears franchise and its over 100-year history, actually, we should probably be celebrating a lot more what Layla said, 18 straight passing plays. Isn't that what we've all been dying to see from a Bears offense, where they actually pass the ball a whole bunch of times? I know.
If it's successful.
I know.
I know
Matt Nagy loved to throw the ball, and then Tariq Cohen only gets 4 touches
Nagy
in
got
that
on my
playoff
nerves
game?
with that a few times.
Yeah.
No doubt.
They're
man.
the best
It just
offense.
depends.
They're the best offense in the NFL since week 3. And it's because of how they run the game. They run the ball.
No doubt.
That's all
I'm just kind of saying
it's
as a non sequitur, on the overall, it just sort of hit me. Wait a minute. The Chicago Bears threw the ball 18 straight times in a game? I mean, that needed to just be pointed out and emphasized a little bit more.
I seriously wanted Ben Johnson to be like, "Ooh, I was on quite the bender there. I passed out." Something where it's a joke because it's like a drug. I'm like, "Are you
He's all
sure,
dizzy
man?
and hungover.
You took a lot of passes, man. Are you okay?"
Sounds like a caller to the Post show.
Anthony hosted the Post show. He hosted pregame yesterday. Now he's with me at Spiegel and Holmes, but Aunt Heron is here. Here's what we have going on today. Not your same old Bears. We'll talk about the strength of the coaching staff, talk about halftime adjustments, one momentary Caleb Williams disaster that can never be forgotten and what to learn from it. Chris Emma later on. We will hear from Kurt Warner on Caleb and this game. And we're going to start with the Bill Parcells axiom never being more true. That's coming up next after Baby T and Alex bring you back. It's Spiegel and Holmes with Spiegs and Aunt Heron next on The Score.
And this segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Jewel Osco is cooking up some great savings on holiday favorites during their huge Thanksgiving sale. Get great deals on everything from versatile Kemp's whipping cream for all those classic recipes, or pick up some Dean's Country Fresh ice cream to help polish off that apple pie.
This is the Our Idea is Ready to Launch vision. This is the Create Great Jobs vision. This is the We Need More Space vision. This is Busey, where your business visions become realizations. Through securing capital for growth and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future. Because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, And now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Waiting for a new Hyundai? Your wait is over. Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai is clearing models during the Hyundai Getaways sales event. Get rebates up to $11,000 or 0% financing for 72 months on select vehicles. These offers won't last. Don't miss your chance to save big. Stop by Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 or Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin, 10 minutes south of I-90 on Randall Road. Rosen Hyundai, where you always save a fistful of dollars. Find your ride at buyrosen.com. Financing to qualified buyers.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
The premier name for bridal and engagement rings in Chicagoland is Rasny Jewelers, with locations in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago. Visit rasny.com.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time. Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions. Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How's that even possible?
Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T.
The testosterone booster?
Yes, it really works. I started taking it right away and I'm already seeing results.
I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week.
Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with Nugenix Total T, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference in the bedroom. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text HEFTY to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's HEFTY to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I guess there's still time to be proven wrong, but the Vikings have a J.J. McCarthy problem. I had my concerns during the draft process, like many of you, because Michigan didn't ask a lot of him, and now maybe we see why. The completion percentage is way under 60%. McCarthy now up to 10 picks. The only thing going for him right now is his head coach, Kevin O'Connell. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This hour on 670 The Score is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on The Score.
That's been a huge part of our season so far, where late in the game there that we've been able to pull it out at the end, and I think it speaks volumes about how they're wired mentally. We know we're not out of it.
Williams, a strike.
to DJ Moore. Touchdown, Chicago. The turnover turns into points. Moore throws the ball into the crowd. Here's Williams in the pocket. Williams trying to get out of the pocket. He won't. Loses the ball, and the Steelers jump on top of it. It's a touchdown, and it's T.J. Watt. 3rd and 5, 4 minutes to go, first half. Williams throws it, and it's caught for the touchdown. Loveland carries the defender with him for the score. Second of the day for Caleb Williams. Flags are down. Williams downfield, open man, touchdown, D.J. Moore.
Offside. Defense number 33.
The Bears go back in front.
Decline. Result of the play. Touchdown.
Jack Sawyer was offsides. Chicago takes the lead. Clock is ticking. They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through. The Chicago Bears, one of the biggest surprises in the NFL this season, will move to 8-3.
These guys are going to go out and compete. This is what we've been practicing for, what we've been training for all along. You know, the coaching staff has known this. All of our practice squad players, they know it's highly likely that they'll get called upon at some point. I can't say enough good things about the guys that stepped up today to help us win that ball game.
We're an 8-3 team in the National Football League. You know, we feel good where we're at, but we do got to get better. And I would say, yeah, we don't feel like we're the same old Bears. We pull through for each other when it matters most, and so we got to keep getting better. Like I said, you know, it starts with me on my side, and then we'll keep growing from there. Awesome, the Bears.
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
Welcome to the Spiegel and Holmes Show on a Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. That was an open from Tyler Farringold. Baby T is in the house this week. Alex Kuhn is in the house this week. Lawrence Holmes is on vacation this week. Anthony Herron is here along with me, Matt Spiegel. We're going to have some fun talking about a first-place football team that on Friday, Anthony, will play the Eagles, and the winner is the 2 seed. Wow. In the NFC, man. It is crazy to be where we are, isn't it?
Yes, it's really our lives. It's hard to imagine. Certainly would have been hard to imagine coming into the season, even in the wildest hopes, the most remarkable dreams that Bears fans were having about this season, to get to 8-3 leading into the Thanksgiving or the Black Friday game against the Eagles. I don't think the NFL anticipated this would be the situation that the Bears would be in. The Bears are in Chicago. They're a big draw.
Right.
Folks love to talk about Caleb positively or negatively. Ben Johnson was a huge deal in the offseason.
Yeah.
So having the Bears on for a holiday telecast, that was going to make sense regardless. But to have seeding be in the wake of how the results of this game play out, to go in with the same record as the defending Super Bowl champions, no one thought this was going to be the case.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody thought it. It's amazing. I'm reminded of the classic Bill Parcells axiom, and I spent some time online trying to find it today, and I couldn't find it. Bill is known for all sorts of things. You don't have it, right, Baby T? I see you frantically going for it, but it's not out there. He gets credit.
Sounds like a challenge, Tyler.
Yeah, no, it's a challenge for any sound man and anybody. You can find us. We accept your tips and your sound bites here on The Score. You are what your record says you are. And it's a fascinating axiom to think about, because Caleb Williams is the one who told you what they are. Caleb Williams said yesterday what they are.
We're an 8-3 team in the National Football League.
I mean, that's what they are. Regardless of the times where you wondered about how a specific game ended or whatever you think about the quarterback in progress or whatever, they're an 8-3 team in the National Football League. And Bill Parcells said you are what your record says you are. What's interesting about that to me, and I want to get your take, listeners and you, Anthony Herron, on like how this is different. I've been told now for decades that it's about process over results. especially in baseball. Like, hey, man, it's about process. You can't control the results. You don't know what the results are going to be. You got to focus on your process. And really, as long as your process was good, feel good about that, even if the results aren't there. Hell, I could stretch it even to Montez Sweat, who said after the game yesterday, the stat sheet is finally working for me, and I'm taking advantage of my opportunities, but I've been playing well, and Ben Johnson has said that too, that he thought he was playing well. So I've been told that it's about process over results. But the Parcells axiom of you are what your record says you are, and this reality is that they're a freaking 8-3 team. So it's about results over process? What am I supposed to make of you are what your record says you are in regards to this team that is fighting for the 2 seed in the NFC, Anthony?
I believe all these individuals at Haugh would tell you that both are productive for the Bears because they have such exceptional process is a part of the reason their results have led them to 8-3. So the record isn't necessarily indicative of the team looking perfect at all times or being dominant in every phase, game by game. But every phase of this team, every element of the Bears, offensively, defensively, and special teams, you can point directly to one of those phases and say there is at least a victory or victories, plural, that contributed to the Bears being able to win a game. That's process-based. And then when you get to all the injuries that have been sustained by this team, and especially when you also factor in guys who didn't look as good before as they do this season with this coaching staff, all those things indicate that the process that's led the Bears to 8-3 is a huge part of the reason why. This isn't just some smoke and mirrors thing. This isn't just them constantly out-scheming the opponent at all times. There's a lot that's coming together that's led the Bears to the record they're at right now.
That's a great answer. And I think that's the kind of conversation. Good job, Anthony. Way to go. You can go home now.
All right, I'm good.
Oh, wait.
I got my victory chicken.
Yeah, you did have victory chicken, didn't you?
Yeah, my wife brought me some victory chicken.
Come
she knew
on
I was
now.
missing out in the studio.
Way to go, Kelly. Way to go.
That's right.
That's good work right there.
I got to keep her.
And we thank Rinaldi's for our victory chicken. The Nico Horner pizza, you think they could have sent over one Nico Horner pizza. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't. That's all right, because the chicken. Wow. It's really about the chicken.
If you were my 8-year-old right now, I'd say, wow, be thankful for what you got.
That's a good point. I should just be
grateful.
grateful.
You weren't promised victory chicken.
I know.
Can we be appreciative?
You couldn't be more right. Shut up and be grateful. You have an 8-3 team, and there's victory chicken. But the Nico Horner pizza is awesome. You can get it at Rinaldi's. They're donating to the BIG Baseball Academy. Thanks to Mitch Rosen and for Matt Doherty over at Rinaldi's in Lincoln Park and at the West Loop for doing the great job that they do. And I'm so glad you got chicken. But no, it's a great answer because I feel like that's the conversation that's been going on over the past few weeks. Like, are the Bears good? Is this just happenstance? Even yesterday when, people caught wind of all the different backup quarterbacks they've had one week after another, backup or bad quarterbacks or whatever, it doesn't matter. You got to beat who's on your schedule and all that. Yesterday was impressive to me. That is because that is an extremely well-coached team. And Ben Johnson told you all week, Arthur Smith knows how to scheme stuff up. Dennis Allen and Arthur Smith matching up was a real deal NFL coaching matchup. And then Mike Tomlin and that defense and Ben Johnson, the respect that they had for each other, all the stuff that Ben did. And I'd love you to put on the X's and O's hat about the stuff that Ben did with the 2 tight ends out there almost the entire second half, 1 tight end on each side of the line in that 12 personnel, that often forced their great edge rushers, to either have to deal with a double team or go back in coverage sometimes. And so, Ben Johnson, I think, out-schemed a real coaching staff yesterday, and so did Dennis Allen. That's a very impressive win yesterday.
And as a prequel to sort of answering that inquiry, let me go back to them facing the Vikings last week. And frankly, Brian Flores got the better of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams in that game against Minnesota. And my curiosity was, because there's been a few examples here recently of situations in games where the opponent has a bead and, there's whatever, let's call it 65 snaps a game on offense that you're going to have plus or minus a few snaps here or there. So, yeah, they're going to kind of, snuff something out every once in a while. But as far as, the way that Ben likes to attack the numbers in certain situations, there's been some examples of that here recently, especially in that Vikings game where Bears weren't able to get to the corner. Caleb wasn't able to hit some of the now routes and relief passes based off of motion and window dressing that we've seen the Bears have success with earlier in the season. So now that Ben Johnson in year one as a head coach, first season with this Bears offense, where folks starting to get a little bit of a book on Ben for how to snuff things out situationally. Some of the Tyson Bagent stuff, which was cute and clever when it worked, and then he went to it multiple times in that Vikings game, almost like he's kind of, clutching, reaching, just trying to find something here. And so it worked on an initial short yardage scenario to move the chains. Then they go back to it later. Nobody's overreacting to Tyson Bagent the second time he's on the field. He's just waiting to do something goofy with the ball, and it didn't work. So I'm like, okay, Ben Johnson, I'm still convinced he's an offensive mastermind, but let's see how things progress here. And it's a very talented Steelers defense that they just faced yesterday. And Terrell Austin is a guy who's called a lot of success in the NFL in the years he's been in D.C. All that money they put on that side of the ball. Ben Johnson got to a stretch where he just kept them guessing. And he kept them guessing with protection schemes, having tight ends and running backs assigned to, even if they weren't fully chipping, but forcing the Steelers' edge rushers to respect them with their alignment and occasionally going and busting them in the chops, just giving those offensive tackles an additional moment to get into their pass set and be prepared to receive the speed, the urgency that the Steelers rush the edge with. So I like them mixing that in, and then you get into the passing game itself. It was a more pocket-based passing game than I thought it would be, but it worked because the rhythm and timing of it consistently mixed. Sometimes you went 5-step drop. Sometimes you went with quick game. Frequently, receivers are being schemed open against a secondary that didn't really seem to have a sense for where they were going to be and which route combinations and levels concepts that he was throwing at them that they could try to cover up. And I honestly, and we can talk about Caleb in more detail throughout the show here, Caleb saw the field really well. Like, there was a lot of that to me was a positive sign because Caleb was putting the ball to the guy where they're open, and most importantly, on time when they were open. There's just balls sailing, and he's throwing them in the dirt. But there's still, to me, some positive evidence of that continued growth that's there because he was seeing the field really cleanly from in the pocket and on time. And that's one of the things that excites me about our conversation with Kurt Warner today, just for this being a more pocket-based version of Caleb. And even though the inaccuracies showed up at times, I thought he saw the field really well.
Yeah, that's great stuff. And I agree. And the inaccuracy is a problem. Look, he's 33rd in the NFL in completion percentage. It's under 60%.
Isn't there only 32 teams?
Yeah, yes, you are correct. So he's 33rd, but it's like it is a problem. But he knows it, and he adjusted and had a wonderful second half. Had a really, really good second half. But I agree with your broader point that he looked on time and made the right choices again and again and again in that pocket, and that was really, really exciting to see. But look, Caleb has set the mandate just as a reminder for what you are and what you should be feeling.
We're an 8-3 team in the National Football League.
That's just the realness. And Grady Jarrett talked about it after the game, too. Grady Jarrett, who came to play and is one of those veterans who was rounded into form. Here's Grady after the game.
Oh man, it feel good. It feel good, but we can't rest on this. But I can say this, it's been a minute since your boy won 8. So but that don't mean that the work is done. The work is just getting started. But I think all this go back to the work we put in the off season up to this point, and just the grind, the belief, the effort guys put in and day out. It's not nothing that happened overnight, and I think we hungry for more.
Hey, man, it's been a minute since your boy won 8. There's a lot of people on that team who feel it in that way. Enjoy the hell out of this. He's Anthony Herron. I'm Matt Spiegel. It's Spiegel and Holmes. It's Spiegs and Ant all afternoon. As Ant said, Kurt Warner at the top of the hour. When we come back, not the same old Bears. Why is that? Let's discuss on 670 The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial. of our All Access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Rivalry week in college football is here, and we got some awesome games this weekend, including the Iron Bowl between Alabama and Auburn. When these games are played at Jordan-Hare, they're always close, and I expect this one to be no different. I think Bama pulls out the win, but Auburn covers. Take the Tigers plus 5.5. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's that time of year again. Hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts, and of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kids rest the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dog car. Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Hey, Chicago, it's time to get your turkey. Visit Wild Fork Foods for the best turkey selection at great prices. Wild Fork has 15 turkey varieties to choose from. Whether you are looking for butterballs, all natural or organic, they have the bird for you. Raw, pre-cook, and cook in a bag are also options. Not a fan of turkey? Wild Fork has plenty of beef, pork, lamb, and seafood options. Get what you want on your first stop at Wild Fork Foods, or have it delivered.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-224-5353. That's 800-224-5353. Again, that's 800-224-5353.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Spiegel and Holmes.
All right, well, we navigated that pretty well. I was worried, but I'm always worried. So.
That's your thing.
Yeah, that's my bit.
Afternoons on the Score.
Maybe just describe the way this team keeps winning these one-score games.
Like I said, the history here hasn't necessarily been that. Ben preaches us fighting in those close games, and it's just not the same old Bears.
Montez Sweat says it's not the same old Bears. 312-644-6767 is the number. Your texts are flying in a happy Chicago with an 8-3 team. And your phone calls are going to be taken for a large portion of the show. I think we're going to open the phone lines after we talk to Kurt Warner. So right around 3:25 on the show today. The culture. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Someone actually said something positive about Mike Glennon in the text line a little earlier, by the way.
I don't know if that was positive. Because you said DeMarco Jackson has linebacker neck. Right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, so that's an impressive football neck. And then a texter brings up Mike Glennon as having like the preeminent Chicago Bears neck. That's not an impressive bear, nor is it.
A lot of neck there.
I know, but it's not like it doesn't make him better at football, the long neck. It's dangerous.
Means an impressive neck.
Well,
I mean, it'd be really dangerous if he were a linebacker or a lineman. But for a quarterback, I mean, or maybe a defensive back. Remember Merton Hanks, my fellow Hawkeye?
Yes, that's the first guy. That's the king. That is the king.
First team all neck.
First team all neck, without a doubt. It is Merton Hanks. Hanks and Glennon, and then where we go from there.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. So I'm going to hear that a lot in New Orleans this weekend, by the way. But that's a different song for a different day. Neck is one of the songs that get played during college football games quite a bit, especially in the South.
May I add Davis Mills? Yeah. Davis Mills, thank you.
Ooh,
a fine representative for the modern era for the all-neck team. Absolutely. Feel free to keep hitting us with that. It's funny. On Friday, you're doing pregame on Fox, because the game will be carried on Amazon Prime, but locally it's going to be carried on Fox. So there's going to be a ton of people out there in Chicagoland who don't have Amazon Prime will be watching on Fox. And then who's doing postgame after that on Fox?
Let me think.
Come on now.
It's not me because I'm going to New Orleans.
That's right.
Who's it going to be?
That's me. It's me and Sweet Lou Canellis. That's right.
Let's go.
So it's you and Lou doing pre, right? And it's me and Lou doing post. So let's go.
Right.
We are bracketing the football game on Friday when these Bears get the Eagles for what? I mean, is it the first real true test of this team?
Good Lord. How often are we going to do this?
You can't,
How often are we going to do this?
You can't say that because, I thought yesterday was a real test, man. Because I was scared all week long.
They make every game look like a test. Have you not noticed? They get tested on a weekly basis.
And that is the league. The league tests you.
Yes,
but I thought yesterday, man, I was out here picking the Steelers on Friday because I was afraid. I was afraid that the pass rush was going to get to Caleb and they were going to know about his moves because they brought in the scout team quarterback. What was his name again, Alex?
John Rice Plumlee.
Thank you very much. John Rice Plumlee. That's right. They brought in that kid, and he did the Caleb 1-2 and the spin, and T.J. Watt settled his feet and took his time there on the end zone and didn't let Caleb get away. And I'm like, oh man, here we go. The regression monster is coming for the sacks. But it was just one sack
That's all it was.
on the entire day. Goodness. So here's the question, though. Is the culture real? Is the culture real as to why this is not the same old Bears? It feels so to me. Does it feel that way to you, that the culture shift that Ben Johnson and his staff have enacted has had an effect all the way down the roster and all the way up the power structure, frankly?
Yes. And the results are there not only from a win-loss perspective, but the wide variety of players who have played a role in that speaks to the culture. And, the guys who address things publicly, them kind of sounding like the head coach. That's an ingredient. That's a data point. But the effort they play with, that's an additional data point. And then in the end, the belief that's been necessary for them to come back and win these games. Because a lot of the same heroics that we saw during Caleb's rookie season are part of what we're seeing in the fourth quarters this season as well. But the entire puzzle wasn't there. It wasn't together yet. The entire team wasn't necessarily, I mean, to be invested is one thing, but to truly have belief in that and to be directed in the right way for you to have success late in games. And all these things cascade upon each other. Even having the right amount of timeouts available, to suit some of these situations. Those things matter. Even in the first half, putting that field goal on the board, you're thinking about the play before they end up kicking the field goal.
Oh, dude.
To utilize third down, to just run a few seconds off the clock and throw the ball out of bounds to make sure that the opponent's not going to get the rock back. All those things are mattering. All those things are being noticed by the players. It's putting them in a position where, yes, there's still some untimely penalties, but you're playing a violent sport with people whose, marbles are a little bit scrambled at times. So, yeah, there's going to be some penalties that happen here on occasion, but you can tell all these players are locked in with the task at hand and with the way they're being led by Ben Johnson. That all speaks to culture.
I talked over you by accident because I thought you were going to talk about the play where they got the big gain to get them into field goal range, which was a beautiful call. The Luther Burden wide receiver screen, the little tunnel screen. But no, you're talking about with 7 seconds left, they ran a play just to throw it out of bounds and eat 4 seconds.
Situational awareness.
Brilliant.
Yes, management of the game, of the clock, of timeouts. And, Cairo goes in and drills the field goal, as he's tended to do throughout his Bears career, where they've reminded a lot of folks. But then that makes sure that there's no rebuttal that's available. I love that, that Ben uses that as the word rebuttal drive, rebuttal moments. There's no rebuttal drive available because of what you did the play before you go ahead and kick the field goal. So, yes, the play call and the execution from Luther Burden. And by the way, Luther Burden blocking his tail off in that game yesterday, too, as he's been doing a lot more. All these different data points point to the culture that's there, and the main aspect of that culture is accountability. It is holding players to a standard.
The accountability and all the attention to detail, like you're talking about, is a beautiful thing, and that is indeed what is contagious. That's really well said. The guy I really like to hear talking about culture when he talks about it on this team is Kevin Byard, who's been honest a lot this year. He was honest last week about the offense needing to do more to put these games away. But yesterday when he was talking about winning close games, here's what Kevin Byard had to say.
You guys are winning all these close games. That means something.
Culture, you know what I mean? We've been faced with a lot of adversity all year, whether if it's injuries, close games, just a lot of different scenarios. And I think we're able just to fight through that. Not really get down on the sidelines, not getting too high, not getting too low. So like I said, just proud of this group, man, because like I said, the other side of it last year was not pretty, and we're able to come out on the other side, so just happy about it.
And Kevin knows he saw a culture shift in Tennessee under Mike Vrabel. He talked about it in training camp in exactly those terms, said, I'm seeing it, and I know what it looks like. And now he's not afraid to say it. And that's why, yes, they have 8 wins and a negative point differential through 11 games, which is insane. But you can see how much has shifted, and you can see how much room there still is for growth. It is exciting to see all the growth that is still available here for all the skill position guys. Luther Burden is, some up and down days, as you're seeing him. But I'm glad he's out there. He's earned snaps, and he's earning this chance to grow and progress. And what was supposed to be a bonus year as they flipped the culture and built has turned into a year where on Friday they're playing for the number 2 seed in the NFC. He's Anthony Herron. I'm Matt Spiegel, and I won't stop saying it because it's an insane place to be. Kurt Warner joins us next, and we're going to take your phone calls after that. It is a Plumbers 911 Football Monday. And by the way, on Friday at the Wall, join the Score, located at 6144 West Grand Avenue. That's the Wall in Gurnee. Olin, Big Cat Williams, and Mark Grody will host our pregame show there from 11 to 2, then have immediate reaction on the postgame show after Chicago takes on Philadelphia the day after Thanksgiving. Catch the game on the biggest of screens while enjoying all the MVP comforts of a Marcus Theater. There will be drink specials as well. It's all happening at the Wall in Gurnee starting at 11 a.m. this Friday. Kurt Warner's next on The Score.
Bears fans are reacting on the score to the first-place Bears' huge victory over the Steelers.
Hey, Chris. Give Ben Johnson a new nickname. I'm calling him Bronze Johnson. I want to see a statue of this man outside of the new Soldier Field. Hey, John.
Hey, guys, I just want to give kudos to the coaching staff. We're winning games that we normally would have lost.
Willie's on the north side.
The Manung guy is an incredible running back. I love watching this guy run.
Keep it here for more reaction to the Bears' huge victory over the Steelers, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel's introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build. Add your pick, then pass to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. Who knows what you could do? But this is going to be fun to do on Thanksgiving. I might pass the leg at Thanksgiving with friends and family that are in the room. Grab your crew, start your build, and get on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Matt to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's Zach Zaidman. The season of performance is here at McGrath Acura of Westmont, where precision meets excitement this holiday season. Hurry in and make every drive feel like a celebration. Lease a 2025 Acura ADX front-wheel drive for $209 a month for 36 months. But don't wait. The season of performance event ends January 5th. Visit McGrath Acura of Westmont on Ogden Avenue today.
When you do the math, you choose McGrath.
You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians. Something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need advanced hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced team. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one in Chicago can offer anything like the Advanced FUE, offered by the world-class team at Advanced Hair. It starts with your free consultation. Call 872-217-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 872-217-HAIR or AdvancedHair.com.
The premier name in bridal and engagement rings here in the Chicagoland area is Rasny Jewelers. If you're ring shopping, Rasny Jewelers is your destination for exceptional quality, far from the big corporate chains, the diamond wholesalers, and the online sites pushing mass-produced diamonds and settings. With Rasny Jewelers, you'll own a natural diamond that has inherent value. A diamond that's been handpicked for maximum brilliance, and a diamond she will be proud to wear. Guys, she's gonna look at that ring every day for the rest of her life. Make the right decision. Rasny Jewelers is a name you can trust. Their team will guide you every step of the way, sharing their expertise so you feel confident in your choice. Rasny Jewelers, Chicagoland's local jeweler, Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago's Gold Coast, online at rasny.com.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So, I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile! The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When it comes to cancer, expertise matters. Loyola Medicine offers leading-edge treatments and a team dedicated to your whole health. From prevention to advanced therapies, we're here for every step. Discover more at loyolamedicine.org/cancer.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour on The Score is brought to you by Jewel Osco.
We will rally around Kurt Warner.
Kurt Warner.
You're a big horse, and you must be ridden every Monday night.
2-time NFL MVP.
They talk about this, the greatest show on turf, maybe the best offense ever in football.
Super Bowl champion.
Warner to throw. Going deep downfield, adjusting for it is Isaac Bruce. Touchdown. 73 yards.
Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Not just the NFL Hall of Fame. And I wear that as a badge of honor because without pro football, in all its forms and fashions, I'm not here tonight.
NFL Network analyst.
Kurt, I give you the floor on what we just did. What a crazy game. I mean, what a great finish. I don't know what Miami was doing at the end of the regulation, going for it on 4th down. Just kick it. Why can't we kick anymore? I don't understand. Just kick it and take the points.
Radio analyst for Westwood One Sports.
Stacey Dales.
We're seeing so much growth from Caleb Williams. You know, I'm in Berlin and just on our rides and whatever I'm doing, I'm around Kurt Warner and I just love talking football with him.
Kurt Warner with Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
This segment with Kurt Warner is sponsored by Great Clips. It's gonna be great. And it is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency. Call the plumbing professionals. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. It is Spiegs and Anthony Herron here on a Bears Victory Monday. Anthony in for Lawrence Holmes. Kurt, what's happening, man? Welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. What's happening? What's going on? Happy Thanksgiving. A little ahead of time, but I hope you guys have a great one.
Yeah, man. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. The way that this is progressing, I think, from a Caleb Williams perspective, it stands out to me that this past game, what he did yesterday, it felt like the Bears offense was more pocket-based. Like Caleb's approach to things and the way Ben called it had him more stationary. But it struck me that it seemed like he was getting the ball a lot more consistently on time and in rhythm, even though the passes were frequently kind of errant. And I'm in my brain trying to view that as a sign of progress as Ben Johnson is kind of reprogramming Caleb to a certain extent. How did you see that part of it?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think I've been seeing that since week one is, you know, that battle that it seems like he's facing to do more of what Ben wants him to do in the pocket and, you know, playing the game more conventionally first and then reactionary second. So I've been seeing that in that battle, you know, and I say a battle because, you know, there are times that it just doesn't look comfortable. It looks like he's fighting himself to stay there and to work through things. Yesterday, I didn't think it was a great offense performance. I thought he was great in the red zone, you know, and, you know, Ben did a great job of designing and getting his first read open, and he made some really good throws in the red zone. I thought overall it wasn't a really good game. I thought his eyes were in the wrong spot a lot of times. And that was one of the issues I had with Caleb last year is, and again, we have to take this in you know, stages and depth, that last year was all pure progression type stuff. And you know, that's hard for me to understand because when I know something's not going to be open, I get off of that and I get to the next thing. And there were a lot of times last year where I thought his eyes were stuck and started in the wrong spot. Could have been because of the offense. I think Ben has done a much better job in designing things and getting him started in the right spot. And I felt like in this game, there were just times based on the concepts that I saw that I couldn't figure out why his eyes were starting in a certain spot. And so that concerned me a little bit yesterday because I hadn't necessarily seen that or thought that was a theme in many games this year. But again, we've talked about it for a couple weeks. What I love is that it wasn't a great offensive performance. He didn't play great. You talked about the errant passes at times and just being off a little bit, whether it was eyes, whether it was throws, whatever. And they still put up 31 points and they still win a football game. That to me is like, okay, all right, we're still doing a lot of things right. And we're still, figuring this out and we've got a long way to go. But once again, we're finding a way to win and we're finding a way to make the critical plays that we need to make to win football games. And that was probably my biggest takeaway from yesterday.
Kurt Warner with us here on The Score. Yeah, it's interesting. He was 10 of 21 at the half, and there were all kinds of accuracy issues in the first half. But then there were some halftime adjustments schematically from the coach and maybe with Caleb's comfort level. He talked about that a little bit after. But let's talk about the scheme, because you know what you're looking at, and you tweeted something about how you felt like you saw the Mike Martz influence on Ben Johnson a lot in this one with the pinch. Could you explain to our listeners what that is that you saw? Because I think a lot of us are seeing some amazing things getting schemed open, and we don't know exactly how these guys are getting so damn open.
Yeah, I mean, the pinch concept to me is why I call it pinch is with the end that's inside of it. So there's an influence post. What I call an influence post is the interior part of the concept, where it's a guy that kind of clears out through the middle of the field, trying to clear out any safeties, any deep players that are in the area. The in portion of it is the big end, and I wrote in the tweet, it was the route that built my house. Like, that was the route that we threw. If you were playing against the greatest show on turf, you knew you were going to see 10 to 12 big in routes thrown out of different formations in every possible way we could every single week. It was my favorite route to throw, and we were really good at it. And so the big end was on the outside. And then there's some element underneath. For me, the pinch concept, the CH stands for choice. We would put a choice route underneath it that would grab that hook defender. So I would get a high-low off of that in and the choice. So that's where pinch comes from. But it's been a staple. When Ben was in Detroit, they would run a lot of the pinch concept out of a lot of different formations, drop back, play action, doesn't matter. And they've done it in Chicago as well. But I just noticed it showing up a whole bunch yesterday. And it just kind of popped into my mind because I had read something a week ago or talked to somebody a week ago that just said something about how Ben had been influenced. I don't know if it's spending time with Mike or studying the playbook that we had or whatever.
I think it was me. I think it was me on this show.
Did you say it last?
Yeah.
Did you say it last week? Okay.
Absolutely.
Right.
Come on. We have got we've got an ongoing conversation. It's a give and take. It's a beautiful thing.
That's right. It was you. And so I don't know which one it is. Is he spent time with Mike? Is it studying, what we did? I'm not sure which one, but you can definitely see the influences. One of the touchdown passes, I think it was the one to Loveland on the quick post.
Yes.
Another play that we used to call 095 F post. Another one of my favorite plays. But they hit that down the goal line for a touchdown as well. So starting to just see some of those influences and some of those plays that were my favorites back in the day. And it's cool to see that they still work. Good quality concepts that have answers and understanding on why you're doing it. They still work in football. And so it's really cool to see. And it's fun because it brings back a lot of memories.
That's awesome. Kurt, here's what Ben Johnson had to say earlier about Caleb improving in the middle of the field in terms, he said this, some guys get a little bit nervous, a little bit afraid to look away and then look back. He's always been a high-level steam thrower or bender versus too high. But now when you're talking about the daggers or the drift routes that we have in, I think Caleb's done a nice job of trusting the fact that he can turn his back to the defense and yet still flip around to make a decision whether to pull the trigger or not. Wonder what you think about those comments from Ben Johnson about Caleb and his progress.
Well, I mean, you love to hear it because that's exactly, what we're talking about. The dagger route is that big end, and they throw it a lot. Again, I think he'll just get better and better at throwing it. But yeah, anytime as a quarterback that you have to look one side and then try to quickly come back to the other side and read something and verify what coverage you have there. There's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot that goes into the timing of making sure you're getting back there in a timely fashion so you can hit that big in route on time. The other thing is when you're coming back there to know exactly where your eyes need to go, exactly what defender you need to find to see. Is he getting depth? Is he staying low so I can make the throw up over the top? And so that is a challenging element when you're asking a quarterback to go from one side to another. And again, I think it's a route that Caleb has been solid at. I think that the next piece of it, and again, just going back to my time, I always felt like I could make that throw no matter how I had to make it. If a defender would drop deep, I had the ability to put the ball up and over the top, like what we call up and down. And so I could get it up and down quickly and still drop it into my guy. And so if you're going to run that route a lot, that would be the next step for Caleb, as we've talked about a lot of the drive throws and wants to throw the fastball a lot, is learning how to make more of that touch throw so it gives you the ability to make that throw more often than not, no matter what the defense does. But again, all part of this process. And, I love that while they're learning and while they're going through the process and when Caleb doesn't have his A game, again, finding ways to win as a football team. And that excites you with where we're at this point in the season. It excites you with the record that they have at this point in the season, and has to excite you moving forward to go, we've seen this much progress and we're seeing wins this way. Man, what could it be? How good can we be by the time the season's over? And I think I'm like everybody else, excited to see what that looks like.
The Pro Football and Arena Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, our guest here on Spiegel and Holmes on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And through my eyes as an old defensive lineman and just watching the way, almost like Brett Favre-esque, where like Caleb just rears back and puts so much gusto behind the ball. And it does seem like when he takes a few of the RPMs off, that does enhance his accuracy and his touch. And I'm wondering mechanically, because biomechanically everybody's body is going to be different, but are there things as you're continuing to study Caleb that you would maybe correct mechanically that might enhance the consistency of his accuracy?
Yeah, well, I mean, there are things that you would do, but it's not always a natural thing for guys. Like when you talk about throwing the football, you throw from the ground up and you throw with your body more than you throw with your arm. And so the arm should just be kind of a following piece. It's, I always use the analogy because a lot of sports are very similar. But like golf, if you've ever golfed, a lot of us big guys, will go and grab the golf club as hard as we possibly can. And we say, yeah, we bench 300 and whatever pounds. We're going to swing this club so hard that ball is going to go 350 yards. And we do that and the ball goes nowhere. And we're like, what is the problem here? Like, I'm swinging it so hard and so fast. And then you see a guy that weighs 185 pounds, a pro golfer, get up there and it looks effortless and they swing through it and they hit the ball 350 yards. And you're like, how is that possible? Look at that guy's arms. There's no way. But the idea, like golf, just like throwing a football, is they generate all their power down low through their hips and through the explosion of their core. And then it creates the whip, or it creates the speed of the club. And that's what creates those long distance hits. It's that power and that swing. And it's the same when you're playing football. Is we want the arm to be the following piece. We want that to be the club. And we want to create the power with our body so I don't have to throw it 100 miles an hour with my arm. And that's where we get touch. And that's where we get the ability to get the ball up and down. And I use this term all the time. I use it with my son, who's a quarterback, who says it's not physically accurate or physically accurate. But I say it's got to be firm but soft. The ability to throw a football where it continues to go to its target, it doesn't die, but at the same time, it's not this heavy, hard fastball that's going 100 miles an hour that, is either right on and you miss, or right on and you make it, or it's off just a little bit and you miss. It gives the ability, and you talk about accuracy, it gives the ability of your receivers to adjust as well. So if I'm throwing a ball and the ball's going to be just a touch behind my receiver, if I'm throwing it with touch, they can gauge that speed. They can slow down a little bit. Now all of a sudden the ball looks like it's perfect. If you're throwing it 100 miles an hour and all of a sudden the ball comes off and shoot, it's just coming, and you have no ability to react, and the ball's a half a foot behind you, it's going to be much easier to miss that ball, to drop that football, and to look awkward and to look inaccurate than mine did. Even though the ball may be going to the same spot, I allow my receiver to help me make it accurate, to adjust to the football. And that's, to me, kind of the next step. I actually just broke down J.J. McCarthy, and he's got the same issue. I don't think Caleb has as much of an issue as J.J. does. Caleb is working on it, and there's times where you see the elements of being able to throw more with your body and taking something off of it. It's just not the natural thing for him. And J.J. struggles with that mightily, and that's why his accuracy is so far down, because it's either hit or miss, and that's all you get when you're throwing at 100 miles an hour. So there would be things that I would do to help him engage his core and his body more. But it's a hard thing for these guys that have these cannon arms and have always been used to saying, I can make every throw with my arm, so I'm going to. And I don't have to worry about all the other technique stuff. And a lot of these guys can, but just like that dagger or pinch throw that I'm talking about, if you've got to throw the ball 30 yards, and you've got to create that power with your arm to throw it 30 yards, it's going to be hard to get that ball up and down, to be able to gauge power with your arm and touch with your arm. If I can create that power with my body, and then I can change the trajectory or the touch with my arm by not moving it as fast, that's where I can get this up and down, and I can add these other elements to my game. And so those are the steps that some guys that aren't necessarily natural throwers. Natural throwers to me are guys that engage their body and athletically use their body. Other guys can throw the ball really well, but they're not natural throwers, and they use these other elements like a big arm to be able to carry them more than, like myself, didn't have a big arm, use my body and my power from my body to carry me. But it's also what made me very accurate, because the more I get my body going in the direction I want the ball to go, the ball's going to follow my body. If my body's off and my arm's trying to make the throw, that's where inaccuracies, come from. And so you're trying to get all that to tie together.
It's reminding both me and Anthony, Kurt, of a conversation we've had about baseball pitchers so many times, about how
effort guys.
But then when you see a guy like Verlander or Scherzer in their prime, you're like, oh, that's right, they can throw 98, but they also know they don't have to. They know they don't have to. In that regard, did you get a chance to watch Matt Stafford and Sean McVay do their thing last night? 30 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. It seems to be a pretty beautiful example of modern NFL offense that's going on right there right now.
I mean, they just work so well together. They fit together. The numbers, I think, are a little bit unfair. I joke with that because they get down on the 1 yard line and they put Devontae Adams out there and they say, okay, stop him on a quick slant or a fade, and it's impossible. And so I don't know how many of their touchdowns have come on 1 yard throws to Devontae Adams. So that's why I say it's not fair. But they've got it going, and it's the right way to do it. They get down in the red zone and say, if you want to stop our run, we're going to leave Devontae out there, and good luck one-on-one stopping him. And Matthew can just put it wherever he wants. But they fit so well together. Matthew's playing at an extremely high level. He's smart with the football. When it's not there, he's not afraid to throw it away. It is fun to watch the way those two guys work together. Coach McVay makes a lot of the game easy for Matthew Stafford at times, and then there's a lot of times that Matthew Stafford makes Sean McVay right with the play calls that he has. And so it is a thing of beauty right now. The talent that they've got around them, it's going to be fun. I don't know who that team out there is that's going to stop this team, because they've got so many ways that they can beat you.
Kurt, you're the best, my friend. I always love these opportunities to talk ball with you.
No, it's always good to talk to you, my friend. Happy Thanksgiving, like I said, to you guys. Have a great one, and we'll talk next week.
All right, so you're not cooking, right? We've talked about your cooking before. You're not. Are you contributing anything to the Thanksgiving feast, sir?
I am not contributing. I'll buy the food. I guess I'll do that part of it.
All right.
But I will not be cooking. I've got some great cooks in my house with my wife and my daughter, and they'll do all the work. I got to work. Thanksgiving morning for game day morning. I get to do it from my house, but I'll be working in the morning, and then I get to come off the air and just sit down and eat. So I got the I do have to do a little bit of work, but I got the best gig for sure.
There you go. All right, enjoy it.
Kurt Warner.
Thanks, Kurt.
All right, guys, take care.
All right, we appreciate you. Some great stuff. Some great stuff in there. Yeah, the McVay and Stafford thing, I can't get it out of my head today because that's the dream. It's the dream to have, like he said, the coach make the quarterback look better, and sometimes the quarterback make the coach look better, and you don't know exactly what it is you're seeing until you break it down later on, And let's talk to the people. Okay. Bears fans, we want to hear from you on this Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and great clips. Yesterday was one of those days I was home and I was watching, but I was actually envious of the people that were there because that was a gorgeous Chicago fall football day, noon game on the lakefront, enough sun to be cozy. Your team is 8-3. My goodness. And you put up 31 points. I want to hear from you guys who were there and you gals who were there. And also just if you're watching it, want to hear about what this is like to have a team that, as Caleb Williams says, Tyler, as Baby T likes to say, we know what they are. They've established themselves. They've presented themselves. This is what they are.
We're an 8-3 team in the National Football League.
That's your Chicago Bears. Let's discuss. Want to hear from you about what it's like to either go to the game if you're there or to watch it and what impresses you that you are seeing about this bunch. It's Spiegs and Anthony Herron on the Spiegel and Holmes show on 670 The Score.
We're an 8-3 team in the National Football League.
The Bears win. They win their fourth in a row after taking down the Steelers at home, staying in first place and improving to an impressive 8-3.
They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through.
Stick around as all of our shows and team of Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they head back on the road to take on the Eagles the day after Thanksgiving. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is brought to you by NutsOnClark.com. Nuts on Clark, Chicago's original popcorn, serving Chicago for over 45 years. Order holiday gifts for your friends, families, events, and corporations from NutsOnClark.com, a 3-generation woman-owned, family-run Chicago business.
Comparing health insurance plans is never easy. That's why I work for Get Covered Illinois.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
We have a website to compare multiple plans and prices in one place, and people who can help you for free. Community-based navigators and brokers, certified by the state.
And we have live customer service.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, we're here to help.
Since we opened our doors in 1868, Busey has fostered deep customer relationships and vibrant communities, embodying a legacy of partnership and progress. With multiple lines of business, we provide a range of financial solutions tailored to your needs. From digital banking to planning for retirement, Busey is here to help you achieve your financial goals. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Pro football on Thursday. Detroit hosting Green Bay. Huge game in the NFC North. Detroit, a 2.5-point home favorite, total in the game, 48.5. And if this number is going to be short of 3, I'm going to love Detroit. I don't think Green Bay is very good. Beat Minnesota on Sunday because Minnesota's quarterback can't complete the forward pass. I think Detroit is just flat out better than Green Bay, looking for revenge from earlier in the year. So coming up on Thursday, if the number is less than 3, it is right now, like Detroit, minus 2.5 against Green Bay. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, 426-2537, or by texting ILGA&B to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel and Casino.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Oh, what a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The best way is right off the expressway at the new Toyota on Eden. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. And every Saturday, any Toyota oil change is just $29.95. Come see why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I remember being very worried about Matthew Stafford's back late this summer. What a waste of energy. The Rams QB looks pretty good now through 11 games and 9 wins. 3 more touchdowns in last night's rout of the Bucs, further cementing him as the MVP leader. And his Rams, the best team in the NFC until further notice. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Mark Potash. Thanks for remembering me.
Well, we remember you, man.
Those Take the North guys dropped me like a hot potato as soon as I left, and I got a phone to pick with those guys. But Spiegel and Holmes show is on the good list.
Afternoons on the Score.
Turns this into a 3rd and manageable. Flats are down. Williams downfield. Open man. Touchdown. DJ Moore.
Offside. Defense number 33.
The Bears go back in front.
Result of the play. Touchdown.
Jack Sawyer was offsides. Chicago takes the lead.
Watch what Odunze does to Jalen. It's going to completely open up all this space right here. And DJ Moore is going to have nobody around him whatsoever. Wide open touchdown on the free play. Caleb Williams taking advantage. Great drive despite a big penalty for the Chicago Bears.
Despite the DJ Moore taunting penalty. What a freaking drive right there to put the Bears back up 24-21. The 8-3 Chicago Bears. Baby T is feeling the cool in the gang, as is Anthony Herron. If you're watching on Twitch, you can see. Oh, look at the moves on that.
I mean,
man.
How can you not?
I know.
It's cool in the game.
I know. The whole body of work, by the way. For God's sakes, one of my favorite Tributosauruses ever. when we became Cool in the Gang, going back to Hollywood Swinging and
Okay.
Jungle Boogie,
Yeah.
Jungle Boogie.
Oh man!
But then all the stuff from this era and like Cherish and Joanna, like let's go.
Did you know that Ant comes out to Jungle Boogie every single show he does, the night shows on the score?
Do you?
I
No.
do.
I
Yep.
didn't
That's
know
his
that.
song.
That is my intro song.
I should listen more. I'm sorry.
So one time, it'd help if you'd listen. One time, Garth Brooks asked me what would be the song that you would enter a room to if you could just have like a boom box on your shoulder or something play over the public address. Anytime you enter the room, what song would it be? My answer was Jungle Book.
That's it.
So that's what I use. What would yours be?
That's Man in the Box by Alice in Chains. That's my.
Okay.
That's just, it's daunting. It announces my presence with authority, and I feel like I'm going to the mound to close out a game.
Nuke-a-loosh.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to talk about the play that you just heard, that second DJ Moore touchdown, the one where he's wide open. We're going to talk about that in detail in a couple minutes, but we are throwing open the phone lines to you, and we want to talk to you, the Bears fans, at 312-644-6767 about the joy of having an 8-3 team and what you're seeing. What do you love about what you are seeing? Because I got answers. Ann has answers. I want to know what you guys are loving about what you are seeing. So 312-644-6767. And if you were there at that thing, even better. Let's go to Frederick from the South Side. Frederick, you're on with Spiegs and Anthony Herron on the Score. What's up?
Hey, what up, fellas? What up, Spieg? What up, Big Ann? How you feeling, man?
Fantastic.
I met you. Dope. I met you at Bad and Bears, you and your lovely wife, man. But look, you guys coming out, man. Cooler Game, madly underrated. But coming out with that DJ Moore clip is a big thing because they hold him accountable for that. You know, they didn't just glaze over that like that wasn't no big deal. Trust the coaching staff held him accountable. And that's probably what the biggest thing for me, you were asking the vibes. Of course, they were great. It was great at the stadium. I can't even describe the feeling. But you know, you see little things, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I saw Ryan Bates talking to Caleb on the sideline for about 2 minutes about something he was relentless about getting to him about, to which Caleb dapped him up about it. But it's the overall coaching staff that Ben had the guts to put a team together that, you know, not necessarily was his buddies or whatever. He brought some or whatever, but they all hold him accountable, different places. He don't have to worry about with Dennis Allen. That hug he had with Dennis Allen after the game, man, that tells you everything. And he got everybody believing. And that's a big thing, man. That right there, that's what matters most. And I love it. You know, you see the enemy on the sideline lighting up Manon guy after he scored a touchdown, man. That wasn't a play, bro. So it's a lot, man. And for me, man, I'm enamored with it all, man. I'm in love with it. And it don't help listen to the Score all the time, you know, because you be all into it. You know what I mean? So, man, I love it, man. I'm having a great time, bro.
That's awesome. The Frederick from the South Side, that's great stuff, man. I love the moments he's talking about on the sidelines, whether it's Bieniemy lighting up Monangai. We saw Bieniemy lighting up DeAndre Swift after he fumbled, you know, and DeAndre smiling and be like, come on, man. I'm
still not even 100% convinced he actually fumbled. But Bieniemy didn't care.
Doesn't care.
The refs thought he fumbled. That was what mattered. When you come out of a pile of big angry people, make sure you're still the one holding the ball was essentially his message.
So he's talking about Ryan Bates, the backup center, who's hurt. Is he on injured reserve all year long, Ryan Bates? Or is he just inactive every week? I don't know, but that's Ryan Bates, the former Buffalo Bill, you know, who like polls wanted and then didn't get and then went back and got him again. And now Ryan Bates, so Frederick saw Ryan Bates talking to Caleb about something for like 2 minutes on the sideline and teaching him something, and Caleb was listening and learning to the backup. I love that. I love hearing that.
Yeah, I didn't even realize Bates was on IR. I think he's just the backup center, but we have a good center now, so we don't see Ryan Bates.
Is he on IR? Yeah, he's on injured reserve.
He is on injured reserve.
I mean, so how about that? But he's there, and he's taking part in stuff. That is amazing, and you'll hear more about injured players taking part in stuff. Let's go to the phone lines again. This is Bill in Palos, who was at Lambeau yesterday, where he saw a different kind of atmosphere. What'd you see, Bill?
It was, but I got to tell you, it was so fun to watch Packer fans, John at Viking fans back and forth in that. And so we're at the company tailgate, and people are coming up in their Vikings wear, Packers wear. They're saying like, hey, where are you guys from? Who are you for? Come on, are you for Green Bay? Are you for Minnesota? And all this and that. And I would just yell out, we're from Chicago. We're Bears fans. And the great reaction was, they didn't say you suck. They didn't say this. They just said like, whoa, Chicago. So I mean, how great is it that after all these years, you actually get to see these people looking at you and respected the fact that, hey, you're from Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. It has arrived. Thanks for the call, Bill. It's Thanksgiving week. If you go and you're with relatives or family who are Packers fans.
Uncle Biff,
the aforementioned Uncle Biff, you can talk your smack to Uncle Biff during the meal, after the meal. I mean, Thanksgiving has arrived with a vengeance. You can just absolutely. Hey, Uncle Biff, would you pass me that mac and cheese from third place? Thank you very much. You pass it over here to first place in the division? Thank you. You talk that ish to Uncle Biff this week at Thanksgiving.
It's a rare feat. It's a rare accomplishment to have that opportunity to do that with a Packers fan at Thanksgiving right now, with fans all around this division. Now 12 weeks into the season.
Craziness.
With the best record, man. There's only one team in the NFC with a better record than the Bears, let alone this division, man. The entire NFC, one squad has a better record right now.
Yeah, it does. I mean, just unbelievable. Look, let's talk about that free play touchdown, as J.J. Watt discussed right there. And Ian Eagle, J.J. and Ian on the call. And Ian gave us a little something, by the way, on Friday's show. I hope you're listening to Spiegel and Holmes. You should be. On Friday, we had Ian Eagle on, and he said, Ozzie Trapillo looks like he's going to play. And we're like, what? What's that? He had gotten it from Ben Johnson in the meeting, apparently, and gave it to us, and we played it back for Dan Wiederer the next hour, and that ended up being the case. So if you were listening to Spiegel and Holmes, you were out in front on that one. But here's Caleb Williams talking about the touchdown to DJ Moore when the defense was offsides, and Caleb knew all about it.
They ended up just dropping DJ. Saw I think Ramsey was at safety, ended up taking the number 3 receiver, and the corner didn't overlap or anything like that, or the defender over DJ just dropped him and didn't run with him. And so went through the read, went middle first, went to DJ, and he ran a great route, just threw him a ball, and he made a great play.
Hey, Ant, that's the pinch that Kurt Warner was talking about last segment, isn't it? That DJ runs that deep in, Rome takes it out, and Jalen Ramsey goes with him, and DJ's just wide open, left alone right there.
And to be able to do it in a moment where you've got the defense offsides, and you think back to earlier in the season where so much felt like it was almost overwhelming for the offense as a whole, for Caleb trying to switch up the cadence on occasion, but then you don't really know, like, is Drew Dahlman at fault when he's not snapping it, or is Caleb at fault when someone's flinching? And now you saw a game where there were multiple times, and you could tell it was a concerted game plan for the Bears to go in and say, we got to make sure we're mixing up the snap count just to take the starch out of that opposing pass rush. Mm-hmm. And it's been happening more and more frequently in recent weeks where they've been going on various counts, and even every once in a while Ben Johnson will remind Caleb of what snap count maybe suits a moment here or there, is my impression of things. But to be able to have that team with those edge rushers and utilize cadence, and then, of course, you have Aaron Rodgers on the opposing sideline who Caleb looks up to, and so many times Aaron Rodgers has faced the Bears and utilized snap count and thrown touchdown passes on free plays.
What world is this? That's what I'm thinking watching this. You're telling me we have a quarterback who can use the cadence to draw them offsides, and then keep his head together and decide to throw the deep ball. He did it earlier in the game, too. He threw an interception down the right side that he knew was going to get called back. At least he took a shot and threw the ball downtown on a free play. Unbelievable. Here's Ben Johnson on that free TD play to DJ Moore.
The touchdown to DJ on the free play.
Yeah.
Just the recognition, how Caleb and DJ.
Yeah, it was something that we thought we might be able to get them to jump off sides. It's such a good pass rushing group. We were trying to find ways to slow them down a little bit, and that was an opportunity for us to work our cadence. And I thought the execution of it was really well done. It's something we've been working on since the springtime through training camp, and everybody on offense has slowly but surely gotten better at that. And so great job by Drew pulling the trigger, seeing it out of his periph, and then Caleb finding the open receiver. It's really well done.
So that's Drew Dahlman, the center, that he's given the credit to for the quick snap. It's up to Drew to snap that ball.
Well, to be more specific, it's up to Drew's periph, just to make sure we're being accurate.
The periph, baby.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, man. I don't. What world is this? The offense, I wrote it down at one of my first notes from the game yesterday. Like, my God, this offense looks so clean and professional. It's so satisfying to watch this offense. It's coordinated. We've had so many offensive coordinators who didn't have offenses that played coordinated.
Yeah.
This one does. It's
The
unbelievable.
problem when there's a lack of coordination to your offense and you actually have someone assigned to coordinate it who is not pulling off that task.
Yes.
It's nice to be in this world where the Bears offense does feel coordinated. And my point about this division as a whole is that the Bears right now, with all these injuries and with all the newness and the learning curve that still exists, when you compare the Bears with the other squads in this division that they currently lead, whether you're talking the Vikings, the Lions, the Packers, now I'm not going to say none of them have the opportunity to continue improving over the final 6 weeks of the season here. But the Bears, I would say, are still the squad furthest away from their ceiling. And that, to me, is extremely encouraging when you compare them with the rest of this division, because you still have a quarterback learning on the job. You still have rookie and second-year guys who are still figuring things out in the National Football League. The entire offense still learning Ben Johnson's scheme, and all these starters out on the Bears' defense. So in the weeks to come, this could be a team that continues to look better and better on a weekly basis, and there's no other squad in this division that can say the same.
That's great stuff from Anthony Herron. He's in for Lawrence Holmes today. It's Spiegs and Ann Herron on the score. We'll talk about that defense and some of the backups at the top of the hour. But coming up next, one more of the touchdowns from yesterday. What did it tell us about Caleb, and what does it tell us about one of the rookies on this team? We'll discuss next on the score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on the score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
Remy Martin VSOP wants to get you into one of 670 The Score's exclusive Football After Dark events. Look for the Remy Martin display at your local retailer and scan the code to enter for your chance to win a pair of passes to Football After Dark on December 2nd with Nashawn Wright or December 16th with Noah Sewell. Details at 670thescore.com. All brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume. Imported by Remy Martin Contro, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on the team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
Football season means it's time to start thinking about the roof on your business. Is it time to winterize? Make the right call. A game plan that includes the highly trained craftsmen and craftswomen of roofers and waterproofers, Local 11, to get the job done right. To find professionally trained roofing and waterproofing contractors who are dedicated to providing quality, value, and service, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org for all your roofing needs.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile. The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
Spiegel and Holmes.
It's LeVar Ball.
What's good? Triple B, Big Baller style. You guys go do your thing. I love your style.
Afternoons on the Score.
3rd and 5, 4 minutes to go. First half. Williams throws it, and it's caught for the touchdown. Loveland carries a defender with him for the score. Second of the day for Caleb Williams. This is going to turn out to be a one-on-one matchup. Colston Loveland against Kyle Duggar, and he sets him up with a tiny little outside at the top of the route and then cuts it back across, and Caleb puts it right on his body, catches, falls into the end zone. Colston Loveland has really come on these last few weeks, and you can see the chemistry starting to grow.
Highlight courtesy of CBS TV. Before we talk about Colston Loveland, that was yet another play where Caleb was on time. The numbers in the pocket were really, really good yesterday. And yesterday, his lowest time to throw on the season, an average of 2.57 seconds. This is a guy who was like dead last among starting quarterbacks in time to throw going into yesterday. And we can look at the overall league standings now, but that was his best of the year. So I'm sure Ben Johnson, after looking at the tape, was thrilled to see that against a real pass rush. There was one disaster of a play, which we'll talk about later on in detail. But, man, Caleb got rid of the ball quick yesterday. He's Anthony Herron. I'm Matt Spiegel. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. We'll take a call in a second. But, Ant, how about Colston Loveland as a big wide receiver in the tight end spot? But on that play, they schemed it up that he ended up being the one on the outside with one-on-one coverage.
He might be the one we've been waiting for. I think since maybe Allen Robinson, we haven't had, unless I'm forgetting someone, text line, Twitch mob, you remind me if I'm forgetting a red zone weapon for the Bears that once you get into the confines, inside the 20, inside the 15, just somebody who you say scheme up that matchup. Because for red zone offense, you're trying to create either of two things. You're trying to create space using motion and misdirection, or you're trying to create a matchup. That matchup might be just your offensive line overwhelming a defense, but for your playmakers, normally the matchup, if you're passing in the red zone, you're trying to find a matchup for someone who you know can win in those tight spaces. And a few weeks back, looking at Colston Loveland, that first red zone touchdown grab that he had, I'm blanking on who even the opponent was, but it was on a very similar route where he stems the defender towards the top of his route and then uses that big body, like big receiver, slender tight end, however you want to look at it. He's got a pretty big frame where he can sort of wall that guy off. And as he does that, if the ball's on the money and on time, then there's really no good way for the defender to get themselves back in position to work around Colston Loveland because of his stature when he's in that tight space. And the Bears haven't had someone, the 50-50 ball conversation. They don't have someone to do that really well. But the way he runs routes, the way he plucks the football, and his frame allow him to be a guy. That, to me, is the Bears' best possibility of a true red zone weapon. And we're seeing it come to fruition. That is awesome. Colston Loveland with the touchdown and some arrival going on. Texters have been getting in with their favorite thing from yesterday. Here's one. My favorite thing was there was a point in the third quarter where the wrong package was on the field on offense. Play clock was down to 7. Cameras happened to be on Ben Johnson. You could see him saying, "I'm not calling a timeout," knowing how important the timeouts are. Yeah, that was the 3rd and 7 that became a 3rd and 12, and they didn't get it, and that was a bad penalty, but they were lined up wrong, and he held on to his timeouts, and I respect the choice. Another says, I work with people all over the country, talk to people who are fans of other teams every day. What I love about this is the texts I've been getting for the last 5 years, they lag now about the Bears not showing up. This is David in Round Lake, who's on 670 The Score. What's up, David? Welcome in.
Oh, thanks. Speak, I'm Big Ant. Love you guys. Just wanted to just say it's just really refreshing to just have adults running this team finally. That's all.
It's true, though.
Yeah.
It's true.
As simple as that. It is just that simple. It does feel like an adult-run organization now. And it feels like you feel that at multiple levels, and the product on the field is certainly indicative of it.
Dude, for sure. And it's just so obvious. And we talked about it last year as we watched that thing fall apart. And then in the offseason, and then when they hired this guy and all the intel I had about this guy, and then you can tell what he is now. It's just so obvious. He speaks the truth. Like to them privately, and most often to us publicly. Like the transparency has been there. Like the way he talks about his quarterback, or like the caller was saying, how all these coaches talk to their guys. Like, come on, man, what the hell are you doing? Like, you got to do this stuff. I know. All right, I love you. Good try. It's like you don't have to hide from the freaking truth in order to get some messages across. Texters are saying Jimmy Graham as a coverage dictator, a red zone weapon, but that goes back before Allen Robinson. No, it didn't play out.
Yeah, not during his Bears career. He's one of the great red zone weapons of all time in the National Football League, but didn't see much of that during his time with the Bears, though, so that's a different conversation.
No. Other things that people are loving, the free plays. I love that the Packers fans are freaking out a little bit. This texter says, a year ago on Thanksgiving, I had to watch Eberflus freeze at my girlfriend's dad's house, full of 100% Packer fans. They were nicer about it than I was. This is where we are. Texter says, I like how fluid Caleb is starting to look in the play action. It helps him so much. It freezes the defense. Yeah, yesterday felt like a very effective day in play action. And to your point that you made earlier, Ant, that Caleb looked on time even when he was inaccurate in play action. At least he was on time, and you'd rather have that. Fortunate that a couple of those didn't get picked in the first half, but at least he's on time and seemingly throwing it with the right timing. There's lots to get to here on Spiegel and Holmes. A couple more hours to go. We'll talk to Chris Emma in 1 hour. Conversation about Ryan Poles in the 5 o'clock hour. But when we come back, A strength of this coaching staff that maybe we didn't really grasp until yesterday, and it's something that Big Ann has been waiting for many, many years. Keep it right here on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Accept it. I know that this is not the sexiest quarterback roster the Bears have faced the last few weeks, but they still have to win the games that are on the schedule. And you know what good teams do? Good teams take advantage of other teams' weaknesses. And then it turns into some wins. Next thing you know, they're 8-3. This is playing with house money time.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook here at 670 The Score. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, and then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So look, grab your leg, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. This is like when you order food to get delivered in a group style and you share it and then you all enjoy it together. It's the goods. Try it out. Pass the Leg. FanDuel.com/Matt is how you sign up. FanDuel.com/Matt to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Truck drivers, wherever you want to take your driving career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Plus, Schneider drivers can choose from dedicated, intermodal, dry van, and tanker options. Don't wait to upgrade your career before the new year. Search jobs and apply now at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Buying a diamond today can feel like navigating a maze. Corporate jewelers push pricing games. Lab-grown diamonds flood the market, losing up to 80% of their value in 1 year. Online outlets push poorly cut stones that lack brilliance. It's risky, and your investment deserves better. That's why Chicago turns to Rasny Jewelers, Chicago's trusted family-owned diamond experts for nearly 75 years. We're your safe haven, offering only natural diamonds that hold value. Every Rasny diamond is hand-selected. And here's the Rasny promise. When you're ready to upgrade, we'll buy back your Rasny diamond for 100% of what you paid. That's not just confidence. That's integrity. Choose Rasny Jewelers for a diamond purchase you can trust. Backed by 7 decades of expertise, transparency, and integrity. 4 Chicagoland locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, Chicago's Gold Coast, and online at rasny.com.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Expect showers overnight and a low of 46.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Spiegel and Holmes.
So I've been waiting to say, and the stars are Spiegel and Holmes. Chicago.
Afternoons on The Score.
This is every team. This is the NFL. So this is what happens when you play a 17-game season. And it just so happened, back half of the season's when it caught up to us a little bit. And, we'll get some of the reinforcements back at some point. But until then, we got to hold down the fort. And so that's what we'll do.
That is Ben Johnson after the game yesterday. And it usually does happen in the NFL. But, man, yesterday was something. No starting linebackers. And at one point, Jonah Jackson goes down. And Luke Newman, you're seeing, after he had been seen in the I formation a little bit. Obviously, in the secondary, the massive amount of shuffling that's gone on, including yesterday when McLeod had to come in for Tyreek. Still no Jalen Johnson. It was chaos on the depth chart, but not chaos on the field from the Chicago Bears. It's Speegs and Anthony Herron on the Spiegel and Holmes show. I want to play this from the morning show, Ant, and then get your thoughts on it, and I think it speaks to something you've been dying to discuss. This is Brad Biggs this morning with Mully and Haugh talking about something that Tyson Bagent mentioned to him kind of in passing this week, and Brad started thinking about it.
I had a conversation last week with Tyson Bagent. We were talking about running scout team cards in practice, okay? And he sort of steered the conversation to this idea that Ben Johnson and his staff do a remarkable job preparing backups to play, to be ready. And not him specifically, just overall. And as I'm watching the game yesterday, and they've got Jackson and Ogbang Bamiga at linebacker after Hippolyte had gone out. They got dudes missing in the secondary, and the left tackle situation popped up. And then, what do you know, Jonah Jackson spends the second quarter in the locker room. I'm thinking, maybe Bagent's onto something here. Maybe they do have a way of keeping things so competitive for the reserves that they can step up and make plays when called upon.
What does that look like, Ant? You've been on NFL rosters. What does it look like to keep things competitive, to keep to do things in a way that makes the backups more ready than another team might have them ready?
It's about detail and forcing yourself as a coach, forcing the players who are not only the starters, but the players who will back them up, the players who are in that meeting room with them, to operate with a depth of detail, the fundamentals of their position. And it matters even more once you get to this point in the season where you haven't been padded up in practice for a while and you're not going to pad up in practice virtually at all for the remainder of the year because so many guys get banged up and because the product that's on the field on game day matters so much. And as you go back to years and, for the years, I think I've been talking Bears in this town for like going on a decade at this point. Of course, grew up following them closely. But for this stretch of Beardom, the main issue I've had for so much of the conversation that we've had in this city about quarterbacks and first-round picks and all these guys who haven't turned into great players here is that it's okay to draft traits, but then at some point the onus is on the organization, especially with the quarterback because that's the most prominent spot. But at a certain point when the player doesn't pan out, it's too simplistic to just say that guy was a bust, to just say that guy didn't pan out. Because when the guy comes from college football and gets to the National Football League, you've got to develop the talents that are there. You've got to put those individuals in positions to succeed, and you need to train them. You need to nurture that skill set that's there to make sure you're going to maximize their potential here. And the Bears have struggled with that through multiple regimes, multiple administrations, haven't gotten the most out of young players that they've drafted, young players who they signed off of other practice squads to get guys who can achieve, who can succeed over any extended period of time. And we're in the midst of a season right now where it feels like there's more of a developmental focus for this squad. And hand up, I was really encouraged with the thought that Matt Eberflus might be that guy, even though I've never known anyone to describe Matt Eberflus as some sort of an X's and O's guru, but just as kind of a football traditionalist,
and a teacher,
believes in hard work,
a fundamental teacher, right? A teacher of fundamentals. I get it.
Yes. But to not have that play out on the field because he was so ineffective as a head coach. And so the development arm of the roster, top to bottom, never came through because the players just frankly didn't believe in him as an overall leader of the organization. Now you've got a head coach, coordinators, and a staff of assistants in place that coach the game in such detail and are consistent with the way they demand those details and those fundamentals and the preparation for situations. And all those things apply to not only the starters, but the backups on this team too.
And that's why you're seeing it. No, I love that. And there's some basics too. I love that when Luke Newman had to come in and play left guard, he'd already played fullback in the I formation. He's already like, all right, well, yeah, I've been in this game. Okay, yeah, I'm good. Listen to Ozzie Trapillo after the game. And we could talk about him in some more detail, and I'd love to. And watching the tape really helps you talk about an offensive lineman. He graded out extremely well, but Caleb also got rid of the ball really fast by design and did a good job doing that. So it can be hard to tell. And they didn't run the ball as great as they have at times. So you wonder if Theo's better as a run blocker, a tackle as well. But either way, Ozzie Trapillo had a really, really good day representing himself at a left tackle position that we had been led to believe he could not play, at least at this point. But here he was doing it yesterday, and he talked about learning while he had been used in the jumbo package, all those different times in previous weeks. Here's Ozzie.
Yeah, I think it definitely helps, especially, moving around, motioning, things like that. I think it helps a lot being right in the left-handed stance. Sometimes it's pass, sometimes it's run. So I think it helps me kind of acclimate in a way.
That's just a small thing, but talk about getting a guy comfortable in the NFL, believing that he can just line up and know what the hell he's doing, and then he's got to go out there and do it yesterday. They've done that with a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys who've gotten a little taste of action and then have earned more, like Luther Burden. Luther Burden has earned more time, and he's still a work in progress as you watch him. He's still developing, but we're seeing it happen, aren't we?
We're seeing him develop in that way, and the main concern that anyone had about Luther Burden specifically in the draft process was when he doesn't have the football, that his focus would wane, that he didn't stay locked in, that he wasn't an effort-based player if he wasn't the one with the football, if he wasn't the one who thought he was going to be one of the primary options to get the football. But again, and Antoine Randall, having him as a position coach, and we know Jameson Williams and having him and those talents in Detroit, but a personality that could maybe be a bit immature at times. And he has been able to turn Jameson Williams and helping that development and him becoming a stud for the Lions in that system and what they developed there. And Luther Burden's skill set is different than Williams, but as far as a personality and a guy who needs to focus on the details of his position and learn and commit to what it's like to be a professional, to be at your peak on such a consistent basis, then he's got a position coach and a head coach / coordinator who demand that of him and everyone else around him. So now everyone knows that there's a recognition for what you have to do to succeed with this staff. And what I love from the game yesterday is that there was one play where Luther Burden was blocking his tail off in the open field, and I believe it was a Kyle Monungai run.
Yes.
And then the very next play, here he came on a glance route over the head of the linebacker. So that no block, no rock, say, hey, great block. Here's the rock on the very next play after that. I'm confident, and I hope someone asks Ben Johnson about it the next time he addresses the media, because I'm confident somebody saw that. Antoine Randall lost his mind about some great block Luther Burden made, and Ben Johnson in the sense said, you know what?
Let's give him that rock.
He earned being the primary guy. Let me get the ball to this dude because he is locked in on this drive right now.
And then Ben schemes the primary guys wide open. You're listening to a Plumber's 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank, and great clips. One more a defensive replacement I want to highlight in a minute, but we're continuing to take your phone calls and read your texts. Here's Jamal in Tinley Park on 670 The Score. Jamal, welcome in.
How you guys doing?
Great.
And to your point about development, I think the most exciting piece for me is, like, this isn't a Ryan Pace, high-priced, aging veteran push for the playoff. These are like first and second year players. When you think about Caleb and Rome and Luther and Ozzie and Loveland, so when you think about adding Ben Johnson to that mix and all of this happening in the first year, it just excites me to maybe have some sustainability moving forward with the Bears.
Yeah, no, it's a great call. And that's the dream, is that you develop together and you grow together. And it's enhanced by the fact that you enjoy working together. And that's happening. I mean, like the soft factors, it's hitting me in the feelings corner. You know what I'm saying?
I absolutely love that, man. I'm driving back from Madison, Wisconsin, and I unlike you, actually, I love to listen to the various shows on the station here on the Odyssey app or the Audacity app, whichever one you prefer to call it.
Audacity, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm driving back after calling that game between Illinois and Wisconsin. And, all right, I'm starting to drag a little bit. It's very late at night. I had a primetime game. Let me turn on the Audacity app so I can make sure I'm going to listen to some of the guys on the station. I turned you guys and Olin on, and when Olin talked about the Spiegel feelings corner, I lost my damn mind.
Yeah.
I was howling.
That's as good as anybody's ever given it to me. I deserved it in full, and that man gave it to me. Like, I knew it was coming. The Spiegel feelings corner. I knew it was coming, but then he gave me a great answer tucked in there in the middle, didn't he? You heard it. He gave me a great feelings answer tucked in there.
Oh, I completely tuned out after the Spiegel feelings corner. I have no idea what he said next. I was too
That's
busy
the
chuckling.
genius. That's the genius of Olin. This is Matt from Belvedere. Matt from Belvedere, you're on the Score with Spiegs and Aunt Heron. What's up?
How you guys doing today?
Great.
Just wanted to call in. This was my Super Bowl game if Rodgers played. I'm kind of happy he didn't, but we got the victory. And my question is, with the Caleb Williams, his throws are kind of high. I don't hear no one talking about it. Is it because we're just not getting those turnovers? Or we got any concern about that? But I just love that we're winning.
Yeah, no, the concern on Caleb's accuracy, hell yeah. There's all kinds of concern on that. There's understandable concern on that. He is a growing and developing quarterback, and he did a very nice job in bouncing back from that. But, you know, it's look, it is an amazing stat from Kevin Fishbane earlier today on Twitter, okay? Caleb Williams has been under 70% in 7 different games. The Bears are 7-0 in those games. All other teams this season, when their quarterback throws below 60%, are 26-58. They have a 3.10 winning percentage. The Bears are 7-0 when Caleb completes less than 60% of his passes. That, my friends, is probably not sustainable. You know, that's one of those things that I know you are what your record says you are, and we started the show with that, but it is a little bit of a conundrum on some of the stuff, and quarterback accuracy is one of the things. He's not throwing interceptions. He's not ending up with interceptions. Sometimes on the deep balls, I think that's by design, that he makes sure not to throw it, you know, so close that it could be an interception. But there were some yesterday where he was fortunate not to have an interception, right, Ant?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think the caller could go back on the Odyssey app. We were having that discussion a little bit with Kurt Warner in the previous hour of the show here also, just to try to work through some of the things that Kurt is seeing, because he's evaluating Caleb on a weekly basis for this show, and he loves watching quarterbacks all over the league, of course, anyway. But mechanically, it's one thing, and Kurt broke that down in detail for us. For me, part of my impression of where Caleb is at in his development right now as well, because the inconsistency with accuracy is certainly there, and it's apparent. But as Caleb is working with Ben Johnson and sort of retraining and Ben kind of reprogramming Caleb to a certain extent, there's a combination there. There's Ben reprogramming Caleb, but there's also Ben Johnson accepting and receiving what Caleb is as a playmaker as well. So yesterday's game wasn't necessarily Ben putting Caleb in playmaker position. It was Ben tasking Caleb with operating from the pocket and being precise and consistent. And so those inconsistencies showed up more. But we also saw a version of Caleb that had a lot of really nice moments from the pocket as well. And it showed up in the stat you mentioned earlier, where that was his lowest time to throw of any game so far this season. I didn't even realize. I thought maybe the Dallas game or there'd be some other games early in the season where that was even more consistent with him not holding the ball. But yesterday's game being that, I even take that just as more tangible evidence of a sign of that. But when you think about the idea of having to think, having to process, and how that can slow you down in your comfort, and overall just playing free, and I can get into Montez Sweat a little bit later today when we're together again tomorrow. That's a part of what I'm seeing with Montez Sweat, is a guy who's playing more free now and comfort in the system, and everything that Caleb has to diagnose. And he's never in his football journey been tasked with being as precise as Ben Johnson is trying to require him to be right now. So we're watching the growth, and it's just kind of an aggregation of marginal gains where you can watch things on a weekly basis and say, there's an element that Caleb's better at. There's an element that Caleb's more comfortable with.
Yes.
And to me, the accuracy is on the way with those other elements that we're watching.
Yeah, that's well said. It's a slow and marginal growth, but it is happening, and it requires patience. And I have struggled with that patience sometimes this year. Even in wins, I have struggled, But yeah, I saw a lot of progress yesterday. I mean, that second half, but also just the way that he ran a couple of different things, and we can get to one of them in a second. But first, this is Caleb asked about his accuracy in the postgame yesterday and how it improved during the course of the game.
You mentioned some frustration with your accuracy.
Yep.
When you're in a funk like that, how do you pull out of it?
Yeah, you next play mindset, and then from there you just got to go out there and execute.
Is it footwork? Or what do you
today, I just in the beginning it didn't feel like I got into a good rhythm. I was missing passes and it was it was kind of weird. It was just I wasn't too frustrated like the couple of weeks ago where I was just missing, and I got supremely frustrated and things like that. I understood, and I wrote on my notes for myself to stay positive for myself, but also the guys. And I think I did a solid job with that this week, and just was missing. And it was like I said, on passes and routes that I've been hitting the past couple of weeks and been pretty good with. And so we'll figure it out. We'll go back and watch and figure out why.
Let me just say, respect, Caleb, for letting us in on the growth and like the need for the positivity to yourself within the game. I think any of us listening and thinking about it can relate. Sometimes within a radio show, within a work day, within a life, whatever. Like, oh man, I'm starting to beat myself up here. That doesn't work. So whatever it takes for him to do that And he's saying specifically it was different than 2 weeks ago. I mean, the kid is evolving and developing.
In real time.
Whoo,
It's
man.
in real time.
Isn't that like the most important thing we're looking at with him too? Because we know there are going to be some inaccurate throws and some ups and downs, but how he responds to those is the most important thing.
I think it probably is. It probably is right now. And I do believe he can get more accurate as he gets more comfortable. I've always believed that's the truth about quarterbacks, but we didn't see it happen with Trubisky. But I remember specifically that conversation. Oh, yes, accuracy will improve as he gets more comfortable. Did not happen with Mitch. I want to believe that it can happen on a human level, and I do believe it can happen with Caleb. But yeah, I mean, I thought that's awesome. And did you see him on the sideline? And there was one time they cut to him on the sideline. His eyes were closed. He was trying to have like a quiet, seemingly like a mindful moment or something, or just slow down his breathing, something like that.
I remember seeing the shot you're mentioning, and I was trying to figure out were his eyes actually closed, or was he just looking down at the tablet?
Yeah, and it might have been. Was it just
maybe
down?
Both.
I don't
maybe
know.
Both.
It might have just been down.
In my mind, I ended up deciding he was just looking down at the tablet. But maybe he had his eyes closed and he was in a deep, thoughtful moment as well.
One more quick thing. This is J.J. Watt on a screen pass to DeAndre Swift that Caleb Williams did something very important on.
Man, the patience by Caleb Williams here to let all these rushers get all the way up into his face before letting this ball go right behind him to Swift. And look at all that open space in front of him with a couple offensive linemen leading the way. Gorgeous play design and great execution by Caleb Williams, holding that ball for the extra second with the pass rushers bearing down on him.
Hey, man, we've talked about it all year. Give him respect for holding it that extra bit. There were 3 dudes in his face. They didn't end up hitting him, but he spun away from them, and I'm sure he was convinced he was going to get hit, but he waited as long as he needed to and just lofted it over the top. So we're seeing the growth in real time, man.
One of my favorite poems is by Rudyard Kipling called If, and it begins, if you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. And the chaos that's there throughout a football game with those 22 bodies all padded up, running into each other and flying past each other, and there is nobody on the field of those 22 bodies that's under more duress, both physically and mentally, than the quarterback. And so that chaos that's constantly there for the QB, they're the one most tasked with trying to contain it and control it and execute in the face of it on a snap-in, snap-out basis with 11 angry guys, most of them big and ugly like me, trying to figure out how do I either eviscerate this guy physically or how do I confuse the mess out of him so he coughs up the football and gives it to us. And for Caleb, his way at every other stage in his development of mastering that chaos has been the physical. And we're watching Caleb Williams try to develop the tact to be able to defeat the defense consistently with his brain, with his mind, even as much as he's capable of doing so with his body. And it's not an automatic overnight thing. It is not the period at the end of the sentence. We are nowhere near the end of Caleb's development. So the fact the Bears are 8-3, and there's so much ground for this young quarterback to still cover should be really exciting to people.
Good stuff, and just another Rudyard Kipling reference in Chicago Sports Talk Radio. You know what I mean? So tired. So much Kipling everywhere you turn.
That's all over the text line. Too much Kipling.
No.
Had enough of the Kipling.
More Goethe, less Kipling. He's Ann Herron. I'm Matt Spiegel. It's Spiegs and Holmes, but Spiegs and Ann Herron here on a Thanksgiving week. We continue to take your phone calls and your texts, and also halftime adjustments from a coaching staff. Let's discuss on the score.
The Bears win. They win their 4th in a row after taking down the Steelers at home, staying in first place and improving to an impressive 8-3.
They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through.
Stick around Sound as all of our shows and team of Bears experts dissect the game from every angle and take you inside the locker room. Plus, we'll look ahead to their next matchup when they head back on the road to take on the Eagles the day after Thanksgiving. Right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Black Friday prices and thousands in exclusive rebate savings are in effect now at Grand Appliance on top brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Maytag, and more. Visit grandappliance.com or your local Grand showroom for details. That's Grand Appliance, appliance experts since 1930.
Every soda next to Mr. Pibb got something to say. The classics reminisce about the glory days. The doctor's giving a dissertation. The prebiotic bubbles giving TED Talks. Then there's Mr. Pibb. Sweet cherry up front, bold fizz on the follow. No pitch, no promises, just bold cherry bringing the flavor. Some sodas talk big. Mr. Pibb backs it up.
Bold kick of cherry. Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. It's going on now, featuring the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai. With stunning new styling, 3 rows of luxurious seating, and the latest in safety technology. The 2026 Palisade is the SUV you've been dreaming of. Experience it for yourself. Scott Levy and his team invite you to be one of the first to test drive this incredible new vehicle. He's got them ready for you at both Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 and Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin on Randall Road. Go to rosen.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Pro football on Thursday. Detroit hosting Green Bay. Huge game in the NFC North. Detroit, a 2.5-point home favor total in the game, 48.5. And if this number is going to be short of 3, I'm going to love Detroit. I don't think Green Bay is very good. Beat Minnesota on Sunday because Minnesota's quarterback can't complete the forward pass. I think Detroit is just flat out better than Green Bay, looking for revenge from earlier in the year. So coming up on Thursday, if the number is less than 3, it is right now, like Detroit, minus 2.5 against Green Bay. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGA&B to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel and Casino.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments, with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The best way is right off the expressway at the new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. And every Saturday, any Toyota oil change is just $29.95. Come see why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Boy, the Indianapolis Colts had the chance to really eliminate the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday. But, of course, the Chiefs made a comeback and ended up beating Indianapolis 23-20. You could argue Kansas City might not make the playoffs, but in that win against Indy, they've at least kept themselves alive. This is Gresh.
Spiegel and Holmes.
You guys are friends of the program, man. I could never turn y'all down.
I know that's right. I know that's right. That's Stacey King.
The friends of the program are my friends, and they are friends for life.
Afternoons on The Score.
The throw is right on the money to Odunze. Well placed by Williams. Tackle made by Joey Porter Jr. Another first down for the Bears.
That from the first drive of the third quarter by the Bears. A 3-and-out for the Steelers to begin the third quarter. And then Caleb to Rome for 17. That ball a little bit behind him, turned him around, but Rome made a nice play. Then the one you just heard, 14 yards to Rome. Then a 5-yarder to DJ Moore with the taunting penalty, but that was complete. Then the screen to DeAndre Swift that we talked about last segment. And then the 25-yard touchdown pass to DJ Moore on the free play. 5 passes in a row. And that he was 10 for 21 at the half. So what? He was 9 for 14 in the second half and much more accurate. But Anthony Herron, listen to this. Expected points added, so EPA per drop back in terms of passing, okay? From the first half to the second half, this comes from Deontay Lee of The Ringer on Twitter yesterday. Chicago jumps from 18th to 8 from the first half to the second half. In rushing success rate, Chicago jumps from 16th in the first half to 1st in the second half. If you feel like you're seeing offensive adjustments from your head coach that make them come out of the locker room anew, you are correct by the numbers.
And to be able to have that as the result for this squad, to have young players still figuring out whether or not they're capable of true success in the NFL, to have veterans who maybe been other spots who say, all right, this new guy, this first-year head coach, Ben Johnson, this supposed offensive wizard, when you're seeing the tangible evidence of results, then everyone buys in that much more. That speaks to the culture. Another data point of culture we're talking about there, where you come out of the locker room and you feel like you're going to have an edge on the other team, that your staff is going to find ways to continue putting you in situations for success once you step back out there. To step out of the locker room with confidence in the second half, that matters. That means something if you believe your coaching staff is actually going to give you the upper hand, John Doe style from 7, on the opponent when you get back onto the field. That belief ends up meaning something.
John Doe has the upper hand. John Doe has the upper hand. I know. But yeah, how about at the beginning? They got a plus point differential in the first quarter of what? Plus 32? JJ Watt was talking about that. We know
I believe
that.
It is now, yeah.
Yeah, it's like they're great in the first quarter in terms of points. And Caleb's QBR is really good in the first quarter. So, yeah, you're seeing it. And then on defense, listen to Kevin Byard talking about Dennis Allen adjusting to the injuries that we saw on the defense yesterday.
How did you think DA adjusted to, missing some of these starters on defense? What do you call for you guys?
Yeah, obviously we had a lot more DBs out there, the able bodies that we had, and like I said, I think it was pretty good. There's always things we can be better at, but I'm just proud of the guys being able to finish those last 2 drives on defense, getting the 3 or 9, I think, before, and then obviously getting the stop at the end of the game. So just super happy the way we were able to finish this time around.
Man, you look at this snap count, there are so many defensive backs that played more than 10 snaps. Elijah Hicks was out there for 16 snaps. Tyreek only played 12, so there were all kinds of dudes filling in. McLeod had the 57 snaps. C.J. Gardner-Johnson was out there 90% of the time, so they were almost always in the nickel. We've talked a lot about the linebackers because, DeMarco Jackson played 100% of the snaps, but Ruben Hippolyte left after only 13, so Amen Ogbongbemija with 42 snaps, 58% of them, but there were so many dudes out there. DA did a crazy good job of adjusting, didn't he?
He did. I loved what he did with the linebacker depth and utilizing the secondary in the ways that he did. And some of it is just unavoidable. And the good thing about modern football is that you're going to be in sub packages pretty frequently anyway. And sub packages meaning when you're not in your traditional defense where you got your down linemen and several linebackers on the field, perhaps more so anticipating run than pass.
Yeah.
When you get into the sub packages, nickel and dime, where you have more defensive backs on the field, more personnel capable of defending the pass than the run, then you put the opponent in a position where they know schematically there's a chance to try and attack that. The Steelers, the Arthur Smith version of the Steelers has not been any kind of run-first outfit anyway. And so for Pittsburgh's offense, in some ways it played into the Bears' hands because as opposed to trying to run downhill at the Bears, they utilized a lot of short, quick pass game and having – honestly, I thought the offense was going to adjust. When we found out that Aaron Rodgers wasn't going to play in the game, and I'm on there with Luke and Ellis and Cassie Carlson, Tina Wynn. We get the news live in real time while we're in the middle of doing Bears Game Day Live. So we're reacting. My first reaction was, Mason Rudolph likes to throw the deep ball. Mason Rudolph at this point in his football journey has a bigger arm than Aaron Rodgers. Look for the deep shot to DK Metcalf. The game is going to have more verticality to it. They're going to go some hard play action, and they're going to try to run the ball at this Bears defense because the Bears defense has been spotty against the run throughout the season anyway.
Yeah.
And then also now you're going to have the potential here to try and attack in a way that Aaron Rodgers' precision and time to throw and what he does in getting the rock out of his hands, the offense is going to look different now. But it didn't.
It did
Rudolph
not.
threw that early pick on the vertical pass, on the fade route, and they said, you know what? We're going to do the Aaron Rodgers thing. We don't want to expose you to interceptions, Mason Rudolph. So they just tried to dink and dunk and everything lateral, and they were having some success with it. But as opposed to just coming off busting the Bears defense in the nose, they put the Bears defense in a position to pursue.
Mm-hmm.
And so for smallish linebackers who didn't consistently fit blocks against the run downhill with force, they actually – really played into their hands because now they can just watch the ball get snapped and run sideways. Sometimes they got out leveraged to the edge. Sometimes they didn't. DBs on the field works out perfectly for them. The most physical game Nashawn Wright has had in what I believe is a Pro Bowl season that he's put together here, but he's setting the edge. He's the force-contained player. He's getting tackles. Steelers played right into Dennis Allen's hands, and he had the defenders in a position to succeed.
Hey, man, before the 4th and 6, when Brisker broke up the pass by, getting up in the air, it was Nashawn who tackled DK Metcalf on 3rd and 8 to make them eat clock and have to go hurriedly to that 4th and 6.
Mm-hmm.
So to your point, Nashawn played physical, and he might have been able to pick off that one on 4th down too.
Yeah.
I heard Olin talking about it this morning after looking at the tape. He's like, you know what? I think Nashawn might have had that one. Let's go to the phone lines. Gina is in Midlothian, and Gina has been waiting patiently. Appreciate it. You're on 670 The Score with Speegs and Ann Herron. What's going on?
Well, good afternoon. Hey, I just wanted to say that I am a season ticket holder, 24 years and running now, haven't missed a single game. Thank you very much. And it is absolutely wonderful to come home after every game this year, with the exception of the Vikings, of course, and be happy, and to know that there's positivity out there. That normally this time of the year we're talking about, oh, geez, who do we got to get rid of? Oh, who are we going to draft next year? Oh, what's going to go on? Blah, blah, blah. We're already talking about next year. This year, every single game matters, and we're going to matter till the end of the season and beyond. So it's just wonderful. It's a wonderful feeling, and I want it to continue for the next 10-plus years, if not more.
God bless you, Gina. I mean, that's it. That's it.
Hadn't missed a game in, what did she say? How many years had she missed
24.
a game? Man, that's an impressive feat.
She's seen some stuff.
Some really horrendous teams.
Yeah.
Some really dysfunctional adults. As opposed to the caller before was praising the functional adults. Seen a lot of dysfunctional ones around these parts. This is Chris in Lockport on The Score. What's up, Chris? Good afternoon.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to bring up that obviously the Bears got the Eagles on Friday, and the Bears are 8-3. That's a new feeling. I've never really felt this before, aside from 2018. But I think that the Eagles are going to lose on Friday. I'm so certain that the Bears will win this game.
Ooh.
Of course, they're going to win on a field goal or in the last seconds of the game.
That's how they roll.
Because that's the Bears. But I do believe that the Eagles are the worst 8-3 team in the NFL. I do believe that, and the Bears will whoop them on Friday.
Whoop them! It went from a field goal to a whooping. That's different, sir. Those are two very different kinds of wins and results. Trying to see the other 8-3 teams. The Colts, the Steelers, are the Eagles worse than the Colts as an 8-3 team? He's got the Eagles, the Bears. He's got the Eagles worse than the Bears, and the Seahawks. I don't believe that the Eagles are worse than the Seahawks.
It does fascinate me, the conversation about the defending Super Bowl champions at 8-3, because I don't think there's a lot of that out there. Like, all right, the Eagles win ugly, but there's not a lot of doubt about Philly as far as just their record. It's one of the better records in football, but they've certainly earned the benefit of the doubt because they have a Super Bowl MVP QB. They got a bunch of guys who won a championship together last year and have been to multiple Super Bowls here in recent seasons. And it's an organization that we're just accustomed to them winning anyway. So there's a benefit of the doubt baked into it in a way that the Bears don't benefit from.
For sure.
The Chiefs are what, 5-5 or 5-6 now or something like that?
Well, they just got that's a first big Chiefs win for all these different games. They just jumped to 6-5 with that overtime win over the Colts yesterday. But no, you're right. The Eagles get that benefit of the doubt. I don't know how they did. I mean, I was watching and I don't know how they lost that thing. They're up 21-0. And that two late fumbles, one from Saquon, one from the punt returner, like both damaged them. But we'll see. We've got time to preview that one. Look, top of the hour.
So we're not turning the page yet.
Not yet. It's a good point. We got to decide when we're doing that this week.
Right.
On a 3-day work week. I think we do it tomorrow. To your point,
Ooh.
and you get to be part of the page turn. Look at you, young
Turn
fella.
the page.
Congratulations, you can sing it in karaoke, as long as I say it right. Karaoke.
Karaoke.
No, you're the official karaoke pronouncer.
You got there.
Nah, it's all you.
Amen. Agbang Bamiga.
Agbang Bamiga. I keep wanting to give him a J. Agbang
I don't know why.
Bamija. I don't know. I'm generous like that. Chris Emma joins us at the top of the hour. All right, we've gone long enough. We've praised Caleb, rightfully so. We've praised Ben. We've talked about everything. Let's talk about the absolute worst moment of that game yesterday and how it just can't ever happen again. And I think those involved know it. We'll discuss next on The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Hellsberg Gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping.
Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at Hellsberg.com.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $150 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$150 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Estwing. Unmatched tools for tough jobs and outdoor adventures. These USA-made axes, splitting tools, and machete are built to last. Crafted and fully forged by American workers for over a century. Estwing delivers reliable gear for hunting, camping, and splitting firewood at your home. Experience the power and quality of American craftsmanship. Available at leading sporting goods and hardware retailers. Estwing. Made in the USA for over 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
Just in time for the holidays, Chevy Red Tag is out at your local Chevy dealer, and you can save big with 0% APR financing on all Chevy Silverado 1500 models. It doesn't get any lower than 0. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details, and together, let's drive.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Lawrence, everything's fine. Matt, everything's fine. Tanny, everything's fine.
Afternoons on the Score.
Here's Williams in the pocket. Williams trying to get out of the pocket. He won. Loses the ball, and the Steelers jump on top of it. It's a touchdown, and it's T.J. Watt! I'm not sure what Caleb was trying to do there. Either tuck the ball away or throw it, one or the other. You can't just let it hang out there like that when you got a defender in your face wrapped all around you.
Yeah, that's a brutal, brutal, horrifying moment. And I spent a lot of Friday scared that the regression monster was coming for the Caleb sacks, that the Houdini act wasn't going to work. And then when that played out like that, I'm like, oh no, there it is. There it is. It's Spiegs and Aunt Heron on the Spiegel and Holmes show on 670 The Score. Chris Emma is going to be with us at the top of the hour with some audio from All Things Bears. But let's talk about this play. Here's Ben Johnson after the game on Caleb's strip sack.
What's the feedback to Caleb after the strip sack?
Just hold on to the ball. Yeah, we know how important these turnovers are. We can't have them. They're not okay. So we're well aware of that.
They're not okay. They're not okay. Here's Caleb Williams on the strip sack after the game with lots of pauses.
Caleb, the strip sack.
Yep.
I know it's probably as a quarterback hard to just go down for safety, but is that what you're supposed to kind of do in that spot? Or?
Yeah, it's what I'm supposed to do is just throw the ball away. In that situation, just throw the ball away, live to fight for another down, and yeah, that's it.
Just throw it away. So, look, on a day that we're praising how quick he was to throw it, his lowest time to throw of the year overall, how good he was in the pocket, that was a brutal one. Maybe you'll learn from it, right, Ant? Because, man, that just absolutely cannot happen, and it is absolutely on him.
100% on Caleb, and I think that for me, there's enough data points of Caleb protecting the football, not only as a passer in, kind of INT avoidance, but as a runner. That's one of the things that's been most striking to me about Caleb's willingness to scramble and to improvise is that he's not, usually if a defender's hustling, they'll come and be able to hack the ball away out of the quarterback's hands or poke it away as he's running somewhere. Even as a runner, he's shown that he protects the football at a really high level for a guy who's, he's still not even 2 years into his NFL career, but so far so good in that regard. That was a play that was very out of character for Caleb. And my hope would be, as I looked at it, was recognizing that when you're that backed up, to climb vertically is even more important. When you evaluate players, and we were talking about the Steelers bringing in the practice squad QB and doing the spin move or whatever. I wasn't even Caleb trying to do a spin move, but it is known. It's definitely out there. Caleb's a lateral escape guy, whether it's the spin move, the reverse pivot, or just kind of doing a quick jab and then running sideways. He prefers to escape laterally as opposed to climbing the pocket vertically.
100%. And you saw him trying to do that or thinking about that. And what you saw TJ Watt do is what Tom Brady said last week during the game you have to do as you're approaching Caleb. You have to settle your feet. You have to slow down as a defender as you're approaching and settle your feet. And we saw in the tape from the Steelers playing against the scout team, that's what they were doing. So they knew.
John Rice Plumlee.
We knew that they knew they had to settle their feet, and that's what they did. Why it freaked me out is because Caleb has some high-level confidence that sometimes can be problematic arrogance of what he can do when he's trying to escape. And it's been great all year, but eventually in the NFL, they're going to catch you, man. It's like when I saw Josh Allen get sacked 8 times by the Texans the other night, I'm like, get rid of the ball. What are just, and sometimes he didn't have a chance, but there were a couple where he did. It was like, wow, man, I know you think you're an incredible escape artist and stronger than everybody, but sometimes in this league, you got to get rid of it. So I was afraid. A texter says, when that happened, the 40-something-year-old Bears fan in me was already saying goodnight, Irene. Because any other year, besides this one, that would have been the game. It's hard to get in the habit that this is a new Bears thing. It's
a new dawn. It's a new day.
Yes.
It's a new life.
So I don't know that it's like Historically, I don't know that it's out of character for him to get in trouble and sometimes hell to come to breakfast. But, man, that is as bad a result as you could possibly have and should be an unbelievable teaching tool. That's for sure. I did think J.J. Watt was funny when he was talking about T.J. Watt, his brother, passing him in sacks.
All right, take us back with Caleb Williams. Well, here, I do want to say, where I talked about Caleb having to either chuck it or tuck it, T.J. Watt did have his right arm pinned. So while he was trying to escape, and I still believe that he's got to do something a little better early on when he sees him in his face, he did have that right arm pinned.
And that is sack number 115 for T.J. Watt.
Well, that's it. I'm going to put the pads back on because this is preposterous.
I'm sure John and Connie would love that.
Mom, Dad, Uncle Jared, good to see you guys in the crowd.
JJ and the whole family there to watch TJ.
All right.
And I think JJ was listening to Anthony Herron do his game on Saturday night. He was listening to Illinois, Wisconsin. We're going to get to this tomorrow. In an episode of Spiegel and Holmes Find Out tomorrow, we're going to get to this.
Okay.
All right? Because I think